Under the bright moonlight, a deadly, alluring scent emanated from the ruined building. A fiery, white-haired woman appeared, sniffing the scent and realizing it seemed familiar. Her eyes flashed with extreme greed, identifying her target, the eternal body. Without a second's hesitation, she shot forth like lightning, determined to seize this once-in-a-millennium opportunity to consume it. She headed straight for the building, shouting her ultimate goal of ascending to immortality. Meanwhile, the prey, Chen Chongan, lay sprawled out from hunger, muttering about all sorts of delicacies. He bitterly pondered his unfortunate fate, while other transmigrators were peerlessly dominant, some becoming kings, others possessing miraculous treasures. Recalling his early days in the sect, his master had declared him a waste, his meridians blocked and unable to cultivate. But his master also revealed a shocking secret. Chongan possessed the legendary eternal body. He only needed to consume it to ascend immediately. Hunted by countless demons, his master had risked his life to hide him, and now, he angrily kicked over the table. Chongan cried out in bitterness, wondering why others enjoyed life while he was merely prey for the world to devour. He arrogantly pointed at the sky, challenging, "Old heavenly scoundrel, if you're so capable, strike me down with lightning and kill me." Boom! Lightning actually struck, and the young man immediately spun 90 degrees, his face drained of color. Just kidding, just kidding. Frustrated, he decided to go to sleep to save calories, ignoring worldly affairs. Curled up on the floor, Chongan dreamed of his master returning tomorrow with a roasted chicken for him. Suddenly, the white-haired woman was right on top of him, whispering seductively, "Why not let this servant spend this spring night with you?" Chongan jumped in fright, shouting, "What the hell? Who are you? When did you get in here? You scared me half to death." Without another word, she leaned down and forcefully kissed him. She closed her eyes in enjoyment, confirming in bliss. That's right, this is the taste of the eternal body. Chongan was stunned by her strength, but still struggled, pushing her away and yelling, "Go to hell." The white-haired woman licked her lips provocatively, whispering, "Oh, so you like this kind of play," while Chongan beneath her turned pale. She pressed Chongan down tightly, smiling enchantingly. "It's come to this, what are you waiting for?" This servant can't bear it any longer. While he frantically demanded to discuss life, Chongan cried out in helplessness, "Before you devour me, may I ask if you are human or demon?" The white-haired woman's crimson eyes gleamed with a deadly gaze. Thunder rumbled outside the window as she muttered the word servant. She revealed her true form with a sinister smile, confirming, "Of course, I'm a demon." Chongan let out a blood-curdling scream, his face contorted in extreme horror. In his memory, his master reappeared, repeating his warning. "I have placed a restriction spell in this temple. Demons and monsters cannot enter." Back in reality, the white-haired demoness snarled, lunging to attack. "Eternal body, give it to me." Crunch. She sank her fangs into Chongan's shoulder, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Chongan thought desperately, "Am I going to die again?" He bitterly realized that after 3 years of hiding like a rat, he still couldn't escape his fate. Ding! A system panel unexpectedly appeared. Host detected encountering a demon, activating the Invincible domain system. Range, 2 meters. Chongan realized he now had an inviolable territory, where he was the absolute master. The information panel displayed, domain, garden, 2 meters. He clenched his fists, roaring inwardly. I knew it. How could any transmigrator not have a cheat ability? Chongan tensed, and a surge of power flung the demoness away. The demoness was knocked back, her sharp claws raised, her face filled with astonishment. "You? What did you do?" Chongan smirked confidently, his eyes gleaming. Hey, now it's my turn to counterattack. Let's see how powerful this invincible domain is." The demoness hovered in the air, sneering disdainfully. "Counterattack? With just you? For a mere mortal, your attacks are nothing but an itch to me." She shot down like an arrow, growling. "Lie still obediently so I can devour you without pain." Chen Chongan tensed his body, veins bulging in his neck as he roared. "Come on, let's see who's truly strong." The white-haired demoness's eyes widened, unable to believe the punch hurtling straight towards her face. Boom! A blinding white pillar of light shot straight from the ground to the sky, blowing everything away. The energy pillar tore through the night, and the demoness was utterly annihilated, not even a speck of ash remaining. Chen Chongan stood amidst the ruins, muttering to himself, "This isn't a dream." He smirked with satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with confidence. "I defeated her. Finally, the days of hiding like a dog have come to an end." System notification. Host eliminated a female demon of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. gaining 10 domain points. Chongan was dumbfounded upon learning that every 100 points expanded the domain by 1 meter. He bewilderedly asked the system, "How do I earn more domain points?" A fantasy of dominating the world, surrounded by wealth and beautiful women, appeared in Chongan's mind. The system bluntly replied, "The host must figure out how to earn points on their own." Chongan furiously cursed the irresponsible system, but then he suddenly realized an even harsher truth. "Surely, I'm not the first person to die of starvation, right?" Thud! Chen Chongan collapsed onto the floor from exhaustion, his stomach rumbling loudly. From inside the ruined temple, brilliant morning light shone through the hole in the roof. Suddenly, the sky outside cracked open like shattered glass, filled with eerie green lightning. Countless demons and cultivators everywhere looked up in horror. What has shattered the sky like this? The power of an immortal is terrifying. Amidst the celestial phenomenon, a brilliant golden immortal sword slowly appeared, signaling an ownerless treasure about to descend upon the world. In the upper realm, Black Tortoise Immortal Realm, a dazzling streak of light shot down like a meteor. Crash! A strange object slammed down, destroying a corner of the Immortal Realm's architecture. That object was a golden, fist-shaped seal, exuding terrifying pressure. Boom! An ancient tower in the Immortal Realm was shattered into pieces by the impact from the golden seal. The radiant golden immortal sword hovered in the sky of the lower realm, exuding terrifying pressure that made an entire area tremble. The people of the Immortal Realm immediately recognized the precious item. Damn it! It's the Lord's sacred immortal sword. A white-haired elder in the upper realm roared in anger, summoning his subordinates. 12 immortal generals, get down there immediately. 12 streaks of light of various colors tore through the sky, plummeting directly from the upper realm to the lower realm. The figures of the 12 mighty immortal generals, each with a unique appearance, simultaneously set out. The entire formidable army bowed their heads to receive orders, with an overwhelming aura. "See you again, honored immortal." A general with sharp eyes reported the situation, stating that the 10,000-year-old immortal artifact, sacrificed by the Lord's father, had been struck down to the lower realm by a mysterious fist shadow. The white-haired elder ordered with a stern expression, "I command you all to retrieve that sword at all costs." The leading general gritted his teeth, exuding killing intent. "Anyone who dares to covet it." All 12 immortal generals responded in unison decisively. Understood. Meanwhile, in the dilapidated temple, Chen Chongan woke up, his hands still resting on the dusty ground. He slowly sat up amidst the starry night, feeling ashamed for having fainted simply from hunger. Too hungry. Chen Chongan intended to scoop a handful of dirt from the broken jar to temporarily sate his hunger. But then he threw the jar away, cursing because the self-respect of a 21st century person wouldn't allow him to eat dirt. Chen Chongan pondered deeply, wondering why his master's barrier had a loophole, allowing that female demon of the Qi refinement realm to sneak in. He sighed helplessly, realizing he was just a useless person without cultivation, unable to help his master who was in danger. Suddenly, an idea flashed. Unless the invincible domain can move with its host, Chen Chongan activated the system. A golden sphere of light enveloped him, and he confidently declared, "Let's go out." With a mischievous smile, Chen Chongan prepared to step out of the temple, bringing his safe zone with him. As soon as he poked his head out the door, Chen Chongan was scared, stiff, and quickly pulled his head back. He stood within the safe zone, bitterly realizing that this invincible domain was fixed and did not move with him. Chen Chongan scratched his head in frustration, thinking that besides filling his hungry stomach, the most important thing now was to find a way to earn domain points. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling him, and he turned back, cautiously asking, "Who's there?" A pink-haired girl fell from the sky like a meteor, plummeting directly into the temple. Crash! The girl landed anything but gently, crying out in pain while Chen Chongan froze. A muscular old man appeared, introducing himself as Li Xiao, the great elder of the evil dragon cavern, threatening the girl. "Ling Bauer, be honest, don't even think about escaping." His colossal shadow loomed over the girl, his voice filled with killing intent. "Otherwise, this old man will slap you to death with a single palm strike." The pink-haired girl, Ling Bauer, unfazed, challenged, "If you're so capable, kill me and see how my father deals with you." Chen Chongan stepped back, muttering about immortals fighting and mortals getting caught in the crossfire, and decided not to interfere with these two. But then he suddenly realized, his eyes shining brightly. Wait a minute, these people definitely have food. Both Ling Bauer and the elder were startled and turned around, surprised to see a mortal here. Chen Chongan stood upright, his face expressionless, declaring, "This temple is my territory. I do not permit you to enter." He looked directly at the two intruders, growling, "Coming here and shouting loudly in my domain." Chen Chongan extended his hand, stating his condition. "Quickly hand over some food as compensation. Otherwise, don't blame me." Ling Bao was utterly shocked, unable to believe this guy dared to provoke Li Xiao, while the old man had gone furious. Compensation? A mere beggar dares to seek death. Li Xiao didn't say much, unleashing a move filled with screaming skull spirits, charging directly towards Chen Chongan. The attack struck an invisible wall right in front of Chen Chongan and vanished without a trace. Chen Chongan cursed in annoyance. "I haven't even decided to kill you, yet you want to kill me? Do you think I'm still a soft persimmon that anyone can bully?" Both Ling Bao and Li Xiao gaped, unable to believe the attack had just vanished. Wondering how a mere mortal could do that, Li Xiao reassured himself, thinking that a mortal couldn't possibly block his attack. There must be some trick, but the outcome would still be death. Chen Chongan arrogantly raised his middle finger, boasting fiercely. "Hey, scar-faced guy. Do you think you can kill me? If you can, I'll kneel down and sing for you right here." Provoked, Li Xiao roared furiously, summoning a radiant red demonic blade. "I don't care who you are. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish." The old man charged like a mad beast, swinging his blade, filled with killing intent, slashing directly towards Chen Chongan. Chen Chongan remained still, a smirk on his lips. "Step into my invincible domain, and your life and death are mine to decide." He casually extended his hand, intending to use his bare hands to confront the sharp demonic blade. Ling Bao, standing behind, was utterly horrified, unable to believe her eyes. He intends to block a magic artifact with his bare hands? Li Xiao burst into maniacal laughter, mocking that a beggar dared to use his flesh and blood to block his crimson blood blade was truly seeking death. Clang! The blade stopped abruptly just a few millimeters from Chen Chongan's 2 fingers. He smirked. "Is that all? It's already in my grasp." Ling Bao gaped, her eyes wide with astonishment. He blocked it with just 2 fingers? Crack! Chen Chongan used 2 fingers to snap the demonic blade, leaving Li Xiao frozen in shock while he issued a warning. "Remember this well in your next life." Without further ado, Chen Chongan's hand pierced straight through the old man's chest, blood splattering, cleanly ending his life. The system panel displayed a notification. Host has eliminated a Golden Core Stage 3 cultivator, receiving 500 points, making Chen Chongan realize that killing people also yielded rewards. He muttered, calculating. Killing 1 Golden Core cultivator yields 500 points, so killing those old monsters of higher realms would definitely be even more profitable. The system displayed a total of 510 points, and asked if he wanted to use 500 points to expand the domain. Chen Chongan unhesitatingly chose use. A golden light burst forth. The system announced, "Invincible domain, expanded by 5 meters." His safe zone had been upgraded. He jumped up in celebration as if it were a bumper harvest, leaving the pink-haired girl frozen with a huge question mark above her head. Ling Bao was still in shock, wondering if this was a mortal or a hidden master who had killed the great elder of the evil dragon cavern. Chen Chongan began to loot. He cheered when he found a storage ring, but immediately after, his face fell. Realizing he had no cultivation to open it, he irritably sat on Li Xiao's corpse, while Ling Bao, terrified, poured out a string of explanations about the strange phenomena and being hunted, leaving him speechless. "Hey, I didn't ask anything." Ling Bao's face turned pale as she recounted how 9 other disciples of the sword sect had perished at the old man's hands, profusely thanking him for saving her life. Still shaken, she said that if not for this senior, she would have been captured and taken to the evil dragon cavern. Chen Chongan stood in contemplation, thinking to himself, Li Xiao, a Golden Core Stage cultivator, was dealt with so easily. Could this senior be a formidable nascent soul realm expert? But no one in this entire land should have reached that realm. He smirked, ignoring the girl's story, and went straight to the main point. "The old man with the scar is dead. Can this storage ring be opened now?" Ling Bao explained that the imprint had vanished with its owner, leaving the ring masterless, while Chen Chongan only thought of one thing. "Is there anything to eat inside?" He decisively replied, "Absolutely." Immediately, Chen Chongan pulled out a succulent roasted chicken, his face beaming with delight, leaving Ling Bao stunned by her benefactor's practicality. He began to fantasize about a future as an overlord, expanding his invincible domain across the entire cultivation world, and then finding a dozen wives for his old master. Suddenly, Ling Bao knelt down to the ground. She looked up, her eyes sparkling, and called out loudly, "Senior." The girl decided to cling tightly to this golden opportunity, pleading, Please accept me as your disciple. I will do everything to repay you. I vow to serve you." Chen Chongan calmly patted her head. "No need. I just saved you on a whim." While his mind calculated, "I rely entirely on my domain. What could I possibly teach her?" He pushed her face away, delivering a blunt remark. "Don't go around deceiving others." Rejected, Ling Bao immediately started whimpering, tears welling up in her eyes. "Master, please." Chen Chongan suddenly had an idea. "I have no food or drink now, and going outside would mean death. Having someone to run errands wouldn't be bad." He abruptly changed his demeanor, putting on the air of an enlightened master, and holding the roasted chicken, declared, "This old man has roamed for 10,000 years. What qualifications do you have to demand to be my disciple?" Ling Bao was utterly shocked by his sudden superior aura. He continued the act. "However, you and I share a destiny. I will reluctantly grant you an opportunity to become a provisional disciple first." Upon hearing this, her eyes lit up, and her face flushed with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Bao kowtowed to acknowledge him as her master, cheering inwardly that she was about to receive the true inheritance of a genuine Grand Elder. Ding! The system announced that Chen Chongan had successfully accepted a disciple, instantly rewarding him with 100 domain points. Chen Chongan laughed maniacally, realizing he had just unlocked a new way to farm points, while Ling Bao looked bewildered, not understanding what had gotten into her master. She pinched her nose and asked a devastating question directly. "Master, how long has it been since you last bathed?" Leaving Chen Chongan stunned. Blushing furiously, he quickly covered his embarrassment by ordering his disciple to take a jar outside to collect rainwater so this master could bathe. Ling Bao obediently complied, while Chen Chongan sniffed himself and wondered, "Is it really that smelly?" He took a sniff and his face contorted, admitting that the smell was indeed quite potent. Night fell, and rain began to pour heavily outside the temple. Ling Bao was struggling with a massive water jar in the courtyard. Suddenly, she sensed a terrifying, murderous aura from above. A colossal dark shadow slowly emerged amidst the pouring rain, engulfing the space. The monster's deadly green eyes flashed, and Ling Bao's face turned pale with fear. She scrambled inside to report. "Master, we're doomed. There's a golden core stage tiger demon lurking outside." Upon hearing golden core, Chen Chongan's eyes lit up, as if he had struck gold. Thinking to himself that this was a mobile point mine, he gleefully declared, "Let's go, come with this master to hunt tigers," leaving Ling Bao speechless. Meanwhile, the tiger demon was trembling uncontrollably, recalling the scene of that man punching a demon to oblivion and muttering to itself, "How terrifying." It wanted to turn and flee, but the deadly alluring scent from the temple kept urging it forward. Inside the barrier, Chen Chongan confidently declared he would test if this barrier could block the scent of his eternal body. The tiger demon outside could no longer restrain itself, its drool flowing freely because the scent was too fragrant. It roared once, then plunged straight down from the sky like a meteor, causing Ling Bao to cry out in alarm. "Master, be careful." Chen Chongan calmly analyzed the situation, while the tiger demon had already closed in, roaring madly. "I want to eat." Thud. The tiger demon crashed into the barrier and was stuck fast, its entire body convulsing as if electrocuted. The tiger was bewildered, not understanding why it was halted, while Chen Chongan taunted that it was unlucky to have chosen the wrong person to eat. Ling Bao gaped, asking if her master had already dealt with the golden core tiger demon, to which he casually ordered, "Disciple, go kill that kitten." Boosted by her master's encouragement, Ling Bao exerted all her strength, telling herself to cling tightly to this golden opportunity. Clang! She struck the tiger once, but her sword shattered into pieces. Ling Bao helplessly looked at the broken sword in her hand, turning to her master for help while the tiger remained suspended in mid-air. Chen Chongan calmly extended his hand. "Give me the sword." He took the broken sword, his gaze implying watch closely now. Swoosh! With just a gentle sword stroke, Chen Chongan unleashed a terrifyingly powerful slash. The slash obliterated the tiger demon, and the system immediately announced, "Killed a golden core 8th stage tiger demon, received 800 domain points." Chen Chongan smirked with satisfaction, thinking to himself that this method of farming points was even more enjoyable than burning talismans. Ling Bao was stunned, with only one thought in her mind, a single strike. He casually tossed the sword back to his disciple, assigning the task. "The tiger demon's corpse is yours. Remember to butcher it like a pig." Ling Bao nodded blankly again and again, still not having fully recovered from her master's display. Within his consciousness, Chen Chongan thoughtfully checked the system, discovering that it could be upgraded. Meanwhile, he didn't forget to call out, "Oh, and the tiger's penis is a good item. Keep it safe for me. Don't lose it," causing Ling Baoer to blush and quickly respond. The system announced that 500 points were needed to upgrade to version 2, unlocking the new feature, Myriad Life Creation. Chen Chongan didn't hesitate for a moment. Okay, upgrade the system first. The system deducted points, and the upgrade process was completed in an instant, unlocking a new skill that made him exclaim, "Damn, this skill is so overpowered." He immediately wanted to test it out, so he called his disciple, "Pluck 2 blades of grass for me," to see how powerful Myriad Life Creation was. Ling Baoer obediently offered 2 blades of grass to her master as instructed. "Master, here you are." Chen Chongan began to circulate his energy, channeling it into the blades of grass, activating the newly unlocked all-encompassing life skill. The blades of grass began to transform, and Ling Baoer's jaw dropped as she stammered to her master, "Disciple? You?" The girl frantically grabbed her master, exclaiming, "Master, how did a mere weed turn into an immortal-grade spirit herb?" He pushed the girl away, feigning annoyance. "Too noisy, go play somewhere else," Chen Chongan muttered, seemingly calculating a plan for the buffed blades of grass. He ordered his disciple to be silent and focus on the upcoming demonstration, and the girl could only widen her eyes in anticipation. Boom! A dazzling light erupted, and from within the blades of grass, a tiny spirit sprite emerged. Chen Chongan smirked triumphantly, while Ling Baoer was utterly shocked, exclaiming, "Master, it transformed." He turned to scold his disciple for scaring the little spirit sprite, and the girl could only fall silent. Chen Chongan grinned slyly, beginning his next trick, refining elixirs from the spirit sprite. He tossed Ling Baoer a spirit elixir containing the essence of life, ordering, "A welcome gift. Take it and use it. I will guard you." Ling Baoer was overjoyed to the point of tears, secretly admiring her master who could turn weeds into divine medicine. While he casually named the little spirit sprite, G. Without a second's hesitation, the girl swallowed the elixir. Her entire body erupted in golden light, and she cried out in astonishment, "I've broken through." The system immediately reported the good news. Disciple has broken through from Foundation Establishment, 6th layer to 7th layer. Master receives 50 domain points. Chen Chongan was stunned. Looking at the surging purple energy surrounding Ling Baoer, he felt a slight worry, wondering if she would be all right. The system explained in detail. Due to the master-disciple relationship, the stronger the disciple becomes, the more points the master gains. Chen Chongan suddenly had an epiphany, realizing a new path to wealth. Just recruit more disciples and buff them, and I can farm infinite points. Suddenly, a great sword descended from the sky, plunging into the ground right in front of the master and disciple, shaking the entire temple area. Ling Baoer shrieked, "An immortal treasure has descended," then explained that someone had punched a hole in the sky, causing the sword to fall, while her master remained bewildered, unaware of what was happening. Chen Chongan picked up the rusty sword, scoffing that it was as weak as a snail, and conceived the idea of using his skill to upgrade it. He used the power of the little spirit sprite, G, transforming the scrap metal into a dazzling golden divine weapon, but still pouted, calling it useless because it would break with just a little force. "Do you like it? Here, take it." Chen Chongan tossed the high-grade sword to Ling Baoer like trash, making the girl overjoyed and profusely thank her master. The moment she touched the sword, Ling Baoer was overwhelmed by its terrifying power. A fiery phoenix erupted, making her scream. The girl was completely awestruck by her master, a person who could discard a divine weapon without batting an eye, so moved that she wanted to cry. "Let master help you again," Chen Chongan said, preparing to use his skill to repair the temple that had just been damaged by the sword. A stream of green light emanated from his hand, and the entire temple courtyard began to automatically repair itself. Astonishing Ling Baoer. The massive hole in the roof was also mended perfectly, as if nothing had ever happened. The entire dilapidated temple now looked grand, sparkling, and filled with spiritual energy, like an immortal realm. Chen Chongan smugly thought that such an environment was befitting of an enlightened master like himself, then glanced to see the little spirit sprite G had fallen asleep on his shoulder. Crash! The newly repaired roof was once again utterly destroyed by some giant, who landed directly in the courtyard. A burly, muscular man with an overwhelming aura appeared, introducing himself as Li Batian, the Cavern Lord of Evil Dragon Cavern, a 9th-layer golden core cultivator. "Where is Li Xiao? Tell him to come out!" Li Batian roared, searching for the whereabouts of the elder who had perished and the immortal treasure. Ling Baoer turned pale with fear, clinging tightly to her master. "Master, it's Li Batian. The evil dragon cavern people are here for revenge." Li Batian frowned, realizing Li Xiao was missing, and suspecting the immortal treasure had fallen into the hands of the Nine Swords sect. He sensed the dense spiritual energy in the area, praising it as truly the land chosen by the immortal treasure for its descent. Suddenly, another force also arrived, led by an old man with pink hair and a mask, the Ghostbones sect patriarch, Chi Chiantu. Li Batian showed clear displeasure upon seeing Chu Chiantu, also arriving to snatch the prize, muttering, "I didn't expect this malicious being to show up too." Chu Chiantu's gaze immediately spotted the little spirit sprite Ji on Chen Chongan's shoulder, chuckling. "Heaven favors my Ghostbones sect. There's even a transformed spirit herb here. I arrived first, everything here is mine. Get lost, Chu Chiantu," Li Batian roared, while the old Ghostbones sect patriarch retorted defiantly. "If you want it, fight me for it." Li Batian growled a challenge. "Fight, you say? Do you think I'm scared?" As the two grandmasters were bickering, a cold voice echoed from the ground. "Hey," I said. Chen Chongan, with the little spirit sprite on his shoulder, and Ling by his side, spoke with authority. "Whose precious land is this that you dare trespass upon, especially the one who keeps destroying my roof?" Li Batian glanced down, disdainfully. "Master of this precious land? Just you?" he roared, his aura exploding. "From now on, I, Li Batian, am the master of this land." A surge of power descended from the sky, utterly demolishing the temple roof, and he arrogantly declared, "I'll smash it if I want to. What can you do about it?" Chu Chiantu refused to be outdone, summoning several ghostly skulls. "Look in the mirror. This land can only belong to the Ghostbones sect." Chen Chongan watched the two factions causing chaos in the sky, muttering, "This arrogant attitude. That's right. They're here to offer me domain points." His eyes glinted with a cold light, as he thought, "But they are currently outside my invincible domain." Ling became furious, pointing directly at the two grandmasters in the sky. "What kind of attitude is that? My master is the most terrifying existence in this world. Li Xiao died by his hand." Chen Chongan simply replied calmly, "Indeed." Li Batian was utterly shocked upon hearing this, his voice full of doubt. "You killed Li Xiao, a Golden Core realm expert?" Chen Chongan nonchalantly explained, while Ling beside him was trying her best to appear intimidating. He stood up, and I sent him off in an instant. "What do you intend to do?" Chu Chiantu looked down from above, sneering. "Foolish. We cultivators have lived for countless years. How could a mortal's pretense of self-defense deceive us?" Li Batian also chimed in, his aura flaring around him. "A mere mortal like you," he growled, his killing intent surging. "I, Li Batian, have crushed countless lives." He pulled out a seal filled with resentful souls, his smile turning savage. "Not to mention the tens of thousands of mortal souls I've refined within this seal." "Did you just say you killed Li Xiao?" The two grandmasters stopped arguing, charging straight down to attack, their targets clearly Chen Chongan and Ling. "To hell with Li Xiao or the immortal treasure. These two must have taken it. Hand over the immortal treasure, and I'll grant you a complete corpse." While Chen Chongan was still bewildered, "Haha, surrender it?" Ling had already rushed forward to shield him, yelling, "Silence! Who gave you permission to speak to my master like that?" Li Batian recognized the pink-haired girl, his eyes turning dangerous. "Ling, don't think I won't kill you just because you're the daughter of the Nine Swords sect master." Ling pointed directly at Li Batian, yelling at her master. "Master, this old man Li Batian is a scoundrel. He was the one who ordered Li Xiao to kill all my senior brothers and sisters." Li Batian merely sneered contemptuously, completely disregarding the young girl's accusation. Ling was so furious that tears welled up, grinding her teeth. "If my cultivation wasn't too low to beat a Golden Core realm cultivator, I would have torn him to shreds." Hearing the insolent words, Li Batian flew into a rage, throwing his magic treasure directly at her. "You little brat, do you have a death wish?" Chen Chongan raised his hand, purple lightning enveloping him, his icy gaze declaring, "Within the invincible domain, I hold the power over life and death of all things." Li Batian's resentful spirit seal froze in midair, its dark energy nullified, causing him to shriek in terror. "What? My blood seal?" Chen Chongan coldly clenched his hand, asserting his absolute control. "Including your cultivation." Li Batian and the evil Dragon Cavern henchmen had their cultivation completely drained by an invisible force, screaming in helplessness. "How can this be? My cultivation." The system panel displayed a brief notification. "The cultivation of the three invaders from the evil Dragon Cavern has been reduced to the Qi refining realm." Chen Chongan casually put his hands in his pockets, muttering about cultivation ranks as if reviewing lessons, completely unconcerned by the chaos at his feet. Ling Bao froze, her eyes wide and mouth agape, unable to believe the scene that had just unfolded. She quickly understood the situation, turning to her master with a delighted expression. Master has crippled his cultivation to the chi refining realm, so now I can deal with him, right? Ghostbones, sect patriarch Qiuqiantu watched from afar, sweat pouring down. He's clearly immortal without cultivation, yet he crippled Li Batian? Could it be? Looking down from above, Li Batian's henchmen were already flattened on the ground. Qiuqiantu trembled as he made a judgment. Could he be an old monster of the nascent soul realm? Li Batian knelt on the ground, looking up and cursing desperately. You bastard! You're a nascent soul realm old monster pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Chen Chongan was speechless at his opponent's speculation, while Ling Bao beside him also threw up her hands. He stylishly waved his hand, ordering, "Go, Bao, my pet," and she immediately responded, "Yes, master." Ling Bao drew her sword, her aura blazing. Li Batian, I want revenge for my 9-sword sect senior brothers and sisters. Die. Even though he was crippled, Li Batian still boasted loudly. Your father couldn't even kill me. Who are you to think you can kill me? He mustered his remaining strength, growling, I am the lord of the evil dragon cavern. So what if I'm suppressed to the chi refining realm? I can still smash you to death with my storage ring. Ling Bao, full of vigor, pointed her sword directly at her enemy's face and roared. Nonsense. Give up your life. Li Batian still boasted loudly, summoning a giant glowing gauntlet and showing it off. A 4th-grade golden scale, magic treasure. Without further ado, Ling Bao swung her divine sword, her eyes sharp and resolute. A dazzling beam of light from the sword engulfed everything. Li Batian could only gape in horror. This. Only an empty patch of ground and Li Batian's shoes remained at the scene. The Ghostbones sect henchmen in the sky were completely stunned. Even Ling Bao herself broke out in a cold sweat at the weapon's power, muttering, This immortal sword is terrifying. Patriarch Qiuqiantu watched from afar, his eyes gleaming with greed. Such terrifying power. That must be a divine treasure in that little girl's hands. He calculated that, at this distance, he could swiftly kill Ling Bao and snatch the sword before she could react. A wicked and sinister smile appeared on Qiuqiantu's face as he prepared to make his move. Suddenly, Qiuqiantu froze, feeling a deadly gaze locked onto him. Chen Chongan merely glanced over, his expression nonchalant. Damn it, I almost forgot about him. Qiuqiantu turned pale with fear, sweat pouring down like rain, with only one thought in his mind. If I had moved just now, I would be dead. He immediately decided to retreat, telling himself to report to the ancestor first and then plan further. Meanwhile, Ling Bao had found a new target. She turned to the Ghostbones sect henchman with a bright smile. Oh right, you guys were also disrespectful to my master. Come here so I can chop you a few times. The Ghostbones sect henchman panicked, and Qiuqiantu shrieked, This is bad, run! But Ling Bao blocked their path, summoning 2 more radiant swords, and growling, Where do you think you're going? Blazing golden sword chi shot forth, piercing through the fleeing subordinates amidst their desperate screams. The system panel appeared before Chen Chongan, announcing that his disciple had just defeated 3 golden core cultivators, earning 1,500 domain points. Chen Chongan openly delighted that his disciple's monster farming also benefited him, immediately using the points to upgrade his domain range to 22 meters. Ling Bao trotted back to her master, innocently asking about the fate of the Ghostbones sect members trapped within the inescapable domain. Ling Bao, with sparkling eyes, asked her master a very innocent question. The Ghostbones sect is an evil sect that specializes in refining living people into ghost slaves. So how about we chop them all up? Chen Chongan was speechless at his disciple's bloodthirsty enthusiasm. Ghostbones sect patriarch Qiuqiantu shrieked in panic. Ling Bao, don't slander us. The old patriarch Qiuqiantu knelt on the ground, hastily explaining. Senior, my Ghostbones sect has been an orthodox sect for generations. There must be some misunderstanding with your disciple. He kowtowed repeatedly, shamelessly begging. I hope Senior will not stoop to the level of a petty person and grant this junior a path to survival. All the Ghostbones sect henchmen also obediently knelt, kowtowing like chopping wood, making Chen Chongan sigh in exasperation. Chen Chongan openly showed disdain, his voice full of sarcasm. An orthodox sect, you say? The trick you just used earlier. Do you think I'm blind? Chen Chongan's knife-sharp gaze swept across, making the air seem to freeze. Qiuqiantu broke out in a cold sweat, knowing he couldn't deceive this old fox. Knowing there was no retreat, Chuchiantu roared, ordering his subordinates. There's no other way, let's all go and kill him. The Ghostbones sect henchmen activated their cultivation, charging forward like moths to a flame. Chen Chongan merely waved his hand gently, and a burst of golden light erupted, sweeping away the small fry in an instant. Amidst desperate screams, the system panel continuously flashed numbers, indicating that domain points were rapidly increasing. In the blink of an eye, Chen Chongan had effortlessly farmed 450 domain points from the henchmen. Taking advantage of the chaos, Chu Qiantu had already fled without a trace. Ling Baoer reported in a panic. Master, this is bad. The Ghostbones sect patriarch escaped. Hell, reveal information about the divine item. In contrast to his disciple's worried expression, Chen Chongan merely smirked, completely disregarding the old man. At the Ghostbones sect headquarters, Chu Qiantu's face was grim, and he gritted his teeth, ordering, "Damn it, we must have the Grand Elder personally act to kill that brat and reclaim the divine item." A subordinate, pale as a ghost, ran in. His voice panicked. "Patriarch, this is not good." The subordinate shouted, "The ancestor who ascended 5 years ago has appeared. Everyone is going to meet him with the Grand Elder. Only you are left." The Ghostbones sect patriarch's face changed color, his voice trembling. "Ancestor? Did he truly appear?" Immediately, he shifted from fear to elation, as if he had struck gold. "The ancestor has appeared." At the Ghostbones sect ancestral temple, a figure radiating overwhelming death energy descended. Chu Qiantu and the elders hastily prostrated themselves. "Qiantu is late. Please forgive this ancestor." Under the terrifying pressure, Chu Qiantu was crushed to the floor, sweat pouring down like rain. What kind of terrifying pressure is this? An illusory figure with a distinctive mustache declared with full authority. "This immortal descends by the Lord's command." All the Ghostbones sect minions gaped in astonishment. An immortal descending to the mortal realm? An elder's eyes lit up, envisioning a bright future. "The ancestor is the strongest in our sect, far surpassing the nascent soul realm. With him here, unifying the world is but a trivial matter." The ancestor slightly furrowed his brow, and a violent surge of purple energy erupted. Chu Qiantu and his group were flung away like trash, screaming in terror amidst the energy storm. "An ancestor?" The ancestor growled a warning. "Discard your trashy thoughts and focus on working for this immortal. Otherwise, forget about domination. This immortal will send you all to your demise." Scared out of their wits, the entire group hastily kowtowed repeatedly. "We obey your command, ancestor." The ancestor assigned a task. "Before this immortal sets foot in the 9 provinces, your mission is to find the sacred sword left behind by the upper realm. Is that clear?" Chu Qiantu immediately seized the opportunity, rubbing his hands obsequiously. "Esteemed ancestor, I know where the sacred sword is." The ancestor glared, grabbing his collar. "Speak. Where is it?" The patriarch smugly revealed the location. The immortal's palace. The scene shifted to an ancient, peaceful edifice, bathed in sunlight. It was the immortal's palace. Inside the palace, Chen Chongan was tasting a dish, then turned to Ling Baoer, who was anxiously waiting. "It's all right. Add more salt next time." The protagonist sat in contemplation, calculating. The Invincible domain has expanded to 22 meters, but food is limited. He'll have to let Baoer go out and find more. He recalled, when he first acquired the system, he was just a rookie, but after upgrading, he gained the myriad life creation skill and comprehensive control. Looking at his disciple's still weak cultivation, Chen Chongan realized a fatal flaw. Within the domain, I'm invincible, but outside, I'm just an ordinary person. I can't protect her. I must find a way to upgrade her cultivation. Ling Baoer was happily picking up food when she was startled to see the little spirit Ji fluttering nearby. Chen Chongan had a brilliant idea. That's right. The myriad life creation skill can turn ordinary grass into spirit herbs, so why not use it to boost Baoer's cultivation? No sooner said than done, he grabbed his bewildered disciple's hand and pulled her along, declaring grandly, "Baoer, follow me. I have a cultivation technique I want to try on you." He approached her with an excited expression, calling her name in a frightening way that made Ling Baoer jump. Chen Chongan explained with an ambiguous tone, "I have a way to increase your cultivation, but it will be a bit painful at first. If you can endure it, you'll feel as blissful as an immortal. Want to try?" Hearing the keywords increase cultivation, pain, and bliss, Ling Baoer's brain began to overload, and her face flushed crimson. Her face turned beet red, and her mind immediately conjured up the legendary scenario of dual cultivation. She stammered, her 2 fingers pressed together shyly. "Master, Isn't our progress a bit too fast? This is my first time. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Ling Bao erupted and delivered a devastating headbutt to her master, knocking him unconscious. Chen Chongan woke up, trying to explain seriously. Don't be scared, Bauer. It has to be the first time for it to be effective. Ling Bauer panicked even more after hearing that. But after a period of internal struggle, she gritted her teeth, telling herself she must repay her master's kindness. She shouted loudly, her aura soaring. Ah, I'm ready. Master, just do it. Chen Chongan nodded in satisfaction, instructing. Very good. Keep your mind steady, or your life will be in danger, understand? Ling Bauer boldly replied. Bring it on. But then froze when she vaguely heard her master say something about dual cultivation potentially being fatal. Chen Chongan didn't give her time to compose herself, pressing his palm directly onto her forehead and shouting, Focus. A colossal surge of blue energy, emblazoned with the words, Myriad Life Creation, erupted, engulfing both master and disciple. Amidst the surging energy, Chen Chongan asked, How do you feel? Ling Bao's face was dazed, and she mumbled in a stupor from the overwhelming power. Finally, she regained her senses, her eyes wide with bewilderment as she realized the truth. Master, you just wanted to help me cultivate? Chen Chongan innocently replied. Huh? What else? Leaving his disciple speechless with mortification. Focus, I must give it my all. Chen Chongan strained, determined to boost his disciple. He commanded, Carefully feel the energy I'm channeling into your body. While Ling Bao could only respond with a bewildered look. Bathed in her master's energy, Ling Bao's face was dazed, and she exclaimed, Master's energy is so vast. She continued to murmur in ecstasy. It's filling me up. It feels so good. Chen Chongan checked the information panel, seeing Ling Bao still stuck at the Foundation Establishment's 6th layer. He frowned. Why is there no progress? I need to try harder. He snapped his fingers, increasing the energy output, deciding to go all in. Ling Bao immediately felt the pressure, her eyes wide, and she groaned, unable to bear it any longer. Hold on, Chen Chongan shouted, continuing to press his hand down, forcing energy into his disciple. He pressed a single finger directly onto Ling Bao's forehead, causing her such pain that tears streamed down her face. Ling Bao's entire body convulsed in the pink energy current, screaming in terror. Master, it hurts so much, she shrieked in extreme agony. Chen Chongan also broke out in a cold sweat, upon hearing his disciple's desperate cries. Master, I can't take it anymore. He realized he had overdone it. Damn it. Bao's body is about to explode from the energy. Bao, hold on, Chen Chongan roared. Once you've started, you must see it through, endure it, and you will be reborn. While she felt like she was about to perish, on the brink of life and death, memories of inheriting the Nine-Sword sect flooded back. Ling Bao growled. No, I cannot die yet. I haven't become strong enough. Her will to survive erupted, and she shrieked. I cannot die. The image of fighting side by side with her master appeared in her mind. I want to cultivate with master to the ends of the earth. How can I die here? Ling Bao screamed, determined to turn the tables. The moment her will erupted, a strange phenomenon appeared. Dark clouds swirled, and thunder rumbled across the sky. A colossal destructive lightning bolt descended directly from the swirling dark clouds, signaling an earth-shattering realm breakthrough. Amidst the golden domain, Chen Chongan proudly declared, Did you think I was dead? How dare you pull such tricks right under my nose? He held the exhausted Ling Bao in his arms, asking with relief, Bao, how are you? You made it through. Chen Chongan gleefully thought to himself about his disciple's potential, wondering how many levels of innate talent this body tempering would boost her by. A blazing red sword aura struck down from nowhere, accompanied by a resentful voice. Still flirting there? You'll both end up as corpses now. The forest beasts scattered in panic under the terrifying pressure of the lightning tribulation. Demon King Hong Yi, a nascent soul-level fox demon, sensed the unusual phenomenon and wondered if an immortal treasure was appearing. Standing beside her was Demon King Tuoba Ye, a brawny ox demon. Both felt terrified by the power of the lightning tribulation. Demon King Ni Hun, she, with cold green hair, remarked, Let's observe first. Ling Bao floated amidst the lightning storm, while Chen Chongan on the ground proudly boasted. Eve absorbed and transformed the power of the lightning tribulation into a high-intensity workout for her. The three demon kings, watching from afar, were utterly shocked to see the lightning tribulation suddenly vanish in an unbelievable manner. They were astonished to discover a girl floating in the center of the explosion, unable to believe their eyes. The will of the lightning tribulation let out one last resentful roar before vanishing. Damn it, you cheater. Remember my face, I'll kill you next time. The lightning tribulation had dispersed, and the three demon kings didn't hesitate, rushing straight towards the center to assess the situation. On the ground, Ling Bao sat in meditation, her entire body radiating brilliant golden light, while Chen Chongan stood guard beside her, ignoring the three figures flying towards them. Demon King Tuoba gasped upon realizing that the girl, only 18 years old, had already reached the Golden Core realm. Hong Yi was no less stunned, acknowledging that this was a peerless genius of humanity, a major power in the future. A series of system notifications popped up continuously, rewarding Chen Chongan with a pile of domain points for successfully cultivating a super-level disciple. All three demon kings shared the same thought. This girl was even more precious than an immortal treasure. She must be cultivated. Hong Yi declared bluntly. This is my future disciple. Both of you scram. Then rushed forward to snatch the girl. Tuoba Ye grabbed Hong Yi's coattail and pulled her back, roaring. What can a brute like you teach? Only the Tao of my heavenly demon and ancient fox clan is perfect for this girl. While Demon King Ni Hun, she was still bewildered. Demon King Hong Yi had transformed into a gigantic nine-tailed fire fox and charged into battle with Tuoba Ye. Ni Hun, she was no pushover either, transforming into a giant green python in response, roaring, what's there to fear? The victor becomes king, the loser eats dirt. Whoever snatches my disciple, I'll skin them alive. Tuoba Ye let out an earth-shattering moo, stopping the other two and proposing to let the girl choose her own master, forbidding any snatching. On the ground, Ling Bao woke up, still bewildered, while her master, Chen Chongan, munched on a sweet potato and inquired about her condition. Chen Chongan patted his disciple's head, praising her smugly. Excellent, you broke through straight to the third layer of Golden Core. At this rate, reaching nascent soul is a small matter. Ling Bao's face flushed red, unable to believe the truth, muttering that her Golden Core cultivation was already on par with the elders of her former sect. Chen Chongan nonchalantly tossed her a pile of storage rings. What's so great about nascent soul? Take these, they're a reward for your hard work. Ling Bao was shocked a second time when she recognized one of them as Li Xiao's ring, wondering, why is this scene so familiar? The girl stammered, asking if these were half of the Nine Swords sect's resources. And her master simply replied casually, of course I don't care for such things. Chen Chongan crossed his arms, thinking to himself, who said I couldn't cultivate? Within this invincible domain, I am a god. My small goal now is to expand the domain to cover the entire flying immortal mountain. While lost in thought, Ling Bao was suddenly startled by a voice calling from the sky. Little girl, look over here. Before her were three terrifying demonic auras. A snake demon, a fox demon, and an ox demon. All of them, demon kings. Demon King Tuoba Ye flexed his muscles, introducing himself. Indeed, my future disciple, your eyesight isn't bad. I am Tuoba Ye, the first-generation demon king. The Mad Ox demon held out three potent demonic golden cores, enticing her, become my disciple, and these three pills are yours. Breaking through to nascent soul will be no problem. Demon King Ni Hun. She brushed him aside disdainfully. What are three measly golden cores? Then held out an immortal fruit, promising to grant the girl eternal youth. Ling Bao's eyes lit up at the mention of immortality, while Chen Chongan was also curious about the fruit that could alter one's physique. Ni Hun. She secretly calculated that this fruit was originally intended for Hong Yi, but if he could exchange it for such a talented disciple, it would be a huge bargain. Hong Yi smiled charmingly, declaring that she didn't need a master-disciple gift, but would adopt Ling Bao as her goddaughter and impart the power of the nine-tailed fox demon to achieve immortality. Tuoba Ye and Ni Hun. She gaped, secretly cursing this fox demon for being too cunning. Who could possibly contend with an immortality offer? Hong Yi waved her hand invitingly. Come, follow me, dear, but received only a cold no from Ling Bao. The three demon kings gaped, completely frozen by the blunt refusal. Ling Bao crossed her arms, proudly declaring that she followed her master not to become an immortal, but because her master was the best, and becoming a god was as easy as playing a game. Hong Yi growled, asking who her master was, and Chen Chongan casually stepped out, hands on hips. That would be me. The fox demon went mad, screaming, You? An ant with no cultivation. What right do you have to be her master? Hong Yi continued to mock, believing he was just a mortal tricking a child. And Ni Hun, she chimed in, just an ant, kill him off and then we'll talk. Tuoba Ye, the mad ox demon, roared, his demonic energy erupting. Let me see what capabilities you have to claim to be her master. Ling Bao quickly defended her master, but Chen Chongan merely smirked, waving his hand provocatively. Come on, let me see how strong a demon king truly is. The mad ox demon strained with all his might, roaring. One finger of mine is enough to turn you into dust. Ni Hun. She realized the old ox had secretly upgraded his cultivation, while Hong Yi was furious at being robbed of the chance to show off in front of the disciple. A red lightning bolt struck down, but Chen Chongan blocked it effortlessly. All three demon kings stared in horror. Chen Chongan dusted off his hands, taunting Tuoba Ye. Hey ox, didn't you have breakfast? Why are you so weak? I haven't even bothered to move. Chen Chongan's eyes flashed red, murderous aura radiating. Or perhaps I should test my strength against the other two demon kings? He smirked, raising a single finger before Tuoba Ye's terrified gaze. Thwack! A gentle flick of his finger pierced through the ox demon's brawny body, blood gushing from a gaping hole in his back. Ni Hun, she and Hong Yi turned deathly pale, realizing they had provoked a formidable being. While Chen Chongan provocatively raised his middle finger, Tuoba Ye collapsed to the ground like a torn sandbag, and Chen Chongan casually looked at the remaining two. Chen Chongan put his arm around Ling Bao's shoulder, asking with a smile, Now what? Am I qualified enough to be her master? The two remaining demon kings immediately nodded frantically, hastily waving their hands. Senior, you jest. You are more than qualified, it's just that we were blind. Ni Hun. She offered the immortal fruit with both hands, bowing his head. It was our fault for disturbing you, Senior. Please accept this fruit and spare our lives. Chen Chongan secretly thought this snake was quite clever and was considering subduing all three of them to be his subordinates, while Ni Hun, she was sweating profusely, unsure if he was about to perish. Chen Chongan held an immortal fruit in his hand, and Demon King Ni Hun, she hastily asked the senior where he obtained such a rare treasure. The snake demon explained that this was a unique immortal fruit from the lower realm, secretly harvested from the Golden Serpent Sect ancestors' Phoenix Continent Forbidden Land. Chen Chongan frowned, realizing this Forbidden Land was in the same Phoenix Continent as the Longevity Sect, unexpectedly hiding such a formidable treasure from the upper realm. Demon King Ni Hun, she secretly prayed, hoping the immortal fruit and the Golden Serpent Sect's name would be enough to save his life. His stomach rumbled, and Chen Chongan nonchalantly handed the immortal fruit to Ling Bao. Eat it. Just leave the seed for me. Ling Bao rejoiced as if she had found gold, profusely thanking her master. Immediately after eating, Ling Bao's body radiated brilliant golden light, beginning the transformation into an immortal physique. The little girl obediently returned the fruit seed, and Chen Chongan took it, muttering, I'm sure it can be planted. True to his word, he casually tossed the seed onto the ground and activated it with spiritual energy. Demon King Ni Hun. She and Hong Yi sneered, mocking that an immortal plant from the upper realm couldn't just be planted by digging a hole. Instantly, a dazzling beam of light erupted from the ground, leaving all three demon kings dumbfounded. Whoosh! A young immortal plant shot up at an unbelievable speed, and Chen Chongan calmly declared, Plant melons, get melons, plant beans, get beans. I plant an immortal plant, so naturally, I get immortal fruit. Hong Yi realized she was a joke, while Chen Chongan smirked. However, one immortal fruit isn't enough to atone for your sins. All three demon kings turned pale, sweat pouring down like rain upon hearing the judgment. Immediately, they all kowtowed repeatedly, begging the senior for their lives and promising to reform. Chen Chongan crossed his arms and laid down conditions, his voice full of oppressive power. I'll give you a chance, submit or die, while secretly thinking he was overacting. Without a second thought, Tuoba Ye was the first to surrender. I, Tuoba Ye, pledge allegiance to Senior, Hong Yi and Ni Hun. She also hastily kowtowed, asking to be subordinates for the big brother. Chen Chongan nodded in satisfaction. From now on, call me master. Rest assured, I won't treat you poorly. Today, you'll receive an introductory gift. As soon as he finished speaking, he bestowed 3 streams of golden energy upon them, shocking them to their core as they felt their previously fixed innate talents being reformed. The will of the Thunder Tribulation roared bitterly upon seeing Chen Chongan. It's you again. Changing one person's destiny was already too much. How dare you buff all 3 at once? It furiously roared an empty threat. I'll kill you, you bastard. Tuoba Ye and Hong Yi were terrified upon seeing the absurdly powerful Thunder Tribulation, thinking this was truly the end. Chen Chongan calmly stepped forward, raising his hand to the sky with great poise. Don't panic. I'll handle this lightning storm. Lightning struck down from the sky, but instead of destroying, it was absorbed into Chen Chongan's hand. He smirked defiantly, easily controlling and absorbing all the Thunder Tribulation's energy. Tuobaye was utterly shocked to realize that the Thunder Tribulation not only didn't kill him, but was also healing and strengthening his body. Transformed into a buffing tool for the enemy, the will of the Thunder Tribulation cursed angrily before disappearing. Damn it, just you wait, I'll kill you next time. After the free lightning bath, all 3 demon kings now respectfully bowed before their new master, their aura completely transformed. Chen Chongan crossed his arms, acting like a big boss, casually asking how much his newly upgraded subordinates had improved, while Ling Baoer watched with wide, admiring eyes. Ni Hun. She hastily explained the 9-tier talent system, from red to yellow, and reported that their previous talents were at tier 6. Hong Yi placed her hand on the testing stone, and it immediately turned black, indicating tier 8, stunning her. Tuobaye was also eager to try it at once. Both Hong Yi and Tuobaye jumped up and down, celebrating like children receiving gifts, upon learning they had leaped to tier 8 talent. Chen Chongan lightly coughed, then casually declared, "Only tier 8? Later. I'll upgrade you to tier 9. Calm down." This left Ling Baoer stunned by her master's overwhelming power. All 3 demon kings unanimously swore to devote all their strength to their master, Ni Hun. She even reported his achievement of jumping from tier 4 directly to tier 8. Hong Yi respectfully offered the testing stone to Ling Baoer, inviting her to check her talent. Chen Chongan secretly thought that he had only used a bit of leftover power to buff the demon kings to tier 8, wondering how terrifying Baoer's talent would be, while Hong Yi confidently asserted that the little girl was definitely tier 9. The stone in Ling Baoer's hand flashed with the brilliant golden light of tier 9, then suddenly went dark, leaving the little girl bewildered and unsure what had happened. Hong Yi and Ni Hun. She stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed, not understanding why the stone had become transparent, as if it had never been used. Ling Baoer whimpered and ran back to her master, crying that her talent had vanished, while Chen Chongan also scratched his head in frustration, because the situation was completely off from the overwhelming scenario he had imagined. Demon King Ni Hun. She's face was tense as he proposed a shocking hypothesis. Could it be that Miss Baoer is already an immortal? Ling Baoer's eyes lit up, and she turned to her master, pressing him. "Master, is my talent immortal grade then?" While Chen Chongan nonchalantly replied, "Calm down. It's just immortal grade. No need to fuss." Chen Chongan began his masterful bluff, explaining that tier 9 was merely the limit of the lower realm, and above that were even more formidable tiers. Baoer's talent had surpassed the threshold, so that useless testing stone couldn't measure it, he pointed, making a bold declaration. "Just follow me, and not to mention an immortal physique, even ascending to become an immortal later won't be impossible." This left all 3 demon kings behind him, dumbfounded. Upon hearing this, all 3 demon kings felt enlightened, their eyes gleaming with determination to cling to this golden opportunity. "Master is right. We must stick with you, even if we have to bash our heads against a wall. We will follow." Chen Chongan chuckled inwardly, praising his increasing skill at spinning tales. Perhaps he should rename himself the King of Bluffs. Demon King Ni Hun. She immediately flattered, "Master, since Miss Baoer possesses immortal grade talent, please allow this humble one to go to Jeepa Mountain and capture a turkey dragon king to nourish her." Chen Chongan and Ling Baoer asked blankly, "Turkey dragon king?" While Hong Yi licked her lips and explained that it was a type of chicken with immortal beast bloodline, its meat exquisitely delicious and nourishing. Upon hearing about food, Ling Baoer's eyes lit up, saliva flowing freely, and she insisted on going. "Master, let me go. I'll go taste it no. I'll go test how much my strength has increased." Chen Chongan, helpless, had no choice but to agree. Meanwhile, in a desolate mountain range, Ghostbones sect patriarch Chiu Qiantu and 3 elders with profound auras gazed into the distance with eyes full of conspiracy. Ling Baoer joyfully flew on her sword, radiating dazzling golden light, with 2 plump turkey dragons tucked under her arm. As she flew, the little girl thought to herself, "It's late. Master must be very hungry. I need to hurry back." Her face beaming with delight. Suddenly, Chiu Qiantu and his subordinates soared up from below, laughing gleefully. "Ling Baoer, hey, we were just thinking of a way to seize the immortal sword, and you deliver yourself to our doorstep." 4 dark figures surrounded Ling Baoer, and 1 elder commanded, "Hand over the sacred immortal sword, and I will grant you a complete corpse." Ling Baoer turned pale as she recognized the enemies. It's people from the Ghostbones sect. She felt an overwhelming aura, realizing that besides Chiu Qiantu, the other 3 were formidable opponents. They must be in the nascent soul realm. Ling Baoer took a defensive stance, growling at Chiu Qiantu, calling him a coward who once kowtowed to her master begging for his life. But inwardly, she knew this fight was uneven 4 against 1. With 3 nascent soul cultivators, she had to find a way to escape. A purple-haired elder holding a demonic banner that reached the sky laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha. After killing you and seizing the sacred immortal sword, he bared his fangs with a morbid grin, swinging his hand to grab. I will turn both you and your master into my ghost slaves. A surge of invisible power struck, and Ling Bao screamed in terror as she was knocked off her sword. Suddenly, the immortal sword automatically unleashed a dazzling golden shield, blocking the old man's demonic attack. The purple-haired elder was utterly shocked, roaring, "You've reached the Golden Core realm? Just a few days ago, you were still a trashy Foundation establishment cultivator." Another elder muttered, realizing the potential danger. 18 years old, and already in the Golden Core realm. With such talent and enmity towards the Ghostbones sect, we cannot let them live. Chuchiantu ordered decisively, "Kill them, seize the immortal sword." The purple-haired elder concentrated his power, unleashing a bizarre skull-shaped attack that roared, "Die!" Ling Bao was overwhelmed by the demonic energy, and could only scream in despair. Boom! The dazzling golden sword energy collided with the deep purple demonic energy, creating a terrifying explosion. Ling Bao muttered, her face pale. "The sacred immortal sword blocked it, but my mana is almost depleted. I must escape quickly." The elder was furious that his full power attack was blocked and snarled an order. "Ling Bao, where do you think you're going? Pursue her." At the same time, back home, Demon King Hong Yi was playing mahjong, languidly urging, "Tuobaye, hurry up and play." Demon King Ni Hun. She also grumbled, "Hurry up. I've been waiting forever." It turned out that all the Demon Kings were being utterly defeated by Chen Chongan in the mahjong game. Chen Chongan won another round easily, fanning himself with an air of superiority. "My apologies, but it feels so good to utterly defeat you all." Tuobaye and Hong Yi angrily turned to argue with each other, blaming the other for being too foolish, allowing their master to win continuously. Tired of playing, Chen Chongan looked up at the sky, muttering, "It's so late. Why isn't Bao back yet?" Hong Yi replied while playing cards, "Master, don't worry. The Turkey Dragon King is just on Chicken Overlord Mountain, and with young Lady Bao's strength, catching one is as easy as pie." Suddenly, Hong Yi froze, her expression changing. "What's wrong? Why is young Lady Bao's aura weakening? Is she injured?" Chen Chongan maintained a calm expression, confidently saying, "What's there to worry about? Bao now has Golden Core realm strength. As long as she doesn't encounter monsters or cultivators above the nascent soul realm, she'll return safely." Tuoba Ye and Ni Hun, she whispered to each other, realizing the seriousness of the situation, but seeing their master show no reaction, they guessed that he already knew everything. Hong Yi narrowed her eyes, speculating, "Perhaps master is intentionally training Bao. Let's wait and see." Ling Bao was breathless, fleeing desperately with the Turkey Dragon King. Her face was haggard from exhaustion, and she had almost completely depleted her spiritual energy. "There it is. Master's stronghold is right before my eyes. Just a little more effort." But before she could rejoice, a gigantic demonic hand slammed down, and an enemy roared. "Anyone the Ghostbones sect wants to kill, even if they flee to the 9th heaven, it's useless." Bang! Ling Bao was sent flying by the attack, spitting fresh blood on the spot, while the Turkey Dragon King could only shriek in terror. A silver-haired, horned female general of the Ghostbones sect appeared, declaring the cat-and-mouse game over and ordering Ling Bao to be captured alive to become a demonic slave. Ling Bao lay slumped on the ground, her clothes tattered, her entire body covered in injuries. Suddenly, a dazzling golden orb of light emanated from her body, scattering the surrounding dust. The orb of light transformed into a streak of light and shot away, causing the minions to shout, "Immortal treasure, pursue it quickly." The silver-haired female general immediately accelerated, chasing after the immortal sword that had just revealed its true form. Clang! She seized the sword hilt while the sword spirit inside wailed helplessly. She marveled at the divine weapon's power. Its power is truly astonishing. No wonder a Golden Core realm girl could hold on for so long. Meanwhile, a pink-haired elder of the Ghostbones sect found Ling Bao lying motionless. The old man stood high above, looking down at his prey, a triumphant smile clearly visible on his face. Without further ado, the old man gathered a flame in his hand and snarled, "Die!" Whoosh! A streak of blood splattered. His attack was instantly blocked. A burst of white smoke erupted, obscuring everything, signaling that a third party had entered the fray. The pink-haired elder's face turned ashen, his voice trembling in terror. A demon. A monster. Demon King Hong Yi appeared, one arm embracing Ling Bao, the other transformed into a blood-stained sharp claw, her eyes blazing with fire. Who gave you the audacity? Are you tired of living? One of the demon kings snarled, exuding overwhelming killing intent. How dare you lay a hand on Master's disciple? You truly are tired of living. Demon King Ni Hun. She licked his lips, his voice full of sarcasm as he looked at the pink-haired elder, whose face was pale with fear. Don't struggle, or you'll die even sooner. All three demon kings were present, their overwhelming aura causing the Ghostbones sect elders to collapse to the ground, coughing violently. Ling Bao whispered weakly in Hong Yi's arms, confirming that Master had sent people to rescue her. Returning to the scene in the Immortal realm, the three demon kings were reporting the tense situation to Chen Chongan, while playing mahjong, worried that Ling Bao's aura was weakening. Chen Chongan looked up from the mahjong table in confusion. A challenge? What challenge? Hearing that his disciple was in trouble, Chen Chongan's face darkened, while Hong Yi still tried to explain that this was an opportunity for Ling Bao to grow. Demon King Tuoba Ye didn't beat around the bush, telling his master directly. Young Lady Bao almost perished. Chen Chongan slammed the table, his aura erupting, admitting he had been too impatient and ordering, Bao is my kin, bring her back safely. Chen Chongan's eyes flashed with deadly intent. The final command was issued. Anyone who harms her shall be killed without mercy. Returning to the present, Hong Yi was channeling spiritual energy to heal Ling Bao, realizing the enemies were three nascent soul cultivators from the Ghostbones sect. Hong Yi was alarmed to see Ling Bao's soul was extremely unstable, and she had to be brought back to Master for immediate treatment. The Ghostbones sect elders reappeared, laughing loudly. It's useless. The girl has been hit by my soul-devouring spell. Bringing her back would be pointless. The pink-haired elder arrogantly declared. Without me, that girl will surely die. Demon King Ni Hun. She sneered, exposing the farce. You're not very smart, are you? I heard that if you just kill the caster, the spell will automatically break. Demon King Tuoba Ye went berserk, his eyes bloodshot, roaring. How dare you use evil arts to bully Bao? This old man will kill you and make stew. The pink-haired elder was scared out of his wits, but still tried to bluster. 3 high-ranking elders of my sect are here. How will you kill me? The horned female general, one of the Ghostbones sect's major figures, hovered in the air, exuding terrifying pressure. I am a high-ranking elder. Do you intend to confront the entire Ghostbones sect? Demon King Ni Hun. She merely sneered disdainfully. So what, you old man? You talk too much nonsense. Chen Chongan's command echoed from afar, filled with killing intent. Anyone who dares to touch my people deserves death. Kill them all for me. Receiving the order, Demon King Tuoba Ye transformed into a raging bull, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Die, you bastards. Demon King Ni Hun. She wasted no words, unleashing a verdant energy python in a preemptive strike. The horned female general of the Ghostbones sect hastily erected a purple magic barrier to block the blow, but Tuoba Ye had transformed into a furious black shadow, ramming straight into the formation with brute strength. The horned female general was overwhelmed, cursing bitterly. Damn it, this idiotic ox's strength is monstrous. She was sent flying like a ragged doll by Tuoba Ye's devastating charge. Simultaneously, Ni Hun, she's colossal snake tail lashed out in a deadly arc. The horned female general and the pink-haired elder were mercilessly whipped, sent soaring through the air. The pink-haired elder shrieked in agony as the snake tail toyed with him like a plaything. Ni Hun, she coldly declared, just by slaying the spellcaster who cast the curse, young Lady Bao will be fine. The snake tail relentlessly pursued, giving the old man no second to breathe. Suddenly, a silver-haired female warrior covered in iron chains rushed out to block the path, snarling. Stop! If you want to kill our patriarch, you'll have to step over my corpse first. Ni Hun. She merely curled his lip in a sneer, flicking out his snake tongue with utter disdain. Meanwhile, Tuoba Ye, carrying the horned female general on his back, together they charged to decimate the Ghostbones sect minions. Back to Chen Chongan. He sat on the rooftop, calmly realizing, within the invincible domain, I can perceive everything, but am completely blind to the outside world. This is a major disadvantage. He clutched his head, his eyes filled with regret. If I hadn't let Bao go hunt that turkey dragon king, she wouldn't have encountered this calamity. Painful memories flooded back. He recalled the teaching that his eternal body would bring disaster to those around him, and now he couldn't even protect Bao. Chen Chongan gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger and helplessness. If only the invincible domain skill worked on myself, I could have cultivated to become stronger to protect my master. To protect Bauer, Chen Chongan ground his teeth, his eyes burning with hatred. I can't keep hiding in this turtle shell like a useless piece of trash any longer. Slap. He gave himself a loud slap across the face to clear his head, growling that this was no time for sentimentality. Chen Chongan resolved, his ultimate goal to expand the invincible domain across the entire 10,000 Great Mountains to protect those important to him. Suddenly, a colossal golden pillar of light descended straight from the sky onto the distant battlefield, shaking the entire region. Chuchiantu was fleeing when he was thrown by the aftershocks, muttering in fear. This nascent soul-level combat is incredibly fearsome. Luckily, I have 3 elders with me. It turned out to be the combined attack of the 3 demon kings. The horned female general and Hong Yi were caught in the epicenter of the earth-shattering explosion. The horned female general's defenses were torn apart by a red energy attack. She screamed in pain. Damn it, Immortal sword. A dazzling golden immortal sword tore through the air and flew away, leaving someone stunned in shock. Whoosh! The sword plunged straight into the ground right in front of Chuchiantu. The old man's eyes widened and his mouth fell open. Huh? An immortal sword? Chuchiantu was overjoyed, as if he'd found gold. He immediately thought of taking the sword back to the ancestor, intending to quietly abscond with the treasure. But then he reassured himself, putting on the air of a patriarch, that he had to shoulder the sect's future and couldn't abandon the 3 elders and betray his foster father. From the rooftop, Chen Chongan squinted, seeing Chuchiantu, and wondered, what is that Chuchiantu fellow up to? It turned out that the old man Chuchiantu was running for his life from the battle. He used the scattered flying rocks as shields, struggling to dodge the aftershocks from the explosion. The old patriarch's farcical flight continued amidst the chaotic battlefield. Suddenly, Chen Chongan froze in shock, his expression turning grim upon seeing a horrifying sight. At the epicenter, Ling Bauer was unconscious, floating within a golden sphere of light. Chen Chongan roared her name. Chuchiantu smirked sinisterly, realizing the 3 demon kings were preoccupied with saving someone and had lowered their guard. He decided to seize the opportunity to abduct Ling Bauer, and mocked them as mere brainless beasts. That wretched old man, Chen Chongan cursed furiously, then plunged straight down from the rooftop, rocketing like a bullet towards the battlefield. Chuchiantu, hiding behind a rock, froze when he saw a white shadow shoot like an arrow towards the light sphere protecting Ling Bauer. Bop! A thunderous strike landed on the back of Chuchiantu's neck. Chen Chongan had appeared right behind him at some unknown point, his face radiating killing intent. You've got some nerve. Chuchiantu was scared out of his wits, stammering, Senior. He couldn't understand why he hadn't sensed this man's aura at all. Just then, a blazing immortal sword shot towards them. Chen Chongan extended his hand, looking surprised as the weapon automatically flew towards him, a sparkling shard gently landing in his palm. The shard instantly transformed, becoming an incredibly cool combat gauntlet that clung tightly to Chen Chongan's hand, surprising even him. Oh, not a sword, but a gauntlet? Can it read my thoughts? Witnessing the unbelievable scene, Chuchiantu panicked completely, screaming in his mind, he can control the immortal sword, and it can even change form. There's no hope, run. Chen Chongan's eyes flashed with deadly intent, his voice cold as ice. You touched my person, and now you think you can run? Chen Chongan hovered in the air, his gauntlet erupting with flames of power, aiming directly at Chuchiantu, who was cowering in fear below. Die! Chen Chongan unleashed a destructive punch, his entire being transforming into a brilliant golden streak that engulfed Chuchiantu. Chen Chongan's face was filled with rage as he gritted his teeth and delivered the finishing blow without hesitation. Amidst the sea of light, Chuchiantu's desperate screams echoed. Senior, spare me. Calm down. Then faded into silence. As the light dissipated, Chen Chongan stood in the center of the clearing, gently holding the unconscious Ling Bauer in his arms. Chuchiantu's soul escaped, muttering in horror. Too terrifying. One punch shattered my body, but he spared my soul? Could it be that he didn't sense it? The old man, in his soul form, cried out bitterly, regretting 100 years of cultivation gone to waste, now just a wandering vengeful spirit. Suddenly, Chen Chongan paused, his eyes flashing with a strange light as he sensed a peculiar aura. Chuchiantu's soul also caught the familiar scent emanating from Chen Chongan, and he realized in horror, it's the eternal body. That's definitely the scent. The old man was initially skeptical, but then greed surged within him, and he decided that no matter what, he had to seize that body. The eternal body. This is my chance. Chen Chongan had brought Ling Baoer back, seating her against an ancient tree that exuded abundant spiritual energy. He checked his disciple's injuries, his eyes filled with worry and anger. Her injuries are too severe, you scoundrels of the White Bone sect. Just you wait. Sooner or later I will wipe out your entire clan. A surge of vibrant red life force gathered from Chen Chongan's hand, preparing to be channeled into Ling Baoer for healing. Chen Chongan used his life force to heal Ling Baoer, thinking to himself, good thing I arrived in time, otherwise the girl would have been gone. Ling Baoer woke up groggily, weakly calling out, Master. The girl felt guilty for not bringing back the Turkey Dragon King, but Chen Chongan waved it off. No need to apologize. It's my fault for arriving late. Under the scorching sun, Chen Chongan held his disciple tightly, his resolve for revenge crystal clear. The scene shifted. Another battle was unfolding. A gray-haired female general was struggling to fend off the attacks of Demon King Hong Yi in her giant fox form. The gray-haired female general unleashed a powerful spinning kick, but it seemed ineffective. Demon King Hong Yi roared, Die for me, then delivered a heaven-shattering blow, sending the gray-haired female general flying to the ground. Suddenly, a colossal pillar of light descended from the sky, interjecting itself into the battle. Chen Chongan's eyes flashed with intense killing intent. The gray-haired female general scrambled up from the rubble, cursing furiously. Damn these beasts, I want you all. Suddenly, she felt a piercing gaze on her. Chen Chongan had appeared at some point, his overwhelming aura forcing her to turn around. Which piece of trash dares to stare at this lady? Do you want to die? No sooner had she spoken than Chen Chongan vanished from his spot and reappeared right in front of her, his speed so great that the gray-haired female general could only widen her eyes in shock. He unleashed an incredibly swift hand chop, coldly asking, Nascent soul, correct? The gray-haired female general had no time to react, only feeling extreme horror as the attack was about to strike her. Chen Chongan continued his combo, swinging his arm to create a blazing red arc, sneering. Another elder, are we? The gray-haired female general was struck, staggering and completely losing the initiative, her mouth stammering incoherently. Chen Chongan remained standing, his oppressive aura making his opponent tremble and point a finger. He roared, Trash, then unleashed a lightning-fast kick, sending the gray-haired female general flying like a bullet. Chen Chongan stepped directly onto the head of his flattened enemy, raising his hand imperiously. Come here. From a distance, a silver-haired female general wielding a curved blade and a hooded man observed. The man was deeply shocked. Impossible. No matter how I look at him, he's just a mortal. Demon King Hong Yi reverted to her original form, laughing gleefully and warning the small fries. Haha, behave yourselves a little. Don't anger my master. Tai Shang showed disdain. Master? Demon Emperor? There are no immortals on this continent. I've never heard of such a thing. The hooded man worried. There are 3 nascent soul demon kings, plus one guy whose cultivation I can't discern. Should we retreat and wait for the old ancestors' plan? Tai Shang was annoyed that her comrade was captured. From afar, the scythe-wielding female general heard desperate cries for help. Tai Shang, Elder Tai Shang, save me. The White Bone sect. Master's soul appeared, wailing. I've been utterly shattered. Elders, quickly protect my soul. The scythe-wielding female general openly showed disdain. Useless trash. The White Bone sect master's soul was still in extreme panic, stammering a report. Tai Shang, I was right below there just now. The scythe-wielding female general heard the shocking news from her comrade, deeply stunned. The eternal body? Is that true? Tai Shang growled at the hooded man. What more is there to say? 100 years of cultivation was for this very day everyone attack. We've poured so much wealth into this, and you can't even deal with these beasts? The newly appeared green-haired Demon King roared, blocking the bull-headed Demon King. How dare you be disrespectful to my master? Chen Chongan smirked, his eyes glinting. All right, come on then. This is the eternal body you all dream of. I am no immortal. I am even more wicked than an immortal. He unleashed the fragrant aura of the eternal body everywhere, provoking, come on, quickly. The hooded man and Tai Shang took a breath, their eyes gleaming with greed. The eternal body. This scent, it's truly it. The green-haired Demon King and Demon King Hong Yi were also captivated by the scent, involuntarily exclaiming, So fragrant. A white-haired old man plunged down like a moth to a flame, screaming madly. Eternal flesh. I want to eat eternal flesh. Chen Chongan smirked. Come here, I'll grant you eternal life. Chen Chongan raised his blazing fist, challenging. Why come alone? Bring your entire clan here too. Bop. A heaven-shattering punch tore straight through the white-haired old man's face, a blinding golden light erupting. The old man flew like a bullet, embedding himself directly into the cliff face with an earth-shattering crash. Chen Chongan laughed gleefully, his eyes burning with a murderous red glow. The entire cliff face exploded into fragments under the might of a single punch. Demon King Hong Yi and the bull-headed Demon King turned pale as ghosts, trembling as they thought. Too terrifying. Is this our master? The system announced, Nascent Soul Cultivator, 4th layer, defeated. Received 1,200 domain points. Chen Chongan let out a breath. So exhausting. 1,200 points. Last time I killed 3 golden core guys and got 1,500. Chen Chongan looked down from above at the fallen gray-haired female enemy, calculating, 2 more left. This time I'll reap a huge harvest. Demon King Hong Yi and the ox-headed Demon King were still bewildered. The ox-headed one confessed, I don't know either. I just smelled something fragrant and rushed over. The green-haired female Demon King broke out in a cold sweat, guessing that her master must have used some kind of immortal treasure capable of controlling minds. From afar, the scythe-wielding female assassin cursed under her breath. Damn it, blinded by the eternal body's allure, this guy's cultivation is definitely higher than mine. Why didn't you say there was a master here earlier, instead of pretending to be a novice? You trash. The muscular man, buried in the rubble, gnashed his teeth in resentment. Tai Shang was also knocked out, furiously yelling, Where's that piece of trash? Did he run away? Her face contorted with rage, letting out a piercing scream. Seeing the situation was too disadvantageous, Tai Shang decided fleeing was the best option. How unlucky. Retreat quickly. A cold voice echoed from behind Chen Chongan. Who allowed you to leave? Chen Chongan waved his hand, and a mystical blue energy enveloped the space. Tai Shang was caught by the light, screaming in panic. You! What did you do to me? Chen Chongan smirked cunningly. Calm down, I'm just slightly enhancing your innate talent. She cursed him as insane, but then suddenly felt power surging and realized it was a genuine talent upgrade. Tai Shang was utterly stunned, unable to believe such a free buff existed in the world. The heavenly tribulation began to gather in the sky, but Chen Chongan merely looked up and laughed with delight. Good. I've been waiting for you. He waved his hand, directly throwing the heavenly tribulation orb towards Tai Shang, terrifying her. Not this trick again. Forced to absorb the heavenly tribulation, Tai Shang's cultivation soared from nascent soul stage 4 to stage 8 in an instant. She gasped, overwhelmed by the terrifying speed. With flushed cheeks, Tai Shang began to ponder idly. Why? Could he possibly like me? Hiding behind a rock, the Ghostbones sect master's soul trembled violently. Holy crap, innate talent? Cultivation? He can directly boost it like this? What kind of being is this guy, really? Demon King Hong Yi wondered why her master would upgrade an enemy, while the green-haired female Demon King could only reply vaguely. I don't know. Master must have his reasons, right? Tai Shang screamed in agony as she was forced to buff straight to the peak of the nascent soul realm, her body on the verge of exploding from the energy. The will of heavenly tribulation manifested, wailing like a child, sulking because Chen Chongan had once again used it to turn others into gods, then threatened to tell its father. Chen Chongan merely clicked his tongue, showing disdain for the heavenly Tao's tantrum. Despite her pleas, Tai Shang was forced to break through to the soul transformation realm amidst her desperate screams. A dazzling explosion of light engulfed everything. Chen Chongan stood there like a god, deciding life and death. The system announced the elimination of a soul transformation realm cultivator at level 1, granting 2,000 points. Chen Chongan smirked at the lucrative gain. Done with the task, he turned to the gray-haired female cultivator, lying flat on the ground. Ah, I almost forgot about you. The gray-haired female cultivator turned pale with fear, stammering pleas for him not to come closer. Chen Chongan chuckled faintly, his hand channeling the power of myriad life creation. Don't worry, I won't come near. The gray-haired female cultivator was enveloped by a brilliant golden energy, wailing miserably. No, don't kill me. Chen Chongan calmly declared, I won't kill you, in bestowing upon you a stroke of good fortune. He looked up, waiting, but this time the heavenly tribulation didn't bother to appear, making him wonder if he could just conjure one himself. Losing interest, Chen Chongan waved his hand. Never mind. A spray of blood erupted, and the gray-haired female cultivator instantly perished. The system added 1,200 points. Chen Chongan's gaze was sharp and cold, telling himself that this cultivation world was inherently a place where the strong preyed on the weak. The 3 demon kings trembled from afar, speculating that their master must at least be in the immortal realm, or even higher. The system announced it had detected a bug using heavenly tribulation to buff others, but it had a 1-month cooldown. It also suggested upgrading the Invincible domain to 3. Without a second's hesitation, Chen Chongan spent 5,200 points to expand his domain, increasing his invincible range to 74 meters. The Ghostbones sect, Master's soul hiding behind a pillar, trembled uncontrollably. Too terrifying. I must escape immediately, Chen Chongan called out loudly, his golden eyes locking onto the hidden soul. Still hiding? In my territory, do you think you can escape? Caught. The Ghostbones sect, Master's soul, spewed out a torrent of information, like a machine gun. From the secrets of the sacred sword and descending immortals to various trivial cultivation techniques, only hoping to serve Chen Chongan as a loyal servant. Chen Chongan froze, his brain lagging heavily from the amount of useless information the old man had just dumped. He let out a loud burp. Losing patience, he reached out and firmly grabbed the chattering soul. Holding the soul, which had been squeezed soft, in his hand, Chen Chongan smirked. Not bad. Besides these things, do you want to become a chihuahua? Chen Chongan asked, leaving the Ghostbones sect master's soul bewildered, not understanding what a chihuahua was. He tossed the soul to the green-haired female demon king, ordering, watch over it. Wait for Bauer to wake up, then let her deal with it, since these guys bullied his disciple anyway. Demon King Hong Yi gracefully approached. Master, then it's our turn too. But Chen Chongan cut her off, remembering the chicken Bauer had brought back and telling her to retrieve it. The Turkey Dragon King stood on the rooftop, sensing an ominous premonition as Chen Chongan decided to butcher it to nourish his disciple. The group gathered around the bonfire, vying for pieces of roasted chicken personally prepared by Chen Chongan. Demon King Hong Yi shouted, demanding a drumstick. Chen Chongan sat beside Ling Bauer, looking at the map and realizing his 74-meter domain was just a tiny dot compared to the entire 10,000 Great Mountains range. He urgently needed to farm points, he pondered. To farm points, he would have to use his eternal body and the immortal sword as bait, but doing so would drive the demon horde insane, and even the 3 demon kings and Bauer would hardly be safe. Then it's just you, immortal sword. Chen Chongan abruptly drew the sword, startling the sword spirit within. He pointed directly at the sword, ordering, you, right here, release all your treasure aura, lure all the demons and monsters in this area here for me. Chen Chongan flashed a sly, drooling smile, delighted with his plan to sit back and wait for points to be delivered right to his mouth. The 3 demon kings watched from afar, as their master performed strange actions with the sword, completely bewildered. Time passed, 1 hour, 2 hours, then 4 hours. All 3 demon kings and Tuoba Ye had long since fallen asleep, snoring loudly. The next morning, Chen Chongan sat dejectedly, covered in cobwebs. His monster-luring plan had failed miserably, and the sword spirit lay exhausted. Damn it. Why? He roared furiously. I waited all night, and not a single ghost or demon dared to approach? Demon King Hong Yi carried Ling Bauer, who had just woken up, and the little girl innocently asked if dinner was ready. The demon kings groggily woke up after a long night, yawning widely. Hong Yi even complained that the night dew had soaked her entirely. Chen Chongan thoughtfully bit his fingernails, his face radiating killing intent, trying to find a flaw in his perfect plan. While the Ghostbones sect master's soul hovered behind him, terrified. The Ghostbones sect master's soul hastily reported to Chen Chongan that he knew where the problem lay, causing his master to cast a glance. It turned out the problem was the 3 demon kings doing their morning exercises. Their overbearing, nascent soul stage aura kept the minor demons from daring to approach. Chen Chongan was speechless, his face darkening as he realized his troublesome subordinates were precisely the reason his monster farming plan had failed. Demon King Tuoba Ye was flexing his muscles to flatter Demon King Hong Yi, praising her profusely and making her visibly pleased. Without further ado, Chen Chongan raised his hand and coldly ordered, go. Preparing to discipline his subordinates. The system panel appeared. The cultivation of the 3 demon kings was instantly crippled back to the chi refinement stage, making all 3 panic as their strength and muscles suddenly vanished. The Ghostbones sect master's soul turned pale with fear before Chen Chongan's power, while he had already run off, scolding the demon kings to fend for themselves. Chen Chongan smiled perversely, whispering to the immortal sword that now it was just the 2 of them, making the sword spirit so scared it nearly wet itself. The sword spirit panicked, intending to flee, but Chen Chongan caught it in an instant with a disdainful expression. Dare to run? Get back here. He used energy to tightly bind the immortal sword to a tree, growling an order for it to release the full alluring aura of a treasure to lure enemies. Under duress, the immortal sword shot a dazzling golden pillar of light straight into the sky, signaling to the entire world that a valuable item was here. In some desolate place, a praying mantis demon raised its head, discovered the pillar of light, and wondered what it was. A gigantic six-armed monster also sensed the aura, roaring in astonishment. "Is that the immortal sword?" The six-armed monster laughed maniacally, overjoyed that with the immortal sword in its hands, it would no longer have to fear the human cultivators. Everywhere, from winged devils to ox-headed demons, all sensed the aura of the immortal treasure and began to act. A demon boss ordered its entire horde. "What are you waiting for? Charge and seize the immortal treasure. It must belong to our demon race." Thousands upon thousands of grotesque demons, blackening the entire sky, surged towards the temple like a flood. Chen Chongan stood proudly, both hands gathering energy, facing the surging sea of monsters with a cold, indifferent expression. He smirked, declaring that today, they were the ones who would be crushed to dust. A destructive surge of energy emanated from Chen Chongan, sweeping away everything in sight, and the system notifications flashed continuously, his domain points increasing as if hacked. After the massacre, the Ghostbones sect master's soul was scared witless, telling himself that from now on, he must be as obedient as a dog, while the demon kings were frozen in terror. Hours later, Chen Chongan stood amidst the desolate battlefield, with blood and fire still raining down sparsely, and demon corpses piled up like mountains. He glanced around, his voice cold and indifferent. "Oh? All killed?" The system panel appeared. Domain increased to 74 meters, points reached 3,400. But Chen Chongan still found it meager, not enough to upgrade the system. He looked at the immortal sword, chained as bait, sighing because he only caught small fry, while the sword spirit was weeping bitterly. Chen Chongan began to ponder, wondering why the nascent soul stage bosses still hadn't appeared, unsure if they were too far away or lurking in the shadows, eavesdropping. He turned back and called his new subordinates. "Hong Yi, Tuobaye, Nihun Shi, I have a task for you." The three demon kings immediately bowed respectfully. "Yes." Chen Chongan ordered with a sinister smile. "Go spread news about the immortal treasure in this temple to all the nascent soul stage demons in the 100,000 great mountains. The more who know, the better." He continued to ask, "Among you, who knows the roads in Yun province best?" The green-haired female demon king eagerly raised her hand. "Young master, I am from the Golden Serpent sect in Yun province," while Demon King Hong Yi also tried to interject to earn points. Chen Chongan assigned tasks. "So, Hong Yi and Tuobaye, go spread the news. Ni-hun, Shi, you go to Yun province to investigate which force overthrew the longevity sect, and while you're at it, find information about its sect master, Feng Qi-yun." He added a warning. "Report any news about him immediately. If he is in danger, protect him at all costs." He threw out 2 brightly glowing spirit pills, promising great rewards upon completion of the task, and all 3 demon kings immediately set off. A week later, at Flying Immortal Mountain, 2 experts from the Nine Sword sect appeared. Sect Master Ling Qingshan and Grand Elder Ling Hai. The old Grand Elder Ling Hai confirmed that Chu Qiantu said the dilapidated temple where Bauer resides is right on this mountaintop. Sect Master Ling Qingshan showed disdain. He even said the immortal treasure is in Bauer's hands, truly absurd. Both decided they must quickly bring Ling Bauer back to the sect, because involvement with immortals and immortal treasures would bring great disaster to the Nine Swords sect. Meanwhile, Chen Chongan was lounging leisurely, letting the 2 soul clones of the Ghostbones sect master massage his shoulders. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his gaze sharp, having sensed uninvited guests approaching. While Chen Chongan was lounging, he sensed a familiar aura. Realizing the Nine Swords sect master and elder had arrived, while the Ghostbones sect master's soul panicked at the appearance of more nascent soul stage experts. The Ghostbones sect master's soul turned pale with fear, muttering that he couldn't let those 2 old men see his pathetic state, and hastily sought cover. Sect Master Ling Qingshan and Grand Elder Ling Hai appeared with solemn expressions, surveying their surroundings. Ling Bauer suddenly ran out, holding a soup ladle, joyfully calling out, "Father, Elder Hai," making Chen Chongan dejected, knowing he would miss out on reward points this time. Ling Qingshan sternly ordered Ling Bauer to return to the Nine Swords sect, but the girl puffed out her cheeks and flatly refused. "No, I want to follow Master." Hearing the 2 words, Master, Ling Qingshan froze, his gaze becoming sharp and full of suspicion. He pointed directly at Chen Chongan, who stood with his arms crossed, an indifferent expression on his face. and disdainfully asked his daughter, "Who is this? This piece of trash? Are you kidding me?" Ling Baoer was utterly terrified, hastily warning, "Father, don't. Master is very powerful, he can slap a nascent soul stage expert to death. Don't anger him, I won't be able to save you." Ling Qingshan sneered, showing disbelief. "Humph. Slap a nascent soul to death? Your father can do that too. Why not boast that he can kill them with a single breath to sound more impressive?" Chen Chongan calmly replied, "Oh, that's a good idea. I'll try it next time." This brazen reply infuriated Ling Qingshan, who roared, "Let me teach you the immensity of heaven and earth." Ling Qingshan charged forward, intending to deliver a disciplinary blow to the arrogant young man before him. While flying in midair, Ling Qingshan suddenly froze, his eyes wide with terror as he sensed a terrifying pressure. Demon King Hong Yi and Demon King Tuoba Ye appeared majestically, their nascent soul stage aura surging forth, leaving Ling Qingshan stunned. Nascent soul stage demon kings? Ling Qingshan broke out in a cold sweat, telling himself that these demon kings were a level stronger than him, and if they fought, he would only lose, realizing this mountain truly harbored hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Demon King Hong Yi coldly asked, "Have you also come here to seize the immortal treasure?" Beside her, Demon King Tuoba Ye merely let out a roar. Ling Qingshan immediately backed down, hastily introducing himself as the sect master of the Nine Swords sect, stating he was only here to find someone, not to covet treasures. In his mind, the old sect master secretly thought, the demon race is full of unreasonable brutes. Regardless of that kid's fate, the top priority is to get Baoer away. Ling Baoer hastily ran to the center, waving her hand to explain to Hong Yi that these were her father and grandfather, not bad people, just a misunderstanding. The two demon kings were dumbfounded. Hong Yi immediately changed her tone. "Oh, so it's young Lady Baoer's family, my apologies," leaving Ling Qingshan with a bewildered expression, not knowing where to hide his face. Demon King Hong Yi gracefully reported to Chen Chongan that her subordinates had finished everything. Sect Master Ling Qingshan's jaw dropped, his eyes wide with shock. Ling Qingshan muttered in disbelief, while Ling Baoer frantically begged her father to stop jumping around lest he cause trouble. Grand Elder Ling Hai broke out in a cold sweat, deducing that someone called Master by two demon kings, whose cultivation he couldn't discern, could only be a deity. Chen Chongan smirked meaningfully, muttering about the Nine Swords sect as he asked the sect master again, "What were you trying to say just now?" Ling Hai hastily cupped his hands, carefully explaining that their sect master had only clashed due to concern for his daughter, hoping the senior wouldn't take offense. While Ling Baoer covered her father's mouth, Chen Chongan waved his hand magnanimously. "It's fine. We're all family," causing Ling Qingshan to freeze again at this divine logic. Ling Qingshan regained his composure, bluntly declaring that they had come today to take Ling Baoer back, for her future. Ling Hai's gaze was firm, reaffirming, "You won't stop us." Ling Baoer cried out in protest, adamantly refusing to go home and only wanting to follow her master. Chen Chongan calmly placed a hand on Ling Baoer's shoulder, declaring, "If she wants to go, I won't stop her. But if she doesn't, you have no right to force her." Ling Hai pondered, calculating. Even if the senior is truly powerful, is he capable enough to solo against the immortals from the upper realm? It's best to take Baoer away to avoid the storm. Hearing the words immortal descending to the lower realm, Chen Chongan immediately perked up his ears. The soul of Chuchiantu, sect master of the White Bones sect, overheard, overjoyed as if he'd found gold, thinking the ancestor was about to descend and rescue him from this place. The two old men from the Nine Swords sect continued to warn about Chuchiantu's sinister nature and the unpredictable power of immortals, advising Chen Chongan to surrender the immortal treasure to save his life. Chuchiantu furiously yelled from afar, cursing the two old men as beasts in human skin, slandering his innocence. Instantly, Chuchiantu's soul flew over and landed on Chen Chongan's shoulder, tearfully explaining that he was framed by those two old dogs and begging the senior not to believe them. He added a string of sickening flattery, claiming to be the senior's dog, willing to live and die for his master, with no designs on the immortal sword. Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai were stunned, realizing that the flattering soul was none other than Chuchiantu, a nascent soul realm sect master, now reduced to such a pathetic state. Chen Chongan grabbed Chuchiantu's desperately struggling soul, while the Nine Sword sect master began to doubt if this fellow was capable enough to solo against an immortal. Ling Qingshan whispered to Ling Hai that Chuchiantu, with only his soul remaining, still had to flatter this person, while Ling Hai confessed that he also couldn't discern Chen Chongan's true strength. Chen Chongan criticized old man Ling Hai for talking too much, making the two Nine-Sword sect members even more troubled, wondering if they should entrust Ling Baoer to such a person. Chen Chongan crossed his arms mysteriously, telling the two old men to just wait and see. Soon, guests would arrive, and he would show his true capabilities. The corner of Chen Chongan's mouth curved into a confident smile. "They're here," a voice rang out, calling Hong Yi's name, and the fox demoness immediately took a defensive stance. A horde of strangely shaped demon kings appeared, roaring and demanding to know the location of the immortal treasure and the immortal tree. Looking down from above, the demon kings glared at Chen Chongan's group, one of them asking if that brat was holding the immortal treasure. Hong Yi smirked provocatively. "Heh, that's right. I've been waiting for you guys for a long time." Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai turned pale, realizing these were the 10 great nascent soul realm demon kings, the first time they had seen them gathered in such numbers. Ling Baoer drew her sword to reassure them. "Father, don't be scared. Master is super powerful," then showed off that this was an immortal treasure given by her master, causing the two old men to panic and tell her to put it away immediately. The demon kings in the sky roared, demanding to kill everyone to seize the immortal treasure, their ferocious aura soaring to the heavens. One green demon demanded to take Ling Baoer back to care for her, while another demanded to tear Chen Chongan apart to nourish his soon-to-be-born child. Chen Chongan casually pointed at the two old men from the Ling family. "You two, watch closely." The young man began to pose, forming a strange hand seal right before them. Chen Chongan continued to contort within a shimmering halo, preparing to unleash some extremely bizarre technique. The demon kings froze, one muttering, "Is this guy seriously ill?" while another was furious, feeling insulted. Ling Qingshan broke out in a cold sweat, trembling as he asked his father if Chen Chongan could handle 10 demon kings. Ling Hai could only reply uncertainly, "Probably, right?" Ling Baoer hastily explained in embarrassment. "Father, grandfather, Master isn't usually like this, really." Hong Yi's cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Ah, Master is so handsome." Chen Chongan formed a cool hand seal, his eyes sharp, muttering, "Spirit." A wave of purple energy swept through. Before the demon kings could even understand what was happening, they began to disintegrate. The system reported good news. "Congratulations, host. You have received 10,000 domain points." Chen Chongan smirked and commanded, "Upgrade." Ling Qingshan's entire family and the two demon kings froze, speechless, watching the unbelievable scene. Ling Qingshan's jaw dropped. He killed 10 demon kings in a few seconds. Could it be that he has grasped the power of the laws? Ling Hai was no less panicked. Ling Qingshan broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling. Is he an immortal?" Ling Hai tried to calm down, dismissing it. "Impossible. Immortals cannot exist in Juzhou. The laws of the lower realm would suppress them." Ling Qingshan had a crazy idea. "Then he can only be the legendary immortal slayer." Ling Hai, upon hearing this, openly showed envy, wanting to immediately acknowledge him as master. Chen Chongan stroked his hair, self-satisfied. Reading manga really paid off. "This is so cool." Then secretly regretted that showing off didn't grant extra points. The system announced the upgrade of the Invincible domain to version 3, unlocking the new skill, True Immortal Path Understanding, while Chen Chongan floated amidst a stream of power. Suddenly, a strange scent spread. Ling Qingshan asked blankly, "What is this smell?" While old man Ling Hai couldn't help but exclaim, I want to eat it." Hong Yi and Tuoba Ye also took a deep breath, their eyes glazed over. "So fragrant, I want to eat it." Chen Chongan was startled and panicked. "What's happening? The seal on my eternal body is disappearing?" The entire Ling family and the two demon kings lost all reason, roaring and rushing towards Chen Chongan like drug-crazed zombies. "Give it here, I want it." Chen Chongan realized he had just endangered the whole team, hastily raising his hand to try and suppress the surging energy. A brilliant golden energy sphere exploded, crushing the charging crowd like a bunch of fools. The entire group lay unconscious. Chen Chongan broke out in a cold sweat, speechless. "Damn it. The upgrade removed the seal on my eternal body. What do I do now?" The system explained the new skill, True Immortal Path. Understanding, I am an immortal. My words and actions are truth. Chen Chongan's eyes flashed. "Let me try." The system explained. The True Immortal Path Understanding skill can use immortal chi to envelop the body, concealing even the deadly scent of the eternal body. Chen Chongan was speechless, complaining that the new skill's effect looked cheap like a light bulb, truly a poor man's item. The system announced a Salted Fish Gift Pack version 3. Chen Chongan's eyes lit up, shouting, Open it right now. Ding! The gift pack contained a Mirror Flower, Water Moon function card, and an Eternal Immortal Path experience card. But the good stuff could only be used once. Chen Chongan had a brilliant idea. What if I used this on myself? Wouldn't I instantly become an immortal and escape my useless fate? The system poured cold water on him. Only for items. Host is not an item. But then it tempted him. Spend 5,000 domain points. And this function can become permanent, unlocking new gameplay. Chen Chongan smirked, thinking this was a sweet deal. With enough points, why not go big? The system confirmed the deduction of 5,000 points, and the Invincible domain was permanently upgraded to an immortal land, where even mortals could become immortals. Suddenly, a beautiful, dreamlike blonde fairy spirit emerged from the void, awoke, and called Chen Chongan Master. Within the immortal land, the sect master and grand elder of the Nine Swords sect gaped in astonishment, seeing sparkling immortal runes everywhere. The blonde fairy spirit smiled, her eyes crinkling, looking incredibly adorable and full of spiritual energy. Chen Chongan casually clasped his hands behind his head, with Demon King Hong Yi serving beside him, muttering, "Spirit grass becoming a spirit." So this little fairy spirit was also made by Chongan. The sect master of the Nine Swords sect was still dazed, asking old man Ling if he had just dozed off and the entire place had transformed into an immortal realm. The old man could only attribute it to that senior's overwhelming power. Ling Qingshan grabbed his father by the collar, frantically asking about the immortal slayer's power, and was confirmed that the individual once single-handedly overturned the upper realm, beheading several immortals. An image appeared. The immortal slayer, radiating overwhelming aura, stood atop a mountain of corpses, one hand pointing to the sky amidst a blood-red firmament. Ling Hai's eyes lit up. The old man was overjoyed as if he had struck gold, thinking that with the immortal slayer as their backing, his Nine Swords sect was destined for prosperity and no longer needed to fear the Celestials. Ling Qingshan was still half skeptical, so Ling Hai grabbed him and scolded him fiercely. "You fool! Relying on his relationship with Baoer, do you think he would abandon us?" Ling Qingshan suddenly realized, his eyes turning cunning, and whispered a plan. "The Ghostbones sect is now headless. This is our chance to seize everything." Ling Hai nodded in agreement, believing this was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity with the Immortal Slayer's recent appearance, and they must seize it immediately lest they miss out on a great advantage. The sect master of the Nine Swords sect hastily greeted Chen Chongan, while our protagonist was still bewildered, holding the blonde fairy spirit. Old man Ling Hai and sect master Ling Qingshan bowed in farewell, while Chen Chongan was still playfully ruffling the blonde fairy spirit's hair and pinching her cheeks. Ling Qingshan put on a grand show, declaring he would single-handedly take on the immortals, while Chen Chongan merely thought to himself, "Excellent, more domain points." The sect master grandly announced that the Nine Swords sect would lead the cleanup of the remnants, telling Chen Chongan to just wait for good news, which only made the protagonist more confused. Ling Qingshan turned to instruct his daughter, Ling Baoer, to stay and serve the senior, changing his tune so quickly that the young girl was speechless. Overwhelmed by the teasing, the blonde fairy spirit's eyes spun before she fainted on the spot. With a poof, the fairy spirit shriveled into a tiny, winged form, leaving Chen Chongan agape, not understanding what had just happened. Chen Chongan immediately turned to Demon King Hong Yi, who was standing nearby, demanding an explanation for this reverse transformation. Hong Yi narrowed her eyes, seemingly having realized the truth of the matter. Hong Yi explained, "Xiaoban is walking the path of demonic cultivation, and to enter it, she must absorb the essence of the sun and moon." Hong Yi claimed that even she, a genius of the Fox Demon sect, took 70 years, while Xiaoban achieved it right after birth. This talent is truly terrifying. She just hasn't controlled it yet, so she can't maintain her human form. She added that with the right cultivation technique, Xiaoban could not only stabilize her form but also undergo new transformations. A rosy vision appeared in Chen Chongan's mind, an adult Xiaoban inviting him to rest his head on her lap. Chen Chongan immediately conceived a very sinister idea. Our protagonist pointed directly at Hong Yi, calmly declaring, "You are a demon king, and my most trusted subordinate. The task of nurturing Xiaoban is entrusted to you." Struck by the phrase, "most trusted," Hong Yi blushed, self-interpreting that her master was testing her loyalty. She mentally braced herself, believing this was a test set by her master, and swore to exert her full strength not to betray his trust. Hong Yi even planned for the long term, intending to use her master's name to bring Xiaoban back to her sect, solidifying her own status within the clan. Chen Chongan, with a serious expression like a national father, wearing a father headband, solemnly handed the little fairy spirit to Hong Yi and entrusted her. My future happiness and lap pillow depend entirely on you. Chen Chongan waved a handkerchief, bidding farewell to his subordinates, eagerly awaiting good news from the distant battlefield. Just as the protagonist sighed about the emptiness, he was startled to find Demon King Tuoba Ye still standing silently behind him. Tuoba Ye shamelessly insisted on staying to serve, making Chen Chongan furious, who yelled a threat to throw him into a hot pot if he didn't leave. Ling Bauer, eavesdropping behind the door, was also startled by her master's comedic act. A few days later, Chen Chongan tested a new skill, creating a snake-shaped clone to scout the outside situation. As soon as the snake clone left the safe domain, it evaporated without a trace. Chen Chongan sat slumped on the floor, angrily punching the ground because his clone had been destroyed twice, swearing that one day he would skin the snake that killed it. The protagonist snapped, declaring that lunch would be snake soup, and his disciple Ling Bauer calmly agreed immediately. The system appeared, explaining the mirror flower, water-moon illusion technique, which allows creating clones with varying strengths depending on the points spent. Chen Chongan mused that controlling the clone felt like wearing VR glasses to watch a movie, a somewhat strange sensation. He further explained that even if the clone was destroyed, it wouldn't affect the main body. Only the experience would be transmitted back. The protagonist lamented his extreme poverty, with less than 5,000 points left, only enough to exchange for a weak, nascent soul clone. Suddenly, Ling Bauer sensed a demonic aura, while Chen Chongan smirked mockingly. More monsters coming to offer their lives? Chen Chongan crossed his arms, his face full of provocation, ready to welcome new prey to farm points. A voice echoed, and a beautiful white and blue-haired fox demon appeared at the door, leaving both Chen Chongan and Ling Bauer stunned by her exquisite figure. The protagonist immediately switched to flirtatious mode, holding a rose in his mouth and uttering a cheesy pickup line to greet the beauty. The fox demon introduced herself as Bai Yue, sent by Hong Yi, which made Chen Chongan immediately serious, asking why Hong Yi didn't come herself. Bai Yue delivered a shocking piece of news. Hong Yi has been imprisoned. The scene shifted to a desolate battlefield, strewn with the corpses of 9 Sword Sect members, and Grand Elder Ling Hai collapsed in despair. It's truly over, Lord Xuanwu growled. Before, in the lower realm, there was only one immortal who crossed the boundary, but now there are 12 immortal generals descending to the mortal world. Another old general roared. Where is the immortal sword? Speak quickly. Grand Elder Ling Hai and the 9 Sword Sect disciples were crushed by the oppressive aura, trembling as they pleaded. Senior, this junior does not know. The blindfolded general grabbed Ling Hai's head, coldly performing the soul-searching technique, causing the old man to shriek miserably. Another general smirked sinisterly after viewing the memories. Interesting, this lower realm actually has a legendary immortal executioner. The group of immortal generals was half skeptical, believing the immortal executioner had vanished for 10,000 years. But the old man's memories showed he possessed the immortal sword. They began to boast loudly, confident that with the 12 immortal generals taking action, even if the immortal executioner appeared, he would only find death. The demon-faced general took the lead, shouting excitedly, "Let's go, let's meet the immortal slayer." The scene shifts to the cultivation grounds of the ancient Fox Demon Empress sect, where Empress Ningsu sat on her throne, sensing the dense immortal energy and surmising that an immortal had descended to the mortal realm. A fox demon attendant reported that Hong Yi and Xiaoban still refused to stay, and Hong Yi wished to see the empress. The attendant wondered, her voice full of innocence. "Grandmother, why must we keep that demon? It clearly has no cultivation whatsoever." Empress Ningsu snapped. "What do you know?" Then explained that Xiaoban was an extraordinary existence whose talent far surpassed the 9th rank, even though it was merely a stalk of blue-silver grass. Ningsu's eyes flashed with calculation, asserting that once Xiaoban began cultivating, it would ascend rapidly, and more importantly, it had an extremely powerful backer. The attendant understood, and Empress Ningsu stood up, coldly ordering, "All right, let's go meet the traitor." In the dungeon, Hong Yi was chained, while Xiaoban, in its tiny spirit form, was suspended in midair. Empress Ningsu and her subordinates entered. Hong Yi looked up, her voice weak. "Grandmother." The Empress looked at Hong Yi with authority, asking directly, "Hong Yi, do you still not wish to stay in the sect?" Hong Yi pleaded earnestly. "Yes, I do not. I came here for my master's mission. If you do not wish to teach Xiaoban, then please let us go." The young fox demon standing behind the Empress began to whisper and mock Hong Yi for having fallen so low as to take an ordinary human as her master. Hearing the small fry dare to insult her master, Hong Yi flew into a rage and roared, "Silence! You are not allowed to insult my master," then unleashed a palm strike, sweeping away the foul-mouthed rabble. Empress Ningsu and her remaining subordinates froze in shock at Hong Yi's explosive power. The Empress sneered. Quite a rapid breakthrough, surely thanks to the sect's excellent guidance, but Hong Yi brushed it off, asserting that it was all thanks to her unfathomably profound master, and that simply following him would lead to immortality within reach. Hong Yi continued to plead earnestly, "Grandmother, believe me, as long as we maintain good relations with my master, the ancient Fox Demon Empress sect will reap immense benefits." Ningsu scoffed, showing disdain. "Is your master stronger than an immortal? The strongest in the mortal realm are merely at the peak of the soul transformation realm, like me." The Empress pressed her face close to Hong Yi's, her voice full of menace. "Immortals have descended to the mortal realm. Sooner or later, they will seek out your master. At that time, he will only have death awaiting him." Throwing back a cold warning, forcing Hong Yi to choose between her life and her master's, Ningsu and her subordinates turned and left. Left alone in the dungeon, Hong Yi gritted her teeth, determined to find a way to escape. Meanwhile, Bai Yue was flying in the sky when she suddenly sensed an astonishing surge of immortal power. She worried that she had to find a way to leave as soon as possible. Bai Yue landed in front of Chen Chongan. Seeing his murderous aura, she immediately guessed that the senior had also sensed the presence of immortals. Chen Chongan bared his teeth in a savage grin, growling, "You ancient fox, demon empress sect, are truly audacious, daring to capture my people. Do you wish to die?" Bai Yue was stunned, realizing that Chen Chongan was not worried about himself in the face of the immortal's arrival, but was merely enraged that Hong Yi and Xiaoban were imprisoned. Chen Chongan stomped his foot, causing the ground to crack open, ordering Bai Yue, "Go tell your old hag, release Hong Yi and Xiaoban within 3 days, or else." He clenched his fist, his eyes burning with a blood-red glow. The unspoken threat and murderous aura said it all. "You will bear the consequences yourself." Faced with the terrifying pressure, Bai Yue could only bow her head, trembling in obedience. As Bai Yue was about to leave, she turned back and asked, "Senior, immortals have descended. Do you wish to?" But Chen Chongan cut her off with a nonchalant question. "Immortals? Are they strong?" He smirked arrogantly, showing anticipation. "It's good that they've descended. I've been looking forward to it, as fighting with mere small fry all the time gets boring." At that very moment, a colossal pillar of light tore through the night sky, descending directly to the ground, signaling that a new power had officially arrived. Below, a horde of various demons stood cowering, their faces drained of color before the absolutely overwhelming power. The subordinates of the ancient Fox Demon Empress sect turned pale, sweat pouring down like rain as they sensed the terrifying power from the sky. Empress Ningsu and her cronies gaped in astonishment. Not one, but 12 immortals. An unprecedented event that shook the world for 1,000 years. They recalled the scene where an unknown cultivator on Mount Flying Immortal stole an immortal treasure, causing a great disaster, and were certain that this time, he was doomed to die. Empress Ningsu smirked sinisterly, praising herself for making a brilliant move by imprisoning Hong Yi. Otherwise, her sect would have been destroyed. She arrogantly ordered her subordinates to observe and learn how immortals acted, while sneering that Chen Chongan stood no chance against the power of the immortal realm. In the sky, the figures of the 12 immortal generals descended, bringing with them dense immortal energy, causing the entire mortal realm to tremble. Suddenly, one of the immortals cried out, pointing down at Chen Chongan's residence. All the immortals' eyes shone brightly upon discovering an immortal land right in the mortal realm, complete with immortal runes, immortal energy, and even immortal trees bearing fruit. The general with the sinister grin and purple beard, his eyes bulging with greed, roared that they must seize this land and bring it back to the Black Tortoise immortal realm. Meanwhile, Chen Chongan stood inside his house, grinning widely as if he had struck gold. 1, 2, 12 immortals. My delicious prey has finally arrived. Outside, Chen Chongan stood waiting with a nonchalant expression, even as Ling Baoer and Tuoba Ye trembled uncontrollably. Ling Baoer fearfully clung to her master, but Chen Chongan merely scoffed, reassuring his disciple. "With me here, what is there to fear, little one?" A colossal pillar of pressure descended directly from the sky, its terrifying might suppressing everything. Tuoba Ye and Ling Baoer were utterly terrified when they recognized the person being tortured in midair. Ling Baoer stammered in panic upon seeing her grandfather, Grand Elder Ling Hai, being tortured. Ling Hai lay flattened in the rubble, covered in blood, as an immortal grabbed his hair and asked, "Are you the immortal slayer?" Nine Swords Sect Master Ling Qingshan roared in anger, questioning the immortals why they attacked an innocent person. The general, with a sinister grin, sneered contemptuously, treating the Nine Swords Sect master as an ant, and mocked that the entire sect deserved to be wiped out for daring to conceal the immortal sword's whereabouts. The shark-toothed general bared a savage grin, ordering, "Enough nonsense, kill him and reclaim the immortal sword immediately." The purple-haired general swung his sword. A brilliant golden light swept across, and the disciples of the Nine Swords Sect vanished in an instant. He gave no one a chance to survive. Another slash cleanly swept away the remnants. The blonde female general roared, "How dare you?" while Ling Bao's blood boiled as she realized the enemy was holding the immortal sword of the immortal emperor. Another bearded general screamed frantically, his eyes sparking with electricity. "How dare you use an immortal sword? Do you wish to die?" He summoned a colossal demonic skeleton, its terrifying pressure crushing down, causing Ling Bao to freeze, unable to move. At that very moment, Chen Chongan appeared like a deity, gently raising his hand to block the fatal attack. He smirked, his eyes sharp and cold. "You dare lay a hand on my disciple?" The bearded general was stunned, scoffed at by his comrades. "Old ghost, are you so weak you can't even crush a mortal realm ant?" he retorted indignantly. "Humph, I only used 1/10 of my power." The bearded general whispered to the sharp-chinned general, admitting that this kid had a trump card, but the other dismissed it. "What's there to fear? With so many of us, crushing him is as easy as pie." The immortal sword was struck away. The sword spirit within let out a tragic cry, then shattered into pieces. Ling Bao cried out in despair, "Master, my father is gone, and the Nine Sword Sect is also lost." The little girl hugged Chen Chongan tightly, sobbing, "I don't have a home anymore." Chen Chongan stood frozen, gazing at the Nine Sword Sect, now nothing but a pile of ruined ashes. His eyes were streaked with blood, and surging, killing intent erupted from him. He gently wiped away his disciple's tears, his voice deepening. "Don't cry anymore, my disciple." Chen Chongan bent down to pick up the hilt of the shattered immortal sword. His entire body erupted with a cold azure aura as he declared firmly, "Today I shall slaughter immortals to avenge you." The immortal generals burst into maniacal laughter, a plump female general and a flirtatious one scoffing, "Oh, how terrifying. Who gave you such courage? Kill us? A single spit from us immortals is enough to kill you." The pink-haired general ordered coldly, "The immortal venerable is losing patience. Retrieve the immortal sword, then just kill him and be done with it." The pink-haired general channeled her power, her eyes sparking with fire, and growled, "To avoid any mishaps, it's best to retrieve the immortal sword first. Come here." A minute passed in silence with nothing happening, only a crow flying by mockingly. The pink-haired general broke into a sweat, her face changing color. "What's going on? Why isn't the immortal sword responding?" The mustached general was also bewildered. This spell was taught by the immortal venerable. How can it be useless? The group of immortal generals decided to fly closer, assuming the distance was too great. Getting closer, the pink-haired general formed a hand seal again, enunciating each word, "Sword, come here." But in response, there was still silence. The sword in Chen Chongan's hand didn't budge. She was truly panicked, muttering, "Impossible. Could this brat have already controlled the immortal sword?" Chen Chongan looked at the sword spirit, which was shaking its head vigorously, and calmly said, "If you want to return, then return. I won't stop you." The fat general stopped the fox-eared general who was about to charge. "Let me deal with him." She held him back. "Wait, this person is very strange. Let me make the first move." The fox-eared general channeled her power, and purple energy erupted around her. She explained to her companions, "Heavenly thunder is the law of the lower realm. Upper realm cultivators cannot resist it, but I can use the immortal sword to kill him." A colossal lightning orb appeared, and the thunder tribulation will emerged proudly. "I, the Invincible One, have appeared again. Let's see which unlucky fellow ill strike down this time." The fox-eared general pointed down, ordering, "Strike down." The thunder tribulation will gleefully responded, "Striking someone down? I like that. Let's see who's the unfortunate one." The moment it looked down and saw Chen Chongan, the thunder tribulation will froze, and the shark shadow behind it also lost its grin. The thunder tribulation will broke into a cold sweat, silently screaming, "Damn it, why is it him again?" The lightning orb immediately turned and fled, leaving behind a curse. "No mood to strike today, goodbye, you idiots," leaving the fox-eared general dumbfounded. Chen Chongan sneered mockingly, "Is that all? You immortals look mighty, but in reality you're so weak. Truly disappointing. The mustached general's face turned red with anger, and he roared. Our immortal power is not something a mere mortal can compare to. Losing all patience, the group of immortal generals charged forward simultaneously, yelling, "Stop talking nonsense with him. Just kill him." Chen Chongan smirked defiantly, looking at the immortals as if they were mere small fry. "Oh, not bad? There are 12 of you?" He swung his colossal sword of light, growling, "My goods are a bit big, try to bear with it." A single slash tore through space, and the shadows of the immortal generals narrowly dodged the attack. One of them realized in panic, "This guy has changed. He's no longer a mortal. Quickly, get out of the way." The fox-eared general's face was pale, panting from her lucky dodge. But then she pointed forward in horror. "Wait, look over there." A colossal spatial rift appeared after the slash. The fox-eared general couldn't believe her eyes. The 9 provinces have their own laws. Mortals cannot possibly destroy a spatial rift. Yet this brat did it. The mustached general and his companions gaped, utterly shocked. How can this be? Only someone stronger than the laws of the 9 provinces could create a spatial rift with a single slash. The purple-haired general and the short, fat general were utterly pale. One suggested, "Perhaps we should retreat first and report back so the immortal venerable can send down a master?" The other could only stammer, "What in the world is he doing?" Chen Chongan casually reached out to touch the spatial rift, which was filled with destructive energy. Curious. What's this?" The immortal generals screamed in their minds. That's the power of spatial destruction that even the immortal venerable is wary of. Is he just touching it directly? Is he seeking death? Another panicked. Is that the problem? Don't you see, he doesn't give a damn? The rift automatically healed, and Chen Chongan clicked his tongue in disappointment. Tisk, it healed itself? I thought it was broken so I could complain to the system. The entire group of immortal generals stood dumbfounded, watching Chen Chongan stand in the center with his broken sword, his aura utterly overwhelming. Killing intent surged, and Chen Chongan narrowed his eyes with a deadly gaze, enunciating each word. "Are you ready to be crushed by me?" One general cried out in despair. "Charge, everyone!" I refuse to believe that all 12 of us immortal generals can't kill him. The whole group rushed forward like moths to a flame, determined to fight to the death. All the immortal generals charged forward simultaneously, determined to settle the score with Chen Chongan. Suddenly, they all froze, their faces turning pale as they realized they were bound by an invisible force. One stammered in horror. "Laws. This is the power of laws. We're doomed." Chen Chongan gently placed his hand on Ling Bao's head, his voice full of authority. "My good disciple, open your eyes wide and watch how the enemies who killed your father and elders die." The mustached general tried to shout a threat. "Brat, behind us is the Xuanwu Immortal Venerable. If you kill us, he won't spare you." Another female general chimed in. "That's right, the 9-sword sect is just a bunch of ants. It's not worth offending the Immortal Venerable for them." Chen Chongan sneered, a bloody glint in his eyes. "Be it an Immortal Venerable or an Immortal King, if they dare to come to Flying Immortal Mountain to find me, I will send them to the same place you are about to go." Upon hearing the death sentence, the immortal generals froze, sweating profusely as if bathed, utterly helpless. "The heavenly Tao of the lower realm is a coward. It doesn't dare to control you, but I do," Chen Chongan declared, his aura soaring to the heavens as the souls of the 12 immortal generals were sucked into brilliant golden pillars of light. With sharp eyes, he growled, "For this world, for the innocent people of the 9-sword sect whom you have killed, I shall enact justice." The immortal generals shrieked miserably in a sea of soul-burning flames, while Chen Chongan merely stood by, coldly observing the judgment. Demon King Tuoba Ye and the soul of the Ghostbones sect master watched from afar, their faces utterly pale from the horrifying slaughter. Chen Chongan turned to instruct Ling Bao. "Watch carefully, strive to cultivate and become stronger. Do not let down your father and their expectations for you." The Demon Kings, led by the Heavenly Fox Ancient Sect Empress, were stunned as they witnessed the immortals being incinerated. The Empress broke into a cold sweat, realizing that the fire capable of burning even immortals was definitely not ordinary. "That's immortal flame, it's divine flame," the Empress exclaimed in terror as the flames erupted fiercely. The entire souls of the 12 immortal generals were compressed and refined into a colossal elixir floating in midair. Turning immortals into elixirs, that's a rather gentle death, wouldn't you say? Chen Chongan chuckled sinisterly, looking at his creation. He smirked with satisfaction, a deadly glint in his eyes. The colossal elixir shattered into many smaller pills, further terrifying the Demon Kings secretly watching. The Empress was utterly shocked, thinking to herself, even immortals vanish in his hands. What is my cultivation base worth before him? Thinking about having imprisoned Hong Yi and Xiaoban, the Empress' face turned pale, realizing she had just courted death. I'm doomed. Bai Yue quickly reported the news, and the Empress immediately ordered, return them. Furthermore, we will personally go to apologize to the senior. Hopefully, the magnanimous senior will not hold a grudge against petty individuals. Returning to Flying Immortal Mountain, Chen Chongan held a pile of newly refined pills, feeling someone peeking, but then dismissed it as an illusion. Tuoba Ye and the Ghostbones sect master were ecstatic. All 12 immortals are wiped out. The senior is too domineering. Only master can refine immortals into pills. Chen Chongan smiled, satisfied with the spoils of war, but then suddenly froze. His face changed color, and he roared frantically, damn it! Where are my domain points? The system announced that the domain points were being processed due to their immense value, and Chen Chongan breathed a sigh of relief, having thought defeating immortals wouldn't count as experience. Suddenly, Ling rushed to embrace her master from behind, startling him. The girl sobbed in her master's arms, tears welling up as she thanked him for avenging her. Chen Chongan froze, his face expressionless, but in his mind, he secretly pondered a secret he couldn't yet tell his disciple. He told Ling to rest, saying he would later ask Tuoba Ye to take her back to the Nine Swords sect. Demon King Tuoba Ye immediately appeared, humbly offering tea, and fawningly claiming it was his 82-year-old spirit spring. Just then, the Empress of the ancient Fox Demon sect and Bai Yue appeared, bowing their heads in apology for foolishly capturing the senior's people. The Empress's face was pale, reassuring herself that she had only imprisoned them, not harmed them, hoping to escape this calamity. Chen Chongan merely growled, sit down. Terrifying killing intent immediately erupted as if the sky were falling. The Empress was so overwhelmed by the pressure that her soul nearly scattered. Realizing that just one of his fingers could instantly wipe her out, he sneered, listing a string of the Empress titles as Overlord and Emperor, then concluded with a cold remark, you've got quite some guts. The Empress frantically begged to die to spare her sect, but Bai Yue immediately knelt, preventing her grandmother from dying. Bai Yue was pushed away by the Empress, but she still resolutely begged to die in her place, even willing to do anything for the senior. Bai Yue's face was filled with determination, declaring that dying at the hands of a powerful expert like the senior was the greatest honor of her life. Chen Chongan uttered a philosophical remark about making friends and fewer enemies, showing that he didn't want to destroy their sect. He hoisted the stick onto his shoulder, looked directly at Bai Yue and asked, as long as I release your grandmother, you will do anything for me, right? He turned to the Empress, saying, then let me see your sincerity, then unexpectedly swung the stick towards Bai Yue. Smack! A sharp sound echoed as Chen Chongan used the stick to strike Bai Yue's backside, making her scream loudly. The Empress froze, watching her granddaughter being punished while the girl could only cry out in pain. Bai Yue screamed miserably, as Chen Chongan's stick continued to descend. The Empress could only kneel and watch helplessly, calling out her granddaughter's name in horror. The Empress bitterly realized that in this man's eyes, her entire sect was nothing more than a bunch of clowns. Chen Chongan smirked, secretly thinking this wasn't killing, but a warning. If they didn't know their place, their fate would be like the 12 immortal generals. He continued to swing the stick mercilessly. In the Empress's eyes, he was a pure demon. With blood flowing from his nose, Chen Chongan told himself this was a free meridian-clearing opportunity that Bai Yue deserved. Unexpectedly, Bai Yue challenged him again. Senior, you can hit harder, I can take it. Causing the Empress to rush over and embrace her. The Empress desperately begged Chen Chongan to stop, asserting that she was the one who had sinned. Chen Chongan indifferently tossed the stick to the ground, looking bored. He coldly declared, for Hong Yi's sake, I will spare you this time. Chen Chongan tossed an immortal fruit to the grandmother and granddaughter, saying it was a thank you gift for letting Hong Yi and Xiaoban help him clean up the sect. He sneered, explaining the philosophy of giving a sweet apple after a beating, a gentle warning for the Empress. The Empress immediately offered for the entire ancient Fox Demon sect to follow him, but he waved her off, telling her to wait until Hong Yi returned to discuss it and to get lost for now. With eyes as sharp as knives, he gave a final warning. There won't be a next time. Get out. On the way back, the Empress anxiously asked Bai Yue if she was all right. Bai Yue blushed, whispering that she was fine, even feeling her meridians were smoother and looking forward to the next punishment. The Empress was speechless, thinking to herself, it's over. The girl is truly broken. I must find a physician urgently. Finally, peace returned, and Chen Chongan stretched and relaxed when a series of system notifications appeared, accumulating domain points from wiping out the Immortals. He opened his status panel, and the number 240,050 domain points hit his eyes, making him gasp and curse. Chen Chongan grinned widely, his eyes shining like coins as he looked at the 240,000 domain points he had just farmed. He calculated mentally that if he used these points to expand, his domain would swell to 2,400 meters. Incredibly powerful. He was excitedly about to order the system to go all in on expansion, when he suddenly paused, another thought flashing through his mind. Chen Chongan asked the system about upgrading to version 4 and received the answer. It costs 50,000 points, but comes with conditions. The upgrade condition was to expand the Invincible domain to cover the entire Flying Immortal Mountain within 1 month to receive the title of Lord of Flying Immortal Mountain. He cursed angrily upon realizing his current points were only enough to cover 1/3 of the mountain. This system was getting more outrageous the more he played. Chen Chongan flat out gave the system the middle finger, sarcastically cursing it. You want the horse to run but won't feed it grass? I'm not upgrading. The system immediately threw out bait. Completing the mission would unlock a secret realm, containing cultivation techniques and magic treasures of ancient Chinese mythological figures. Hearing about the good stuff, Chen Chongan changed his tune faster than flipping a rice paper, declaring the entire Flying Immortal Mountain a small matter, and deciding to spend 190,000 points to expand his domain by another 1,000 meters first. The system confirmed the deduction of 190,000 points. The current domain range was 2,023 meters, with a remaining balance of 50,050 points. Chen Chongan leaned back in his chair, speechless, as he was back to being dirt poor and had to think of ways to farm more points. He suddenly remembered the talisman he had given to the 9 Sword Sect members, wondering if it had any effect. At the same time, at the 9 Sword Sect, Ling collapsed amidst the corpses of her fellow disciples, surrounded by a scene of bloody slaughter. The little girl sobbed when she saw her father's corpse, realizing that the 9 Sword Sect had been wiped out by immortals from the upper realm. In despair, Ling suddenly heard a call, and froze in shock when she saw her father and the entire sect still alive and well, unharmed. The little girl frantically asked what was happening, as she had clearly seen her father and grandfather killed by the immortals. The 9 Sword Sect master explained that it was all just an illusion. They were saved thanks to a talisman bestowed by that senior. He began to recount the story, remembering the moment he was about to leave when Chen Chongan suddenly called him back. In the flashback, the 9 Sword Sect master broke out in a cold sweat as Chen Chongan stared with icy eyes and said, "I'm thinking about how I should let you die." The sect master stammered, asking if he was blaming them, but Chen Chongan simply replied with one word, "No." In the flashback, Chen Chongan coldly analyzed, "The immortals might target the 9 Sword Sect first. Your chances of being wiped out are very high. We must plan 2 moves ahead." He offered the first option, extremely decisively. 1. Your entire sect moves to my place, and I will protect you. Abandon your foundation to save your lives, and rebuild later. He held out a dazzling golden talisman, offering the second option. 2. Use this talisman, an immortal Dao illusion array I just crafted, to deceive them. Chen Chongan warned bluntly, "I advise choosing the first method. The second is very risky, and even I am not entirely confident. Don't cause me any more trouble." The 9 Sword Sect master tearfully refused the first option, confessing that the 9 Sword Sect had no retreat once the immortals descended to the mortal realm. Chen Chongan pressed the talisman into the old sect master's hand. "Take it. Bauer is my disciple, so I also have a responsibility to protect you all." He smirked confidently, ending the flashback. "If everything goes well, just shoot off fireworks to let me know." Back in the present, Ling sobbed with emotion, while her father praised the senior as truly genuine, both powerful and righteous. The 9 Sword Sect master pondered deeply, suspecting all of this was within Chen Chongan's calculations, but also worried that the upper realm and lower realm were about to undergo major changes. Ling sniffled, asking about her grandfather, her hand fiddling with a small yellow creature, while the sect master explained that her grandfather feared being exposed, so he only kept a few people to deal with. But who would have thought? The 9 Sword Sect master suddenly startled, his face turning pale as he yelled, "Damn it!" He frantically pulled out a signal flare, panicking. "I completely forgot to report to the senior. I must report immediately." A signal firework in the shape of a super cool chibi Chen Chongan shot up into the sky, signaling mission success. In his domain, Chen Chongan smiled smugly, confirming that the 9 Sword Sect members were still safe. He began to mutter about the Immortal Tao, true understanding. This system had 3 functions: concealing aura, concealing appearance, and creating illusions, too perfect for playing tricks on the immortals. Chen Chongan recalled the testing process. Since the system couldn't take the domain outside, he came up with the idea of attaching its functions to an intermediary object, a talisman. He had gambled that the functions of the Immortal Tao, true understanding, would still work when taken out of the invincible domain and could deceive the immortals. And the result was, a magnificent grand hall illusion appeared from his hand, proving the success of his gamble. Chen Chongan plopped down onto his chair, propped his feet on the system console, extremely satisfied. I gambled correctly. Now it's time to test other functions. The scene shifts to the upper realm, to Wanzhou City, where a Black Tortoise festival was taking place with a troupe of dancers performing magnificently. In the upper realm, a white-haired elder was sitting and drinking wine, when another man approached to greet him. Long time no see, Brother Shengwu. The pink and white-haired man named Ling patted his shoulder to comfort him. Why are you sitting in a corner like this? If something happened, just say it. Your brother here will take care of it. Elder Shengwu drained his wine bowl, bitterly complaining. My life-bound immortal sword was shot down. I sent the 12 immortal generals to retrieve it. And the result was, suddenly, a spiritual shockwave struck directly into his brain, making the entire world around him seem to shatter. He clutched his head, roaring madly. Damn it. His eyes bulging, he gnashed his teeth. All 12 of my immortal generals have been wiped out by an immortal slayer in the lower realm. Ling showed surprise. The lower realm has such talent? Shengwu growled disdainfully. No, in my eyes he's just an ant, but he's protected by the laws of the 9 provinces continent. Ling smirked confidently. Just an ant, huh? Don't worry, let me deal with him for you. He continued to boast loudly, a phantom full of killing intent appearing behind him. I have an immortal slayer, not suppressed by the laws. Hand him over to me, and in 3 days, I'll bring his head and the immortal sword back to you. Shengwu burst out laughing, raising his wine bowl. Then I thank you, Brother Ling. Today we won't return until we're drunk. Just then, an announcement sounded. Fairy Yu-chan has arrived. A golden-haired fairy with an exquisite figure stepped out, her cold demeanor causing a stir in the crowd. Truly the #1 beauty of the Black Tortoise immortal realm. The fairy named Jiang Yu-chan glanced around, her voice as cold as ice. Noisy. I came here to borrow the immortal tree. 3 days later, in Chen Chongan's domain, a giant immortal tree, radiating brilliant golden light, stood majestically. Inside the hall, Ling was massaging her master's back as he lay enjoying himself. Master, is this hand strength enough? Chen Chongan half closed his eyes in enjoyment, ordering, a little more to the left. That's right. Having a disciple is truly blissful. He lazily asked, why isn't Tuoba back yet? Ling replied, he went to catch the turkey dragon king. He said master is too tired and needs more nourishment. The soul of the white bone sect master hovered nearby, fawning. Senior, actually, I'm quite skilled at massage too. Outside, Demon King Hong Yi said to Baiyue, thank you for bringing me and Xiaoban back. You can leave now. Hong Yi worried she would be punished for messing up, urging Baiyue to leave quickly, but the white-haired fox girl, however, looked delighted. Is there really a punishment? I'll stay here with you. Hong Yi praised Baiyue's kindness, but the white-haired fox demon secretly chuckled, thinking that if they weren't good sisters, she would have thought differently about their master. As she advanced towards the main hall, Hong Yi suddenly paused, hearing ambiguous sounds emanating from within. The suggestive shouts of Master and Bauer echoed out. Harder! Yes, press harder! Master! I'm about to die! Making the 2 fox demons outside blush deeply. Bang! Hong Yi burst through the door, her face panicked, thinking that Master and Ling were doing something dubious. But the truth was harsh. Ling was merely massaging her master's back. While Chen Chongan waved hello as if nothing had happened, Hong Yi froze, realizing it was just a colossal misunderstanding. Immediately, Hong Yi knelt prostrate on the ground, kowtowing and begging her master for punishment for failing her mission. Seeing this, Baiyue seized the opportunity, rushed forward, pushed Hong Yi aside, and eagerly volunteered. Senior, this matter was caused by my sect. Please punish me instead of her. Chen Chongan was speechless at the 2 girls' insistence on being punished. He scratched his head and asked, punish for what? Do I look like a great demon lord, always demanding punishment? Hearing there would be no punishment, both Hong Yi and Baiyue were stunned, and Baiyue's face visibly fell in disappointment. Chen Chongan secretly thought, girls these days are truly baffling. How can someone look so displeased just because they want to be punished? He decided to reward Hong Yi with an immortal ignition pill for her hard work, promising to refine more for her next time. Bai Yue was dumbfounded. The punishment she had longed for had completely vanished. She muttered to herself, determined to find a way to experience that strange pleasure once more. Chen Chongan sat alone, checking the system and realizing his domain points were depleted. He came up with the idea of creating a clone to go out and farm points. He chuckled gleefully, thinking about creating an immortal clone that cost 30,000 points, capable of roaming freely across the lower realm without fear of death. Ding! The system confirmed the point deduction, and a cool, dark shadow in Chen Chongan's form emerged from the void. The clone was created, identical to the original, standing still and awaiting orders with a cold demeanor. Chen Chongan tried controlling both bodies simultaneously, but processing two perspectives made him dizzy and disoriented. He decided to temporarily use only the clone's perspective. The main body lay down to rest while the clone opened its eyes, ready to depart. Chen Chongan's clone was extremely excited, feeling a surging current of power and confident it could smash 3 mountains. But he quickly realized this clone was just an empty shell, without cultivation or cultivation techniques, and began to wonder about learning skills in this cultivation world. He decided to search the system library to learn some moves, because even if the clone was destroyed, the main body could still farm domain points. The system displayed the true immortal path revelation, with 3 main functions, and he came up with a brilliant idea. Use the third function to create martial arts from novels of his previous life. Chen Chongan decided to experiment with a familiar move from the 21st century, the One Yang finger. He channeled his energy, focused all his power into his fingertip, and shouted, "One Yang finger!" Kaboom! An earth-shattering explosion blew away the entire area, and the ground cracked open into a giant crater. Hong Yi, Ling Baoer, Bai Yue, and even Chuchianta's soul were dumbfounded, their eyes wide and mouths agape at the terrifying destructive power. Chen Chongan joyfully roared, "System, you're awesome. I love you." Realizing he could now teach Ling Baoer some unique skills. With a cunning smile, he secretly pondered his plan to use these overpowered moves to lure more prey into his invincible domain. Chen Chongan emerged from the rubble, called Ling Baoer over, and offered to teach her the 18 dragon subduing palms or the 9 yin white bone claw, making the girl ecstatic and demand to learn them all. He lightly flicked her forehead, declaring that she shouldn't be greedy, and would first learn sword arts, the solitary 9 swords. The core principles of the sword art prediction, speed, and formless overcoming form appeared as brilliant golden phantoms, swirling around Ling Baoer. Ling Baoer sat in meditation, quickly entering a state of enlightenment, much to Chen Chongan's astonishment at the system's impressive visual effects. Seeing his disciple's monstrous talent, Chen Chongan told himself he also needed to cultivate more diligently, while Hong Yi and Bai Yue in the distance yearned to become his disciples. In a distant part of the upper realm, a golden-haired fairy with an extraordinary aura named Jiang Yu Chan blocked the path of an immortal lord, directly asking about the immortal tree in his possession. Jiang Yu Chan made an extremely bold offer: 5 high-grade immortal stones for 1 immortal fruit, an offer that couldn't be refused. The immortal lord blushed, awkwardly denying that he possessed the immortal tree, but revealed he knew it was in the lower realm. He revealed that the troublesome venerable Sheng Wu had borrowed his myriad manifestation immortal mirror to search for someone, and that person was the owner of the immortal tree. Jiang Yu Chan subtly curled her lips in thanks, secretly thinking that the ancestor's time was running out, and she had to descend to the lower realm to seize the immortal fruit as soon as possible. Several days passed, and Ling Baoer leveled up like a cheat, the system continuously reporting her breakthroughs from Golden Core 7th layer straight to 9th layer, with domain points flowing into Chen Chongan's pocket. The sky suddenly darkened, thunder rumbled, and the nascent soul heavenly tribulation was about to descend, making everyone look up. Bai Yue exclaimed in horror. "Young Lady Baoer is about to undergo tribulation." Chen Chongan and Bai Yue watched from afar, while Ling Baoer firmly gripped her divine weapon, boasting loudly, "Tsk! Since I can't beat Master anyway, I'll just hack my cultivation to get stronger faster." Without further ado, the pink-haired girl charged directly into the lightning cloud. A crack resounded, and she officially stepped into the first layer of nascent soul, her aura soaring to the heavens. The system immediately announced, "Disciple Ling Baoer has broken through to nascent soul," rewarding host with 10,000 domain points, making Chen Chongan's eyes widen. He questioned the system. "Killing a useless immortal got me 20,000, but a disciple breaking through a major realm only gets 10,000? Is this a bug?" The system coldly replied that the immortal's power had been suppressed, which was why the points were low. The system continued to explain the master-disciple relationship. After the upgrade, each time a disciple breaks through, the host will be rewarded manifold, making Chen Chongan roar, "Why didn't you tell me about this awesome function sooner?" Chen Chongan came up with a dark idea, realizing that instead of hunting monsters to farm points, he could turn his disciples into point farming machines for himself. With a cunning smile, he glanced towards Bai Yue, who was standing nearby, muttering, "Perhaps I should take in young lady Bai Yue as well?" Being stared at, Bai Yue blushed, her heart pounding. She secretly thought, "Senior is looking at me like that. Could he have read my thoughts and be preparing to attack?" Chen Chongan cleared his throat to break the awkward atmosphere, preparing to open his mouth and entice his new prey. The system interrupted again, explaining the reward tiers more clearly. Breaking through a minor realm only multiplies by 1, while a major realm breakthrough multiplies by 10. Chen Chongan flew into a rage, yelling at the invisible system panel, "Any reward is fine. Don't interrupt at such a crucial moment. You're ruining all my plans." Just then, Ling Bauer, having just completed her tribulation, happily ran over to show off. "Master, I've broken through to nascent soul." Chen Chongan immediately changed his attitude, giving a thumbs up in praise. "Well done. Faster than I expected. Truly worthy of being my disciple," while inwardly overjoyed at the prospect of a stable source of points. From a distance, Hong Yi and Bai Yue watched the scene with envious eyes. Hong Yi muttered, wondering how far she would break through if Master gave her an immortal pill. Suddenly, a streak of white light descended from the sky at terrifying speed, striking Chen Chongan directly on the head, much to his astonishment. He staggered back, clutching his head in pain, causing Ling Bauer, Hong Yi, and Bai Yue to cry out in alarm. "Master, Lord," Bai Yue rushed over, anxiously asking, "Senior, are you all right?" While Chen Chongan was still dazed. After regaining his composure, Chen Chongan explained that the streak of light was news sent by Ni Hun Shi concerning the longevity sect, then declared resolutely, "I must go to Cloud Province myself." Hong Yi worriedly asked Chen Chongan, "Master, do you need me to come along?" Chen Chongan flatly refused, stating he would go with a clone, and ordered her to stay behind to guard his main body, then vanished in a streak of fire. A blazing red gate named Netherworld slowly opened in midair. Inside was a desolate ancient city, shrouded in eerie white smoke and adorned with red lanterns. A hideous red-skinned demon was drinking something from a human skull, muttering that even after devouring all the cultivators in the city, it was only 3/10 full. It stood atop a mountain of skulls, laughing hideously, as it boasted that human cultivators had always been a delicious treat to fill its hungry belly. The green-haired immortal demon muttered to itself that as long as it killed Chen Chongan and reclaimed the immortal venerable's weapon, it would rightfully become an immortal. It pinpointed the direction of the 100,000 great mountains and shot off like an arrow. The demon created an earth-shattering explosion, roaring defiantly, "Chen Chongan, I'm here to kill you." Meanwhile, at the cultivation retreat, two voices rang out, realizing with astonishment that the person who had lived with them for days was merely a clone, and the true master's power was immeasurable. Ling Bauer and Hong Yi stood looking at Chen Chongan's main body, lying still. The disciple exclaimed in panic, "Isn't that master's actual body?" Bai Yue approached with a sly smile, whispering to the two girls, "He wouldn't know what we do, would he?" "Sisters, I have a bold idea." Chen Chongan's clone landed on a strange island named Ghost Island. He brushed leaves from his hair, muttering that the recent teleportation was too fast and careless, estimating he was several kilometers from flying Immortal Mountain. Chen Chongan scratched his head, sighing that although this clone possessed max-level cultivation and physique, it couldn't use any system functions outside the domain. Just as he decided to find someone for directions, he spotted a purple-haired cat demoness dazedly sitting up after being knocked into a tree trunk. A group of cat demon elders appeared, sternly demanding their young mistress, Miao, to stop causing trouble and immediately return to complete her mission. The purple-haired cat demoness snapped, "It's easy for you to say. You're not the ones being married off to a dying bald old man, so you wouldn't know the pain." Chen Chongan hid in the bushes, his face contorted as he wondered why cultivators' tastes were so peculiar nowadays. Ignoring their advice, the cat demoness charged at the elders, shouting, "Stop your nagging and taste this feline fist." Chen Chongan watched the drama from the bushes, noticing the 9th layer Golden Core cat demoness was being besieged by a group of peak Golden Core elders. This fight was a sure loss. He decided to intervene, both to save her and to conveniently find a guide. Miao, despite her best efforts, was still punched directly in the stomach by an elder. Chen Chongan made his move. An invisible sword chi swept across, blowing away all the cat demon elders. He stood tall, defiantly raising his middle finger and ordering, "Release that girl." A cat demon elder crowed loudly, warning Chen Chongan not to meddle in their affairs, believing his cultivation was merely on par with theirs. Chen Chongan sneered. With just a slight release of his pressure, the entire group of small fry clutched their heads in agony. Crushed by the pressure, Miao quickly crawled to Chen Chongan for help. "Senior, save me." Chen Chongan secretly thought this cat demoness was quite opportunistic. Miao immediately changed her tune, grabbing Chen Chongan's hand and pouting. "Senior is so strong. Miao has been conquered by you. Please let me serve by your side." Chen Chongan was speechless, wondering in confusion why the drama had shifted to a harem manga genre so quickly. The elders, flattened on the ground, tried to dissuade her. Some threatened, others pleaded with their young mistress to reconsider. Chen Chongan crossed his arms, coldly ordering them to shut up before he changed his mind, while Miao still clung tightly to him. Knowing they could do nothing, the elders quickly fled, not forgetting to leave behind an empty threat. "We will definitely return." Miao smiled smugly, secretly thinking she had latched onto a powerful backer. Now even her father couldn't do anything to her. She continued her assault. "Senior, from now on, Miao is your cat until death." But Chen Chongan cruelly refused. "I'm not interested in keeping a cat for now." Undeterred, Miao pressed on. "If you don't want a cat, then I can be your wife," causing Chen Chongan to push her face away in alarm. Miao clung to his clothes, pleading to go with him, while Chen Chongan began to explain that he wasn't familiar with the roads here. He said he hadn't learned the spatial tearing technique and needed a flying ship to travel, but eventually agreed. "Bringing you along isn't impossible." Chen Chongan grabbed Miao by the collar and lifted her, stating a condition with a serious expression. "However, you must satisfy me first." Chen Chongan sped off, grumbling that they needed to go fast before nightfall, while Miao trailed behind, overjoyed to have escaped the tiger's den. A strange hand picked up Miao's bell, which had fallen into a puddle of blood on the ground. The bald cultivator with a sinister smile appeared, radiating killing intent. "Young Mistress Miao, this humble monk has finally found you." Both landed in Ghost Continent Central City, a bustling metropolis with phoenixes soaring overhead. Chen Chongan unhappily told Miao to call him by his name instead of dear husband. Chen Chongan marveled at the lively atmosphere, realizing it had been a long time since he'd seen such a sight. While Miao still gleefully clung to him, he mentally calculated that covering this entire area with his domain would cost tens of millions of points. While Miao was still playing the role of a pampered pet, an old brush merchant was pestering a passing swordsman, advertising his wares as treasures, and even offering installment payments based on appearance. Pfft. The swordsman suddenly vomited blood from his mouth and nose, sent flying backward by an invisible surge of energy, to the astonishment of Chen Chongan and Miao. Chen Chongan cried out in alarm, "What the hell are you doing?" As he saw the swordsman still gushing blood like a fountain. Miao slapped her forehead, suddenly remembering something important, and hastily reminded Chen Chongan to lower his cultivation. She explained that his cultivation was too high. The aura he emitted was enough to crush mere mortals, and that fellow had just been pulverized by his pressure. Chen Chongan then realized that because he had been constantly fighting formidable opponents in the Immortal realm, he had forgotten that the chi refining and foundation establishment cultivators here were as weak as snails. The poor swordsman was scared out of his wits, scrambling to his feet and fleeing, muttering that cultivators in Ghost Continent were all truly powerful and not to be offended. Miao eagerly asked about the next plan and volunteered to be a guide, boasting that she had lived here for over 100 years and knew every path. Chen Chongan flashed a sly smile, secretly calculating that this girl knew the roads well, and her background seemed extraordinary. He could use her to find a flying ship to Cloud Continent. Miao began her act, complaining that because her father forced her to marry a cultivator from Futian Temple, she didn't want to, which was why she had been on the run for years. She continued to act pitifully, but Chen Chongan was speechless, secretly thinking this girl was troublesome. Perhaps he should just abandon her. He crossed his arms, looking suspicious, and asked directly, "Aren't you afraid your fiancé will chase after you?" Miao confidently asserted that he couldn't come, because he was a Buddhist son of Futian Temple, not allowed to leave the monastery, and although he had secretly sought her out several times, she had always driven him away. The cat demoness resorted to clinging again, declaring, "Senior saved me, I'll repay you with my body," causing Chen Chongan's veins to bulge as he warned that his patience had limits. Suddenly, A streak of purple lightning struck down from the void, enveloping a figure, causing Miao and Chen Chongan's clone to become vigilant. A group of muscular bald monks appeared. Their leader, with a swastika tattoo on his forehead, introduced himself as Jian Qian, a peak nascent soul stage cultivator, and greeted Miao with a sneer. Miao's face paled, realizing it was Jian Qian and the notorious 18 Asura Arhats of Futian Temple. Recalling her father's warning about their terrifying combined attack power, she worriedly thought to herself that Jian Qian was narrow-minded. If she asked for help, it would surely implicate the senior, so she had to find a way for him to escape first. Jian Qian clasped his hands and nonchalantly declared that he had come to take his fiancée Miao back for their wedding, causing the gossiping crowd around them to get excited by the love triangle drama. He leaned closer, his voice full of menace, reminding her that Miao's father was waiting at Futian Temple, using her family to exert pressure. Miao furiously cursed him to his face, calling him scum, while Chen Chongan's clone secretly cursed these bald monks for always bullying the weak with their strength. Miao had no choice but to concede, agreeing to go with the condition that her family and friends would not be harmed, while Jian Qian sneered, telling her to step over first. The cat demon muttered to herself, determined that as long as she lived, she would recover. If she escaped this time, she would definitely run away again next time. Chen Chongan's system suddenly chimed, scanning Jian Qian's information. Reincarnation of Sumeru Buddha. He needs to absorb Miao's destiny to break through to the Immortal King realm. The system also predicted that this guy was about to break through. Just then, Chen Chongan's clone reached out to stop Miao. He pulled Miao behind him, faced Jian Qian, and coolly declared, "Sorry, she's mine now. I refuse to hand her over to you." The surrounding crowd burst into laughter, calling Chen Chongan an idiot for daring to confront a nascent soul expert, and shouting for stretchers to be brought over. Jian Qian narrowed his eyes, radiating killing intent, disdainfully telling the golden core brat that he had no right to speak, and ordering him to get lost. Miao frantically tugged at the clone's sleeve, warning that Jian Qian and the Arhats were all peak nascent soul cultivators, and together, they could unleash a god-tier attack. Chen Chongan's clone replied with unbelievable nonchalance. "So what? In my eyes, they are just a bunch of ants." The crowd once again burst into uproarious laughter, mocking how golden core cultivators nowadays boasted excessively, deeming it the most ridiculous farce of the year. Jian Qian lost his patience, pointing at Chen Chongan's face. "Arrogant fool, since you're so eager to die, I shall grant your wish." He ordered his subordinates, and immediately, the 18 Arhats circulated their cultivation, radiating golden light that enveloped the two. With a cruel smile, Jian Qian snarled his final command, "Kill him." The 18 Asura Arhats roared, and simultaneously charged to attack Chen Chongan's clone with overwhelming momentum. Boom! The clone simply stomped his foot, the ground cracked open, and an invisible surge of power erupted. All the Arhats instantly perished, exploding into smithereens, leaving Jian Qian and Miao frozen in shock. Chen Chongan's clone made a bored expression, raising his hand in disdain towards the entire arena. "Is that all?" Miao hugged the clone tightly, her eyes wide and mouth agape, realizing this was a true master pretending to be weak to hunt the strong, while the surrounding crowd fell silent. Jian Qian broke out in a cold sweat, stammering as he realized his opponent was hiding his true strength, but still tried to boast loudly. "Calm down. I have a magic treasure that can even slay immortals." Whoosh! The bald man threw out a gleaming golden bowl, which spun rapidly as it flew towards Chen Chongan's clone. Jian Qian smirked, confidently showing off. "This is an immortal artifact from the upper realm, specialized in purifying demon lords. You won't be able to withstand it." Unexpectedly, the clone casually raised his hand and caught the bowl, leaving Jian Qian dumbfounded, then smiled in appreciation. "Good stuff." Enraged, Jian Qian roared, summoning a colossal golden Buddha statue. "Damn it, I want you dead." The Buddha statue unleashed a colossal palm strike, the universal Buddha light technique, aimed directly at the tiny clone below. The clone merely smirked, forming hand seals. "Let me show you what true Buddhist Dharma is." Roar! A colossal, fiery golden dragon was summoned from the void, its power completely overwhelming the Buddha statue. The distant crowd watched the divine dragon shatter the city, frantically screaming. Such terrifying dragon might. Could it be a true dragon descending? The golden dragon coiled tightly around Jian Qian, incinerating him in divine flames while he screamed miserably. Boom! A blinding explosion engulfed everything, and the system announced that the clone had eliminated a peak nascent soul cultivator. Miao and the onlookers turned deathly pale, their mouths agape at the unimaginable sight. The system delivered good news. Congratulations, host, for eliminating a reincarnated being, receiving an additional salty fish treasure chest and 20,000 domain points, which caught the clone's attention. Chen Chongan's clone calculated, realizing that farming reincarnated beings like this earned points much faster than sitting at home waiting for demon beasts to arrive. He was delighted to have discovered a new way to level up, but then felt regret because the clone couldn't open the chest, so he had to wait until he returned to his main body to unbox the rewards. With the task done, Chen Chongan turned to collect his debt from the young master of Wuzhou. I've solved your biggest problem. Now can you help me with something? He pointed towards a flying ship on the mountaintop and ordered, I'm going to Yunzhou. Arrange for me to get on that ship. Chen Chongan muttered about the news that his master was being hunted by 3 great clans in Yunzhou, and the young master of Wuzhou scurried off to make arrangements immediately. While Chen Chongan was still worrying about his master, the young master of Wuzhou flew over and hugged him tightly, her face beaming with joy. A few hours later, in a certain room, groans echoed. Ah, I can't take this anymore. Ling Bao's face was flushed, looking at the radiant blonde fairy spirit, and muttering, Master. Inside, Bai Yue and Hong Yi were panting, their faces pale from exhaustion, yet still mesmerized. Senior, he is truly amazing. Ling Bao was annoyed and jealous of the 2 demonesses. Next time it must be my turn, right? You 2 can't steal him from me. Hong Yi turned back with a provocative expression, enticingly saying, I won't steal him from you, we can go together. Suddenly, streaks of dark demonic energy tore through the sky, signaling an ominous sign. Ling Bao and the 2 demonesses immediately felt a terrifying pressure, their faces changing color. Something bad is happening. Whoosh! A series of colossal stone greatswords descended from the sky, plunging into the ground. The sect master of the 9 Swords sect realized that enemies from the upper realm were targeting their benefactor, and immediately summoned the elders. Go, we must repay the senior. Crack! All members of the 9 Swords sect joined forces, creating a colossal icy sword energy formation. The empress of the ancient heavenly fox demon sect and her subordinates could only gape in horror at the earth-shattering sight. What? What is that? The empress showed a look of disgust. Another immortal from the upper realm, truly endless. Do you think this lower realm has no one? She reassured the frightened little fox spirits and declared, the ancient heavenly fox demon sect has submitted to the senior, so helping him is only natural. The empress sensed that this pressure was even more terrifying than that of the 12 immortal generals before, causing the entire 100,000 great mountains to tremble. She roared a command, calling on all nascent soul experts and above to attack together, and a barrage of demon race energy arrows shot into the sky. Crash! A skeletal ancient demon with green hair appeared amidst a cloud of red smoke. It laughed maniacally. Is this where those immortal generals met their end? Ha ha ha. The red-skinned, black-haired demon, having just descended to the mortal realm, roared madly, directly calling for Chen Chongan to come forth and die. Ling Bao rushed out to block its path, but the demon scornfully dismissed her as a mere insect in its way, then swung its arm to attack. A surge of blazing red demonic energy erupted like a tsunami, aimed directly at Ling Bao and her companions. The demonic energy violently clashed with the attacks from Ling Bao, Bai Yue, and Hong Yi. Ling Bao drew her divine sword, growling, Get out of here! The demon recognized a valuable item, muttering, An immortal sword? It grinned sinisterly, calculating that if it seized the immortal sword first, victory would be automatic, eliminating the need for tiresome combat. Suddenly, Ling Bao was yanked back towards the demon by an invisible force, losing complete control, to the horror of Bai Yue and Hong Yi. The red-skinned demon seized Ling Bao from behind, flatly declaring, This sword is mine. Ling Bao furiously tensed her arm, trying to unleash a sword technique to resist. This sword was given to me by my master. You have no right. The demon's hair suddenly lengthened, transforming into living chains that tightly bound her arms, nullifying all her efforts. It roared right into Ling Bao's face, its voice filled with murderous intent. Do you wish to die? Ling Bao's sword energy and the demon's demonic energy clashed fiercely in midair. Despite her best efforts, Ling Bao was completely overwhelmed by the demon's power. The demon sneered, deeming this sneak attack too naive. Just then, Bai Yue lunged forward with a blazing pink attack. Bai Yue's attack struck an invisible demonic energy shield and was mercilessly repelled. Bai Yue was sent flying a great distance, spitting blood due to the immense power disparity. The demon grabbed Bai Yue's tail, declaring it would devour her, and then it would be Chen Chongan's turn. A surge of pitch-black demonic energy enveloped the foxtail, preparing to crush it. At this critical moment, a colossal white nine-tailed fox appeared in the sky, carrying its entire sect, causing Hong Yi to joyfully shout, "Grandmother!" The nine-tailed fox empress, having just landed, ordered Hong Yi to take the heavily injured Ling Baoer to the rear. The Grand Elder of the Nine Swords sect wondered why only Ling Baoer was there. The weak girl explained that her master only controlled a clone outside, while his true body was still sleeping. The sect master of the Nine Swords sect's face changed color, realizing their side had been too careless to encounter the green-haired demon, a bringer of hell across Ghost Continent. The green-haired demon let out a savage laugh, truly a devil, straight from hell. The nine-tailed fox empress, in her colossal fox form, instructed Hong Yi to find a way to awaken Chen Chongan, as their side could only hold off this demon for a short while. The nine-tailed fox empress roared, summoning the cultivators of the Nine Swords sect to charge forward and assist. The green-haired demon stood amidst the encirclement of demonic energy, sneeringly calling the crowd a swarm of ants, declaring it would clear away these small fries first. He unleashed an attack that swept across the entire battlefield, blazing red demonic energy engulfing everything, blowing away cultivators from the Nine Swords sect and members of the demon race alike. The nine-tailed fox empress reverted to her human form, spitting blood and realizing her spiritual domain was utterly useless against the opponent's power. The sect master of the Nine Swords sect explained that in the lower realm, apart from high-level celestials, only an immortal slayer could disregard the rules, and Chen Chongan was certainly an existence of that caliber. The green-haired demon hovered in the air, exuding an absolutely overwhelming aura. He landed, stepping directly onto the motionless Bai Yue. The demon seized Bai Yue with a rope, sneering that Chen Chongan still hadn't dared to show his face despite such a long battle. He leaned close to Bai Yue, declaring he would devour her first, and then it would be Chen Chongan's turn. The demon suddenly paused, feeling something was amiss, because everything was too easy. It suspected that these small fries daring to confront it was part of Chen Chongan's scheme. He pointed towards the crowd, roaring that Chen Chongan was playing cat and mouse, threatening to devour Bai Yue right in front of everyone to force him to appear. Bai Yue, despite being held hostage, cried out with spirit, declaring that the ancient Heavenly Fox sect had surrendered to their benefactor, and she would rather die than betray him. Hong Yi, unable to contain her anger, was about to charge forward, but was held back by the nine-tailed fox empress, who advised her not to act foolishly. The nine-tailed fox empress shouted loudly, offering herself to the demon instead of Bai Yue, confident that her soul transformation cultivation and pure spiritual power were far more nourishing. The red-skinned demon sneered, ignoring the nine-tailed fox empress's offer and deciding to devour Bai Yue first. "I've seen through your trick," he roared, biting into Bai Yue, amidst the nine-tailed fox empress' desperate cry. The system issued a red alert. Followers and host are in mortal danger. The nine-tailed fox empress braced herself, preferring death over letting her senior suffer harm. Just as the demon's fangs were about to crush Bai Yue, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared, blocking the attack. A brilliant golden explosion sent the demon flying far away, saving Bai Yue from the jaws of death. The nine-tailed fox empress gasped, unable to believe her eyes at this sudden intervention. Chen Chongan appeared like a deity, catching the fainting nine-tailed fox empress in his arms. The nine-tailed fox empress whispered in a daze, trying to warn him. "Senior, beware of the evil demon." Chen Chongan calmly reassured her. "Don't be afraid. I am here. Go to sleep." Turning to the demon, Chen Chongan's eyes blazed with murderous intent. "You've had your fun. Now, let me deal with this scoundrel." The demon furiously charged with a full power attack, roaring, "Die!" But Chen Chongan merely effortlessly seized it like catching a chicken, coldly declaring, "You've been idle for too long. It's time to stretch your limbs." Without any resistance, the demon was utterly thrashed by Chen Chongan, screaming miserably. Chen Chongan unleashed a continuous combo of punches and kicks, mercilessly pummeling the demon into a pulp. The colossal demon was flattened, lying motionless at Chen Chongan's feet, completely stripped of its initial arrogance. Beaten to a pulp, the demon shrieked in madness and indignation. "Devour you! Devour you!" Chen Chongan continued the torture with a barrage of blows, punching the demon until it couldn't lift its head. The demon's eyes bulged with terror, realizing that encountering a monster of Immortal Slayer level in the lower realm meant certain death. Unbelievable. It tried to calm itself to find an opening, but Chen Chongan had locked onto his target and delivered the finishing blow. "Now, die." Chen Chongan stomped the red-skinned demon's body into pieces, leaving Demon King Hong Yi and the Empress stunned, exclaiming that he was toying with his prey like a child. Hovering in the air, Chen Chongan summoned countless blazing red spirit pills, then mocked the demon. "You like to eat, don't you?" The demon was forced to swallow the pile of spirit pills, its mouth agape, unable to utter a sound in extreme horror. Chen Chongan stood amidst the lightning bolts, a smirk playing on his lips, as he thought this was a golden opportunity to farm domain points with prey delivering itself to his doorstep. He continued the torture, declaring that even if the cultivation-boosting function was on cooldown, he still had a whole treasury of spirit pills to experiment with, challenging the demon to kill him. Chen Chongan's eyes flashed with calculation. He wanted to see if the system would acknowledge this method of forced cultivation through pills. Ningsu suddenly recalled Chen Chongan's master, secretly thinking that compared to this mad disciple, the old man had truly been too benevolent towards her. Stuffed with pills until its mouth bulged, the demon roared defiantly, cursing Chen Chongan as an arrogant brat, and vowing to kill him as soon as it successfully broke through. Dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, signaling a terrifying heavenly tribulation about to descend, startling Hong Yi and Ling. A white, box-shaped system entity appeared amidst the lightning, screaming curses at its cruel fate. Everyone watching was utterly shocked as the demon was forced to break through directly to the human immortal realm, while Chen Chongan calmly controlled a terrifying lightning tribulation. The demon's cultivation surged to the 9th layer of human immortal, and then got stuck. It frantically roared, demanding to break through, knowing that failure meant certain death. Chen Chongan calmly looked at the residual energy in his hand, coldly asking, "Have you reached the peak yet?" A colossal heavenly tribulation lightning bolt, shaped like a roaring beast, plunged directly towards Chen Chongan. Chen Chongan simply raised 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching the destructive lightning bolt as if catching a worm. He sneered, scoffing that this immortal lightning was merely for show, a perfunctory display. "Forget it. Next time I'll just make one myself," Chen Chongan declared nonchalantly, treating the heavenly tribulation as trash. With that, he hurled the lightning bolt back at the demon. The enemy only had time to scream no before being incinerated into dust. Chen Chongan stood amidst the afterglow of the explosion, the system panel displaying, "Host has eliminated a 9th layer human immortal, gaining 300,000 domain points." Ningsu, the empress of the ancient fox demon sect, froze at the display of power, while Miao, the young master of Wuzhou, cried out, revering Chen Chongan like a god. "You are my lord." Chen Chongan casually distributed spirit pills to Ling Qingshan, the sect master of 9 Swords sect, and his subordinates, treating them as thank you gifts for coming to watch the show. The remaining cultivators swallowed the pills and instantly recovered to full health, even feeling on the verge of a breakthrough. Meanwhile, Ling ran to embrace her master. Chen Chongan began to calculate, realizing that passively taking hits from the upper realm like this was unsustainable, as he still hadn't figured out their whereabouts. He checked the system panel again, deciding to turn Mount Flying Immortal into a domain point farming ground, luring cultivators and demons from all over to train here and grind. Chen Chongan explained the plan. Mount Flying Immortal was now a sacred land, but only for those with good character who committed no evil, and he needed the 9 Sword sect and the ancient fox demon sect to spread the word. He told Ningsu directly that he trusted the 9 Sword sect, while she had only surrendered out of fear of death and might not be truly loyal. Chen Chongan's gaze sharpened as he revealed his true plan, to use the upper realm immortals themselves as a loyalty test for Ningsu. He sighed in relief that the ancient fox demon sect hadn't disappointed him, even if the plan was a bit flawed. Bored, he decided to open a salted fish treasure chest to amuse himself. The treasure chest exploded with a dazzling fireworks effect, golden fish flying everywhere, signaling that something good was coming. The system announced a gain of 50,000 domain points. Chen Chongan cursed the damn system under his breath, thinking it made such a grand display for so little. He decided to go all in with almost all his points to expand the invincible domain. The surging energy created a colossal fire phoenix that soared into the sky. The system announced he had received the title Lord of Mount Flying Immortal and a mythical secret realm key, while also asking if he wanted to upgrade the system to version 4. Chen Chongan smirked sinisterly, holding the strangely shaped key and shouting, "Upgrade! Upgrade everything for me." The system confirmed a deduction of 50,000 points, successfully upgrading the invincible domain to version 4, and unlocking the full score special effect feature. The system announced that the new skill, Full Score Special Effect, had been unlocked. Chen Chongan looked at his domain, which was now radiating a dazzling aura. He was speechless at the new feature, deeming it utterly useless, but then shrugged. Whatever, I'll figure out what it's for later. After cleaning up, Chen Chongan officially invited the Nine Swords sect and the Ancient Fox Demon sect into Mount Flying Immortal, promising to turn them all into immortals. Elsewhere, two beautiful female demons were chatting, wishing to be taken by that domineering senior once. Chen Chongan lay with his legs crossed, enjoying himself, as the system continuously reported his disciples breaking through realms, and domain points automatically flowed into his pocket. Everything was settled. He half closed his eyes, deciding to check on how his clone brother was doing. His clone woke up surrounded by a bevy of beautiful demonesses. One red-haired girl even teased, "We didn't finish last time. Let's continue, shall we?" It turned out he was resting his head on the lap of a blonde girl, a truly ambiguous situation. Chen Chongan's clone opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by a group of strange girls. One even expressed regret that they had to let him go soon. The blonde and purple-haired girls looked at him meaningfully, promising to soon make him one of them. Chen Chongan's clone realized he had been sold by the cat demon. Meow. He was being escorted by a group of strange girls in a carriage. A dazzling light from a large gate appeared before his eyes. Chen Chongan's clone looking utterly bewildered. A colossal arena appeared, a loudspeaker announcing that the 3,600th Cultivation Partner Tournament had officially begun, where girls fought for their own happiness. A chaotic battle erupted on the arena floor. Female cultivators fiercely clashed to claim the handsome man as a prize. A brown-haired female contestant was kicked with a fiery strike by her blonde opponent, sending her crashing onto the cracked arena floor. Chen Chongan's clone lay flat on the floor, tightly bound, as the hand of the victorious female contestant pointed directly at his face. A blonde female cultivator warned the group of weak golden core prizes. "Behave and you'll be fine. Act up and you'll get a beating." Chen Chongan's clone easily snapped his restraints, grabbing a blonde-haired man who was also captured as a prisoner. The blonde man named Zheng Hui stammered, explaining that both he and his friend Li Chong had been kidnapped for the Heavenly Fragrance Sect's tournament. The red-haired man, Li Chong, shouted, accusing the Heavenly Fragrance Sect of being a top sect specializing in kidnapping young men as prizes. Li Chong stared in horror at a muscular female contestant, built like a guardian deity, swearing that if she won, he would rather commit suicide. Just then, Miao descended from the sky, delivering a kick to the muscular female contestant and roaring, "Give my master back to me." Chen Chongan's clone was speechless. He had just thought he escaped the cat demon, only for her to reappear and join this chaotic mess. A true swordswoman, a fifth-layer nascent soul cultivator named Jiang Xuanchu, appeared in the arena and coldly told the small fry to leave. Chen Chongan's clone did a 180-degree turn, a smug look on his face as he gave a thumbs up. "Suddenly, I don't want to leave anymore." The green-haired female announcer yelled into the microphone, promising that the sect had prepared a high-quality male cultivator as a prize for the winner. Meow lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in despair. "It's over. Master is about to lose his freedom." The three prizes were forcing smiles, but their faces turned pale when they heard the announcer declare that the winner would consummate the marriage immediately today. The blonde-haired Zheng Hui stroked his hair narcissistically, believing himself to be the #1 male god of Ghost Continent, and thus unbeatable. Li Chong, the red-haired fellow, was no less confident, believing those two weaklings stood no chance against him. Chen Chongan's clone had eyes as cold as ice, calculating whether to send these two clowns on their way immediately, making the system tremble. "Host, I was wrong." Jiang Xuanchu wielded her sword as if in an empty realm, sweeping away the insignificant female cultivators blocking her path. The three prisoners now cheered wildly for the female protector. "Go, wife, take her down." The female protector did not disappoint them, unleashing a heaven-shattering punch that sent her opponent spitting blood and flying far away. Witnessing the violent scene, all three now covered their faces and shrieked, utterly terrified. "Mom, I don't want to marry her." Several perverted-looking old men appeared, lecturing the youngsters. "A wife this rich and powerful is a blessing. How can those naive female cultivators compare?" Chen Chongan's clone retorted bluntly. "This old man only likes young, beautiful girls." The old men sneered, believing Jiang Xuanchu was just a newcomer participating for the first time, with no chance of winning. One old man in the group began forming hand seals, golden energy gathering in his hand. 36 forms. He unleashed the twin hands grasping Kunlun technique, a colossal golden magic formation, hurtling straight towards Jiang Xuanchu. She was engulfed by a tsunami-like surge of power, letting out a fierce roar. A massive energy explosion erupted right in the middle of the arena. After the explosion, the female contestants in the stands could only gape in astonishment. From within the dust and smoke, Jiang Xuanchu emerged majestically, without a single scratch. The old man who had unleashed the technique earlier was knocked out, lying flat on the arena floor. The female announcer shouted, declaring Jiang Xuanchu the champion of the year, earning a spot in the 9 provinces Grand Assembly. Immediately after, the female announcer directly asked the hottest question. Now, who will Jiang Xuanchu choose as her dual cultivation partner? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xuanchu pointed directly at the stands, her eyes sharp. I choose him. Zheng Hui, the blonde prisoner, was overjoyed, thinking he had hit the jackpot, while the muscular Li Chong's face twisted in dismay. But no, Jiang Xuanchu glided past the minor figures, appearing directly in front of Chen Chongan's clone, leaving him stunned, and Ah Miao utterly shocked. Ah Miao flew into a rage, screaming to rescue her master from the demonesses, while the other female contestants also rushed to snatch Chen Chongan as if he were a treasure. Chen Chongan let out a sigh of relief, fortunate to have escaped the calamity of being fought over by those women. By some force, Chen Chongan was dragged straight into the bridal chamber, his face bewildered as he wondered how things had come to this. He scratched his head in frustration, not expecting the beauty's trial to be so difficult, when the system suddenly announced, host detected to be involved in an interesting event concerning a golden core cultivator. The system began displaying Jiang Xuanchu's biography. Her clan was on the verge of collapse, and she had to participate in the martial arts Grand Assembly to revive her family. On the way, her entire team was ambushed by demonic cultivators, narrowly escaping death to reach the Grand Assembly. At the assembly, she coincidentally met the son of an old acquaintance, and decided to form a good relationship to help his clan. That man enticed Jiang Xuanchu to consume a pill that drastically boosted her cultivation, but it violated the rules, causing her reputation to plummet uncontrollably. The tragic outcome: her cultivation was crippled, she was turned into a slave, and offered to the city lord of Cloud Province. Unable to bear the humiliation, Jiang Xuanchu committed suicide, her body discarded in the mountains for wolves to devour. Chen Chongan stared at the system screen, wondering, what the hell is going on? Is this a new feature of System 4? What's with this video? Chen Chongan was stunned as the system revealed Jiang Xuanchu's tragic future. He realized this system seemed to enjoy previewing such dramatic scenarios, wondering how many more interesting tricks this world held. The system suddenly issued 3 random quests. First, to become the man behind Jiang Xuanchu. Second, to trade with a fairy. Third, to dominate the 9 provinces. Failing any quest would result in a tragic deduction of points. After cursing the damned system for a while, Chen Chongan decided to take on all 3 quests, as they were free points anyway. He flopped onto the bed, deciding to lie in wait for his prey to walk into the trap so they could discuss profound matters. Night fell, and he patiently waited in the bridal chamber. The next morning, a piercing rooster crow shattered the silence. Chen Chongan sprang up, annoyed that he had waited all night only to be stood up. He muttered that he had to find a way to approach her first to complete the quests. He couldn't just keep waiting. As soon as he opened the door and stepped out, he was blocked by a group of female cultivators, Jiang Xuanchu's fellow disciples. The sisters began to surround him, poking his nose and sneering. Little handsome man, could it be that you're impotent? Chen Chongan held up a stop sign, trying to halt the storm of words. Provoked, he flew into a rage, growing 6 arms and roaring. Who says I can't do it? If you don't believe me, try me. A blonde girl curled her lips in disdain. Of course, junior sister Xuanchu said so. She said you're only golden core and grass is taller than trees. She added a fatal blow. Now junior sister has boarded the flying ship to Cloud Province, abandoning you. Another confirmed, saying that Jiang Xuanchu had left early in the morning to discuss participating in the 9 provinces Grand Assembly, clearly regretting her decision. Feeling utterly humiliated, Chen Chongan immediately rushed out, determined not to let his prey escape. As he ran, he muttered curses at the damned women who had torn his pants, and was bitter that Jiang Xuanchu dared to stand him up and ruin his reputation. As he reached the courtyard, he looked up and was stunned to see a colossal flying ship preparing to take off. He recognized someone on board and blurted out, "Why are you here?" Jiang Xuanchu blocked Chen Chongan's path on the flying ship, called him her husband, and declared she would take care of him on the way to Cloud Province. Chen Chongan looked up, asked to join her, and secretly calculated that this trip would complete both system quests. All he needed was Jiang Xuanchu's nod to seal the deal. Jiang Xuanchu appeared hesitant, thinking that this trip was extremely important, and her senior and junior sisters were all focused on preparing for battle. Meanwhile, the other female disciples were chattering excitedly with their Dao companions, some demanding massages, others inviting them along, believing that traveling without men was too lonely. Seeing this, Jiang Xuanchu realized that if she didn't bring her goods along, she would be out of place. Her eyes became resolute. All right then. Come with me. Jiang Xuanchu finally agreed, causing Chen Chongan, standing behind her, to barely conceal his smug expression. On the way up the ship, she ordered him to stay close and call her madam. He immediately complied without question. The colossal flying ship, with dozens of sails, majestically glided amidst the sky-piercing mountains, beginning its journey. Inside the ship, Shi Ningxiang, the sect master of the Heavenly Fragrance sect, a burly woman puffing on a long pipe, sneered at Jiang Xuanchu for finally getting close to a man and directly asked, "Did you have fun last night?" Jiang Xuanchu quickly clarified that she hadn't neglected her cultivation for a man, then pulled Chen Chongan into the conversation. "My husband behind me also thinks so," which left him bewildered. The sect master pouted, criticizing Jiang Xuanchu for still being naive and not understanding the benefits of dual cultivation. She gripped the pipe stem tightly in her hand, showing her displeasure. Shi Ningxiang stood up and solemnly declared the importance of the 9 Provinces Grand Assembly, which only occurs once every 300 years, and mentioned the 3 major powers in Cloud Province. Chen Chongan let out a huge yawn, showing his utter boredom with the speech, causing Jiang Xuanchu beside him to glare sideways. Sect Master Shi Ningxiang licked her lips, warning in a harsh tone that she would not intervene unless someone was about to perish. As for minor matters, they should resolve them themselves, for here, fists were the ultimate truth. She pointed her pipe directly at Chen Chongan, telling Jiang Xuanchu that when necessary, she should discard the burden, implying he was useless. Chen Chongan merely smirked, stroked his chin, and thought to himself, "Thank you, noted." Having said that, the sect master turned and left with 2 men, instructing her disciples to divide the spoils themselves and not to quarrel. The airship continued to fly forward, solitary amidst the vast sky and clouds. A blonde female cultivator from the Heavenly Fragrance sect, while flirting with her companion, taunted Jiang Xuanchu. "The 9 Provinces Grand Assembly is full of formidable experts, yet you bring along a Golden Core Realm fellow. Don't let him bring disaster upon the sect." The other women also chimed in, claiming that Cloud Province was teeming with nascent soul cultivators, with immortal ancestors guarding its territories, so Jiang Xuanchu was truly audacious to bring along such an insignificant person. Jiang Xuanchu coldly retorted that she would take care of her own people and needed no one's concern, then led Chen Chongan away. While he remained engrossed in thoughts about the existence of the immortal slayer, she turned to instruct Chen Chongan. "Did you hear that? In Cloud Province, Golden Core cultivators are mere trash. Once we disembark, stick close to me." Jiang Xuanchu gave a serious warning glance. "Don't cause trouble, or I'll abandon you." Chen Chongan smirked meaningfully, his tone sweet. "Understood. I'll stick close to Miss Jiang." "Ah, no, my wife." The scene shifted elsewhere, to a group of battered and bloody cultivators being fiercely hunted, desperately seeing the Heavenly Fragrance sect's airship as their last lifeline. The leader of the evil cultivators, his eyes bloodshot, ordered his subordinates, "Hurry up, prepare for the hunt." A colossal golden formation enveloped the entire sky, trapping the airship, and the hunters roared, "Drain them dry." Meanwhile, Chen Chongan remained at ease in his room, observing Jiang Xuanchu practicing her swordplay and secretly assessing that she possessed a progressive heart, then decided to use his system to check her stats. The stat panel appeared. Jiang Xuanchu, innate talent level 7. Chen Chongan clicked his tongue, remarking, "Slightly better than Hong Yi's group. That's acceptable." He decided he must empower her so she could sweep aside all opponents, increasing her chances to shine at the 9 Provinces Grand Assembly and complete his mission. Chen Chongan pulled out a stack of talismans, thinking to himself that this time he had to test the talisman version of the all-living thing skill to see how it worked. Jiang Xuanchu was enthusiastically practicing her swordplay when she suddenly stumbled, her body inexplicably losing balance. She tumbled towards Chen Chongan. He caught her and put on a mischievous face. "My wife, are you all right? Would you like to have some fun?" Jiang Xuanchu immediately blushed, her eyes bewildered by his suggestive remark. She hastily retreated, assuming a defensive stance with her sword, full of vigilance. Blushing furiously, Jiang Xuanchu yelled, "I won't do that with you." Chen Chongan was also flustered by the misunderstanding, quickly explaining, then smirked again. "Come now, my wife. Let me show you a great treasure that can enhance your innate talent." Jiang Xuanchu's face flushed crimson, utterly shocked by Chen Chongan's suggestive words. She swung her sword, slashing towards him, making Chen Chongan break out in a cold sweat, thinking he was almost cut off from his lineage. He quickly offered 2 talismans, explaining, My lady, calm down. These are great treasures that enhance innate talent. But Jiang Xuanchu was skeptical, only knowing of offensive and defensive talismans. Chen Chongan boasted that these were ancestral immortal talismans, capable of improving both innate talent and cultivation. With an utterly sly smile, he advertised, "Genuine goods. Everyone who uses them praises them." Jiang Xuanchu still didn't believe him, questioning how a mere golden core cultivator like him could obtain such precious treasures and give them away for free. She turned her back and left, thinking there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Without further ado, Chen Chongan closed in, and, with a swift motion, slapped a talisman directly onto her forehead. Jiang Xuanchu shrieked in panic. You, what are you doing?" As a pure stream of energy enveloped her body, he calmly ordered, "Now you are my wife. You must become stronger to protect me. Sit down and absorb it. Don't waste it." A stream of vital essence flowed into her body, healing all hidden injuries, expanding her meridians, and greatly enhancing her physique. Jiang Xuanchu broke into a sweat, feeling her spiritual energy absorption rate soar, and the bottlenecks that had long hindered her begin to loosen. Truly a heaven-defying item. Chen Chongan observed from outside, secretly thinking that her willpower was quite strong, able to absorb it herself without his help. Whoosh! Energy erupted, and Jiang Xuanchu broke through directly to the 7th layer of the nascent soul stage in an instant. Chen Chongan pointed, telling her to take out the talent measuring stone to check the results. As soon as she placed her hand on the stone, it glowed fiercely, and then cracked open. Jiang Xuanchu gasped in astonishment. Level 8? My innate talent has truly increased? Chen Chongan, however, looked disappointed. Only level 8? Bauer is already an immortal physique. Is the effect of this talisman only 20%? Hearing this, Jiang Xuanchu was moved again, realizing that he had given her something more precious than life itself, instead of keeping it for himself. She seriously promised to protect him, then blushed as she explained that she would tell everyone he couldn't save face, but she had no feelings for him and wouldn't marry him. Chen Chongan calmly replied to Jiang Xuanchu's promise. "It's fine, my dear wife. You should think of me as eccentric." He suddenly lunged forward, his voice full of excitement. "Your eccentricity is what I like the most," causing Jiang Xuanchu to fall backward. A loud crash echoed. Chen Chongan lost his balance and fell on top of Jiang Xuanchu, wondering, what the hell is happening outside? Jiang Xuanchu's face was as red as a ripe jackfruit. She hastily pushed him away, stammering, Let me go outside and see." Stepping outside, Jiang Xuanchu saw a chaotic scene. The female cultivators of the Heavenly Fragrance sect were being attacked by a group of monstrous figures right on their flying ship. She shouted in alarm. The gray-skinned evil cultivators laughed gleefully. One with fiery eyes pointed, "So many beauties. I love playing with women the most. That girl in black is mine." A muscular blonde female cultivator, wielding 2 large hammers, roared, "Play with your mother. Sisters, send them to hell." Under the command of the muscular female cultivator, the Heavenly Fragrance sect girls plunged into battle, while Jiang Xuanchu gnashed her teeth in anger. The evil cultivators proved extremely troublesome. They appeared from the void and easily suppressed the female cultivators. Standing inside the room, Chen Chongan observed the battle, realizing these were the evil cultivators who blocked the Heavenly Fragrance sect's path in the original plot. He frowned, analyzing. They are only at the nascent soul stage, and so are these female cultivators. Moreover, the Heavenly Fragrance sect master is here, so how could they be in such a difficult situation? Chen Chongan realized there was a hidden agenda, and an amused smile appeared on his face. This is getting interesting. He smirked as the system displayed a notification about a card error, deciding to track their traces and unearth the root of this conspiracy. Chen Chongan used an ethereal movement technique, gliding like a phantom through the forest, following the aura of the evil cultivators. He found their lair. A group was sitting around a bonfire, while another had separated to relieve himself. The guard muttered to himself, complaining about having to patrol and only joining this organization because he wanted to flirt with girls. Suddenly, Chen Chongan appeared from behind, one hand covering the guard's mouth, the other snapping his neck in an instant. A crimson, sinister heart was throbbing, emitting white smoke. At the campsite, an evil cultivator held a smaller heart, boasting to his companions, "The soul of a heavenly talent has been offered to the master. We're about to get a power boost." Another worried about confronting a soul transformation expert, but was immediately scolded as a coward. "This heart is the spiritual artifact bestowed by the master. It can revive us infinitely." The cloaked evil cultivators were boasting loudly, claiming they could contend with even soul transformation realm experts, and drooling over the beauties of the Heavenly Fragrance sect. A ringleader snorted, turning to Chen Chongan, who was in disguise. Kid, why do you reek of perfume and cosmetics? No sooner had he spoken than Chen Chongan's hand erupted with hellfire, incinerating the evil cultivator amidst his desperate screams. Chen Chongan calmly declared, "Oh, I was just passing by, so I conveniently killed you all." The system panel continuously updated, confirming 4 lives extinguished. The last one was also engulfed by a giant fire technique. Chen Chongan calculated that this trip was a huge profit, gaining over 20,000 points, and even extracting the enemy's plan. Boom! The Asura heart, the source of revival energy for the minions, exploded, earning Chen Chongan 50,000 bonus points. The demons on the battlefield simultaneously clutched their chests in pain. At the same time, Jiang Xuanchu unleashed a clean sword strike, decapitating a demon who had lost its ability to revive. The Heavenly Fragrance sect female cultivators chatted. Jiang Xuanchu thought these guys were weak, but one sharp-eyed person realized they had suddenly been nerfed mid-battle. Meanwhile, other sisters of the Heavenly Fragrance sect were acting coy, hugging their cultivation partners and demanding healing in an overly sentimental way. Jiang Xuanchu looked at the scene with disdain, clearly not on the same level as these cheap theatrics. She returned to the cultivation room to look for Chen Chongan but couldn't find him, then suddenly turned back as if sensing something. Chen Chongan suddenly appeared, asking worriedly when he saw the wound on her shoulder, "Are you injured, my dear?" The domineering young man grabbed her hand, pulled her closer, and asserted, "Even a small wound is still a wound. Let me heal you." With an extremely serious expression, Chen Chongan ordered, "Take it off. Your clothes are too cumbersome." Jiang Xuanchu's face turned beet red. She stammered, Take it off? This is my first time. Does he want to do that?" She clutched her chest, shyly whispering her agreement. "Then you must be gentle," Chen Chongan yelled in alarm when he saw her actually preparing to strip. "Stop. I told you to take off your outer robe to apply medicine, not everything." Bang. The cultivation room door slammed shut in a fit of anger. Chen Chongan was kicked out, bewildered, and not understanding what had happened. He muttered, "Women. Truly incomprehensible." 7 days later, the Heavenly Fragrance sect's flying ship continued its journey, soaring through the blue sky alongside a flock of white birds. A blue silver-haired man with a sinister smile looked down at the city below, declaring, "Finally, we've arrived." From the airship, someone announced a welcome to Yunzhou, the most bustling capital of the 9 provinces, where the state lord had prepared fine wine to receive everyone. Amidst the noisy crowd, people discussed the grand assembly held once every 300 years, and the invitation extended to a mysterious senior from flying Immortal Mountain. Chen Chongan, along with Jiang Xuanchu and the beautiful women of the Heavenly Fragrance sect, descended from the airship, radiating an extraordinary aura. Another giant warship docked, and Chen Chongan muttered, "The cat girl's father? That little girl indeed has an extraordinary background." The state lord of Wuzhou, Nanggong Tianwen, a majestic cat demon, appeared with his guard retinue. Immediately after, a giant bone dragon-shaped ship entered, and the state lord of Guizhou, Mingche, was also present, causing a stir in the crowd as all the state lords had gathered. The crowd began to wonder about the true appearance of the senior from flying Immortal Mountain, rumored to be an exceptionally handsome and powerful master. Suddenly, a graceful figure descended from the sky, proclaiming himself "One palm annihilates immortals, unrivaled under heaven." Senior Chen Chongan of flying Immortal Mountain. The fangirls below screamed wildly, their eyes turning into hearts. "Senior is so handsome. I'm a huge fan of yours." The imposter smiled smugly as he was surrounded by the crowd, confidently confirming that he had annihilated the 12 immortal generals and the lustful evil spirit. He feigned humility, saying he only did what needed to be done, which made the fangirls admire him even more. The imposter, whose real name was Yi Xiang, secretly gloated over his plan, believing that with his deception demon technique, he could trick the entire world into worshipping him as a god. Yi Xiang smiled sinisterly, thinking he would exploit Chen Chongan's reputation to score big. And as for those who were deceived, he couldn't care less about them. The system panel appeared before the real Chen Chongan, warning that an imposter, Yi Xiang, was damaging his reputation, and the system would deduct 500 domain points, making him furious. Meanwhile, Yi Xiang continued to play the role of a grand master, waving his hand to distribute several bottles of pills to the cheering crowd. A female cultivator in the crowd was captivated by the imposter, praising him as both muscular and powerful, while Jiang Xuanchu merely glanced at him. Other female cultivators also discussed the senior's achievements animatedly, but Jiang Xuanchu pouted, asserting firmly, "I think my husband Chang'an is even more handsome than him." Suddenly, Jiang Xuanchu froze, her eyes wide open as if realizing something extremely important. Slap! Jiang Xuanchu leaped forward and slapped Yixiang directly in the face, roaring. Chen Duxiu, you scoundrel. Instead of earning money, you're out chasing girls, leaving the fangirls utterly astonished. Jiang Xuanchu and the other female cultivators froze in place, unable to comprehend which Golden Core Realm kid dared to lay hands on the senior. Chen Chongan accidentally brushed past Yixiang, nonchalantly apologizing. My apologies, I thought you were a friend. Your back looked so similar, I must be blind. Forcing a laugh, Chen Chongan thought to himself, this brat dares to impersonate me? Let's see how this young master deals with you. Yixiang quickly changed positions, feigning the magnanimity of a grand master to comfort the fangirls. It's nothing, just a small misunderstanding. The imposter sneered, cursing inwardly. You trashy small fry. I'll let you off this time. He waved his hand, secretly threatening that after the 9 Provinces event, he would crush Chen Chongan into pieces. Slap! Chen Chongan gave Yixiang another thunderous slap, roaring. Chen Duxiu, you scoundrel, how dare you secretly chase girls behind my back? Chen Chongan grinned widely, shifting the blame. It's all your fault. You made me hit the wrong person just now. He suddenly looked enlightened, realizing this was senior Chen Chongan, and not Chen Duxiu, which made the fangirls furious. Grabbing Yixiang by the hair, Chen Chongan flattered him. Senior Chen Chongan is a magnanimous and benevolent person, a hero of the world. Yixiang was so angry his eyes were popping out, but he still forced a smile, gritting his teeth as he warned, Brat, be careful next time. Jiang Xuanchu's female cultivators also joined in, demanding Chen Chongan kowtow and prostrate himself to express gratitude for the senior's great virtue. Chen Chongan glared, thinking to himself, Chen Chongan's reputation belongs to me. You won't get anything. The fanatical fangirls rushed to gang up on Chen Chongan, screaming for his death for daring to insult their idol. Shi Ningxiang snapped to quell the chaos, declaring that idols weren't important. As long as one was strong enough, servants would flock to them. Jiang Xuanchu wondered if this Chen Chongan was related to the senior from Flying Immortal Mountain, while the system reported that the main character's reputation was increasing. A new character appeared, the State Lord of Yunzhou, Yun Changzong, who grandly announced that the 9 Provinces event had officially begun. Chen Chongan sipped his wine, realizing that Yun Changzong was one of the evildoers who caused tragedy for Jiang Xuanchu in the original storyline. Yun Changzong raised his cup, feigning politeness as he invited all the fellow cultivators, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, to drink. The State Lord of Fengzhou, a white-bearded old man, commented that Yun Changzong was facing many troubles at the border, but today was a day of truce. The State Lord of Fengzhou drank his wine while taunting the State Lord of Qizhou. Hey, you kid surnamed Feng. Don't get too complacent, or you'll lose face at the tournament the day after tomorrow. The State Lord of Qizhou, a muscular red-haired man, clicked his tongue in disdain. After a few years, these 2 old men are still the same. The State Lord of Guizhou, Mingche, turned to ask the State Lord of Wuzhou, Nangong Tianwen. I heard you also brought young Miss Ah Miao? Nangong Tianwen gave a wry smile. Forget it, my girls. Golden Core cultivation is weak. She won't participate. Then he passed the buck to another side. What about the youngsters from the Heavenly Fragrance sect? Mingche took a sip of tea and replied, They are quite active, but their strength is still immature. They're just here to broaden their horizons. I'm more curious to see who will be the final boss of this year's tournament. A golden-bearded protector boasted loudly. Of course, it will be our Leizhou. We were champions last time, and this time will be no exception. The State Lord of Fengzhou found it grating to his ears and shot a sharp glare. Truly shameless. As the big shots were boasting at each other, a loud shout rang out from the gate. Senior Chen Chongan has arrived. The imposter Chen Chongan, Yixiang, appeared with immense grandeur, his sky-high aura making the crowd exclaim in admiration. Is this truly Senior Chen Chongan of Flying Immortal Mountain? He's the real deal. The State Lord of Yunzhou, Yun Changzong, stepped forward to greet him. I have heard of Senior's name for a long time. I never expected you to condescend to come here. Yun Changzong continued to flatter him. Meeting you today. Senior's extraordinary aura truly shakes this humble one. He thought to himself, this person single-handedly annihilated the 12 immortal generals. Even a soul transformation cultivator like me cannot see through his cultivation. Yixiang feigned humility. State Lord, there's no need to be so polite. But inwardly he laughed with glee. Go ahead and use your detection technique, you fool. That's a concealment skill from the upper realm. You can't break through it. Yun Changzong solemnly invited. Everyone, please come in. The common cultivators began to whisper and discuss. I heard Senior Chen Chongan is now famous throughout the 9 provinces, annihilating immortals with a single palm. He must be the strongest existence. Another person added. I also heard that a Golden Core Realm kid offended the senior, but he magnanimously forgave him. The imposter heard this and thought to himself, that kid was lucky. If it were me, I would have crippled him long ago. A fanatical follower suddenly went into a frenzy, his eyes blazing with fire as he roared, that's right, Senior Chen is a god, a light, the one and only legend. Your words sound like an insult to him. Shut up immediately. A blue-haired youth, seeing a comrade, gave a thumbs up in approval. Oh, this brother shares the same vision as me. May I ask your name? Then he introduced himself. This humble one is Chen Xiaodao, of the Golden Core Realm. Jiang Xuanchu, sitting next to the real Chen Chongan, whispered, is this your name, brother? Chen Chongan nonchalantly replied, no. The system suddenly displayed a notification for Chen Chongan. Host has gained great renown at the 9 provinces event. The initial step of the random quest Dominate the 9 provinces has been completed. Reward, 10,000 domain points. Chen Chongan realized that the imposter was actually a pawn doing tasks for him. Truly, free labor was so enjoyable. He curled his lips into a sinister smile, deciding to let the clown continue his act. You like the name Chen Chongan so much? I'll lend it to you for now. Chen Chongan's eyes gleamed with a sinister light as he thought, let's see what tricks you can pull. The Yunzhou Lord, Yun Changzong, personally poured wine for the imposter, flattering him. Thank you, Senior, for gracing our event with your presence. I humbly offer you a toast. Yun Changzong continued to fawn, recounting how the senior had saved Ghost State from the green-haired immortal ghost. Otherwise, the entire state would have been wiped out. The old Wind State Lord also chimed in, praising the senior's unimaginable power for easily annihilating a demon that had ascended to immortality after tribulation. The imposter feigned humility. My strength is not worth mentioning, but in his mind, he thought, these lower realm immortals are all debuffed. What right do they have to challenge me? The Chizhou Lord, a burly and muscular man, approached the imposter, asking him to refine an immortal treasure cauldron that he couldn't handle himself. The Ghost State Lord and Wuzhou Lord watched, discussing that if the refinement succeeded, the Chizhou Lord would become the ruler of the 9 states, and they were certain the senior could do it. The imposter was trembling inside, but on the surface, he acted arrogant. It's true I can refine this immortal treasure, but why should I help you? The Chizhou Lord showed his hand, offering an immortal phoenix grass as compensation. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, as this was a legendary item that could grant an extra life. The Chizhou Lord made his offer. Senior, if you help me refine the immortal treasure, this miraculous herb will be yours. What do you say? The imposter couldn't hide his smug satisfaction as he took the miraculous herb from the Chizhou Lord's hand. Not to be outdone, the imposter pulled out a dazzling golden Buddhist relic, emitting a strong aura of an immortal treasure, making everyone gape in astonishment once more. The Wuzhou Lord recognized the genuine article, shouting that it was a Sumeru Buddhist relic. The Leizhou Lord slammed the table in shock, exclaiming that in 1,000 years, he had only known of 5 immortal treasures, yet the senior already possessed 2 of them. He was truly a hidden magnate. The imposter continued his act, patting the Chizhou Lord's shoulder with a condescending air. I have no shortage of immortal treasures or spirit medicines. This phoenix grass might be a treasure to you, but in my eyes, it's nothing special. The imposter agreed to help, setting an appointment for a month later at Flying Immortal Mountain to retrieve the item. The Chizhou Lord was overjoyed as if he had found gold, hastily offering both the immortal treasure and the miraculous herb. Making a grand gesture, the imposter declared to all under heaven, anyone with useless magic treasures that can't be refined, just bring them here. I'll handle them all. This left the crowd below stunned into silence. Immediately, a crowd of cultivators from all walks of life swarmed around like flies, some asking for item refinement, others for autographs, turning the imposter into the idol of the 9 states. The imposter Yi Xiang secretly gloated, thinking that it was thanks to the deceptive aura he had picked up in Ghost State that he managed to fool the entire crowd. A figure resembling a spirit entity, the Yuzhou Lord, appeared and invited Senior Chen to stay and watch the 9 states' Heavenly Talent Grand Assembly. Yi Xiang thought to himself that refusing would arouse suspicion, so he accepted the invitation to have an opportunity to deceive for a few more days, then smiled and agreed. Meanwhile, the real Chen Chongan sat cross-legged, clapping and casually commenting, "What a good show." That night, a white shadow glided like a ghost over the rooftops. It was Chen Chongan hunting the imposter. He gently landed on Yi Xiang's rooftop, flipping upside down to peek through a crack in the door. Inside, Yi Xiang was hugging a pile of treasures, laughing gleefully. I thought those old sect masters and state lords were formidable. Turns out they're all a bunch of fools. He happily kissed a spherical magic treasure, planning to pull a few more scams and then make a clean getaway. Yi Xiang muttered that he had to teach that brat who offended him a lesson. When Chen Chongan's voice suddenly echoed, "Oh, really? How will you teach him?" Unaware he was speaking to a death god, Yi Xiang sinisterly chuckled and revealed his plan. Put him in a sack, beat him up, then sell him to the Joyful Union sect to be drained dry by their demonesses until death. As he finished speaking, a sack descended from the sky, neatly covering Yi Xiang's head, along with a cold voice. "Your doom has arrived." Chen Chongan, eyes blazing with fire, rushed forward and rained down punches on the sack, causing Yi Xiang inside to panic and beg for mercy, unsure if he had run into the real deal or some bandits. The brutal beating continued, Yi Xiang taking the beating while seething with resentment, swearing to take revenge once he escaped. Punched until his soul almost left his body, Yi Xiang was dazed and disoriented. Chen Chongan dusted his hands off, smiling with satisfaction. Refreshing. Immediately after he, without any ceremony, swept clean all the spoils Yi Xiang had just scammed. Chen Chongan sneered, regarding Yi Xiang as a hired hand specializing in scamming treasures for him to collect in full. A pink-haired neighbor, hearing there was a wealthy master next door, curiously peeked and immediately froze in place. She gaped when she saw Chen Chongan had just taken off his outer robe, revealing his toned six-pack physique. Chen Chongan shot a sharp glance, seemingly having detected someone peeking. The imposter was tied up tightly, yelping loudly, while the pink-haired neighbor covered her eyes in embarrassment. A wealthy master, yet a hooligan, and he even dares to imitate Senior Chen's hairstyle. Chen Chongan casually untied the ropes, boasting to the neighbor, "Shh. This is my secret cultivation method, don't tell anyone." The neighbor blushed crimson, naively believing him completely. Does cultivating without clothes really make it faster? Yi Xiang woke up with a start, discovering his magic treasures, immortal pills, everything was gone, and shouted in bitter resentment, "I'll tear that dog thief to shreds." He gritted his teeth, deciding to stay and leverage Senior Chen's reputation to pull a few more scams, swearing to find the one who stole his belongings. Meanwhile, Chen Chongan had put his clothes back on, looking extremely satisfied. He landed on a rooftop, thinking to himself that Bauer must be missing him, and realizing that senior sister Xuanchu had also changed. No sooner had he finished speaking than he saw Jiang Xuanchu standing with a strange man in the dead of night. That man was Feng Aotian, young Master Feng of the Feng family, coaxing her, "Senior sister Xuanchu, marry into my Feng family." This left Chen Chongan utterly shocked. Feng Aotian lifted Jiang Xuanchu's chin, continuing to tempt her by saying that if their two families merged, his father would save the lives of her elders. Jiang Xuanchu swatted his hand away, cursing him directly. "Dream on. Your Feng family is just a bunch of ungrateful dogs, kicking the Jiang family when we're down." Chen Chongan sat watching the drama unfold, immediately realizing that this man was the source of Jiang Xuanchu's tragedy in the storyline. Feng Aotian sneered, his voice full of sarcasm. "The Jiang family will be devoured sooner or later. What can a woman like you do?" He moved closer, a sinister expression on his face. "I'm saving you, don't worry. After the Feng family annexes the Jiang family, I will take good care of you." No sooner had he finished speaking than a talisman flew out of nowhere and stuck directly onto his face. Chen Chongan coldly commanded, "Scram." Feng Aotian was sent flying by an invisible force, screaming miserably while Jiang Xuanchu froze in place. Whoosh! The pampered young master flew like a kite with a broken string, while Chen Chongan calmly landed in front of the beauty. Jiang Xuanchu gaped, stammering incoherently. "Husband, you." Chen Chongan, acting like a savior, turned to tease her. "My lady, don't be afraid. This fellow is as weak as a snail." A light kick sent him flying like porcelain. From a distance, Feng Aotian scrambled to his feet, his face filled with murderous intent as he roared, "You brat! I'll kill you!" Feng Aotian crawled up, his face resentful, as if wanting to devour the one who had just knocked him down. He furiously charged to attack but was instantly stopped by Chen Chongan, who reminded him about the tournament's no-brawling rule. "Cut off," Feng Aotian snarled resentfully. "You wench, do you have a boyfriend now? Just you wait, he'll watch your little act at the Heaven's Chosen tournament." Jiang Xuanchu's eyes turned sharp and cold as she declared firmly, "Feng Aotian, I will reclaim the Jiang family's debt." Chen Chongan calmly led the beauty away, leaving Feng Aotian fuming behind him. He smiled meaningfully, uttering a light philosophical remark. The treacherous will simply be taken away by the King of Hell. In the distance, Feng Aotian was still seething, muttering curses. Jiang Xuanchu, I will cripple your cultivation, so you'll have to kneel at my feet, he continued to snarl. As for that brat, I will turn him into a pig, living a life worse than death. Just wait until the tournament. While boasting, he was startled as a strange surge of energy suddenly erupted from a talisman stuck to his hand. Unnoticed, a hellfire erupted, engulfing Feng Aotian, and he screamed miserably. The pampered young master writhed in the sea of flames, desperately crying for help. But it was useless. His ashes scattered into the night sky, officially eliminated. Chen Chongan turned to look at Jiang Xuanchu with a meaningful expression, making her blush in embarrassment. The two arrived at the Heavenly Fragrance sect's resting area, where two other female disciples were complaining about the noise coming from a room. Chen Chongan politely said, I will sleep in another room. You should rest well. As soon as he turned to leave, Jiang Xuanchu quickly grabbed his hand, her voice hesitant. Wait. She pulled him closer, her face flushed crimson, tightly hugging his arm. Suddenly, she forcefully pushed him against the door, whispering, If you don't sleep with me, you'll waste away. Jiang Xuanchu's hand began to wander restlessly, groping Chen Chongan's chest. She continued to slide her hand downwards, showing her extraordinary boldness. Jiang Xuanchu pressed Chen Chongan against the door, her entire body burning hot, leaving him dumbfounded. Chen Chongan held her back, telling her not to move and to let him hug her for a while, secretly thinking to himself, so fragrant. The long single man was enjoying himself when Jiang Xuanchu allowed him to hug her for as long as he wanted, then directly asked if he had heard her conversation with that pampered young master of the Feng family. Chen Chongan admitted he had heard everything, and Jiang Xuanchu then resentfully recounted that her family had done nothing wrong. Chen Chongan calmly explained the principles of the martial world. This world operates on self-interest. The strong, devouring the weak, is commonplace. Jiang Xuanchu immersed herself in Chen Chongan's safe embrace, feeling his scent was truly warm and trustworthy. She recalled what the clan leader once said, that physical contact could foster affection, and a bold decision flashed in her eyes. Without another word, Jiang Xuanchu actively aimed straight for Chen Chongan's lips and attacked. After the fleeting kiss, she awkwardly turned away, while Chen Chongan was still bewildered, quickly covering up. It's late, let's rest. Lying on the bed, Chen Chongan was sweating profusely, his eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling, having a bad premonition. An awkward scene unfolded as both lay stiffly on the bed, trying to endure while being right next to each other. A moment later, Jiang Xuanchu seemed to have fallen asleep. The scene shifts to a deep mountain region in Yunzhou, where cultivators from the lower realm, who were killed without being able to transcend, were considered mere trash. A red-haired figure appeared amidst a sea of blood, declaring that the underworld was full of maggots that needed to be cleaned up, and fortunately, he had arrived one step early. The red-haired figure revealed herself to be a demonic woman, claiming to be a reincarnator from the Asura Immortal realm, holding an Asura command token capable of summoning 100,000 heroic spirits from the upper realm. Fresh blood dripped onto the Asura command token, activating a horrifying ritual. The woman shrieked, "For the Asura Immortal Lord, awaken!" Summoning a gigantic skeletal hand from the earth, an Asura army, as numerous as ants, rose up, their killing intent soaring to the heavens, their military might shaking all of Juzhou. With a crazed expression, the woman declared she would participate in the Juzhou Grand Assembly, seize the Juzhou Cauldron, and dominate the lower realm. The woman raised her hand, controlling dark power, and an invisible subordinate immediately echoed their obedience. The next day, the Heaven's Chosen tournament officially commenced, with the qualifiers beginning in a separate secret realm. The rules of the game were announced. A true battle royale. Earn 500 points from opponents' jade badges to advance to the next round. Each badge was worth 10 points. Lose your badge and you're out. No second chances. Chen Xiaodao was tightly entangled by a bunch of thorny vines, his life hanging by a thread. Whoosh! Countless weapons clashed, the battlefield chaotic like a marketplace. Several female cultivators from the Heavenly Fragrance sect entered the battle as if possessed. A red-haired leader shrieked, "Mount Tai crushing peak," then used her legs to clamp a poor fellow's neck. A group of male cultivators were ganged up on, screaming in alarm. These women from the Heavenly Fragrance sect are too fierce. Then decided to bully the weakest one, Chen Xiaodao. A muscular man charged forward, unleashing the insidious move Monkey Steals Peaches, aiming directly at Chen Xiaodao's lower regions. Quick as lightning, Chen Xiaodao dodged the attack, conveniently snatching his opponent's jade badge, sneering, "This badge is mine," ignoring the other man's resentful curses about his dirty play. Outside the secret realm, the audience watched through a magical mirror. The bald man who was eliminated bitterly shouted, "Chen Xiaodao, you're a criminal." Another man saw an opportunity and immediately rushed in to loot, roaring, "Take this chance to kill that brat. Don't you dare touch him." A red-haired female cultivator suddenly appeared, kicking the attacker away with a single strike to protect Chen Xiaodao. Chen Xiaodao smirked smugly, showing off his achievement. "Now I have 200 points, just keep it up." Another contestant was kicked out of the teleportation gate. The battle in the secret realm grew increasingly fierce. In the VIP spectator area, the Wind State Lord commented arrogantly, "This year's young generation is decent, but still not as good as the youngsters from my Wind State." A Horn State Lord sneered, taunting the Yunzhou Lord. "Hey, Yun Changzong, your 3 great immortal clans don't respect anyone, do they? It's already the 3rd day, and they still haven't shown up." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures radiating earth-shattering aura appeared in the sky. The crowd below stirred. The ancestors of Yunzhou's 3 great immortal clans have arrived. Leading them was the Shi family's old ancestor, Shi Jian, a figure rumored to be the legendary Immortal Slayer. Another old ancestor felt the terrifying pressure, sweat pouring down. This aura even surpasses senior Chen Chongan. Without a doubt, the Shi family's old ancestor is indeed the Immortal Slayer. Shi Jian and the 2 other old ancestors descended, cupping their hands in a polite gesture. "We apologize, esteemed state lords. We were delayed by family matters. Please forgive us." The horned host lord asked Shi Jian about the whereabouts of the eternal body, and Shi Jian confidently stated that finding it wouldn't be difficult. Recalling the destruction of the longevity sect, a powerful force filled with soul transformation realm experts, which was wiped out simply for concealing the eternal body, Shi Jian smirked sinisterly, recounting that his faction had just captured some remnants of the longevity sect and had interrogated them for clues. A blue-haired female ancestor showed annoyance that an old man had managed to escape. A white ponytail official announced the end of the qualifiers, utterly surprised that a Golden Core Realm cultivator had made it to the next round. The elders watched the screen displaying Chen Chongan and Jiang Xuanchu, sarcastically remarking that this Golden Core brat was truly lucky to have survived. Shi Jian's eyes widened as he realized something. He abruptly stood up, pointing directly at the screen. "That attire belongs to someone from the longevity sect. There are still remnants left." The various state lords stirred, some recalling rumors of a child possessing the eternal body being rescued, while others argued that one couldn't jump to conclusions based solely on clothing. The Tang family ancestor, Tang Meyer, propped her chin, analyzing, "Even if it's not him, a brat who survived the demons must surely know the whereabouts of the eternal body." The Zhang family ancestor began preaching, asserting that possessing the eternal body meant having the power to resist the upper realm and protect the mortal world. The horned host lord chimed in, calling for personal sacrifice for the greater good, and deciding to test this brat to see if he was genuine or a fake. Shi Jian bared his teeth in a smile, a malicious glint in his eyes. "Don't worry, I have ways to make him spill everything." At the same time, Chen Chongan's system issued a red alert. Extremely strong malice detected targeting the host. Chen Chongan narrowed his eyes, a chilling killing intent emanating from him. He had sensed the predators. An announcement rang out, revealing the list of the top 10 geniuses from various states who advanced to the finals, with a 1v1 draw format. A hooded, masked official gave a thumbs up, inviting the contestants to draw lots. "Wait." The horned host lord stepped forward, blocking the way, pointing directly at Chen Chongan and loudly proclaiming, "The Genius Tournament is a playground for nascent soul cultivators. A Golden Core brat has no place here." He accused Chen Chongan of using forbidden drugs and breaking rules, declaring that as a state lord, he would personally interrogate him. Jiang Xuanchu said little, gripping Chen Chongan's hand tightly and firmly, declaring, "Husband, I will go with you." Jiang Xuanchu gripped Chen Chongan's hand tightly, firmly declaring, "You've been with me all this time. I know best whether you use drugs or not. I can testify." Chen Chongan smirked confidently, pushing her hand away. "No need. You stay and watch the finals. I alone am enough." Jiang Xuanchu was stunned, realizing the matter wasn't simple. "So, the state lords misunderstood and wrongly accused you?" The domineering young man lifted her chin, ordering, "In the finals, you must strive hard and win the championship for me, so I can taste the flavor of a heaven's chosen one." Jiang Xuanchu blushed, promising to do her best, reminding him to return safely as she had prepared a surprise, but Chen Chongan merely replied casually, "A small matter, I'll go and be right back. Chen Chongan entered the grand interrogation hall alone, his aura soaring to the heavens, boldly declaring, "The sinner has arrived." He glanced at the elders seated high above, secretly thinking that the news of the longevity sect's destruction was related to the three great immortal clans, and there must be some conspiracy. Chen Chongan's gaze was sharp and cold, despising the hypocrites who betrayed their kin for profit, and now shamelessly sat there judging others. An old man from the Immortal Child clan sat on the judgment seat, his face grim as he roared, "How audacious! You see someone from the Immortal Child clan and don't kneel in reverence?" Chen Chongan calmly retorted sharply, "I only kneel before the dead. Wouldn't doing so be inappropriate?" Then he taunted back, "You seniors suspect me of using forbidden drugs. Why haven't you checked yet?" The Immortal Child elder was furious, growling, "Truly an arrogant brat," while the horned host lord behind him openly gloated. The crowd began to murmur, and the Chijo lord spoke up sarcastically, "This brat Chen Xiaodao is so arrogant. Doesn't he feel ashamed? It's thanks to the Immortal Child clan that the lower realm is peaceful." Jiang Xuanchu's fellow female cultivators also joined in the criticism. "We knew he wasn't a good person, truly a disgrace to our heavenly fragrance sect." The Ghost State Lord Mingxie spoke up, stating that concluding he was from the longevity sect based solely on his clothes was too childish, but still decided to check his cultivation and identity to be sure. As Mingxie swept with her divine sense, Chen Chongan actively released his cultivation, and each layer of the nascent soul realm clearly appeared. Early stage, second stage, all the way to peak. The Immortal Child Elder burst into a triumphant laugh. Nascent soul realm. Ha ha ha. As expected, he was concealing his true strength. Then he began to heap a series of accusations upon him, from cheating and disrespect to having a destructive conspiracy. Shijian sat sipping tea, a smirk on his face as he calculated. If his strength is only nascent soul, then the interrogation must be gentle. If we scare him to death, we'll lose everything. Chen Chongan continued to unleash his power, breaking through the nascent soul barrier, his cultivation soaring to the first, second, and third layers of the soul transformation realm, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Ghost State Lord Mingche, Heavenly Fragrance Sect Master Shi Ningxiang, and even Shi Jian all froze, utterly shocked. Soul Transformation Realm. He must be a core disciple of the Longevity Sect. The Immortal Child Elder's face was drained of all color, his hands gripping the chair tightly, as he screamed in panic. "Speak quickly. You must know the whereabouts of the Eternal Body." The Immortal Child Clan Elder roared, pointing directly at Chen Chongan. Where did the remnants of the Longevity Sect hide the Eternal Body? Chen Chongan secretly calculated, deciding to drop the act of feigning weakness to hunt the tiger. "The fun's over. Time to show my hand." The Tang family ancestor observed from afar, while Chen Chongan scorned the old bullies who relied on numbers to oppress the weak. "I, Chen Chongan, am utterly fed up with this game." Ghost State Lord Mingche broke out in a cold sweat, realizing in horror, his cultivation is still rising. He's already reached the void refinement realm. Shijian, the Shi family ancestor, feigned gentleness, patting the Zhang family ancestor's shoulder. "Calm down, brother Zhang, you'll scare the boy." Shi Jian turned to Chen Chongan, his voice sweet but laced with hostility. "Tell us the location of the Eternal Body. I hear you have a good relationship with that young lady from the Heavenly Fragrance Sect." Finishing his words, Shi Jian unleashed terrifying pressure, a blue aura enveloping Chen Chongan. "Otherwise, I'm afraid, young friend, you might cease to exist." The Chizo Lord and Wind State Lord, standing afar, also trembled. "The Immortal Slayer's aura is too strong. No one is a match for him." Smack! Quick as lightning, Chen Chongan closed in, one hand seizing the Shi family ancestor's entire face. Before the Shi family ancestor could even react, Chen Chongan unleashed his power, slamming his face straight into the ground. Boom! The ground cracked open, Chen Chongan pressing Shi Jian's head even deeper while the old man only managed to curse. Shi Jian roared furiously. "You seek death," pouring all his strength into a counterpunch. Clang! Chen Chongan effortlessly blocked the old man's punch, a challenging sneer on his lips. Giving his opponent no second to breathe, Chen Chongan swung a heaven-shattering punch directly at Shi Jian's jaw. The Shi family ancestor took the full force of the punch, his mind in utter panic. "Impossible. I can't keep up with this speed." Chen Chongan continued his combo, punching Shi Jian until he couldn't lift his head amidst the rubble, the old man only able to wail in despair. A colossal lightning pillar descended from the sky, flattening the entire area in a terrifying explosion. The entire crowd, from Sect Master Shi Ningxiang to the Chizhou Lord, was struck silent. Even the immortal slayer Shi Jian is utterly helpless. At the epicenter, Chen Chongan stood tall, his entire body enveloped in dark energy, looking like a demonic god descended to the mortal world. He casually walked away, leaving behind the immortal child clan elder trembling in fear, and a completely unconscious Shi Jian. The elder of the immortal child clan froze, his soul scattering as he stared at Chen Chongan's glowing hand. Chen Chongan sat leisurely on the chair, propping his feet up, his gaze condescendingly sweeping over the insignificant crowd. The system reported victory, instantly awarding 20,000 domain points for utterly defeating the immortal slayer, causing Chen Chongan to smirk with satisfaction. He stood up and declared, "From now on, this place is Chen Chongan's territory. I ask, and you answer about the destruction of the longevity sect." His gaze was sharp as a knife, and he growled, "Anyone unwilling to answer, I will personally send them on their way." The state lords and sect masters froze, realizing the true name. Chen Chongan? Wasn't his name Chen Xiaodao? The Yunzhou lord and sect master Shi Ningxiang suddenly understood. The same name, terrifying power. Could this be the real senior Chen Chongan? Chen Chongan's imposing aura erupted as he went straight to the point. First question, who is the mastermind behind the destruction of the longevity sect? All the big shots fell silent, sweat pouring down their faces, the Zhang ancestor seemingly trying to cover for someone. Seeing their stubbornness, Chen Chongan lost patience, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Won't speak? Then all of you shall die, to comfort the souls of the longevity sect disciples. A terrifying pressure descended, causing all the ancestors to vomit blood, crushed flat, and unable to lift their heads. The Zhang ancestor was the first to break, screaming in panic. "I'll talk. It was the immovable demonic sect. They forced us to do it to seize the eternal body." He continued to spill everything. Fu Qian wasn't forced into Copper Mountain by us, but was captured by the immovable demonic sect. Seeing this, the other old men also hastily denied everything. "It has nothing to do with us. Fu Qiyun possesses the power of an immortal slayer. How would we dare touch him?" The Yunzhou lord scorned his foolish companions. "You pig-headed fools. Hess from the longevity sect. What good will begging for mercy do? Hell definitely kill all of us for revenge." He broke out in a cold sweat, his brain working at full capacity to find a way to survive. "I can't die. I must think of something." Chen Chongan sneered, exposing their true colors. "Forgive you? Now you're blaming everything on the demon lord. Do you think I'm easily fooled? The trial is over. You may now die." The Yunzhou lord's face drained of color. "Hess insane. Killing all of us in the 9 provinces will cause great chaos. Who can stop him?" Sect Master Shi Ningxiang and the other women hugged each other, wailing. The big shots of the 9 provinces are now like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. His gaze is too terrifying. Just as Chen Chongan was about to unleash a massacre, the system suddenly warned, "The 9 provinces event is not yet over. You should not kill them hastily, or it will be difficult to complete the mission." Chen Chongan narrowed his eyes, deciding to temporarily spare the state lords. "I was a bit impulsive. These heads are still useful. It won't be too late to take them after the mission is done." An imposter walked in, arrogantly declaring, "I heard there's a golden core brat who used forbidden items and broke the rules. I've come to see the face of this villain." The imposter froze when he saw the scene of the state lords, those influential figures, kneeling prostrate on the ground, utterly bewildered. "Huh? What? What kind of strange situation is this?" The Yunzhou lord, vomiting blood, saw a glimmer of hope upon seeing the imposter. Another Chen Chongan? With his experience massacring immortal demons, he can surely deal with that madman. The foolish state lord pointed at the real Chen Chongan, tattling to the fake one. "Senior Chen, help." Chen Xiaodao concealed his cultivation and secretly ambushed all of us. "He's an evil demonic fiend." The imposter puffed out his chest, thinking he was clever. "So you're kneeling because of his evil arts. Don't be afraid, Yunzhou lord. With me here, he won't be able to cause trouble." He thought to himself. This was a golden opportunity to show off. Perfect timing. Now I'll display my skills for these state lords to see, solidifying their trust in me. The imposter charged forward with a crazed expression, roaring, "Evil demonic fiend. No one can escape my deception art. Chen Xiaodao, go to hell." Chen Chongan merely stood still, a domineering aura emanating from him, calmly replying, "Evil demonic fiend, you say?" Oh, an invisible surge of power struck the imposter, sending him flying backward like a puppet with severed strings. The kneeling state lords were also affected, screaming miserably, blinded by the terrifying pressure. The Yunzhou lord was utterly shocked, unable to believe his eyes. How can this be? Senior Chen Chongan couldn't kill Chen Xiaodao? Could it be? Chen Chongan glanced at the imposter sprawled on the ground, sarcastically wondering, is my name really that useful? The imposter slowly crawled up, blood streaming from the corners of his eyes, his voice trembling. You. Who are you? Chen Chongan stood there, his aura surging, executing immortal generals, massacring immortal demons in this lower realm. Only one person can do that. He smirked, his purple eyes glowing terrifyingly as he declared, Chen Chongan, that is my name. The Wuzhou Lord and the others were stunned into silence, finally realizing, we were tricked? This person isn't Senior Chen Chongan? Has a fake? Jiang Xuanchu's fellow disciples also realized in shock. No wonder his name was so similar to Senior's. It turns out he was impersonating him to deceive. Chen Chongan looked directly at the deceiver, with a gaze of both scorn and amusement. Originally, I wanted to see how far you could go with my name. It's a pity you sought your own demise. The imposter recalled all the times he'd been messed with. So resentful he almost vomited blood. No wonder I was kicked away by him. No wonder my treasures were snatched. I intended to use this identity to make a fortune. Who knew it'd be played by him instead? The imposter Yi Xiang knew this wasn't a good situation, hastily pulling out a teleportation talisman, intending to flee quickly. But the real Chen Chongan wouldn't let him. He reached out a hand, blocking his escape route. Smack! The talisman was snatched from the deceiver's hand in a flash. The talisman exploded, and the system reported good news. Congratulations, host, for eliminating an 8th-level soul transformation cultivator. Immediately gain 30,000 domain points for boasting too loudly. Yi Xiang lay sprawled on the ground, his face drained of color, stammering and begging for mercy. Senior Chen Chongan, spare my life. He was scared out of his wits, only able to kowtow repeatedly, hoping to save his wretched life. Chen Chongan sneered, declaring that he would temporarily not kill him, leaving the imposter both happy and worried. The system again reported the mission was nearing completion. Help Jiang Xuanchu win the grand competition, and instantly gain another 30,000 domain points. Chen Chongan turned to the state lords, who were trembling like leaves. Follow me to the finals, and remember to clarify that I didn't cheat. The scene shifted to the grand competition's finals, where Jiang Xuanchu was dominating the arena, declaring it was the 3rd time she had knocked out an opponent. She unleashed an extremely powerful water element technique, the divine water devouring 9 heavens, creating a gigantic energy vortex. After finishing off her opponent, Jiang Xuanchu landed gracefully, her imposing aura soaring to the heavens. Her muscular opponent completely evaporated, unable to withstand a single blow. The final victory belonged to Jiang Xuanchu of the Heavenly Fragrance sect, who was officially crowned champion of the grand competition. Suddenly, a surge of blazing red demonic energy tore through the sky, descending directly onto the arena to everyone's astonishment. A stranger slowly descended from the energy vortex, proudly declaring, "It seems I've arrived just in time." The crowd of spectators panicked, not understanding what strange thing was happening. Chen Chongan narrowed his eyes, and the system immediately scanned for enemy information. Reincarnator detected. Asura Demon Scion. The extremely formidable profile of the Asura Demon Scion, Yu Xiu Luo, appeared. Reincarnated from the Asura demonic realm, her goal is to dominate the 9 provinces by summoning 100,000 Asura souls. The bewildered crowd asked each other who this person was, to arrogantly barge in and disrupt the grand competition in such a domineering manner. Chen Chongan pondered, realizing the Asura reincarnator was the 2nd reincarnator after that trash Buddhist disciple, wondering about the purpose of these immortals. The Chizhou Lord and the Wind State Lord aggressively blocked the path, straining their necks to ask, "Do you have an invitation to cause trouble here?" Even a goddess wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. The Asura reincarnator's fiery red eyes flashed with deadly lightning, filled with disdain. The Wuzhou Lord and the Guizhou Lord also stepped forward, highly vigilant as they sensed a dense evil aura from the stranger. This one is not to be trifled with. Behind the Asura reincarnator, a horde of skeletal demon soldiers brandishing weapons began to materialize from the void, exuding an overwhelming murderous aura. The Asura reincarnator sneered, "Too noisy, just 9 petty lords. Kill them all for me." The Asura army immediately surged out like a broken dam, streams of dark purple demonic energy sweeping across the arena, the crowd screaming in terror. "They're demonic cultivators! Watch out!" An Asura demon unleashed a fiery attack, blowing away a cultivator who was screaming in despair. The contestants and spectators scattered, some crying for their mothers, others screaming, "Run!" The scene was chaotic, like hell itself. A cultivator was petrified when an Asura demon seized him, his face showing nothing but extreme horror. The Asura reincarnator showed impatience at the screams. Quickly clean up these insects and seize the 9 provinces cauldron. The Guizhou lord refused to sit idly by, unleashing a massive jade-colored energy vortex that swept away a horde of demon soldiers. The female lord shouted loudly, realizing these monsters were all terrifying experts at the soul transformation stage, and she had to prioritize saving the petty nascent soul cultivators first. The Wuzhou lord was also struggling amidst the encirclement, his heart burning with worry for Ah Miao, while some fanboy had cried his eyes out from fear of death. The old Wind State lord was seized by the neck by a skeletal demon, desperately screaming that their only hope now was to seek help from senior Chen Chongan. The Qizhou lord, the only muscular man still standing, let out a roar and charged straight towards the Asura reincarnator. The lord confidently shouted, "You're only at the soul transformation stage. Leave it to me, those monsters will disperse on their own," but only received a disdainful look and the word fool from the Asura reincarnator. Immediately, the Qizhou lord was swarmed and torn apart by the demon soldiers, dark purple demonic energy tightly enveloping him. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the lord was stunned to realize that among these mere soldiers were terrifying experts at the peak void refinement stage, an army beyond imagination. Whoosh! A dazzling stream of sword energy tore through space, slashing directly at a demon, signaling that a new force had intervened. Jiang Xuanchu unleashed a dazzling sword strike, slashing directly at an Asura soldier. But the monster was unharmed. It recovered instantly in a cloud of green smoke, leaving her stunned. Are these guys immortal? She gritted her teeth, realizing these guys were too strong, and since her husband was only at the Golden Core stage, she had to rush to protect him. Another dark figure from the Asura army charged forward, a single blow knocking down Jiang Xuanchu and leaving her unable to move. Just then, a finger gently blocked the descending sword blade. The imposter Chen Chongan appeared, flicked his finger, and the soul of the Asura soldier vanished into thin air, the system reporting plus 5,000 domain points. He extended his hand towards Jiang Xuanchu, acting like a hero saving a beauty. "Are you all right?" The system announced a random mission completed, warning him not to interact with cultivators below the soul transformation stage. While Jiang Xuanchu dazedly called out, "Husband?" the imposter turned and left, uttering a cool remark, "Take care, this is not where you should be," ignoring Jiang Xuanchu, who was vowing to protect her husband to the end. The Wind State lord was crying his eyes out, hurriedly screaming, "Senior Chen, please help us." Sect Master Shi Ningxiang also chimed in, her face distorted. "That's right. With Senior Chen here, he will surely sweep away these monsters." The Horned Host Lord was also being chased frantically, desperately pleading, "Senior, please be magnanimous, save a life, otherwise we'll all be wiped out." Jiang Xuanchu knelt on the ground, her face full of question marks, completely clueless about what was happening. She dazedly watched the imposters retreating back, wondering, why is everyone begging him for help? Meanwhile, the real Chen Chongan was observing from afar. The system reporting the mission was almost complete. He just thought to himself, if I didn't have absolute power, it'd be fish on a chopping block by now. He smirked, feeling the so-called loneliness of the undefeated when the game became too easy. The Asura reincarnator looked disdainfully at the imposter who had just left, sneering, just a worm daring to prance around, spreading false hope, truly a joke to this immortal. Suddenly, the real Chen Chongan appeared amidst the encirclement of the Asura army, causing an enemy to scream a warning, "Chongan, be careful." Chen Chongan's face was cold as ice, his finger gathered dazzling golden light, preparing to unleash a move. One yang finger, a massive golden energy stream swept through, and the skeletal Asura soldiers immediately shattered into pieces. The crowd of cultivators gaped, screaming in despair. "We tried desperately, but couldn't even kill one. But he is our only lifeline." The Asura reincarnator sneered, his eyes showing disdain but also a hint of interest. "Oh? This brat actually has some strength." No sooner had he finished speaking, the Asura reincarnator was startled, as Chen Chongan had already appeared right in front of him, his hand glowing brightly, and he growled, "You guys from the upper realm really annoy me." Slap. A heaven-shaking slap sent the Asura reincarnator's teeth flying, fresh blood splattering everywhere. He hadn't even recovered his senses when he received another slap, his face completely distorted. The Asura reincarnator was completely dazed. In his mind, he could only scream, "How is he so fast and strong? I can't even resist. Impossible." Chen Chongan grabbed the Asura reincarnator's hair, letting out a savage roar. "Die, you bastard." Crash! He slammed his head straight into the ground cracking open into a deep pit under the terrifying impact. Having been utterly thrashed, The Asura reincarnator scrambled to his feet, pulled out an Asura command token, his face filled with hatred. How dare a mere insect from the lower realm? He gritted his teeth, raised the command token, enunciating each word, Asura. But before he could do anything, a colossal foot descended from the sky, crushing both the Asura reincarnator and the command token. Chen Chongan disdainfully uttered a concise remark as the enemy turned to dust. Go back to where you came from. A shockwave swept across the battlefield, and an old white-haired man broke out in a cold sweat, muttering. So, in the interrogation room, he hadn't used his full strength. Otherwise, we would have been wiped out long ago. Two muscular cultivators were blown away, utterly terrified. Is this the power a human can unleash? Unbelievable. Is this kid Chen Xiaodao really that strong? Is he truly only at the golden core stage? Jiang Xuanchu and her sisters were also shaken, one person screaming, What Chen Xiaodao? He is the real senior Chen Chongan. That guy just now was a fake. The other cultivators, hearing this, turned pale, trembling as they realized they had offended the true final boss. Oh no, I'm finished too. Jiang Xuanchu's face flushed, her heart pounding wildly. She thought to herself, I knew my husband was extraordinary, but I never expected him to be this domineering. Chen Chongan grabbed the neck of a remaining Asura soul and lifted it up. His eyes cold as ice, he interrogated. What are you upper realm bastards reincarnating down here for? Speak quickly. The enemy's blood splattered onto Chen Chongan's face, but he merely glanced coldly, without a trace of emotion. Choked to the point of suffocation, the Asura soul still frantically screamed in despair. You bastard from the lower realm. Yu Xiuluo screamed for reinforcements. Elder Fa Tian, kill him. A pink-haired old man appeared, unleashing a blazing red energy attack directly at Chen Chongan. But the attack was repelled by an invisible force the moment it struck, causing Elder Fa Tian himself to explode. The crowd of spectators turned pale, trembling before a terrifying pressure. Immortal pressure. It's an immortal from the upper realm. The Red Province Lord and the Wind Province Lord were drained of color, muttering, This pressure is even stronger than Senior Chen Chongan. We're doomed, no one can save us now. A colossal demon appeared from the void, its voice filled with condescension. Yu Xiuluo, you've weakened considerably after your reincarnation. Do you really need to use your trump card again? Chen Chongan looked up, realizing this was the real deal. An immortal level protector? The demon seized Chen Chongan as if he were a chicken, mocking Yu Xiuluo. You need my help to deal with a mere ant from the lower realm? Truly useless. It channeled a surge of sickly green energy into Chen Chongan, making him groan in pain. An earth-shattering energy explosion swept across the arena, blowing away everyone nearby. Chen Chongan lay motionless in a deep crater, seemingly completely defeated. Jiang Xuanchu, the Wuzhou Lord, and the Ghost Province Lord all screamed in despair upon seeing their only reliance fall. The demon protector looked at the gasping Yu Xiuluo. The Asura command token has a time limit. I can only stay in the lower realm for a short while. Decide quickly. Amidst the rubble, Chen Chongan's voice echoed, 3 seconds is enough. From within the crater, a flash of light emanated from Chen Chongan's body. At the same time, Chen Chongan's main body received a system alert. Unsuppressed upper realm, Immortal detected. Clone's life is threatened. Do you wish to switch to a higher grade clone? The demon protector looked down into the crater, smirking. You didn't die after taking one of my blows? Tough skin, kid. Meanwhile, the system displayed a series of extremely expensive clone upgrade options. The Wuzhou Lord and another province lord completely collapsed. It's over. Even Senior Chen is helpless. We're surely dead. The demon protector sneered. You immortal slayers are just a bunch of small fries who rely on the 9 provinces' laws to survive. It continued to boast. Without the protection of laws, you can't even defeat the pets I keep in the upper realm. The demon flexed, surrounded by purple lightning. And I possess the right to immortality, unaffected by the 9 provinces' laws. Let me see how many blows your lower realm's strongest can withstand. Seeing Chen Chongan defeated, Jiang Xuanchu screamed desperately, Husband! Despite the disparity in strength, Jiang Xuanchu still charged forward to block the skeletal soldiers, only to be mocked by the enemy. Get lost. A mere nascent soul brat dares to rush forward? Yu Xiuluo sat high above, ordering the Asura army. What are you doing? Kill them all. Seize the 9 provinces cauldron. The system announced the deduction of all domain points. Chen Chongan officially going into debt to exchange for an immortal general-grade clone, which caught the demon protector's attention. From the rubble, Chen Chongan rose, his hair silvery white, enveloped in golden light, muttering, This dog barks too loudly. It seems I'll have to beat it into silence. The demon protector sensed the new surge of power, its eyes turning dangerous. This brat has a trump card. I cannot let him live. I must kill him. Thud. Chen Chongan punched straight through the demon protector's chest in an instant, growling, "Because of you, all the domain points I accumulated are gone." A beam of white light pierced through the demon's body, creating a terrifying explosion. The demon protector was sent flying, face-planting into the ground amidst a cloud of smoke and dust. Scrambling to its feet, the demon protector couldn't believe it. Your cultivation. How did it suddenly become so powerful? Just now, you were as weak as a snail. Chen Chongan sneered contemptuously. It's a pity this isn't Mount Flying Immortal, but your flesh, like pork, will surely earn me a lot of points. The demon protector unleashed its final palm strike, but Chen Chongan merely grunted softly, easily neutralizing the attack. It threw a thunderous punch, but Chen Chongan blocked it with just one hand. The disparity in strength too obvious. Chen Chongan growled, "Go to hell," and summoned his own colossal skeletal warrior, its aura completely overwhelming the enemy's soldiers. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Chongan ordered his new subordinate to sweep the battlefield with a destructive golden light. The golden light swept through, and the Asura army, unable to react in time, began to disintegrate. Each skeletal soldier evaporated, turning into dust in the sacred light. The demon protector watched in stunned silence as the entire arena and its army were flattened in the blink of an eye. The Thunder Province Lord and the Wind Province Lord gaped, stammering incoherently, so powerful. Yushi Luo was also utterly shocked, unable to believe it. How could Elder Fa Tian, an immortal general, not defeat this brat? Is this a dream? Chen Chongan's main body, with his silver blue hair, casually asked an unrelated question, feigning indifference. The Upper Realm Protector broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the situation was dire. His only option was to grab Yushi Luo, report back to his boss, and flee quickly. It roared, "Run!" then carried Yushi Luo, and fled headlong from the white-haired death god standing in the distance. Chen Chongan's clone appeared coldly, its aura overwhelming. "Did you think you could escape my grasp?" A finger pointed straight, and destructive golden light shot out like a laser beam, aimed directly at the two fleeing figures. The protector burst into flames and vanished in an instant. The system announced that Chen Chongan had defeated a Grade 1 immortal general, earning millions of points and a treasure chest. Standing before the trembling Yu Xiu Luo, Chen Chongan's clone questioned, "Speak. What is the purpose of you reincarnators in the lower realm?" Yu Xiu Luo's face was drained of color, knowing that only by confessing could she hope to survive, and stammered out that their goal was the 9 provinces cauldron. Chen Chongan's main body narrowed his eyes as he listened to Yu Xiu Luo explain. "Whoever controls the 9 provinces cauldron will control the heavenly Tao of this entire continent." She revealed everything, stating that the 9 provinces cauldron was divided among the 9 province lords, and many others from the upper realm were also coveting it, making Chen Chongan's main body realize his system quest was related. Images of the province lords appeared, each looking bewildered, clearly unaware of the hot commodity they held. Chen Chongan secretly understood. No wonder the system didn't let me kill them. It turns out the 9 provinces cauldron is on them. After confessing everything, Yushi Luo's face contorted, begging for her life. Chen Chongan's clone smirked, coldly declaring, "All right, now you can die," then incinerated her without hesitation. In the Asura immortal realm of the upper realm, the life tokens of both Yushi Luo and Protector Fa Tian shattered simultaneously, signaling their departure from the world. A cloaked subordinate rushed in frantically, kneeling to report the grim news. The Lord of the Asura immortal realm, Shi Tian, emerged from the shadows, growling furiously upon learning that 2 pieces of trash had failed, and moreover, died at the hands of lowly ants in the lower realm. Shi Tian ordered a subordinate, "Go summon Hong Luo here. I have an important task to assign." The Asura overlord was seething with rage. His years of meticulous planning had suddenly become a joke to the other immortal realms. He resolved to suppress this matter and immediately send another reincarnator down. Meanwhile, in another location, the Nichang immortal realm, a new power also declared, "That fertile land of the 9 provinces must belong to us." In the Nichang immortal realm, a female subordinate reported to her immortal lord. Reporting, "Immortal Lord, the scouts of the Asura immortal realm and their protector have all perished. Their life tablets shattered, making reincarnation impossible." The pink-haired immortal lord calmly remarked, "Oh, so my reincarnated opponent has one less rival," and then explained that this fertile land of the 9 provinces was a lucrative prize targeted by many immortal realms. Noticing the overwhelming power of the one who had dealt with the Asuras, the Immortal Lord ordered, "Contact our protector. Try to avoid Chen Chongan as much as possible before we seize the treasured land in the lower realm." Back in the lower realm, the system notified Chen Chongan's clone. "Congratulations, host, for completely eliminating the reincarnated son of the Asura demon scion. You have received a salted fish treasure chest and 20,000 domain points." Chen Chongan's clone smirked and called out to the system, "Hold on, there are still a few Asura heroic souls left. Don't waste the chance to farm domain points." He unleashed a technique, summoning a colossal golden dragon to sweep across the battlefield, and the system continuously reported, "Host eliminated Asura heroic soul, gained 3,000 points, 100 points, 200 points." After clearing out the remnants, Chen Chongan's clone laughed gleefully. "Okay, perfect solution, not a single drop left." The rescued cultivators had now turned into fervent fans, shouting endlessly, "Senior Chen is incredible, my peerless hero, master, so cool, so awesome." The system chimed again. "Host has saved the cultivators of the 9 provinces and earned their reverence. The mission, dominate the 9 provinces Grand Assembly, is complete. Reward, 30,000 domain points." Summarizing the monster farming campaign, the system announced good news. Domain points tally. Host has eliminated tens of thousands of Asura heroic souls, gaining 3 million domain points. Chen Chongan's clone was overjoyed, feeling immensely rich and capable of living a carefree life without any worries. Suddenly, Jiang Xuanchu rushed over with a panicked expression, calling out loudly, "Husband," which made Chen Chongan's clone turn around in surprise. Jiang Xuanchu stared at him with teary eyes, asking anxiously, "Are you all right?" Chen Chongan's clone was dumbfounded, stammering a denial. No." In his mind, he wondered why she had run all the way here. Just then, young Master Ah Miao suddenly flew in like a whirlwind, letting out a shrill cry. Ah Miao pounced onto Chen Chongan's clone, hugging him tightly and exclaiming, "My mate! I've finally found you." Chen Chongan's clone was startled, hastily throwing Ah Miao off and explaining to Jiang Xuanchu, "Wife, I have nothing to do with her. She's just spouting nonsense." Jiang Xuanchu completely ignored Ah Miao. She stepped forward to embrace Chen Chongan's clone, feeling all over his body and asking urgently, "I was scared to death. How's your stomach? What about your chest? Your back? Turn around, let me see." She gripped his hand, her voice full of concern. "Your hand is fine, but you must have suffered severe internal injuries. I still have some medicinal wine for bruises. Come back with me." Chen Chongan, main body, was extremely annoyed, questioning the system about the so-called side effects on Jiang Xuanchu. The system coldly announced, "According to the rules, the 2 of you will return to your separate paths, never intersecting. Her luck will also gradually weaken, and she will encounter all sorts of misfortunes." It even taunted, advising the host not to try to defy the rules of the game. Chen Chongan growled, his eyes sparking with fury as he cursed. "System, just you wait." Back at the scene, Chen Chongan's clone lost his patience and abruptly pushed away Jiang Xuanchu, who was still clinging to him. He coldly warned the bewildered woman, "Please have some self-respect." The two stood facing each other, the atmosphere becoming awkward. The clone clearly wanted no further involvement. Suddenly, a group of province lords arrived from all directions, calling out in unison, "Senior Chen." The clone turned, his gaze sharp as he asked, "Who are you people?" The province lords hastily explained that the upper realm was about to invade, and they wished to present the 9 provinces cauldron and enthrone him as overlord to protect the lower realm. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuanchu's face paled. She anxiously asked if her husband would agree, her heart in turmoil as the distance between them grew. The clone sneered, knowing full well they only wanted to use him as a shield. "I am a troublesome foe. This position of 9 provinces overlord is not suitable for me." The crowd of cultivators cried out miserably, pleading with the senior not to abandon the common people, willing to do anything as long as he agreed. The Ghost Province Lord stepped forward, offering the 9 provinces cauldron with both hands, asserting that only the senior was qualified, and she would resolve all troubles on his behalf. The clone showed interest. "Oh? Then let me see your sincerity." He laid his cards on the table, pointing directly at the province lords. "The Xiantong family in Yun province colluded with evil cultivators, and you all knew it, but did nothing. Now is the time to purge these festering sores. What do you province lords intend to do?" As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd immediately followed suit, demanding that the province lords hand over the corrupt elements and not shield the evil cultivators. The Yun province lord was furious, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, I thought if we enthroned him as overlord, my family would be spared. Who knew he would play such a vicious trick? The Wind Province Lord hastily tried to intervene, while the Horned Province Lord cleverly declared, "As long as Senior becomes the overlord of the 9 provinces, we will obey all your commands." The Horned Province Lord continued to affirm that he would not shrink from facing life and death. The clone nodded in satisfaction. Not bad perception. I accept this 9 provinces cauldron. Chen Chongan's clone held the 9 provinces cauldron in his hand, smirking. I will deal with you all later. Whoosh. 9 cauldrons soared into the sky, radiating surging spiritual energy before merging into one. An earth-shattering surge of power erupted. Lightning struck down, challenging the one who dared to accept the heavenly mandate. The Wu Province Lord and Wind Province Lord broke out in a cold sweat, muttering that for hundreds of millions of years, no one had ever passed the heavenly Tao's test. Jiang Xuanchu's face flushed. She anxiously watched his retreating back, silently calling, "Husband." In the sky, the heavenly Taos will materialize within the lightning clouds, snapping. "It's you again?" Chen Chongan, main body, sat in a corner somewhere, smirking as he replied to the heavenly Tao. "Yo, old friend, long time no see." The heavenly Tao's will questioned the clone. "You are the one who wishes to become the guardian of the heavenly Tao?" The clone casually asked in return if a test was needed. The heavenly Tao changed its attitude faster than flipping a pancake, laughing heartily. "No need, I approve." Then it bestowed a surge of blessed power, overjoyed to have a powerful protector. The province lords gaped, their eyes wide and mouths agape, unable to believe that the most difficult test in history had been passed in an instant. A golden mark of the heavenly Tao appeared on the clone's forehead, signifying supreme authority. The clone felt the power of the entire 9 provinces flowing within him, his eyes sharp. Is this what it feels like to be the overlord of the 9 provinces? Chen Chongan's main body system panel appeared, announcing the mission complete, officially becoming the overlord, receiving 30,000 points, and unlocking a new upgrade function. Chen Chongan, main body, chuckled slyly, deciding not to upgrade for now since over 4 million points hadn't been spent yet, so there was no rush. The Ghost Province Lord stepped forward, suggesting a grand ceremony be held to announce it to the entire world. The clone coldly nodded. "Very well, proceed." From afar, Jiang Xuanchu watched the scene, her heart filled with 100 conflicting thoughts, and she silently called out, "Husband." She began to panic. Everything was fine before. Why did he suddenly change? Am I too troublesome? Her eyes gleamed with suspicion and hurt, wondering if everything that had happened before was just an act to deceive her. Jiang Xuanchu clutched her chest, her face filled with extreme pain and confusion. "I don't understand." The Heavenly Fragrance sect held a lively feast, and sect master Shi Ningxiang urged her female disciples to thank Senior Chen Chongan for carrying the entire sect. The Heavenly Fragrance sect's female cultivators were completely drunk, raising their cups to celebrate how, thanks to Senior Chen, their sect had soared to new heights. A true breakthrough. The women began gossiping, wondering if the senior noticed them. A blonde girl even fantasized, "I'd be content to be a pawn in Senior's hands for my entire life." The conversation shifted to Jiang Xuanchu, and they teased that the poor girl had never been in love, and after finally meeting someone, she was hurt again. Jiang Xuanchu sat alone in a corner, her face as cold as ice, clearly extremely annoyed by the chatter. Suddenly, a sound transmission jade in her hand lit up, catching Jiang Xuanchu's attention. Jiang Xuanchu stood up and coldly told the crowd, "Everyone, please continue. I'll be leaving first," then turned and walked away. Bang! The room door was decisively shut. Inside the room, Jiang Xuanchu activated the sound transmission jade, and a green light flew out. A holographic image appeared, Jiang Xuanchu's father extremely worried. "My dear daughter, I heard the 9 provinces Grand Assembly was attacked by those upper realm bastards. Are you all right?" Jiang Xuanchu reassured her father that she was unharmed, then asked about his health. He replied that he was still weak. And as for her mother, Jiang Xuanchu's mother suddenly squeezed into the frame, startling her father, who nearly jumped out of his skin. She excitedly asked, "I heard you have a Dao companion now, don't you? When are you bringing him home to meet us?" Her mother continued to show extreme excitement, boasting that she had inquired and learned her son-in-law was the lord of the 9 provinces, which made her extremely pleased. Jiang Xuanchu quickly dampened her enthusiasm. "Mother, don't rejoice too soon. He suddenly started ignoring me." Her mother chuckled knowingly, offering deadly advice. "It's common. If there's a conflict, resolve it, or just forcefully pin him down on the bed, and it's done. That's how I handled your father back in the day." She continued to encourage her daughter. "You must be brave in love. Don't be afraid. It's such a waste to miss out on each other due to misunderstandings. Her mother saw through her daughter's heart. I can tell you really like that boy. Jiang Xuanchu could only blush, stammering, unable to speak. Her mother concluded with a decisive thumbs up. Bring him home, that's decided. We'll be waiting for you. Goodbye. The call ended abruptly, the poor father not even getting another word in. Jiang Xuanchu sighed in relief, collapsing onto the bed, her heart a tangled mess. Why did you change, Chongan? She took a deep breath, her golden eyes reflecting confusion and longing. His scent still lingers on the bed. Under the moonlight, Jiang Xuanchu lay alone in her room. While outside, several drunkards were banging on another door, yelling to pay respects to the senior. After the noisy social interactions, Chen Chongan sighed in relief, but felt a slight emptiness without Jiang Xuanchu by his side. He decided to check his status. System. Open the interface. The system reported, to cover the entire 10,000 Great Mountains requires 10 million domain value, and to encompass Ghost Province in the 9 provinces requires hundreds of millions. Chen Chongan broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that the path to absolute invincibility was still incredibly long, and missions involving immortals weren't always available. While he was complaining, the system spammed notifications, alerting him that a reincarnated individual from the Black Tortoise Immortal realm had been detected. The protagonist smirked, immediately guessing the system was afraid. He'd be lazy in cultivation, so it had to spoon-feed him missions. He secretly praised it. You're quite considerate, aren't you? He outlined his plan. Deal with the reincarnated individual, find the demonic sect to save his master, and as for Jiang Xuanchu's bad luck, there was no temporary solution. Chen Chongan came up with a bold idea to solve the problem of his limited clones, the reversal scroll. The next day, the enthronement ceremony was held with extreme grandeur, illusory phoenixes soaring across the sky. Chen Chongan's clone stood in mid-air, his domineering aura enveloping the entire 9 provinces. The Ghost Province Lord boldly declared to all in the lower realm. From today, the era of the 9 province lords is a thing of the past. The crowd below cheered excitedly, hailing the young lord who brought a sense of absolute security, with a few even mocking the baseless rumors about the former Cloud Province Lord. The Cloud Province Lord stood in the crowd, his face darkened, grinding his teeth bitterly. Damn you, Chen Chongan. How dare you destroy my immortal child family's legacy? I must find a way to contact the ancestor. Enlightened by her mother, Jiang Xuanchu looked at Chen Chongan's back from afar, resolving in her heart. Love must be bravely pursued. Happiness must be seized by oneself. Her golden eyes shone with determination, as she secretly vowed. Chen Chongan, don't even think about escaping my grasp in this lifetime. The frenzied crowd below roared incessantly, a red-haired youth shouting loudly. Lord, you are the one we wish to follow for life. Please allow me to accompany you. Jiang Xuanchu's first attempt to approach failed miserably. She fell head over heels, her soul scattered. A drunken man staggered forward to cause trouble. Seeing this, a female cultivator in green was about to splash water to put him in his place. Jiang Xuanchu roared, "Get out of the way!" And an invisible force blocked the incoming splash of water. She deftly dodged, using the drunkard himself as a shield for the water, a clean maneuver demonstrating her superior skill. Jiang Xuanchu failed again in approaching her target, this time literally slipping on a banana peel. Sect Master Xining Xiang could only hold her head in helplessness at her disciples' comedic antics. Xuanchu, what on earth are you doing? Night fell, and Jiang Xuanchu persistently tailed them, observing Chen Chongan and Ling from a rooftop. She attempted a surprise appearance from underground crash. The entire wall cracked open, and the result was still a colossal fail, as she could only poke one hand out from the pile of rubble. Switching to an underwater tactic, she swam like a duck chasing Chen Chongan's boat. Yet it was still a complete failure. After countless attempts, Jiang Xuanchu panted, leaning against a wall, exhausted. Just then, her junior sisters appeared to taunt her. Oh, isn't this senior sister Xuanchu? The blonde girl sneered. Haven't seen Senior Chen in days, have you? He must be tired of you, unlike us. She added fuel to the fire, suggestively licking her lips. If Senior no longer needs you, tonight I'll invite him out for some fun. Her limit broken, Jiang Xuanchu struck like lightning, pinning the blonde girl to the ground, a sword at her neck. Go on, try it if you dare. I won't go easy on you, sister. Her eyes blazed with deadly golden light, radiating killing intent. Do you want to die? Her 2 junior sisters turned pale with fright, hastily explaining. We were just joking. Senior sister, don't be angry. How could I dare steal your man? Hearing your man, Jiang Xuanchu immediately fumed, turning to stone on the spot, much to the bewilderment of the other 2. Standing alone before the tower, she blushed, secretly thinking, I miss him so much. Should I just go straight into his room and wait? From behind, a strange blue-haired man watched her retreating figure, muttering, Huh? Isn't that the girl who always follows Chen Chongan? He ground his teeth, his face filled with hatred. Chen Chongan, you dog, you started this, don't blame me. A sinister smile appeared on the blue-haired man's face as he prepared to strike. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being Chen Chongan's woman. Jiang Xuanchu suddenly sensed killing intent, and her gaze sharpened. She spun around but saw no one, only the silent night. No one? Was it an illusion? Jiang Xuanchu smirked. Realizing someone was plotting something sinister, she immediately moved, searching for the enemy lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, the blue-haired man unleashed an extremely powerful fire spell, engulfing Jiang Xuanchu. The scoundrel screamed in extreme agony as his own flames suddenly backfired. Elsewhere, Chen Chongan's clone lightly brushed his hand, and the system announced that a piece of trash had been dealt with, adding 3,000 domain points. Jiang Xuanchu sought out Chen Chongan's residence, but was blocked by 2 burly guards. One guard grumbled, How many times do I have to say it? The Lord is asleep, hurry up and leave. A girl coming to find a man in the middle of the night. Aren't you ashamed? Jiang Xuanchu's eyes sharpened, declaring her claim. The Lord is ours. I won't allow you to disturb him. If he doesn't come out to meet me, then I. The 2 guards broke into a cold sweat, panicking as they realized she intended to barge in. She wants to go inside. We must. But Jiang Xuanchu plopped down on the steps, declaring firmly, I'll wait here until he wakes up. I'm not going anywhere, leaving the 2 guards speechless. The sky transitioned from day to night, then brightened again. Inside the room, Chen Chongan's main body was in a deep sleep, energy flowing between his clone and main body. Night fell, a crescent moon hanging high. Finally, Chen Chongan opened his eyes, ending a long slumber. He stretched, his entire body feeling stiff. So tired. My bones feel rusty. I'm starving. Is there a steamed bun anywhere? As Chen Chongan reached out, he touched something soft. Opening his eyes, he saw Bai Yue lying beside him, muttering, Senior, please whip me harder. Turning to the other side, Ling Baoer was tightly hugging his arm, sleepily mumbling, Big chicken drumstick. Master eats big chicken drumstick. At the foot of the bed, Demon King Hong Yi was soundly asleep, embracing the blonde fairy spirit, a sly smile on her lips. Don't be shy, young master. Come here and kiss me. Chen Chongan's face turned pale, his soul scattered, silently screaming, My clothes were changed too? What did they do to me while I was asleep? The entire bed was a chaotic scene with 4 girls sprawled around a petrified Chen Chongan, truly creating karma. Chen Chongan's face flushed, only one question echoing in his mind. Who dared to ruin? He scratched his head, pushing aside the matter of being single for 20 years, determined to resolve Jiang Xuanchu's issue first. Under the moonlight, Chen Chongan's clone was ready to act. He muttered, The main body is busy. Now is my chance to piggyback on the system's functions. I've finally figured out how to handle Jiang Xuanchu's situation. Chen Chongan smirked confidently, declaring, Well then, let the rebellion begin. He reached out and touched the system panel, and a surge of energy poured forth. He realized a domineering truth. The all-living being's skill allowed him to control everything within his domain, and the system was no exception. Then, Chen Chongan growled, a glint flashing in his eyes as he prepared to bend the system's own rules. He used his power to manipulate all things to directly interfere with the system, causing it to display a series of confused question marks. Whoosh! The system panel announced, Manipulation successful. Chen Chongan chuckled gleefully. Excellent. Only the final step remains. He continued to press his hand onto the interface, preparing to issue an unprecedented command. He shouted, creating a special mission for the system. Host Chen Chongan issues mission. Eliminate all negative effects caused by Jiang Xuanchu approaching me. Reward, Chen Chongan's praise. With a mischievous grin, he set the penalty. Failure means the system must automatically yield refinement value to soothe the host's injured young heart. Deadline, 10 minutes. The mission was successfully issued, and the system displayed an angry icon. But Chen Chongan merely shrugged. Just as I thought. I've found a new way to use the system. The system trembled in protest. Host, I'm drafting. Are you listening? Why are you stuck with such a bug? But Chen Chongan calmly replied, I have morals, but not many. The mission has been assigned. He threatened, by the rules you must complete it. Fail, and your 680 billion treasure vault will vanish. And immediately, the system reported the mission complete. Chen Chongan patted the fuming system panel, smirking. Wouldn't it have been better to be sensible sooner? Be good now. At the same time, in a distant place, a red portal appeared in the sky. A graceful figure stepped out from the gate of light, possessing an extraordinary aura. Fairy Yu-chan descended to the lower realm, worried about the survival of the immortal divine tree, and hoping the chosen one would soon obtain the immortal fruit to ascend to the upper realm. The harem is real. Ling, Hong Yi, and Bai Yue were soundly asleep on the bed, even embracing the blonde fairy spirit. A hand began to grope around, searching for something or someone. All three beauties startled awake, horrified to find their bodies gone. Meanwhile, Chen Chongan's main body shot up upon hearing the disciples' frantic cries. As soon as they saw him, all three girls pounced like hungry tigers, shouting, "Master!" Crash! They all tumbled onto the floor, while Chen Chongan calmly stood watching. "Good morning, did you sleep well?" He recalled the scene of being pinned down by a bevy of beauties, his face blank, not understanding what was happening. To check if it was a dream or reality, Hong Yi and Ling pinched his cheeks until they were distorted. Whack, whack, whack. Chen Chongan gave each of them a tap on the head to wake them up. "Are you awake now?" Ling looked up with sparkling eyes, her voice sweet as honey. "Master." The group crowded around him again, hugging and tearfully recounting how worried they had been sick when he was unconscious. Bai Yue cast a flirtatious glance, secretly thinking she finally had a chance to unleash the moves she had long harbored. Hong Yi pouted, asking to follow his clone next time, only for Chen Chongan to retort, "What can you even do?" He suddenly shivered, thinking of Jiang Xuanchu brandishing her sword, ready to cut him down if he dared to fool around. Chen Chongan quickly changed the subject, asking who had changed his clothes, causing Ling and Hong Yi to break into a cold sweat. "We've been discovered. We're doomed," he smirked, knowing these two were easily startled but still pressed. "Which one of you was it, after all?" Bai Yue unexpectedly confessed, causing Hong Yi to frantically cover her mouth and drag her away, yelling that she was talking nonsense. The group made excuses about going to cook to quickly escape, leaving Chen Chongan shouting in vain. "Come back here and explain yourselves." Helpless, he decided to take a bath first, muttering about his body having lain still for too long, while the shadow of a fox demoness peeked from outside the door. Chen Chongan turned around, recognized it was Bai Yue, and asked her what was wrong. Bai Yue shamelessly put on an act, whining that she was afflicted by a strange poison and needed Senior to whip her with a leather whip to cure it. Chen Chongan smirked, his eyes sharp, as if thinking, "Do you take me for a fool?" The fox demoness blushed, secretly thinking that she would finally get to experience that strange sensation again. He nonchalantly offered several pills, advertising them like a multi-level marketing scheme. "Eat these, they melt in your mouth, detoxify all poisons, relieve fatigue, and taste delicious." The plan failed, and Bai Yue left resentfully, but still didn't give up. "If this plan doesn't work, I'll try another. I'll get Senior one way or another." Chen Chongan calmly undressed, preparing to soak in the bathtub and enjoy a relaxing moment. While bathing, he calculated his return to Mount Feixian to check on its development, especially to recharge the domain point generation machine. Meanwhile, the news Senior Chen Chongan has awakened had spread throughout the mountain. The horde of fanatical demonesses stirred into a frenzy, some demanding to see Senior, others wanting to groom themselves, and one even boldly offered to be his mount. Suddenly, a beam of light tore through the night, as a blonde, immortal maiden from the upper realm descended with an overwhelming aura. The immortal maiden muttered that her time in the lower realm was limited, deciding to grab a few random demons to interrogate them about the person she was searching for. Without hesitation, she plunged directly into the Mount Feixian area, officially stepping into Chen Chongan's domain. While bathing, Chen Chongan sensed an intruder, his eyes turning cold. Which upper realm immortal has come to offer their life this time? The immortal maiden sensed the aura in the area, confirming it was indeed a place with immortal king-level power. The fanatical demonesses also sensed the strange power, their faces filled with murderous intent. Another one from the upper realm causing trouble. As soon as she landed, she saw a group of demons blocking her path, showing no intention of kneeling in welcome. The immortal maiden frowned in confusion, wondering, why aren't these lower realm insects bowing to an immortal? What in the world is going on? The green-haired demoness growled a warning. "This is Senior Chen's place of peaceful cultivation. Flying is forbidden. Get out now, don't defile his sanctuary." Being ordered around by a petty demon, the immortal maiden flew into a rage. "How insolent! How dare you lowly beings speak so disrespectfully?" A terrifying suppressive aura erupted, and the demonesses immediately felt immense pressure. This pressure. Senior has a formidable opponent. Immortal Maiden Yu Chan snarled, her eyes blazing. I am Immortal Maiden Yu Chan from the Xuanwu Immortal Realm. There is no place in the lower realm where I cannot fly. Where is Chen Chongan's immortal fruit? Hand it over. Suddenly, an invisible pressure descended from the sky, crushing her arrogance. Yu Chan was forced to kneel on the ground, sweat pouring down her like rain. This pressure. Such a terrifying aura. Could there be someone stronger than me here? Who is it? Step out. The fanatical demonesses, however, were overjoyed. It's Senior Chen Chongan. He sensed our danger and came to protect us. That terrifying power emanated from the temple atop the towering mountain. On the rooftop, Chen Chongan sat casually, cross-legged under the moonlight, his six-pack abs revealed, his gaze lazy yet full of power. Yu Chan looked up, her face pale. Is he Chen Chongan? Why can't I sense any cultivation fluctuations from him? She continued to mutter in fear. But just his gaze makes me both terrified and envious. Wait, these demons possess immortal fortune. Could they also be connected to this Chen Chongan whom they admire? Chen Chongan gave her an icy stare, as if asking, Who are you, you insignificant shrimp? Yu Chan broke out in a cold sweat, admitting in her mind, It's hard to say who would win if I had to fight him. Forget it, for the ancestors' benefit. Immediately, the immortal maiden's expression changed, and she bowed respectfully. Disciple of the Jiang family, Jiang Yu Chan, requests an audience with Senior. A voice echoed from the temple. Come to the immortal palace. Yu Chan immediately flew up, secretly thinking, Let's see what tricks you're planning. After flying for a short distance, Bai Yue and Tuo Baiye appeared, blocking her path and growling, Stop, no flying here. The fox demoness Bai Yue crossed her arms, adopting a condescending air. Since you've come here, you must abide by Senior's rules. Anyone wishing to meet him must show absolute respect and loyalty. Bai Yue pointed towards the mountain path at the foot of the mountain. From that path, walk up the mountain step by step to meet Senior. Yu Chan was furious, screaming, Impossible. I am an upper realm immortal. I've never been so humiliated. How can an esteemed immortal king like me submit to a mere mortal from the lower realm? The ox-headed Tuoba Ye, munching on a golden fruit, nonchalantly declared, Humph. Follow the rules. Don't just talk about immortals. The higher one's status, the more one must abide by the rules here. Yu Chan froze as she recognized what the ox-headed demon was eating. Wait, is that an immortal fruit? Something extremely rare in the upper realm, yet a mere ox demon here is eating it like a snack? Outrageous, she stammered. Where did you get this fruit? Tuobaye replied curtly. From Master. Everyone has them. Yu Chan felt as if struck by lightning, screaming in panic. Everyone has them? Do you think these are wild fruits growing everywhere? This kind of sacred fruit blossoms once every 1,000 years and bears fruit once every 10,000 years. It's incredibly precious. Where did you get it? Bai Yue sneered, concluding, Oh, so the immortal maiden descended to find fruit. So you immortals also covet things from the lower realm? Let me tell you honestly. We demons here are all protected by Senior Chen, and these immortal fruits are provided in unlimited quantities every day. Swallowing her anger, immortal maiden Yu Chan began to trudge up the mountain, followed by the mocking gazes of the ox-headed Tuoba Ye and the fox demoness Bai Yue. Just now she was boasting about not walking. The immortal maiden was seething, growling in her mind. Chen Chongan, what kind of monster are you to throw immortal fruits to these pieces of trash? The demons standing on both sides of the path whispered excitedly, feeling that witnessing an upper realm immortal bow before Senior Chen was enough for this lifetime. On the rooftop, Chen Chongan sat cross-legged, muttering a sarcastic remark about those who like to show off. Standing before the gate, Yu Chan spoke with arrogance. Jiang Yu Chan, disciple of the Xuanwu Immortal Realm, Jiang family, requests an audience. A lazy voice echoed from within. Enter. The door slowly opened, revealing Chen Chongan's figure sitting calmly, waiting. Chen Chongan smirked, his eyes sharp. Immortal maiden Jiang, what business do you have with me? Yu Chan got straight to the point, presenting an immortal gourd treasure. This is an all-round offensive and defensive immortal treasure, top tier in the lower realm. I'll exchange it for an immortal fruit. Chen Chongan merely flicked his finger, stating curtly, No need. Harshly rejected, Yu Chan was enraged, shouting, You're going too far, you bastards. Chen Chongan sneered, his voice cold. Do you really think everyone has to indulge your condescending attitude? A terrifying, suppressive aura crashed down, and immortal maiden Yuchan's face turned pale, trembling as she realized she was facing an immortal lord-level entity. Chen Chongan set a condition. I don't need immortal treasures. Answer a few questions, and you'll get what you want. Yuchan still tried to maintain her last shred of dignity. I would rather die than answer. I will not suffer this humiliation. Just then, Ling brought out a basket full of immortal fruits, casually saying, Master, there seem to be quite a lot of wild fruits on the immortal tree. Chen Chongan waved his hand. Just distribute them to everyone. There's enough for all. Under Yuchan's stunned gaze, Ling took a delicious bite of an immortal fruit, wondering what to do with the remaining baskets. After being utterly humiliated, immortal maiden Yuchan immediately changed her tune, her voice sweet. Ahem. Ahem. I suddenly find this transaction very favorable. Senior Chen, please ask away. I will answer truthfully. Chen Chongan was speechless at her attitude, flipping faster than a rice paper. Tapping his finger lightly on the table, Chen Chongan got straight to the point. First question. Why is the upper realm invading the lower realm? Yuchan looked surprised, believing that the upper realm should protect the lower realm, not invade it. She explained with a disdainful attitude. The beings of the lower realm are merely weak ants in our eyes. Just like an ant under your foot, its fate is in your hands. Crushing it or not depends on your whim. Jiang Yuchan continued her arrogant lecture, viewing the lower realm and other worlds as mere tools for the upper realm's advancement. Chen Chongan muttered, realizing this universe was vaster than he imagined, and the 9 provinces were merely one part of it. The arrogant fairy sneered. Your world is but a speck of dust, a bunch of imprisoned beasts, ultimately destined to be ruled by the upper realm. Ling was enraged by the insolent words, but Jiang Yuchan merely curled her lips into a fake apology. Chen Chongan scoffed, raising 2 fingers as he continued. Second question. The upper realm has coveted the lower realm for a long time. Why hasn't it devoured it after all these years? Jiang Yuchan revealed. Because the heavenly Tao obstructs it. Otherwise, a single immortal king would be enough to wipe you all out. Furthermore, there are hidden alliances among the clans. She dropped a bombshell. But I know of someone in the lower realm who deliberately interfered, delaying the upper realm's plans many times. In a flashback, a solitary figure year after year rushed to the boundary of the immortal domain, kneeling before a colossal stone tablet. That person's hand pressed onto the tablet, flesh and blood disintegrating, corroded by a dark energy. That individual had exhausted tens of thousands of years of cultivation, only to repeat a single sentence. That person's face visibly aged, life force drained, yet their gaze remained resolute. This is the last time. Please transmit it. Jiang Yuchan explained that the immortal lords were deceived into believing the 9 provinces had been occupied by another immortal domain, so they saw no point in fighting. But recently, they realized they had been tricked by a brat from the lower realm, and they all went furious. The fairy growled, reenacting the immortal lord's rage. She concluded that Troublemaker would sooner or later be found and eliminated, then casually spoke his name, Feng Qiyun. Hearing this name, Chen Chongan froze, his pupils contracting. Memories flooded back. His master, Feng Qiyun, who founded the longevity sect, was sitting gravely wounded in a dark cave. Bang! Chen Chongan slammed his hand onto the table, terrifying pressure erupting from his main body. His white-haired main body roared from the rooftop, aura surging. I ask you, is that information true? Jiang Yuchan and Ling were startled out of their wits. The fairy hastily affirmed, Of course, I, Jiang Yuchan, despise lying the most, while Ling gazed at her master in astonishment. Chen Chongan, clone, calmed down, his eyes sharp, his mind beginning to process the information. Good. So the 9 provinces are considered property by the immortal realm, and Master used his cultivation and life force to delay the invasion. Chen Chongan concluded. Now that the old man is missing, the 9 provinces are unprotected, about to become a hunting ground for a bunch of immortals from the upper realm. He grabbed the fairy's chin, his eyes cold. Answer a few more questions. How do immortals descend to the lower realm? Why can those guards use their full power? How much of your power can an immortal king like you unleash? Jiang Yuchan angrily thought to herself, this guy is so annoying. I just asked for some fruit, and suddenly I'm treated like a spy. She changed her demeanor. Acting superior. Hand over the fruit. And ill. Tell you. To know the truth, one must pay a price. Isn't that right? While Chen Chongan looked at her as if she were performing a farce, a shimmering, golden immortal fruit appeared in his hand. After receiving it, Jiang Yuchan began to spill information. The upper realm and lower realm have separate passages. using a jade pendant can open a gate, a process that takes about half a month to a month. She continued to explain. The guards you mentioned are reincarnated, sons of destiny. They possess immortal privileges and are not bound by the laws of heaven and earth, so they can unleash their full power. Jiang Yuchan secretly calculated. It seems my Jiang clan also has a reincarnated son of destiny. I must inform that person not to provoke this plague, she boasted. As for me, in the lower realm, I can only use 20% of my power, but that's enough to clean up you small fries. Now, hand over the remaining immortal fruits and a new basket. Chen Chongan smirked, turning the tables. Did I say how many I would give you? You're being too greedy. Jiang Yuchan furiously screamed. What? Only one fruit? You deceitful brat. No one has ever dared to trick this fairy. While Chen Chongan merely looked at her as if she were an idiot. She bitterly realized that one fruit wasn't enough to refine a longevity elixir for her ancestor. She had truly been painfully deceived. Chen Chongan extended his hand. If you don't want it, give it back. The fairy flinched, hastily clutching the fruit, cursing him as cunning, while he merely thought to himself, truly, a beautiful face with an empty head. He waved his hand, dismissing her. Fairy, you may leave now. Bauer, call everyone here. Jiang Yuchan tried to save face, warning, don't be complacent. The lower realm has been targeted by the immortal lords. Your meager strength is just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Chen Chongan merely responded with an arrogant smile, his eyes full of challenge. I'm looking forward to seeing them stand before me. The fairy sneered, thinking he didn't know his own limits. But inwardly, she still trembled from the terrifying pressure from earlier. That pressure. I accidentally admitted my mistake. Ling Bauer hastily ran off to summon everyone according to her master's command. All the demon kings under Chen Chongan, from Tuoba Ye, Hong Yi, Bai Yue, to even Empress Ningsu, gathered completely, speaking in unison. Greetings, senior. You summoned us abruptly. Is there anything we need to resolve? Chen Chongan smiled sinisterly, golden energy pouring from his hand. Perfect timing. The 9 provinces are about to face an invasion from the upper realm. To resist them, I've decided to create immortals. Chen Chongan asked directly. Do you wish to become the first artificial immortals under my command, unbound by the laws of the 9 provinces? And the female fox demons led by Bai Yue immediately nodded profusely. As long as we can follow senior, we'll do anything. The fairy Jiang Yuchan stood outside, pouting and scoffing. Create immortals? Dream on. These worthless pills claim to forge immortals? Without immortal fortune, not being in the upper realm, they cannot become immortals. Chen Chongan's eyes were sharp, completely ignoring the empty-headed chatterbox. He coldly ordered his subordinates, eat. And the entire group, from Tuaba Ye to the female demons, obediently swallowed the elixirs. The female fox demons immediately formed hand seals, preparing to absorb the terrifying medicinal power from the pills. Chen Chongan looked at his kneeling subordinates, thinking to himself, becoming an immortal is indeed complex, but within my invincible domain, nothing is impossible, he growled, a golden mark on his forehead flashing. Xiao Lei, come give me a hand. A streak of white lightning tore through the night, the childish voice of the will of the heavenly Tao echoing, I'm here, Father. A colossal white lightning bolt descended, enveloping all the meditating demon kings. The fairy, Jiang Yuchan's eyes widened and her mouth fell open, unable to believe it. How on earth did he create immortal fortune? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Countless golden arrows of light shot straight up from the ground, signaling an earth-shattering transformation. Elsewhere, a group of female demons sensed a terrifying aura, looking up towards Chen Chongan's territory. Is this an immortal tribulation? Someone is becoming an immortal. The curious female demons peeked from behind the door, trembling as they exclaimed, They are becoming. Blazing golden power violently erupted, submerging all the demon kings in a torrent of pure energy. Demon King Hong Yi screamed tragically amidst the energy vortex. My body is about to shatter. The gossiping female demons outside anxiously shouted. Hang in there, the system announced. Empress Ningsu's cultivation realm was rapidly ascending, from peak soul transformation to void refinement, then immortal slayer and immortal soldier, as easily as drinking water. Empress Ningsu's eyes opened, flashing with a brilliant red light. Her aura completely transformed. A colossal, star-dusted spatial gate slowly opened in the sky, signaling that the path to ascension was ready. The gossiping female demons gaped as they saw the immortal gate open, while Fairy Yuchan was utterly shocked. This madman actually created immortals. Chen Chongan looked up at the gate, his voice full of disdain. It's merely an immortal gate of the lower realm, he growled, clenching his fists. Not one from the upper realm. Bang! With just a single punch, the coveted Ascension Gate shattered into countless pieces before the overwhelming might of the Grand Elder. Fairy Yuchan began to murmur about the rules, stating that for thousands of years, no one had successfully ascended due to the extremely harsh conditions. First, one must reach the peak of the Immortal Slayer realm. She continued to explain the second condition. One must cultivate immortal destiny. Without it, don't even dream of setting foot in the upper realm. To acquire immortal destiny, one must comprehend all the laws of heaven and earth, such as time, space, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. An impossible task for most experts, and even when sufficiently powerful, one must still overcome the 9-9 heavenly tribulation and defeat the inner demons they themselves created. Yuchan concluded that only by passing all these trials could a person from the lower realm earn a ticket to ascension. She looked towards Chen Chongan, her mind filled with questions. The spiritual energy of the lower realm is depleting. How can one become an immortal? Just how terrifying is Chen Chongan's cultivation realm that he can ignore even the rules of this world? In another corner of the world, a red-haired boy lay amidst the ruins, muttering about having reincarnated into the 9 provinces and setting his sights on the 9 provinces cauldron. He woke up in bed, looking at the dead woman and the crying purple-haired girl, disdainfully thinking, have I been reborn? These ants of the lower realm dare to claim to be my parents? His memories flashed to the scene of the purple-haired girl locked behind bars while he was fleeing, a command echoing in his mind. All sons of heaven, heed my order. Exert all your strength to eliminate the master of the 9 provinces, Chen Chongan, and seize the 9 provinces cauldron. Back in the present, Chen Chongan, main body, smirked. Next step, upgrade the system, expand the invincible domain, and save the old man. Oh, and while I'm at it, I'll go collect some wool. A series of system notifications appeared, as disciples and subordinates like Ling Hong Yi, Ningsu, and Tuoba simultaneously broke through, bringing him mountains of domain points. As soon as Ling finished her breakthrough, she pounced into her master's arms, her voice whining. Hoo-hoo, master. Chen Chongan was immediately surrounded by his harem, including Ling Hong Yi, and Bai Yue, as the girls vied to thank him for the power boost. The Grand Elder could only shout, "Hey, calm down," while being tightly embraced by the beauties. In a corner, Demon King Tuoba flexed his bulging muscles after his upgrade. Look at me. Demon King Tuoba flexed his muscles, boasting loudly. Ha 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 ha. I've broken through to the immortal realm, while Demon King Nihun Shi beside him wept profusely, having only just reached the half-immortal stage. A group of female demonesses watched from afar, their eyes sparkling with reverence for the Grand Elder as a god. One even boldly demanded to bury her chest in the senior's embrace. Fairy Jiang Yuchan was utterly shocked, realizing that Chen Chongan had created 2 immortals who were not suppressed by the laws of the lower realm, a truly terrifying power. The system reported mountains of domain points and 2 slackers' treasure chests, making Chen Chongan ecstatic over the incredibly generous rewards. Chen Chongan turned to look at the system panel, his eyes full of calculation. He turned to entice Fairy Jiang Yuchan, who was still frozen in place. Oh, Fairy, you haven't left yet? Do you want to continue our transaction? Causing her to awkwardly cough. Jiang Yuchan hastily threw back a sentence. I will keep the immortal fruit for you. If there's any news from the upper realm, just come to Flying Immortal Mountain to find me. With that, the fairy immediately turned and flew away, leaving only a, I'm leaving, goodbye for Chen Chongan. The system reported progress on the mission with the fairy, awarding an additional 10,000 points. Chen Chongan decided to go all out. System, upgrade to version 5. The system successfully upgraded, unlocking the domineering new feature, life-death control, which could revive the dead within the domain, causing Chen Chongan to smirk like a villainous boss. He decided to go big, deducting 1 million points for self-preservation, and pouring the rest into expanding his domain. Over 5 million domain points were spent, and the invincible domain expanded by nearly 57,000 meters, transforming the mountain into an impregnable fortress. Chen Chongan frowned in calculation. His domain now encompassed the entire 10,000 Great Mountains, but it was still too small. Compared to the vast map of the 9 provinces, his current domain was merely an insignificant speck. With the main task done, Chen Chongan moved on to the gacha segment, opening the 2 slackers' treasure chests he had just received. Successfully opening the chests, he received 60,000 domain points, and a strange item, a mind-reading card. The mind-reading card had the function of eavesdropping on the thoughts of a random subordinate, and it was designed exactly like a love letter. Chen Chongan froze, holding the broken heart-shaped card in his hand, his face darkening. He roared, questioning the system about this immoral item, but the system coldly replied, "The item obtained depends on the host's character." Chen Chongan's face was blank like a statue, speechless as the system announced, "Host, I'm preparing here." Ignoring it, he decided to use the heart-shaped mind-reading card immediately, curious to see which lucky subordinate would be eavesdropped on. As soon as it was activated, a barrage of perverse thoughts flooded Chen Chongan's mind, making him freeze. His subordinates were all dark-minded individuals. One demanded strange sensations, another plotted a secret kiss, and yet another screamed in their mind, "Master, hit me." Chen Chongan's face turned pale. He muttered that none of his subordinates were normal, then decided to put the gotcha matter aside to inform the Grand Elders of the situation. He summoned everyone to arrive at the Tiger Hour, but then he quietly left alone, leaving the entire group to wait until the Rabbit Hour. Lying in bed, Chen Chongan pondered deeply about the Immortals who were about to descend, concluding that the lower realm's current combat power was still too weak. Without effort, they would be slaughtered like pigs. His eyes gleamed with iron determination. He recalled the past. If his master hadn't saved him from the demons back then, his eternal body would have long since vanished. His master not only protected him, but also sacrificed his cultivation and life to support this entire lower realm. The image of his master, his face cracked from bearing such a heavy responsibility, appeared in his mind. Lying in bed, eyes closed, Chen Chongan secretly vowed, "You don't need to worry. I will protect these 9 provinces in your stead." The next morning, Ling entered to call her master for breakfast, her face flushing red upon seeing him still in bed. But she realized her master had vanished again, leaving only an empty bed, and immediately puffed out her cheeks in anger. "Damn it. Master's gone again." Outside, Hong Yi wondered why the young master had left in such a hurry, worrying that he might have a second residence elsewhere, while Bai Yue tried to reassure her that their senior brother wasn't that kind of person. Ling boldly declared to Hong Yi and Bai Yue, "I've decided. I'm going down the mountain to find Master's clone." Bai Yue immediately volunteered to accompany her, uneasy about letting young Lady Baoer go alone, while Ling Baoer excitedly planned to surprise her master. Meanwhile, Chen Chongan's main body was still sleeping soundly, completely unaware that his disciples were about to cause chaos throughout the 9 provinces to find him. In a city, 2 gate guards were blocking a purple-haired girl, scolding her for being stubborn enough to disturb the Grand Elder's rest. The 2 men babbled on, worried about the handsome master's safety, vowing to hold their ground to protect him from the demonesses outside. With a creak, the door behind them slowly opened. Chen Chongan, with his silver-white hair, slowly appeared, causing the 2 gate guards' faces to turn ashen green as they screamed in their minds, "We're doomed! We accidentally woke the Grand Elder." Chen Chongan stared blankly at the 3 individuals, causing a ruckus outside his room. Speechless, he turned to the purple-haired girl, asking if she had been standing there all night. The girl blinked flirtatiously, denied it, then enticed him. "Chang'an, can we talk privately?" And he agreed to enter the room with her. The scene shifts to Huolong City in Yunzhou, where a pair of siblings were walking on the street. The blonde-haired older brother joyfully showed his younger sister the bottle of Foundation Establishment fluid he had just bought, promising to soon break through and become a cultivator. His younger sister, Qian, beamed with delight, dreaming of the day their family would no longer suffer from hunger or bullying. The older brother patted his sister's head, asserting that he would give their family a better life once he became stronger. Suddenly, a ragged, barefoot boy staggered along the road. The boy muttered that this mortal body could not withstand his divine demon Tao, and was on the verge of collapse, needing to find a new vessel. He gnashed his teeth, identifying himself as Shi Tian, a heavenly pride reincarnated from the Xuanwu immortal realm, and this body was rejecting him because he had killed the previous owner's parents. The blonde-haired older brother realized that Shi Tian, at only 9 years old, had already reached peak qi, refining, on the verge of breaking through to Foundation Establishment, but was too poor to buy medicine. With boundless kindness, he offered his bottle of medicine, suggesting to share half with Shi Tian to forge a good connection. Shi Tian initially scorned him, intending to brush aside the ant blocking his path, but then he froze upon recognizing the kind boy's physique. A sinister smile appeared on Shi Tian's lips as he discovered this was precisely the post-heaven Tao body, a perfect vessel for his divine demon Tao. Pop! The kind older brother exploded into a mist of blood, without even understanding what was happening. After successfully possessing the body, Shi Tian stood over the corpses of the 2 siblings. laughing gleefully and confident that he would soon surpass Chen Chongan. His face twisted maniacally as he growled, declaring his next goal: kill Chen Chongan and seize the 9 provinces cauldron. Meanwhile, in Dragon City, the populace was abuzz with discussions about the news that Chen Chongan, Lord of the 9 provinces, was about to visit. A blonde-haired young master in Dragon City also showed interest upon hearing the news, while female fans had already begun fantasizing about bearing children for the Grand Elder. It turned out this fellow was no ordinary person. He decided to postpone his city slaughtering plan to prepare a grand gift, even eyeing Chen Chongan as a new vessel. Back in the dark alley, Shi Tian was still enjoying the sensation of possessing his new body when a tragic scene unfolded. His younger sister, Qian, lay slumped in a pool of blood, taking her last gasping breaths. The blonde-haired older brother clutched his sister tightly, screaming her name in despair as she slowly faded away. The scene shifts to Yun City, where Chen Chongan's clone, with his silver-blue hair, was in his residence, a thoughtful expression on his face. A purple-haired beauty, drenched from head to toe, walked in, her alluring figure clearly visible. Chen Chongan acted righteously, telling the girl to quickly take a hot bath lest she catch a cold. The girl obediently stepped into the hot spring pool. The hazy steam only enhanced her deadly charm. Amidst the misty scenery, she immersed herself in the water, asking if the water temperature was just right. After confirming the water was warm enough, the girl immediately blushed, inviting Chen Chongan to bathe with her. Chen Chongan politely declined, but at this moment, the system alerted him. A heavenly pride, named Shi Tian, detected nearby, cultivation only at Qi refining, truly a sapling in need of nurturing. He immediately asked the system to check information about this reincarnator, and was speechless as 250 domain points were deducted. The system explained, heavenly prides are immortals, reincarnated from the upper realm to seize destiny and dominate the lower realm. With their memories and superior cultivation techniques from the upper realm, transcending ranks to kill enemies is merely a daily occurrence for them. Whether their purpose is to seize destiny, cultivate, or they were banished, the ultimate goal of all these reincarnators is but one: to dominate the lower realm. The system explained, the 9 provinces continent is now the center of the universe, a hunting ground for countless reincarnated immortals. Sooner or later, it will be torn apart by them. Chen Chongan was warned to prepare to face a group of veteran reincarnators, but he remained unfazed. They dare enter my domain? I only need domain points. Anyone can be the savior. The purple-haired girl suddenly interrupted, saying she had just had a strange dream. In the dream, her cultivation partner was not Chen Chongan, but some unfamiliar man. She recounted the tragic vision. I was betrayed by that man to evil cultivators to be used as a cultivation furnace, ultimately dying miserably in the heavenly pride competition, without anyone knowing, a dream so real it was suffocating. Chen Chongan secretly thought, that was once her destined fate. The purple-haired girl stepped out of the bath, her wet, alluring figure steaming, asking if he had noticed anything, then answered herself, I discovered something very important. With eyes full of affection, the girl blushed and confessed, I've fallen in love with you. She asked Chen Chongan for her clothes, and he, a little flustered, handed them to her. Just as she stepped out of the tub, the girl suddenly slipped with a distinct cry. She tumbled towards Chen Chongan, who was standing right there. He had no other choice but to quickly reach out and catch her. Water splashed everywhere as he embraced the girl. Both found themselves in an awkward yet romantic situation, blushing as they looked at each other. Chen Chongan burst into hearty laughter, and the girl also smiled shyly, leaning her head against his chest. She whispered, So, we've made up, right? And he gently nodded as they slowly drew closer. Just as their lips were about to meet, a ding sound rang out, and the system panel appeared, announcing a random quest. Chen Chongan's eyes nearly popped out in anger. He cursed the damned system under his breath for not knowing when to appear. The new quest required him to find and eliminate a heavenly pride from the upper realm in Dragon City, causing Chen Chongan to immediately change his mood, gleefully thinking of the lucrative rewards to come. The purple-haired girl asked Chen Chongan if he was going to Dragon City, and he confirmed it concisely. Without another word, the girl unexpectedly lunged forward and locked lips with Chen Chongan, leaving him stunned. She smirked, sweetly called him husband, and declared she was collecting the debt he owed. Chen Chongan was overjoyed, while the girl promised to return to the Heavenly Fragrance sect and wait for him to finish his task before leaving. He embraced her, promising to pick her up as soon as he completed the quest. The girl smiled contentedly, sealing the deal. The scene shifts. Elsewhere, the fresh blood of an unfortunate soul flowed profusely. The unfortunate man was nailed as a sacrifice to a horrifying crimson formation. A blond man grinned sinisterly, muttering numbers like a madman. He had completed setting up the 9 Heavens God-slaying formation, a deadly trap. The blond man rubbed his hands in triumph, declaring that all he needed was for the prey to fall into the net. Just then, Chen Chongan's flying ship flew straight into the death zone. He immediately sensed a thick, murderous aura, while his system warned that a heavenly pride was nearby. Boom! A colossal demonic entity with countless skulls emerged from the formation. The monster swung its arm, utterly shattering Chen Chongan's flying ship. A pink-haired youth under attack screamed in terror, utterly shocked by the immortal soldier-level strike. Chen Chongan was also stunned, not understanding what monstrous thing had just appeared. He quickly analyzed the situation, realizing this monster possessed immortal-level power, but the heavenly pride controlling it was still inexperienced and struggling to maintain control. The blonde mastermind appeared, laughing gleefully and greeting Chen Chongan. "Good evening, my new vessel." Chen Chongan's system analyzed the opponent, a reincarnated heavenly pride at the peak chi refining realm, but capable of summoning terrifying immortal soldier-level beings due to possessing the divine demonic Tao physique. Shitian grinned sinisterly, smugly believing Chen Chongan was terrified of the god-slaying formation spirit he had summoned, and decided to finish him off immediately to seize his body. He circulated his energy, controlling the colossal monster to unleash the destructive thousand-hand soul-devouring palm. Countless arms carrying cosmic energy, with eerie eyes in their palms, simultaneously stretched out, aiming directly at Chen Chongan. A blinding explosion occurred, the entire area engulfed in destructive light. Shi Tian laughed gleefully, boasting loudly. "With such meager skill, you dare to stop us from plundering the lower realm? One finger is enough to wipe you out." Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror, unable to believe what he was sensing. Chen Chongan stood tall amidst the smoke, without a single scratch, sneering. "Ninth Prince Shi Tian, correct? Let me see what tricks you can pull off." Shi Tian was enraged, growling a threat. "You know me? Out of respect, I'll let you keep your body intact. But your wife, children, and family, I'll keep for my own use." He roared frantically, unable to believe Chen Chongan could have survived, ordering the monster to attack again. Chen Chongan merely raised a hand to block the attack, his voice full of sarcasm. "Come on, try harder. So weak you can't even kill me, yet you claim to be an immortal? It's truly hilarious." Elsewhere, a group of gossiping cultivators sensed a surge of immortal energy, realizing the Lord of the 9 Provinces was battling an invader from the upper realm, and discussed finding an opportunity to assist. Another group of heavenly prides appeared, led by a green-haired woman named Nanrong, sarcastically remarking that she was a bit late, letting another brat go first. A member of the group worried that they would have to flee with these people again. The pink-haired girl named Kang Yue analyzed. Shi Tian's true cultivation is at the immortal emperor realm, and his god-slaying formation spirit is invincible there. Even weakened upon descending to the lower realm, it still has more than enough power to crush an ant. Nanrong sneered, likening Shi Tian to the villain in a story and the Lord of the 9 Provinces to the hero protecting his homeland. But, unfortunately, the hero is too weak and on the verge of collapse. The gray-haired man named Wu Zhengyi, however, had a different thought. "What a pity. If these lower realm people fell into my hands, they would still have a chance to live. But in Shi Tian's hands, they'll only become his nutrients." Back in the battle, Chen Chongan merely used 2 fingers to lightly pinch the monster's colossal hand, completely nullifying the attack. All the observing heavenly prides were dumbfounded. Nanrong quickly shouted, "Wait, look," signaling for everyone to stop because the real show had just begun. Chen Chongan stood on the god-slaying formation spirit's hand, effortlessly blocking the immortal-level attack. He casually flicked a finger, a gesture full of disdain. Boom! A destructive energy blast shot out, instantly blowing the monster into dust. The gossiping heavenly prides were dumbfounded, jaws agape as they watched the god-slaying formation spirit vanish. But Wu Zhengyi still boasted. Chen Chongan has some skill, but unfortunately, he made the biggest mistake. Wu Zhengyi sneered, believing one should not provoke Shi Tian, a ruthless individual with countless loyal immortals and Buddhas. He continued to analyze that each of Shi Tian's trump cards was top tier, and Chen Chongan would meet a tragic end if he continued to resist. The green-haired woman Nanrong, however, licked her lips perversely. "If it were me, I would train him into a special male consort." The system announced Chen Chongan received 500,000 domain points. He merely thought to himself that killing these summoned soldiers was quite profitable. Shi Tian roared furiously. "Brat, you're not skilled enough to play with me. I haven't even bothered to warm up yet. He grinned sinisterly, his eyes flashing with deadly intent. I still have many more tricks up my sleeve. Then began forming summoning seals. A colossal arm wielding a halberd tore through space, blue lightning crackling as Shi Tian summoned Grievous. The face of the new warrior emerged, its eyes glowing with murderous intent and power. The peak immortal soldier Grievous appeared. Shi Tian ordered it to sweep away everything, and it immediately brought down a heaven-shattering strike upon Chen Chongan. The immortal soldier roared smugly, "Too slow, too slow. Go to hell." Confident that one strike was enough to finish him, Grievous laughed heartily, mocking, "I'll smash you to bits. These lower realm people are truly easy to kill." Shi Tian suddenly widened his eyes, frantically shouting, "Grievous, above!" Chen Chongan had effortlessly landed on the tip of the immortal soldier's halberd, nullifying the attack in the coolest possible way. His eyes flashed crimson, a mad smile appearing as he declared, "Let me step on you." Boom! Chen Chongan stomped once, a terrifying force shattering the immortal soldier. The system once again awarded 500,000 points, while Shi Tian roared in frustration. Do-over. Shi Tian played his trump card, summoning a multi-armed, multi-eyed Dao Guardian Immortal whose aura soared to the heavens. Blood rushed to his head. Shi Tian screamed in madness, "Kill him for me." Chen Chongan merely curled his lips into a sneer, taunting, "A turkey dragon king? Ninth prince, is this all you can summon?" Finishing his words, he unleashed his power. A colossal golden dragon appeared, its aura completely crushing the opponent. "I'm still waiting for you to summon a few more." Shi Tian broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale as he realized what he had just provoked. With a sinister smile and blazing eyes, Chen Chongan commanded, "Be gone." The golden dragon lunged forward. A blinding explosion of light engulfed the Dao Guardian Immortal. The system announced another 500,000 domain points. When the smoke cleared, the terrifying guardian had vanished without a trace. Chen Chongan had appeared behind Shi Tian at some unknown point, one hand grabbing his hair and lifting the prince into the air. His face shrouded in shadow, Chen Chongan sneered, "Brat, I stood still, yet you couldn't even kill me. Where is your Dao Guardian Immortal now?" Leaving Shi Tian speechless, he continued to insult, pathetically weak. "As a reincarnated heavenly pride, the ninth prince of the immortal domain, you now look like a stray dog." "Just kidding." A golden serpent-shaped energy stream coiled around Chen Chongan's hand as he judged, "You heavenly prides always think yourselves above all. Now, let me show you what it's like." He swung his hand, throwing Shi Tian away like a broken toy. "This is what it feels like to be tormented like a dog." Bang! Shi Tian was slammed heavily onto the ground, unable to resist. Just as he struggled to get up, Chen Chongan grabbed him by the neck, but Shi Tian still tried to boast. "How dare a piece of trash like you fight me alone?" Chen Chongan didn't bother to reply. His hand gathered power and glowed right in front of Shi Tian's face. A blinding white light attack struck directly at the prince. Chen Chongan effortlessly lifted the gasping Shi Tian with one hand, completely in control of the situation. He looked at the battered and bruised prince and delivered his final words. "How pitiful, even at the brink of death, no one bothers to save you," while secretly calculating that this lamb wasn't worth much, but that Dao Guardian Immortal just now was truly a great bargain. Shi Tian, with a sinister expression, sneered and admitted he had underestimated his opponent, but his goal had been achieved. His soul ignited and vanished, leaving behind a threat, promising to meet again and take Chen Chongan's head. Chen Chongan pondered, admitting that these heavenly prides indeed had their tricks, causing such a stir in the lower realm, with just a wisp of a soul. The system announced mission complete and great rewards, and an idea sparked in him, to use the 9 provinces cauldron as bait to catch the entire nest of heavenly prides. But he suddenly realized the commotion from the recent battle was too great. The remaining ones might have been scared away. Chen Chongan cursed under his breath, realizing he had accidentally overdisplayed his strength. He scratched his head in frustration, annoyed that he had crushed his opponent too overwhelmingly. Now, if those little rats hid even better, how would he find them? Just then, his subordinates rushed over, calling Master, giving him a sudden idea. Chen Chongan suddenly collapsed to the ground, beginning his act. Gasping for breath, he muttered to himself that he had used 80% of his strength, and almost died to kill that heavenly pride. He continued his elaborate act, clutching his chest and coughing violently, complaining that his body wouldn't be able to fight for a few more months. A subordinate named Juzi anxiously rushed over to ask if his master was all right. Chen Chongan, pale-faced, ordered, "I'm almost dying. Quickly take me to a great physician." Juzi boldly declared that he would protect the master of 9 provinces with his life. Then, He carried the dying Chen Chongan on his shoulder and shouted loudly for help, announcing to the entire world that his master was seriously injured. From afar, 3 other heavenly prides witnessed the entire scene of Shi Tian being forced to self-detonate, acknowledging the lower realm cultivator's talent but also concluding that he was seriously injured. The silver-haired heavenly pride proposed that all 3 factions join forces to test him first, as they couldn't let others snatch the prize. The plan seemed to have succeeded. The passers-by began to whisper about his injuries, exactly as he wished. The silver-haired heavenly pride smirked sinisterly, believing this was a golden opportunity to make a move. For a seriously injured person, no matter how strong, is merely prey. The purple-haired girl appeared cautious, believing Chen Chongan was not to be trifled with, and was intentionally setting a trap, reminding them of the bloody lesson learned by the 2 fools, Jian Qian and Yu Shiuluo. The green-haired female heavenly pride believed that using force to plunder was not a good way to deal with Chen Chongan. She confidently declared that men have one obstacle they cannot overcome: the beauty trap. The scene shifts to the upper realm, to the Jiang family's territory, an immortal land floating amidst the clouds, with news that the eldest young lady had returned. The Jiang family's people cheered, hoping the eldest young lady had obtained the immortal fruit to save the old ancestor's life. As soon as Jiang Yuchan set foot back, she was greeted by guards. She coldly demanded to see the family patriarch immediately. Looking at the promoted soldier souls, she thought to herself that the spiritual energy in the lower realm was too pathetic, wondering if the Jiang family's heavenly pride would conquer the 9 provinces this time. Jiang Yuchan clenched her fists, confident that if she reincarnated with a powerful entity, she would surely succeed, as these lower realms were originally her war spoils. Inside a magnificent and splendid grand hall, Jiang Yuchan offered the single immortal fruit with both hands, respectfully reporting to the family patriarch. A voice full of authority echoed down from above, questioning, "Only one fruit?" The Jiang family patriarch, a black-haired, red-eyed woman radiating a domineering aura, appeared and snapped, asking why. With her strength, she only brought back 1 fruit when there was an entire tree. Sweat beaded on Jiang Yuchan's brow as she hastily pleaded with the patriarch to listen to her detailed explanation of the situation in the 9 provinces. She dropped a bombshell. "He can create immortals with his bare hands. I personally witnessed him create 2 immortals and 4 half-immortals in a single night." Jiang Yuchan recounted that Chen Chongan showed no fear and even looked down on her. If not for a bit of cunning, she would not have been able to return. The Jiang family patriarch acknowledged her hardship, but was also deeply shocked. For that fellow's method was too bizarre. Even an immortal venerable couldn't do it, let alone with those lower realm trash. The patriarch concluded that the 9 provinces was hiding a power strong enough to threaten the entire immortal realm, and might be related to the ancient Dark Lord. She declared that the Black Tortoise immortal domain was in chaos, which was the Jiang family's opportunity, and assigned Jiang Yuchan a new mission. A dual mission was given. First, to approach Chen Chongan and build goodwill to exchange for more immortal fruits. Second, to search for the Jiang family's strongest heavenly pride, who had been missing for a long time and was believed to be in the 9 provinces. The Jiang family patriarch bestowed upon Jiang Yuchan an immortal protective seal, instructing that it would react when she met the person she was looking for. The female patriarch instructed Jiang Yuchan to go to the Dao Pool Immortal Pond to ask other guardian immortals if she had any questions, and she immediately obeyed. The scene shifts to the Black Tortoise immortal domain. In the 9th Prince Shi Tian's mansion, a furious roar rang out. "You damned lower realm scum! How dare you humiliate me!" A subordinate rushed in frantically to ask what had happened. Shi Tian delivered a shocking piece of news. "My reincarnated soul in the lower realm has been annihilated." Shi Tian, a 5th-level immortal emperor, his face contorted with rage, roared, "That lower realm beast dares to humiliate me. I will slaughter the entire 9 provinces." The subordinate was deeply shocked, unable to believe it, as His Highness's reincarnated soul was extremely powerful and even had 3 divine demons escorting him. He wondered who could possibly achieve this. Shi Tian gritted his teeth and revealed the enemy, the Lord of the 9 provinces, Chen Chongan. He simultaneously lamented that his 3 precious divine demons were also destroyed by him. His eyes blazed with hatred as he declared fiercely, "Prepare yourselves. I will reincarnate with my true body and personally kill that fellow." The subordinate frantically tried to dissuade him, explaining that reincarnating with one's true body was extremely dangerous. If he died, he would be annihilated forever, unlike a soul clone. He continued to advise, reminding Shi Tian that he was a strong candidate for the throne and there was no need to risk his life just to deal with a small fry in the lower realm. Shi Tian brushed him off, asserting that Chen Chongan's strength had reached the Immortal commander level, unrivaled in the lower realm, so sending a soul clone was just a joke. The subordinate reminded him that in 1 year, the Immortal Venerable Candidate Selection Assembly would begin, advising His Highness not to worry too much, as no one was his match. Shi Tian sneered arrogantly. Why should I be afraid? I am 100% certain to win, but I must eradicate the roots of the problem, strangling the opponent the moment it shows signs of rising. He turned his back and walked away, throwing a murderous philosophical remark at his still bewildered subordinate. Hesitation leads to defeat. Shi Tian clenched his fist, determined to seize the 9 provinces to solidify his position, then growled, Chen Chongan, your head will surely be mine. Meanwhile, in the lower realm, rumors of Chen Chongan's severe injuries spread throughout the cities of Yunzhou, growing increasingly intense. In a tavern, the crowd buzzed with discussion. One person asserting the news was true. The Lord of the 9 provinces fought a bloody battle with an immortal to protect the people of Dragon City, and is now critically injured, on the verge of death. In another corner, a couple whispered a different version of the story. I heard the Lord of the 9 provinces had his cultivation crippled, and to protect peace, he intends to marry an immortal maiden. A group of women gathered, discussing and showing extreme dissatisfaction with this development. One angrily shouted, Where is the justice? Where is the dignity? Stop this at once. Amidst the crowd spreading baseless rumors, a silver-haired female fan yelled, The Lord of the 9 provinces is only severely injured, not dead. What nonsense are you all spouting? Finishing her words, the silver-haired woman showed her displeasure and dragged her group of sisters to seek the truth. The scene shifts to a private room in Dragon City, supposedly the resting place of the final boss. Inside, Chen Chongan was meditating, feigning weakness but actually setting a trap. He thought to himself, even with the power of the Tao, he couldn't find any traces of those heavenly chosen ones. He could only wait for them to bring themselves to him. Chen Chongan checked the system panel, muttering that his newly expanded domain was 60,000 meters, not yet enough to encompass Yuzhou, and his great blade was already thirsting for blood. Bang! A sudden loud noise echoed, and Chen Chongan immediately became vigilant. An intruder! A dark shadow glided like wind across the rooftops, clearly searching for a target. The dark shadow moved extremely fast, muttering inquiries. Where is he? Which room? Chen Chongan sensed the enemy lurking just outside the door, waiting for an opportunity to act. The intruder hovered outside, seemingly intending to sneak in through the window. He smirked to himself. Humph, planning to enter through the window? Hurry up and show yourself. Chen Chongan lay down on the bed, feigning deep sleep, his heart filled with excitement. Excellent. A big fish has finally taken the bait. The dark silhouette of a woman gently intruded into the room, approaching the bedside. The intruder reached out a hand, touching Chen Chongan, who lay still. Chen Chongan was startled as he felt the soft hand. Is she touching me? Immediately, he seized the intruder's wrist, his gaze sharp. He growled, thinking this was some kind of honey trap. I told you all that you were too arrogant, didn't I? If you want to kill me, just do it. But are you also trying to defile my purity? But upon a closer look at the intruder's face, Chen Chongan's eyes widened, utterly shocked. Chen Chongan was utterly shocked when he realized the intruder wasn't an assassin, but Jiang Xuanchu, shouting, Xuanchu? Why are you here? Jiang Xuanchu's face flushed red, as she explained that she was worried after hearing he was severely injured, and seeing the strict guard, she had no choice but to crawl in. She moved closer, sweetly called him husband, and demanded to check his wounds. Chen Chongan flusteredly pushed her away, boasting loudly while blushing. Your husband is extremely powerful. A mere heavenly chosen one can't do anything to him, but don't touch me. Jiang Xuanchu didn't believe him, determined to strip him to check thoroughly, despite Chen Chongan yelping in protest. With burning determination, Jiang Xuanchu leaned down, her face flushed red, preparing for a thorough examination. Chen Chongan showed off his six-pack abs, admitting he was happy to see her, and was immediately proposed to by Jiang Xuanchu to consummate their marriage. Our protagonist once again broke out in a cold sweat, hastily refusing. Cough, cough. Not now, not at this moment. She winked suggestively, teasing that if she were a heavenly chosen one, she would have already pinned him down, making Chen Chongan pinch her cheek because of her cuteness. Jiang Xuanchu became serious, leaning against him and complaining that he always faced danger alone. Suddenly there was a sound. Chen Chongan vigilantly looked towards the door, and Jiang Xuanchu immediately asked, Is it a heavenly chosen one? Without a second's hesitation, Chen Chongan told her to hide, and Jiang Xuanchu quickly ducked under the bed before he could even finish his sentence. He sat on the bed, calling her out, but Jiang Xuanchu replied from under the bed, asserting that she was very smart and wouldn't let the enemy achieve their goal. The door opened, and Mingxie walked in to inquire about the situation, leaving Chen Chongan dumbfounded. Mingxie? Mingxie approached, her face flushed red, offering to check his wounds while he relaxed. From under the bed, Jiang Xuanchu could only see 2 pairs of legs, hearing Chen Chongan's outcry. Sister! You're my biological sister! You can't touch that spot! Jiang Xuanchu, under the bed, was fuming with anger, faintly hearing Chen Chongan's shouts. Stop! You're too strong! It hurts! Mingxie stood outside the door, her face beet red, her mind reeling. What the hell is this? Chen Chongan is too outrageous, hiding his wife under the bed and being intimate with a lover. The Ghost State Lord's face was as red as a gack fruit, wondering why she felt inexplicably excited by this scene. Ghost State Lord Mingxie panted in Chen Chongan's room, her face flushed with suggestive meaning. She appeared speechless, but the act still had to continue. Chen Chongan sat on the bed, awkwardly saying, Big sister, doing this easily causes misunderstandings, while Jiang Xuanchu clutched a knife under the bed, seething with jealousy. Mingxie continued her elaborate act, stating that the entire 9 provinces was in chaos, and only Chang'an's place was safe. She offered to stay tonight to protect him, making Jiang Xuanchu under the bed utterly furious. Chen Chongan politely refused. I appreciate your kindness, but there's no need. You should go back. Mingxie then seized the opportunity to leave. After Mingxie left, Chen Chongan fell into deep thought about her, the first person in the 9 provinces to actively surrender to him. He recalled that Mingxie had helped him greatly after he took power, but their relationship still remained distant. He realized the recent act was to deceive a certain heavenly pride, but Mingxie's concern seemed very genuine, which put him in a difficult position. Just then the system warned, Host, attention, a void refinement realm heavenly pride is lurking nearby. A dry twig snapped under the heel of a lurker, the sound echoing in the silent night. The green-haired woman Nanrong was startled, realizing she had been exposed, and frantically sought an escape route. Damn it, I need to get out of here immediately. Running, she muttered resentfully. That cunning lower realm fellow. He pretended to be injured to lure us into a trap. The honey trap is completely ruined. Suddenly, Chen Chongan appeared right in front of her, calmly greeting. Good evening. Nanrong froze in place, only one thought remaining in her mind. Chen Chongan wants to wipe us all out. Chen Chongan sneered, confirming, I've been waiting for you for a long time, little heavenly pride. He exposed the entire conspiracy, mocking, I already said, your petty tricks can only fool brainless idiots. Behind him, Nanrong's 2 companions had already been captured. The purple-haired female cultivator yelled, This is a crucial moment. We have to risk our lives. Chen Chongan smirked provocatively. Very courageous. The 2 captured female cultivators simultaneously unleashed their ultimate techniques, one shouting loudly, Immortal Decree, Star Cloud Sacred Flash, determined to fight to the death. The pink-haired female cultivator unleashed her final ultimate move, a divine fire chain attack, roaring, This strike will pierce through everything. Once the target is locked, even an immortal cannot escape death. Chen Chongan merely smirked, his blue eyes flashing with disdain, regarding that world-destroying attack as a mere joke. He uttered a sarcastic remark, Oh, I'm so scared, while his opponent's technique erupted into a colossal pillar of golden energy, which indeed looked formidable. But what was the result? The light show ended, leaving only the tightly bound hands of the defeated cultivators. All 3 heavenly pride female cultivators were tied up in a bundle, their faces distorted, while Chen Chongan held the end of the rope, feigning magnanimity. It's done. Spare these dog lives. He patted Nanrong's head, chuckling fakely. How could I harm such beautiful young ladies? Answer a few questions, and I'll let you go. Nanrong was immediately deceived by his appearance, praising him for being kind. In Chen Chongan's mind, however, was a different calculation. These heavenly prides have some petty tricks that the system can't detect. Once I extract all their information, I'll completely drain their value. Just then, Jiang Xuanchu appeared, growling. Husband, catching him red-handed, standing with 3 strange girls and the Ghost State Lord. Nanrong glanced at Jiang Xuanchu, a little hesitant, but still reluctantly replied, All right, she secretly thought. This guy is too cautious. There's no chance to turn the tables. I might as well enjoy a little final fun with this remnant soul. Jiang Xuanchu's eyes gleamed with possessive golden light, and murderous intent began to spread. Nanrong suddenly put on a dramatic act, coquettishly calling Chen Chongan, my love, and then made a tearful confession of love, making him furiously yell, Are you out of your mind? I don't even know you. The purple-haired girl also joined in to tease. Chongan, my love, is that your wife? If you're looking for something new, you should go all the way. Nanrong continued to add fuel to the fire, whispering to him. Jiang Xuanchu officially exploded, declaring her ownership fiercely. Chongan is mine. No one is allowed to steal him. She drew her sword and pointed it directly at Nanrong, but Chen Chongan stopped her, explaining that she was still useful. The others continued to provoke, making Nanrong yell at them to shut up. The Ghost State Lord stood watching the good show, smiling meaningfully. I thought I would see the upper realm heavenly prides being punished. He truly is a man full of surprises. Scene change. A border town in Cloud State was engulfed in a sea of fire and corpses, and a savage voice echoed, "Ha ha ha." After massacring several cities to gather enough blood essence, finally, a red-haired boy was frantically hiding behind a wall, hearing a joyful roar. It's forged. This immortal-grade immortal slaying sword is finally complete. Two other heavenly prides appeared, one blonde and one black-haired, holding the glowing red sword, arrogantly declaring, "This border of the 9 provinces is ours." The blonde man named Zhang Guan suddenly paused, his sharp gaze darting towards the hiding boy. Missed a little rat, did we? The red-haired boy's eyes were wide with terror as he faced death. The black-haired man grabbed the boy, sneering, "Good, let's use this kid as a sacrifice for the sword." Ling Bauer suddenly appeared, unleashing a palm strike to block and roaring, "Let him go!" Alongside Ling Bauer was Bai Yue, both exuding an aura, ready for a bloody battle. Ling Bauer questioned, "You murderous beasts, are you even worthy of cultivation?" But the black-haired man merely sneered, "Noisy lower realm ants." The black-haired man swung the blood-red sword, laughing savagely, "I've massacred so many cities, but this is the first time I've seen such delicious physiques. Sacrificing you all to the sword will elevate its power to a new level." Ling Bauer exploded with murderous intent, realizing the culprits behind the dead cities she had passed through. "Those cities, were they your doing?" The other man calmly admitted. "That's right." He charged forward, yelling, "Come here and become my sword spirit." But Ling Bauer was no pushover. She swung her glowing golden immortal sword, neatly parrying the attack, and shouted loudly, "Bastard! Die!" The blond man, standing behind his companion, his face changed color in shock. "That sword," he stammered in disbelief. "Why is the sacred immortal sword in your hands? Doesn't it belong to Chen Chongan?" Ling Bauer coldly replied, "Those about to die don't need to know much." The blond man furiously roared, resentful that Chen Chongan would entrust a supreme treasure to a lowly woman. Too late. Ling Bauer unleashed a blazing slash, engulfing the blond man in agonizing screams. The girl stood on the blond man's corpse, her sword dripping with blood, while the remaining black-haired man was stunned with terror. Bai Yue looked at the ruined landscape, sighing, "Alas, this is already the 5th city to be massacred. They truly are vicious." Ling Bauer gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. "This is only what we've seen. There are definitely many other places." The system reported good news. Disciple Ling Bauer has eliminated 2 reincarnated heavenly prides, rewarding the host with 20,000 domain points, indicating that the 9 provinces are facing a true catastrophe. Chen Chongan, the main body, smiled confidently. "Oh, I've been waiting for you." A magnificent pavilion appeared under the brilliant sunlight, signaling a new location. Chen Chongan's clone grinned sinisterly, summoned the system, and stared at the world-traversing card. A grand plan was about to begin. Chen Chongan gleefully looked at the realm-crossing token, asking the system if he could return to Earth. But the system bluntly replied, "What the hell is Earth? Random teleportation. You bear the consequences." He frowned, deeming random teleportation too outdated, and realized this special mission was to wipe out the immortal heavenly prides. He pictured a crazed heavenly pride, knowing these were merely souls from the upper realm possessing bodies, resurrecting after being killed, truly a bunch of unkillable cockroaches. Chen Chongan shrewdly asked the system, "If others kill them, do I still get points?" Which made the system praise his flattery. The system suddenly announced, "Special mission has a 1-day time limit," leaving Chen Chongan stunned and scolded to be serious and stop stalling. He snapped at the system, cursing about the urgent mission with unclear rewards, declaring he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't mess things up. Suddenly, a colossal immortal realm gate opened in the sky, and the populace cried out in panic. "Immortals have descended." The system issued a red alert, detecting the heavenly pride, Shi Tian's reappearance with immortal lord-level cultivation, warning that his clone stood no chance and suggesting a better clone exchange. Chen Chongan sneered, flatly refusing. No exchange. This time I want to play a big game. In a forest in Yunzhou, calls echoed everywhere, welcoming the arrival of the ninth prince and Fairy Yu-chan. Fairy Yu-chan told the ninth prince Shi Tian that she had to go to Flying Immortal Mountain to pick immortal fruits, politely declining to accompany him. Shi Tian tried to keep her to cooperate, but Yu-chan flew away, making him contemptuously mutter, "The Jiang family truly is a bunch of blockheads." As she flew away, Yu-chan secretly wondered. Shi Tian dares to descend with his true body without being suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Is he faking it, or does he have a trump card? A subordinate rushed over to report to Shi Tian. Ninth Prince, that cunning Chen Chongan spread false rumors of being severely injured, tricked Nanrong into testing him, and now they've all been captured alive. Shi Tian's subordinates roared in fury, demanding punishment for the lowly insect who dared to kill their people and obstruct their conquest of the 9 provinces. Shi Tian raised his hand, signaling his lackeys to shut up. He coldly declared that within 5 hours, he would make Chen Chongan wish he were dead, his face now adorned with a half-mask covering his upper features. Shi Tian narrowed his eyes maliciously, ordering his subordinates, "But you must cooperate. I recall Chen Chongan once resided on Flying Immortal Mountain. He must have many friends and relatives there, wouldn't you agree?" The cruel plan was set in motion. Gather all heavenly prides to massacre a stronghold in Wuzhou, sowing terror and despair among the common folk. In Leizhou and Chizhou, a muscular heavenly pride grabbed a civilian by the collar, offering a cruel choice. "Want to live? Surrender, and I shall spare you." A burly heavenly pride snarled at a civilian, setting a condition. "If your lord of the 9 provinces hands over the 9 provinces cauldron, the slaughter will cease." The upper realm's vile scheme proved effective. The common folk in Yunzhou began to panic, turning to curse Chen Chongan as a coward and demanding he surrender the treasure. 2 other heavenly prides gleefully discussed, believing Shi Tian's plan was truly brilliant, effortlessly using a blunt knife to bleed out his opponent, cornering Chen Chongan. Shi Tian let out a savage laugh, confident that by simply waiting, Chen Chongan would obediently present the 9 provinces cauldron directly to him. In Dragon City, night fell, signaling an impending storm. Meanwhile, the female heavenly pride Nanrong was imprisoned, exhausted, and moaning for help in vain. Chen Chongan held a talisman, having seen through the upper realm's trick, a stealth cultivation technique specializing in soul refinement, to deceive the heavenly Tao, but coming with immense risks. He glanced at the 4 female captives sprawled on the floor, explaining the technique's side effects. Mild cases led to idiocy, severe ones to memory loss. He also discovered they were connected to their guardians via something called an immortal seal. Chen Chongan analyzed that these guardians were essentially just summoned pets of the heavenly prides. He narrowed his eyes, realizing the crux of the problem. The immortal seal was what allowed these guardians to unleash their full power in the lower realm without being suppressed by its laws. The plan was clear. Not only capture the heavenly prides, but also seize their guardians alive to extract information about the upper realm. In a grand hall in Dragon City, the provincial lords were reporting the catastrophic situation. Millions dead, 9 out of 10 top sects, and most merchant guilds wiped out. The Lord of Chizhou, with a murderous expression, asserted that Chen Chongan had to make a decision immediately. Boom! The entire grand hall shook violently. The provincial lords staggered, horrified to realize the ground was trembling because someone was moving the 9 provinces cauldron. The Lord of Fengzhou panicked. Could it be that Chen Chongan has compromised, surrendering the 9 provinces cauldron to those heavenly prides? A colossal pillar of light shot straight up from the 9 provinces cauldron, tearing through the night sky. The crowd of civilians was thrown back by a golden surge of energy, screaming in panic. What is the Lord of the 9 provinces doing? Is he trying to destroy the entire continent, dragging everyone down with him? Jiang Xuanchu and another silver-haired female cultivator watched the earth-shattering spectacle, unable to hide their astonishment. Chen Chongan appeared domineeringly, standing at the epicenter of energy emanating from a small cauldron, no bigger than a bucket, his aura soaring to the heavens. He turned to instruct Jiang Xuanchu to find a safe place, but she immediately refused flatly, determined not to leave. Jiang Xuanchu's face was filled with resolve. "I don't want to hide behind my husband. I want to stay and face this with you." Chen Chongan smiled confidently, making a reassuring gesture. "Good girl. Don't worry, I'll protect you." The 9 provinces cauldron erupted with energy, causing the crowd to clamor. The Lord of the 9 provinces has gone mad. Is he trying to destroy the entire continent, dragging everyone down with him? The golden surge of energy threw people back, and one man cried out in despair, "Quick, stop him." Xiaolei materialized, weeping and pleading. Father, you are my only father. Stop. If the cauldron breaks, the entire 9 provinces will be annihilated. A colossal fiery phantom appeared, and Chen Chongan's voice, cold as ice, drowned out the thunder. Silence. The onlookers' faces drained of color. They trembled, concluding, "Has truly gone mad. Chen Chongan wants to play a game of mutual destruction." Crack! Gaping fissures appeared on the 9 provinces' cauldron's body, signaling the impending doom. The entire city began to crumble. The populace fled in chaotic panic, screaming, "Someone stop Chen Chongan." Amidst the destructive energy storm, Chen Chongan's white-haired clone stood still, a flicker of vigilance suddenly appearing in his eyes. Chen Chongan's true body smirked meaningfully. It turned out it was all just a play. A group of self-proclaimed elite heavenly prides appeared, their red-haired leader sneering, "Look who it is!" The cowardly turtles finally decided to show their faces. Jiang Xuanchu and the other provincial lords gaped. "All the heavenly prides in the 9 provinces have gathered here?" The red-haired man furiously pointed at Chen Chongan. "This brat is truly devious, daring to use such a dirty trick to force us out. All our previous plans are ruined." Chen Chongan disdainfully glanced at the small fry. "You are merely a bunch of snot-nosed brats. In this world I have absolute authority. Even descending immortals must kneel and shut their mouths." No sooner had he spoken than a black shadow flashed past, impaling the red-haired man on the spot. The system panel displayed a joyous message. "Congratulations, host, for eliminating a void refinement realm, heavenly pride." Somewhere in a hidden corner, an eye bulged with furious rage. Shi Tian, the 9th prince, roared with hatred, his face contorted. "Chen Chongan." He gritted his teeth and ordered all his subordinates. "You wish to die? Then so be it. All heavenly prides, summon your immortal guardians now." A colossal spatial vortex, carrying destructive red and purple aura, began to open in the sky. By the 9th prince's command, a series of blood-red spatial gates tore open in the sky, heralding a large-scale invasion. From one of the gates, a purple-haired immortal guardian with an overwhelming aura charged out, ready for battle. Chen Chongan's system blared loudly, continuously warning, "Immortal guardian detected descending to the mortal realm. Recommended immediate elimination." An entire army from the upper realm descended, utterly terrifying the crowd below. Immortals. So many immortals. Inside a wooden house, memorial tablets for family and friends, victims of their enemies, were erected, revealing a long-standing feud with the upper realm. A panicked old woman rushed in to tell her husband, "Old man, immortals have descended again. Quick, pack up and run." The enraged old man grabbed a shovel, growling. "After decades, they finally arrived. I will show no mercy." As he aggressively charged out, the old man tripped and fell flat on his face, his shovel clattering away pitifully. The old woman helped him up while he struggled, yelling to kill all the enemies. But his old age wouldn't allow it. Utterly helpless, the old man burst into tears, despairing as his homeland was about to be trampled once more. Amidst the tension, a crimson-haired youth stood in the shadows, watching the immortal guardians with gleeful eyes. He flashed a sinister smile, clenching his fist excitedly. Things are about to get interesting. Even the state lords watching the drama turned pale, unable to believe their eyes. Is the 9 provinces truly about to be wiped out? The Lord of Wuzhou shook his head in dismay, believing Chen Chongan had overplayed his hand. He's too arrogant. This move will destroy everything. The red-haired immortal guardian leader pointed directly at Chen Chongan, arrogantly declaring, "Chen Chongan, come here and face your death." A bald, muscular immortal guardian sneered, "Just a mere worm from the lower realm. Watch me crush this bug that has caused you so much trouble." Chen Chongan merely smirked, flicking a small flame from his fingertip. Just a mere immortal guardian of the immortal general rank. The protagonist continued with a bored expression, drawing a bow of light. "Not enough to waste my time. I need stronger opponents." Whoosh! A dazzling golden arrow tore through space, shooting straight towards the upper realm minions with terrifying speed. The arrow pierced through an immortal guardian in an instant, and the system immediately reported good news. "Congratulations, host, for eliminating a rank 1 immortal general. Reward, domain value and a treasure chest." The arrow of light shot out into space, and the system continuously reported good news about eliminating immortal generals and receiving rewards. Boom! The explosion swept across an area. The immortal guardians were wiped out in a destructive light before they could even understand what happened. Chen Chongan smirked contemptuously. "So weak. Is this really the power of immortals?" The red-haired leader was furious, roaring, "You wantonly slaughter treating mortal lives as dirt. You are an arrogant being who never repents. Chen Chongan floated in midair, golden streaks of light pouring from his body, exuding an utterly tyrannical presence. He commanded the system. System, use all the domain value I just earned to expand the invincible domain. No sooner had he spoken, two colossal, blazing red spatial gates swung wide open, and a new wave of immortal guardians poured out like a swarm of bees. The upper realm lackeys landed on the ground, led by the bald, muscular one, exuding an aggressive aura. The red-haired leader grinned sinisterly. Chen Chongan, I've seen many arrogant fools like you. Let's see how many rounds you can withstand against my human wave tactic. He continued to boast. There will be wave after wave. You can't kill all my people. You will eventually die of exhaustion, and I will chop off your head. Chen Chongan responded with a barrage of colorful techniques, from fireballs and lightning bolts to light arrows, sweeping directly into the newly descended army. He formed a complex hand seal, dazzling golden energy gathering on his fingertip, preparing for a finishing blow. A tiny divine flame, containing terrifying power, shot out, heading straight for the center of the enemy formation. The system notification panel appeared continuously, spamming messages congratulating the host on eliminating numerous rank 1 immortal generals. The crowd of spectators on the ground gaped in astonishment, one man even tugging at an old man's beard out of extreme shock. Immediately after, everyone erupted in joy, cheering loudly. With Chen Chongan here, immortals are nothing but trash. Jiang Xuanchu looked at his back, thinking to herself, "Husband, what exactly is your plan?" A dazzling golden lightning seal appeared on Chen Chongan's hand, the Heavenly Tao lightning seal, a symbol of one who has completely mastered the Heavenly Tao. The red-haired leader froze stiff, stammering in horror as he saw numerous subordinates wiped out. "How can you do this?" The Lord of Wuzhou watched from afar, his face ashen, sweat pouring down. "This battle is simply beyond our league." The old state lords, watching curiously, bitterly admitted that the fate of the 9 provinces now rested entirely in the hands of the very guy they once intended to interrogate. The entire crowd staked everything on Chen Chongan, roaring, "Chen Chongan, you must win." A red top-knot immortal guardian hadn't boasted for long before he was thoroughly beaten, spitting out fresh blood. The red-haired leader sneered, mocking Chen Chongan's weak resistance. "Let's see how long you can last." He began forming a seal, declaring that this charade was over. A blazing red spatial vortex opened, summoning reinforcements from the upper realm. A domineering tattooed immortal stepped out, arrogantly demanding to capture Chen Chongan and turn him into livestock, while criticizing the upper realm's small fry as too useless. Chen Chongan's system blared loudly, warning that an immortal commander-level boss had descended and demanded immediate elimination. Chen Chongan's white-haired clone growled, his murderous aura soaring to the heavens. "You low-level scum, today I will crush you into dust." Before he could finish speaking, he grabbed the face of a bird-headed guardian, crushing his confidence. "I haven't even started yet." He tensed his body, dazzling golden energy erupting, and roared, "In this world, I am invincible." The bird-headed guardian transformed into an eagle, shooting out a destructive energy beam, and roared, "You crazy brat, die!" Chen Chongan calmly raised a hand to block the attack, utterly shocking the guardian. With bare hands, he gently flicked his hand, throwing the energy orb back at its original owner. Boom! The bird-headed guardian was wiped out by his own technique, and the system announced a huge reward for Chen Chongan for swiftly eliminating a rank 1 immortal commander cultivator. Chen Chongan's clone's eyes glowed with deadly red light, signaling that the real fun had just begun. The Chizo Lord and the Wind State Lord trembled uncontrollably, sighing in relief. Luckily, he's on our side. Meanwhile, Chen Chongan's main body gathered terrifying lightning in his hand, preparing to unleash a powerful ultimate technique. He waved his hand, summoning 10,000 thunder strikes. Dazzling blue lightning swept across the battlefield, and the kill count notification panel continuously popped up. The red-haired leader's eyes widened to their fullest extent, utterly stunned by the horrifying slaughter that had just occurred. The red-haired leader boasted loudly, ordering his subordinates to charge, deluded into thinking that Chen Chongan was exhausted. Meanwhile, Chen Chongan's clone was muttering calculations. An immortal commander was worth 5 million points, so an immortal lord would be even better. Suddenly, a clawed guardian at the peak immortal commander rank descended from the sky, roaring, "How dare you be careless on the battlefield, brat? Are you looking down on me?" Boom! His sharp claws slammed straight into the ground, creating a terrifying explosion. The system immediately blared a warning. A peak immortal commander has descended to the mortal realm. The current clone is too weak. It is recommended that the master switch to a higher-level clone immediately. The clawed guardian delivered another blow, determined to crush Chen Chongan into dust. The red-haired leader crossed his arms and sneered, asking smugly, "Let's see how long you can last." Slap. A golden hand flew out of nowhere and slapped the red-haired leader directly in the face, sending his teeth flying. It turned out to be an elastic arm, like Luffy's, extending for kilometers from Chen Chongan's main body to deliver a heaven-shattering slap. Chen Chongan's clone stood amidst the ruins, sticking out his tongue provocatively. "You damn dogs, today I'll kill you all. To me, you're just a pile of points." The red-haired leader clutched his swollen cheek, his face contorted from both pain and humiliation. Enraged, he pointed, roaring orders at the immortal guardians. "You idiots! What are you standing around for? Go kill him for me. Tear him to shreds." A barrage of energy arrows from the immortal guardians rained down on Chen Chongan's clone. Chen Chongan's clone calmly faced two halberd-wielding guardians charging towards him. He grabbed an immortal halberd, his face showing surprise. These immortal treasures. The sensation of injury from the clone feels so real. A sharp sword suddenly appeared from his blind spot. Slash! The sword pierced through the clone's shoulder, making him cry out, "Damn it, that really hurts." Thud. A heaven-shattering punch from another guardian slammed straight into him, sending the clone flying like a ball. The crowd of spectators below frantically cried out, "Lord of 9 provinces," upon seeing a massive explosion erupt where he was struck. Amidst the smoke and dust, a hand gripped tightly onto the edge of a broken rock, signaling that the battle was far from over. Chen Chongan's clone coughed up blood, admitting that the sneak attack just now was quite effective, but in a life-and-death battle, there are no rules. He looked at the immortal guardians surrounding him, muttering to himself that he had to endure one more round so that the invincible domain could expand. Shi Tian sneered maniacally, roaring in mockery. "Immortal guardians, what kind of job are you doing? You boasted so loudly." A pink-haired immortal guardian ordered her companions, "Go all out, finish him quickly." Chen Chongan's clone suddenly shot up into the sky, astonishing the crowd below. Suddenly, a gigantic golden dragon appeared from the void, sweeping away a group of immortal guardians at the immortal commander rank, and the system continuously reported good news to the main body. The crowd of spectators gaped in astonishment, unable to believe the power of the Lord of 9 provinces. Chen Chongan's clone, despite his blood-soaked face, still wore a defiant smile. The Lord of Ghost Province, Mingcha, couldn't hold back her tears witnessing the brutal scene. Jiang Xuanchu also had tears welling up in her eyes, her gaze filled with worry and pain. Shi Tian landed, mocking the heavily injured clone, Chen Chongan. "How does it feel to be a dog without a master?" The clone sneered in response. "Ninth Prince, you must be very familiar with the feeling of losing a dog, aren't you? But my dog is not a loser." Shi Tian flew into a rage, summoning a blazing immortal sword. "You are too arrogant. I will take your head right in front of your people." He leaned in close, growling morbidly. "That feeling will surely be interesting, won't it?" Shi Tian swung his sword and charged, threatening to take care of Chen Chongan's friends and family on Mount Feixian after killing him. "No!" Jiang Xuanchu screamed and shot down from the stands like a bolt of lightning. A golden lightning bolt struck down, blocking Shi Tian's attack just as Jiang Xuanchu landed. Jiang Xuanchu's eyes shone with determination mixed with horror. Chen Chongan's clone looked at her, wearing a satisfied smile despite being heavily wounded. He called her name gently. "Xuanchu, I will find you." While another speech bubble echoed the call, "Husband," the system announced, "The clone has been eliminated, transferring back to the main body." On Mount Feixian, Chen Chongan's main body opened his eyes, and a leaf gently fell into his palm. The system reported, "Domain points are sufficient to cover the entire Cloud Province." "Host, would you like to proceed?" Chen Chongan confirmed. "The invincible domain is expanding. Please wait patiently." The map of 9 provinces appeared, showing the domain spreading from a small point. Back on the battlefield, the people of 9 provinces were kneeling in despair, seeing the Lord of 9 provinces vanish. A panicked cultivator screamed, "The Lord of 9 provinces is dead, let's surrender," while others wept over their bleak future. Province lords like the Lord of Scarlet Province and the Lord of Wind Province gnashed their teeth in helplessness, realizing there was nothing more they could do. A jade-green 9 provinces cauldron lay abandoned on the cracked ground. Shi Tian laughed maniacally, still holding the phantom image of the clone's head, mocking, "Why aren't you boasting anymore? Look at Chen Chongan's useless head." A muscular subordinate reported, "Lord Shi Tian, the people of the lower realm have offered up the 9 provinces cauldron. The Lord of Cloud Province, the traitor, offered the cauldron with both hands, bowing his head in subservience. We humbly offer the 9 provinces cauldron. only hoping that the immortals will spare our lives. All sins were committed by Chen Chongan alone. Shitian snatched the cauldron, gloating inwardly. With this, all of 9 provinces will be mine. He raised the cauldron high, laughing arrogantly as he declared, You ants of 9 provinces, it is your honor to become energy for me to ascend to immortal status. The Lord of Scarlet Province and the Lord of Ghost Province were shocked to realize the true plot. He wants to drain the energy of the entire 9 provinces continent. It turns out we were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The Lord of Ghost Province said with bitter despair, Without Chen Chongan, we truly are useless. Shitian tried to activate the cauldron, but it only emitted a faint green light before shattering. He widened his eyes in horror, realizing instantly, this is a fake. Shitian grabbed the Lord of Cloud Province by the collar, roaring furiously, You bastard! How dare you trick me with a fake? The traitor trembled, vehemently denying it, saying that the real 9 provinces cauldron was always in Chen Chongan's hands. A thought suddenly struck Shitian. He spun around, his crazed gaze fixed on Jiang Xuanchu. Chen Chongan's wife, she definitely knows. Immediately, Jiang Xuanchu was pierced through the chest by a sudden attack, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Stabbed with a fatal blow, Jiang Xuanchu's eyes flashed with extreme resentment. Golden energy erupted around her head, and she roared, vowing not to let those bastards who ambushed her get away. I'll kill you! Jiang Xuanchu charged straight at Shitian, transforming into a furious blue energy vortex. Shitian merely stood still, allowing Jiang Xuanchu's energy to envelop him, his expression unchanged. He sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Everyone! A group of perverted muscular minions appeared, grinning obscenely. Strip her and see where she's hidden the 9 provinces cauldron. The louder she screams, the more we'll enjoy it. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared, using a talisman to summon overwhelming lightning. Jiang Xuanchu, about to charge, froze as a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, sweeping away her minions. She realized in panic. Huh? Why has my power vanished? A muscular, blue-haired guardian appeared, blocking Jiang Xuanchu's hand, and coldly warned, Don't interfere. 2 perverted heavenly prides laughed savagely. Keep going. I love tormenting young girls. Even a lower realm incarnation should fully enjoy this body. Jiang Xuanchu gritted her teeth and threw an uppercut, sending one of them flying. But immediately after, another one kicked her directly, growling, Do you love him? Wake him up and see if he reacts? Shameless trash. Knocked sprawling, Jiang Xuanchu could only painfully call out his name in vain. Husband, husband. The crowd of 9 provinces cultivators began to whisper in fear. Chen Chongan is dead. Why won't this girl hand over the 9 provinces cauldron? Does she want to provoke the immortals again? The Lord of Wuzhou was stunned. Jiang Xuanchu would go this far for Chen Chongan, but what about us? The Lord of Qizhou gritted his teeth in anger, while the Lord of Guizhou said bitterly, If that old man Feng hadn't been so talkative, who would have known the 9 provinces cauldron was on her? A minion kicked Jiang Xuanchu hard and asked disdainfully, Unconscious already? 2 cultivators observing from the sidelines gleefully discussed a plan. Burn them both to ashes with fire, then the 9 provinces cauldron will automatically appear. Lying on the ground, covered in blood, Jiang Xuanchu still gritted her teeth and endured, her eyes showing not a trace of submission. Suddenly, Ling Bauer rushed forward and stabbed a heavenly pride directly, and roared, Die, you reincarnated trash. Witnessing a young girl even braver than themselves, the 9 provinces lords seemed to awaken, resolving not to sit idly and await death any longer. You've gone too far with your bullying. Come on, beaten to a pulp. But in Jiang Xuanchu's eyes, there was only resilience and a single tear of bitter hatred. Shitian sneered, ordering his subordinates. Do these ants want to rebel? If they want to become a second Chen Chongan, then so be it. The 9 provinces lords led the charge, rushing straight into the formation of immortals, and an uneven battle officially erupted. A female 9 provinces cultivator delivered a sky-shattering punch to a minion's face, determined to fight to the very end. The flame of resistance spread to the common folk. They screamed and threw whatever they had in their hands. At this point, we'd rather die. Get out of 9 provinces, you damn immortals. All the people of 9 provinces, from cultivators to commoners, simultaneously charged to confront the immortals, roaring their slogan, The people of 9 provinces will never be slaves. Even though their weapons were crude hoes and shovels, they still charged with a fearless spirit. Shi Tian let out a savage laugh, seeing the charging crowd as mere beasts. Look, a pack of beasts is rushing at me. This prince is now brimming with fighting spirit. The massacre began. The weak people of 9 provinces were swept away like trash by the absolute power of the immortals. The Wind State Lord clutched his head, screaming in despair as he watched his people being burned alive. Fools, why did you charge? Now everything is lost. Desperate cries for help echoed everywhere as the immortals' flames consumed everything. A commoner screamed, "You are not immortals, you are devils." A man desperately watched his friend burn and screamed with hatred. "Can't kill them, can't escape. Where can I vent this hatred?" Shi Tian stood atop the ruins, looking at the fallen Jiang Xuanchu and mocking. "The people of Yunzhou are almost all dead. Isn't this reward quite good?" He plunged his spear right next to Jiang Xuanchu's head, continuing his insults. "Do you hate? Does it hurt?" Shi Tian raised his weapon high, boasting wildly. "Kill, fight, that is everyone's dream." He aimed the spearhead directly at Jiang Xuanchu, his voice as cold as ice. "Since you chose to oppose us, you must see it through to the end." Even with the spear blade pressed against her face, Jiang Xuanchu's eyes showed not a trace of fear or submission. The fallen Jiang Xuanchu suddenly looked up sharply, as a golden streak of light tore through space directly above her head. In the middle of the battlefield, Ling Baoer stood proudly, the sword in her hand still glowing after striking away the enemy's weapon. Ling Baoer cried out in tears, desperately calling for her master. "Master, haven't you appeared yet? It's too late." The sky suddenly cracked open, and a majestic voice echoed from the void, directly asking Shi Tian, "Who are you calling? And who do you want me to kill?" The white-haired Chen Chongan's true body appeared coldly, while the system screamed in panic. "Host, wait! The domain hasn't fully expanded yet." Shi Tian was utterly shocked, realizing that the one he had just killed was merely a fake. Could it be a clone? "What the hell is going on, Chen Chongan?" The system announced coldly. "Host, the Invincible domain has enveloped all of Yunzhou. Please enjoy." A dark shadow with glowing eyes appeared, signaling the start of the purge. Shi Tian's eyes widened in horror as he felt the invisible pressure. Wham! The Upper Realm Prince was sent flying like a fly by an invisible force. Thud! Shi Tian slammed face first into the ground, creating a deep crater. He scrambled to his feet, coughing up blood, his mind blank, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Shi Tian was utterly bewildered, muttering, "What's going on? I was attacked? An attack I couldn't even see?" The prince was furious, realizing he was being toyed with in the enemy's domain. Shi Tian gritted his teeth, growling, "Damn it, what kind of trick are you playing?" He roared, questioning Chen Chongan, who was hovering high above. "I decide who dies. How dare a dog like you defy my orders?" Chen Chongan silently appeared right in front of him, grabbing Shi Tian's face with one hand. Slam! The prince was slammed face first into the ground, without any resistance. Chen Chongan coldly stomped directly on Shi Tian's head, crushing his arrogance. The sky-shattering stomp cracked the ground, officially turning Shi Tian into a doormat. With his head pressed into the ground, Shi Tian still growled resentfully, "I don't believe I can't kill you." Crunch! Chen Chongan pressed down once more, crushing the prince's arrogance and making him scream miserably. Shi Tian's eyes bulged, filled with intense killing intent and utter madness. He roared in humiliation. "Die! Chen Chongan, you bastard! Summon Heavenly Demon!" A mighty Heavenly Demon female warrior appeared, while Shi Tian, still pinned to the ground, boasted loudly, "You mortals of the lower realm, take my myriad techniques." Chen Chongan didn't even spare a glance, merely raising one hand gently. He coldly uttered a single word. "Die." A brilliant golden light shot out, before the Heavenly Demon could even comprehend what was happening. "I haven't even attacked yet." The Heavenly Demon shrieked in desperate plea before being engulfed by the light and completely vaporized. The system announced the elimination of a god demon of the Immortal King realm, awarding 9 million points and domain fragments, leaving the watching Heavenly Prides stunned. "Just one move?" Shi Tian frantically roared at his trembling subordinates. "What are you waiting for? Go! If we can kill him once, we can kill him a second time." The subordinate broke out in a cold sweat, secretly thinking that if the 9th prince perished here, they wouldn't live peacefully in the upper realm either. Shi Tian formed a hand seal, deciding to go all out. Everyone attack, summon thousands of god demons, crush Chen Chongan to dust. The prince shrieked, determined to eliminate Chen Chongan today, realizing he was an immense future threat. An army of god demons, numerous as ants, appeared in the sky, charging directly towards Chen Chongan. Facing the full-scale assault, Chen Chongan merely raised his hand, nonchalantly. The ghostly god demons descended like a storm, ready to annihilate everything. Flick. A gentle flick of his finger echoed, and he coldly commanded, "Vanish." A flurry of system notifications appeared continuously, confirming that the entire god-demon army had been wiped out with a single flick of his finger, with points and items raining down. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion flung Fairy Yu-chan far away. Yu-chan was startled by the immense noise from the Ninth Prince's location. Deciding she had to return and investigate, she muttered that she hadn't yet exchanged for the immortal fruit, and couldn't let this battle affect flying Immortal Mountain, then shot back. The crowd of spectators, led by Ling Bauer, was crushed to the ground by Chen Chongan's overwhelming might, exclaiming in terror, "Master, is this truly the power of the Lord of the Nine Provinces?" A green-haired cultivator sighed in relief, secretly thinking it was fortunate this monster was on their side. Fairy Yu-chan appeared majestically, facing Chen Chongan and Shi Tian. She blushed, frantically wondering why the Ninth Prince had gotten involved with this evil monster. Things were looking bad. Shi Tian gritted his teeth, analyzing his opponent's strategy. "You used a clone to probe, making us drop our guard, then sought an opportunity to ambush us." Chen Chongan coldly admitted it was indeed his oversight to give the opponent a chance, but he hadn't expected someone like Shi Tian to exist in the lower realm. Shi Tian, his face covered in injuries, confidently declared, "You are at the immortal venerable realm, belonging to the spatial law system. To deal with you, I must use this." The prince channeled his energy, declaring Chen Chongan was the first in the lower realm, to force him to sacrifice the rejuvenation turtle talisman to summon the heaven-burning ghost. A colossal blue energy sword descended directly from the sky to the ground. Shi Tian stood firm, with the phantom of the heaven-burning ghost behind him, confidently proclaiming himself invincible at the immortal venerable realm and unbeatable at the immortal king realm. Fairy Yu-chan's face paled, realizing even the infamous heaven-burning ghost had appeared, worrying that if Chen Chongan perished, her immortal fruit would also be lost. Shi Tian gave the command, and the colossal demon roared, "Heaven-burning ghost, advance," and charged forward with its greatsword. It shrieked, "Destroy! Destroy!" while swinging its sword directly at Chen Chongan. Chen Chongan merely stood still, receiving the destructive attack hurtling towards him. He curled his lip in a disdainful smile, raised a single finger, and unleashed the one-finger solar strike. Whoosh! The peak immortal venerable level demon exploded into smithereens, the system announcing a reward of 30 million points and 2 domain fragments. Easy game. Shi Tian and Fairy Yu-chan froze, unable to believe a peak immortal venerable had perished in an instant, wondering just how terrifying Chen Chongan's power was. Shi Tian broke out in a cold sweat, his face changing color, with only one thought in his mind: "I have to get out of here." But Chen Chongan was even faster. He appeared like a phantom directly in front of him. With a whoosh, Chen Chongan delivered a heaven-shattering kick straight to Shi Tian's stomach, sending him flying backward. He raised his hand, and a brilliant golden energy gathered. A dazzling golden ray shot down, pinning Shi Tian firmly to the ground. Chen Chongan stepped on the Ninth Prince, disdainfully saying, "This is how you were trampled underfoot by me last time, like a maggot. How pathetic." He looked up at the sky, wondering if anyone from the upper realm would descend to rescue him, as the real fun was just beginning. Chen Chongan smirked cunningly, calculating that keeping this dog alive would allow him to extract more benefits. He conjured a colossal cross beside the flattened Shi Tian, declaring that someone would surely appreciate this gift. "First, an Ottoman cross nail," Chen Chongan said, then drove a large nail through Shi Tian's hand. The prince was hoisted onto the cross, surrounded by thousands of hovering awls, while Chen Chongan coldly declared, "One awl every 10 seconds. I don't care if it hurts." Shi Tian shrieked miserably in pain, but Chen Chongan merely said nonchalantly that he would wait until someone with a shred of decency came to rescue him. With a devilish grin, Chen Chongan affirmed that as long as someone came to rescue him, he would release Shi Tian. A series of numbered awls began to shoot forward. They pierced directly into Shi Tian's limbs and body, blood splattering everywhere. The prince's entire body was riddled with them like a hedgehog, his mouth agape in extreme agony. Shi Tian screamed soundlessly, wondering when this nightmare would end. An hour passed, and Chen Chongan pulled out all the stakes, then sneered, "It seems the upper realm doesn't care about you at all. Truly a failed prince." Chen Chongan chuckled mockingly, asking provocatively, "Is this torture not enough, or should I add a few tens of thousands more awls?" Suddenly, a pair of soft arms embraced him tightly from behind, and a voice whispered, "Husband." The dark purple-haired woman buried her head in his back, sobbing, "Is this real? Not an illusion? You're still alive." Her tears streamed ceaselessly onto Chen Chongan's shoulder. Chen Chongan gently comforted the girl, promising never to scare her again, while the system confirmed she was a reincarnated heavenly pride. He used the myriad life creation art to heal the bruise on the girl's shoulder, making her only able to utter senior. Ling Baoer and Bai Yue rushed over like a whirlwind, clinging to their master and cheering "Long live," completely ignoring the purple-haired girl who was frowning. The purple-haired woman's eyes blazed with fire, clearly displeased at being interrupted. She directly called him husband, causing both Ling Baoer and Chen Chongan to freeze. He quickly explained, let me introduce you. This is my disciple, Ling Baoer." The purple-haired woman stared possessively, and warning bells rang in Ling Baoer and Bai Yu's minds. Both girls, one a self-proclaimed wife, and the other a disciple, simultaneously questioned Chen Chongan, who was sweating profusely. Chen Chongan casually stated with a nonchalant expression, "We're all family, living in my domain." The crowd of onlookers, including Fairy Yu Chan, were stunned, speechless, by his ruthless yet indifferent attitude. Crack! The night sky suddenly split open with a gigantic rift, revealing an entire galaxy. Chen Chongan curled his lips into a smirk, his eyes full of interest. "Oh? Someone finally arrived?" Fairy Yu Chan frantically sensed an earth-shattering power descending. A gigantic purple energy hand slowly reached out from the rift, and an imposing voice roared, "You lower realm insects, you wish to die." Shi Tian, who was hanging on the cross, was overjoyed, screaming, "Ha ha ha, the domain master has come to save me. Chen Chongan, you're definitely dead." Chen Chongan calmly raised a single finger, challenging, "Then let's see whose finger is stronger, yours or mine." Boom! A finger from Chen Chongan shot out a brilliant golden light, directly confronting and completely overwhelming the domain master's gigantic energy hand. Shi Tian and Fairy Yu Chan gaped in horror as Chen Chongan casually declared, "Trash. Not even worth my middle finger." Ling Baoer raised her fist, cheering loudly, "Master is number one. Kill them all." While the purple-haired girl standing next to her also showed agreement. Chen Chongan arrogantly looked up at the sky, boasting fiercely, "You upper realm folks are just a bunch of cowards, only daring to sneak attack across realms but not showing your faces? Are you scared?" Fairy Yu Chan quickly interrupted to dissuade him. "Chen Chongan, that's enough. The upper realm doesn't just have immortal kings and immortal emperors, but far more terrifying powers." She continued to warn that if not for the protective laws of the 9 provinces, stronger individuals would have descended and flattened everything long ago. Chen Chongan sneered, nonchalantly replying, "Oh, thanks for the reminder. I kept wondering why I tortured Shi Tian for so long, and no one came down. So it was because of the laws." He snapped his fingers, calling out loudly, "Heavenly Tao, come out." And immediately, the will of the Heavenly Tao appeared like a pet, obediently replying, "I'm here, Dad." Chen Chongan declared he would rewrite the laws of the 9 provinces, especially the one prohibiting immortals from descending to the lower realm, causing the will of the Heavenly Tao to turn pale with fright. "Dad, you can't. My small body can't handle it." He ignored it, ordering 3 new laws. Immortals can freely descend to the lower realm. The 9 provinces barrier must not restrict their power, and they can unleash their full peak strength. The laws were rewritten instantly. The will of the Heavenly Tao changed its tune faster than flipping a rice paper, happily accepting, while Shi Tian and Fairy Yu Chan were utterly shocked. The disciples asked blankly, "Master, you?" But Chen Chongan merely coldly declared, "Enough, I'm tired. Destroy them, quickly." Shi Tian realized in shock Chen Chongan's entire plan. He deliberately killed the immortal guardians to lure stronger opponents down, opening the gates wide for the entire upper realm to flood in so he could kill them all at once. Fairy Yu Chan's face turned ashen, muttering, "Madman, truly a crazy bastard." While her inner self screamed why asking for an immortal fruit was harder than ascending to heaven. Suddenly, Fairy Yu Chan discovered the Jiang family's heavenly pride guardian mark on the purple-haired girl. Yu Chan was severely shocked when she realized her true identity. She was the Jiang family's first-generation heavenly chosen child. Yu Chan analyzed that this purple-haired girl had reincarnated into the lower realm, infiltrating Chen Chongan's side long ago to find the 9 provinces cauldron, and now only needed to find an opportunity to seize the body of a clone to bring the treasure back to her main body. While Yu Chan was still calculating, Chen Chongan turned and lifted the purple-haired girl's chin, sneering, "Even the first time, I didn't recognize you. But no matter how clever you are, you can't do anything." Suddenly, a gigantic purple-red spatial vortex opened in the sky, signaling a new power had just descended. The passers-by were utterly panicked at the sight of the gigantic gate. One man gave up, saying, "Screw it, I'll just lie down and wait to die." While another screamed, "Look up there." From the spatial vortex, a single figure stepped out, with an overwhelming aura proclaiming, "I am the Jiang family head, Jiang Ningran." Chen Chongan smirked, boasting fiercely. "Thanks for the compliment. You've been showing off for so long, and only you came down? Looks like there are quite a few in the upper realm eagerly watching." The Jiang family head acknowledged his strength, saying he was the second person after old man Feng Qiyun who dared to prank the upper realm. She revealed that she initially intended to descend here to eradicate him and destroy the 9 provinces. But after meeting him, she changed her mind. She offered a sweet recruitment offer. Join the Immortal Recruitment Alliance. Become an inner disciple. The 9 provinces would belong to him, and the Ascension Channel would be reopened for the lower realm's small fry. She concluded with eyes full of pressure. "And you only need to agree to my request." Chen Chongan burst out laughing, openly disdainful. This old hag is still drawing cakes for me to eat? Believing the words of a bunch of brutal invaders is truly foolish. He flatly refused, pointing at the sky and declaring, "If you want to fight, then fight. I don't give a damn about recruitment." From the very beginning, there was no fairness or reconciliation. The Jiang family head's eyes flashed with a chilling murderous intent. She growled, "Sorry, Chen Chongan. Arrogance comes at a price." Without another word, she unleashed the destructive Star River Dust technique, vowing to flatten the entire lower realm into dust. A fiery meteor shower rained down like the apocalypse, aimed directly at the entire continent. Faced with the scene of destruction, Chen Chongan merely watched with a calm expression, without a hint of wavering. The logic of superior beings was clearly displayed. What cannot be obtained shall be destroyed. In Leizhou, outside the domain, people cried out in despair as their homes collapsed under the wrath of the Immortal. In Guangzhou, also outside the domain, screams filled the sky. Everyone realized they were about to perish and could not resist. Amidst the chaos, a man with his face covered in blood pointed forward, screaming, "That place isn't destroyed. Quick, get inside." The survivors gathered at the border of Yunzhou, confused as to why only this place was absolutely safe. The refugees inside the domain hailed Chen Chongan as their only savior, while his system blared a crimson warning. The system warned, "The attack from outside is causing the domain to collapse. Immediate resolution required." Chen Chongan frowned, realizing this was a cross-realm attack that could not be blocked from within. Jiang Xuanshu and the purple-haired girl anxiously asked for a strategy. The purple-haired girl even advised her husband to quickly lead everyone into a pocket dimension, stating that preserving lives was paramount. The Jiang family head sneered from above, mocking, "Chen Chongan, I gave you a choice, but you were unwise." She glanced and saw Jiang Xuanshu was safe, then nodded in approval. She continued to boast, "So what if you're nearly invincible in the lower realm? Dare to defy heaven, and not only will you die, but this entire 9 provinces will also perish." Chen Chongan clenched his fist, his murderous aura erupting. Still too green. No sooner had she finished speaking than Chen Chongan vanished from the spot with a whoosh. Before she could react, the Jiang family head's head was tightly grabbed from behind by a veiny hand. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Chongan dragged her at wind-ripping speed, causing her to only manage a shrill scream, completely unable to keep up with his movements. He grabbed her hair, his eyes icy cold. "I ask, you answer. One wrong word, and you die." She coughed up blood, still stubbornly threatening that the 9 provinces would surely collapse. Chen Chongan dragged her into the meteor-filled sky, pointed at Shi Tian, who was hanging limply, and growled, "Who are those people from the upper realm, and what treasures do they use? Lie to me, and I'll hang you up just like him." Jiang Ningran, the Jiang family patriarch, laughed scornfully, tears streaming down her face. Do you think I'm as foolish as that Shi Tian, bringing my true body down to the lower realm?" She curled her lips in a crazed grin, her body beginning to glow. "To kill me, I've prepared a gift for you." Chen Chongan was startled, realizing she was about to self-detonate. Boom! The clone of Jiang Ningran, the Jiang family patriarch, exploded into a gigantic blue energy sphere. Amidst the explosion, her voice echoed, "Chen Chongan, the heavenly chosen ones of the Jiang family, and the 9 provinces cauldron, they are mine." Chen Chongan clutched his head, affected by the blast. "Master!" Jiang Xuanshu screamed in horror upon seeing Chen Chongan caught in the explosion. Suddenly, the purple-haired girl's body began to vanish. Jiang Xuanshu panicked. "Master, the young lady is disappearing." The purple-haired girl also looked bewildered as strange memories flooded her mind. The purple-haired girl's body grew increasingly ethereal. She mumbled that she didn't belong to this world, but also didn't want to return to her old place. In her final moments, the purple-haired girl shed tears. Her eyes filled with reluctance as she looked towards Chen Chongan and silently called him husband. Amidst the fiery sky, Chen Chongan floated, a strip of golden silk falling from where the purple-haired girl had just vanished. Chen Chongan bent down. His bandaged hand gently picked up the golden silk strip, the only relic left behind. Ling Baoer and Ba Yue rushed over in a panic, anxiously asking questions as the 9 provinces were about to collapse, and Jiang Xuanchu had vanished along with the 9 provinces cauldron. Chen Chongan's face was shrouded in shadow. Only his eyes glowed with bloodlust. He growled, "It's not over yet, you immortals." In the immortal realm, the Xuanwu immortal domain appeared magnificently amidst the clouds, a prosperous and powerful place. The true body of Jiang Ninggran, the Jiang family patriarch, breathed a sigh of relief, admitting, "This Chen Chongan is indeed domineering, truly worthy of being the one who made my heavenly chosen ones fall." A powerful figure stepped out from the light, their voice echoing throughout the grand hall. Who would have thought such a formidable character would appear in the 9 provinces? Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Pride Palace, a group of heavenly chosen ones were wreaking havoc, boasting loudly, "Ha ha, I flattened that mountain with a single punch." Another immortal lord stood afar, sneering, "Oh, the Jiang family patriarch is back? What, did you get slapped until your face swelled up?" Sheng Wu, the Xuanwu lord, appeared, his face smug. "I told you, those ants from the lower realm aren't worth recruiting. Kill them early to save trouble." That immortal lord sneered, exposing them. A bunch of high-ranking Xuanwu immortal domain experts brought a pile of treasures down to suppress a tiny lower realm. "Isn't it because you're all afraid of Chen Chongan?" Sheng Wu's subordinates burst into ridiculous laughter, boldly declaring, "Afraid of him? Are you kidding? The path to the upper realm is cut off. Even if he grew wings, he couldn't fly up." Another one, in ghost form, boasted even louder. He was even foolish enough to use the heavenly Tao to change the laws of the 9 provinces. "Now it's perfect. We can go down and torment him any time." Sheng Wu narrowed his eyes and smiled sinisterly, changing the subject. "Anyway, that's enough talk. How do you plan to deal with Jiang Xuanchu and the 9 provinces cauldron?" He continued to accuse. "She dared to collude with a lower realm inhabitant, even marrying him, bringing shame upon our Xuanwu immortal domain." The crowd of cultivators in the upper realm silently observed, eagerly watching the drama unfold among the high-ranking officials. Jiang Ninggran, the Jiang family patriarch, her face cold as ice, ordered, "Inform the profound mechanism pavilion that Jiang Xuanchu's reincarnation has a flaw, and the plan has failed. When she awakens, she will be executed by 10,000 bolts of lightning. Her life or death will be up to fate." Jiang Xuanchu was unconscious, her soul floating in space, completely unaware of the tragic fate awaiting her. A female subordinate of the Jiang family stepped forward, using a family secret technique to extract the 9 provinces cauldron from Jiang Xuanchu's unconscious body. The female subordinate reported, "Patriarch, the secret technique has been activated. The 9 provinces cauldron has been extracted, and Jiang Xuanchu's soul has been recalled simultaneously, but due to being forcibly recalled, her soul is severely damaged, and it may be difficult for her to awaken." The arrogant pink-haired man suggested to Jiang Ninggran, the Jiang family patriarch, "We're tired of playing, let's destroy the 9 provinces cauldron." But she immediately dismissed him. "Destroy your head. I still need to use it to absorb energy to nurture my disciples." Jiang Ninggran, the Jiang family patriarch, held the cauldron, sneering that this was also a way to torment Chen Chongan, then suddenly realized there was something strange inside. Suddenly, a dazzling golden talisman flew out from within the 9 provinces cauldron, sticking directly onto her forehead. The talisman exploded. It turned out to be the Immortal Tao True Explanation, myriad life creation technique, activated remotely, blowing away all the immortals who were eavesdropping. A green-haired immortal still looked bewildered. What the hell is going on? Amidst the smoke and dust, instantly, a hand appeared from the void, grabbing the green-haired immortal's head tightly. Pop! His head exploded like a watermelon, blood and gore splattering everywhere. The remaining immortals turned deathly pale, utterly terrified. They screamed, "Who is it?" One among them hastily activated the yin-yang body protection, trying to resist the invisible surge of power. He yelled for his companions to flee first, boldly declaring, "No matter who he is." Before he could finish saying, "I will kill him," he took a direct kick to the face, breaking his jaw. He was sent flying like a ball, crashing directly into a magical light gate. Crash! The gate shattered into pieces. The small fry lay scattered on the ground in chaos. The pink-haired man was furious, roaring, "Who dares to come to my heavenly pride palace and cause such havoc?" A dark figure slowly emerged from the smoke, a voice full of sarcasm. "What are you cowards playing at? Can I join in?" Jiang Ningran, the Jiang family patriarch, trembled, her face pale, stammering incoherently at the appearance of the mysterious figure. She felt a terrifying pressure, screaming in extreme panic. This overwhelming aura. Is it an immortal emperor? Chen Chongan revealed his true form, his domineering aura soaring to the heavens, making Jiang Ningran, the Jiang family patriarch, scream his name in horror. Chen Chongan, why are you here? Chen Chongan's terrifying pressure caused the entire floating island in the upper realm to begin shaking and collapsing. The immortals below could only watch helplessly. Chen Chongan casually blocked the attacks of the two muscular men, coldly warning, "Stop. The immortal domain is not a place for you to cause trouble." An immortal emperor-level aura erupted from Chen Chongan, making all the immortals below realize in panic that this was the real deal, an existence they could never hope to reach in their entire lives. Jiang Ningran, the Jiang family patriarch, and the red-haired man were simultaneously aghast, realizing that the newcomer was indeed Chen Chongan. Unable to believe his true power, Chen Chongan curled his lips into a devilish smile, taunting, "Is an immortal emperor really that rare? Just a petty immortal emperor. If I wanted to, I could become an immortal lord too." A brown-haired man tried to compose himself, reassuring his trembling companions, yelling that they were immortals and had nothing to fear from a lower realm inhabitant. No sooner had he finished speaking, Chen Chongan appeared right before him, his glowing hand clamping directly onto the brown-haired man's face, freezing him stiff. Chen Chongan grabbed the brown-haired man by the neck, questioning, "To you, what is the lower realm?" while simultaneously threatening to flatten the entire immortal domain if the answer was unsatisfactory. Choked by the terrifying pressure, the brown-haired man tremblingly confessed that in their eyes, the 9 provinces or any other lower realm were merely high-grade livestock to be raised and slaughtered. Chen Chongan gave a faint smile, appearing satisfied. "A very good answer. Now, sleep well." With that, he crushed the small fry's head, without the slightest hesitation. The system announced the elimination of a 5th-level immortal general. Chen Chongan looked at the remaining lackeys, his eyes full of disdain. "I'm truly surprised. Where do you all get such confidence?" He began a mocking rant, disparaging their palace as not being as grand as his own, flying immortal mountain, and their immortal fruits as nothing but trash. Chen Chongan continued to sneer. "Is this the paradise that countless protagonists struggled desperately to ascend to? Ha ha." He stared directly at the terrified immortals and declared to their faces, "A bunch of immortals living in a trashy place, yet still thinking they're supreme." Chen Chongan curled his lip in disdain, concluding, "A bunch of trash. Let's destroy this immortal realm together." The red-haired man could no longer endure the humiliation, flying into a rage and roaring, "I'm done holding back." He roared at Chen Chongan, "You are unforgivable," then swung a colossal green energy sword, slashing straight down. "Too green." Chen Chongan simply raised a hand and blocked the sword blade with effortless ease. Wham! He twisted and broke the red-haired man's arm, then slammed his face into the ground, leaving his opponent only enough time for a tragic scream. The red-haired man lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious after a single blow. Seeing their comrade defeated, the remaining heavenly prides, furious, roared, "Charge! Kill this damned butcher! Avenge everyone!" The entire motley crew rushed in like moths to a flame, determined to fight to the death against Chen Chongan. A green-haired man, wielding a glowing green staff that seemed to be a genuine treasure, charged forward, leading the attack. He curled his lip into a sneer, his eyes sharp and cold, ready for a hunt. Whoosh! The green staff struck directly at Chen Chongan, but it seemed to have no effect. Another one from the group rushed forward, blood splattered everywhere as he took the full force of a counterattack. A man with tied-up hair tried to raise his hand to block the staff, but the force was too great, and his expression contorted. Chen Chongan stood amidst a battlefield littered with enemy corpses, calmly declaring, "This move is called the dog-beating staff technique," while the system continuously reported victories and awarded points. A survivor, his face drained of all color, shouted in panic, "Quickly, go invite all the ancestors here." The rest also realized the harsh truth. We are absolutely no match for him. At this rate, the Xuanwu immortal realm will be annihilated. In their desperation, one of them discovered Jiang Xuanchu was unconscious and conceived a vile scheme. Jiang Xuanchu is his weakness. Capture that girl to make him die. The entire despicable group vied to rush towards Jiang Xuanchu when they were suddenly enveloped by a dazzling golden light, screaming tragically. Chen Chongan, his eyes as cold as ice, full of disdain, scoffed, "I thought you lot had some guts to come here and try to kill me. Who knew trash would still be trash, only capable of thinking up dirty tricks? He let out a roar, unleashing his full power, and a blazing golden energy explosion engulfed everything. Elsewhere, the Jiang Patriarch was watching the battle with an expression of extreme horror. She muttered to herself, cursing her foolish subordinates, while smugly pleased that she possessed a secret art to control Jiang Xuanchu's soul, turning her into her trump card. Suddenly, Chen Chongan appeared right behind her, one hand gripping her neck, and whispered, "Jiang Patriarch, is this your true form?" A colossal phantom of Chen Chongan manifested, its terrifying pressure suppressing the Jiang Patriarch, and he warned, "I know Xuanchu is your Jiang family's heavenly pride, and you have a way to control her. If she suffers even the slightest harm, I will repay you 100-fold." Chen Chongan coldly watched the lightning gathering in the sky, without even blinking. Cornered, Sheng Wu roared amidst a sea of energy. "Chen Chongan, you've gone too far. I'll make you pay." Sheng Wu's subordinates on the ground, seeing this, cheered loudly, firmly believing that their immortal venerable was about to break through to immortal emperor. And this time, Chen Chongan was surely dead. Sheng Wu formed hand seals, his eyes blazing with fire, pouring his entire life force into his final strike, a technique that, at its peak, could even cleave an immortal emperor. He shouted loudly, summoning his ultimate technique, the Sheng Wu Heavenly Sword, vowing to repay all the humiliation of today. With a crazed expression, Sheng Wu roared, "I'll make you regret ever being born into this world." A colossal energy sword, as vast as a mountain, slashed directly down at Chen Chongan with a cry of "Die." In response, Chen Chongan merely calmly raised a wooden staff that looked like trash, lightly planting it into the ground. Boom! The wooden staff collided with the heavenly sword, and a blinding light erupted, shattering Sheng Wu's attack. Sheng Wu let out an unbelievable, tragic scream as his body disintegrated in the light. The earth-shattering explosion destroyed an entire region of space, leaving Sheng Wu's subordinates, watching from afar, utterly dumbfounded. They couldn't believe such tyrannical power could exist, wondering if a heavenly pride from another immortal realm had come to cause trouble. Space began to collapse, and the small fry panicked, screaming, searching for an escape route, crying out to go home. Meanwhile, at a place called the Scheming Palace in the upper realm, a subordinate rushed in frantically to report. He shouted loudly, "This is bad, Elder. People from the lower realm's 9 provinces are coming here." Inside the grand hall, a small dragon lay guarding, surrounded by the spirit forms of old monsters discussing matters. The elders were arguing, one suggesting they focus on the people from the lower realm, while another insisted on attending to more important matters first. Second Elder Kilao suddenly interrupted, announcing a shocking piece of news. "I just realized that immortals have fallen, and the culprit is none other than Chen Chongan from the lower realm." Fifth Elder Shiwu, a powerful female, coldly questioned, "Do you still want to put on airs? If a heavenly pride is harmed, our immortal realm will lose control of the lower realm. We must act." A yellow-haired old man retorted, "No, we all knew from the moment he sneaked up here." Grand Elder Zhonglao, a terrifying figure at the 6th layer of Immortal Emperor realm, his face hardened, solemnly declared, "The war has begun." Amidst the ruined space, Chen Chongan stood alone, carrying his wooden staff, his aura soaring to the heavens, declaring that even alone, he would fight to the end. He flashed an arrogant, challenging smile. "The real fun is just beginning." In the upper realm, the phantom of Second Elder Kilao appeared, issuing a general mobilization order. "As the Second Elder, I order all immortals of the Xuanwu Immortal Realm to gather at the Immortal Palace to hunt down the invader Chen Chongan." The crowd below stirred, realizing the enemy was a mere small fry who had climbed up from the lower realm, and immediately boasted loudly about dealing with him. The Second Elder continued to offer a reward. To protect the Immortal Realm, all high-ranking immortals must encircle and suppress Chen Chongan. "Whoever kills him, I will accept as my disciple." The crowd cheered excitedly, rushing off like a disturbed beehive, vying for the chance to claim the bounty, leaving behind a few bewildered children. A general riding a blue energy warhorse appeared, and the crowd recognized him as Yinghua Immortal Venerable, Grand Commander of the Imperial Guards, a never-before-defeated individual. Yinghua Immortal Venerable, a quasi-immortal emperor, curled his lip confidently, calculating how much merit he would gain from killing such a cunning fellow. The crowd again pointed up at the sky, astonished to see the Mo family's immortal airships also being deployed. A colossal fleet of airships appeared, overshadowing the entire sky, showing that the Mo family had gone all out. Anyone who stood in their way would only face death or injury. A man in the crowd shouted, pointing towards a horde of demons approaching. Everyone gasped in cold dread upon seeing the nine-tailed killing star, a legendary demonic beast, along with countless other hidden demons also appearing. Major families like the Lin, Tang, Feng, and Gu families also arrived on their flying islands, making the entire Xuanwu immortal realm seem like a grand festival. A colossal scroll tore through the wind, causing the crowd to exclaim in awe once more as they realized Yongming Immortal Venerable had also appeared. Yongming Immortal Venerable, a muscular old man carrying a giant brush, was introduced as the historian of the Xuanwu Immortal Realm, specializing in recording major events. The complacent crowd believed that having their name recorded in history by Yongming Immortal Venerable before death was an honor for Chen Chongan. Yongming Immortal Venerable landed on the scroll, ready to record the upcoming battle. Yongming Immortal Venerable dipped his giant brush onto the ground, black ink splattering, preparing to begin his work. The muscular historian began to wield his brush, writing a new page of history, recording the event of the 9 provinces thieves invading the upper realm. Yongming Immortal Venerable sneered, thinking that the Jiang family's retreat was truly brainless, missing the chance to be recorded in history. On the grandstand, the crowd whispered that the Jiang family was truly foolish to flee from a sure victory. The Jiang family patriarch and her subordinates heard the whispers, their faces changing color, utterly bewildered. Yongming Immortal Venerable roared, cheering on the warriors, declaring this a golden opportunity to leave their names for eternity. The giant brush swept across the battlefield, where tens of thousands of soldiers and countless flying islands had taken their positions, ready for battle. The immortal army roared with imposing aura, their weapons gleaming, determined to flatten the enemy. Yongming Immortal Venerable boasted loudly, declaring that everyone only needed to stand by and witness the glorious moment in Xuanwu's history. The major powers gathered to observe, concluding that it was thanks to Chen Chongan that the entire immortal realm had united, and this battle must be won at all costs. Suddenly, a green beam of light tore through the sky, shooting straight into the center of the enemy formation, and a voice rang out, "Chen Chongan is here." The crowd of immortals panicked upon seeing the enemy arrive. A female general roared, ordering everyone to unleash their strongest skills. Chen Chongan smirked savagely, looking at the crowd before him and muttering, "All the high-level targets have gathered, have they? Good." He swung his staff, and a colossal energy web enveloped the entire battlefield, as he coldly declared, "The meal has been served." Whoosh! The staff swept through. A flurry of system notifications appeared. Experience points and items rained down as the immortals were wiped out en masse. Chen Chongan casually raised his middle finger to the sky, cursing directly at the entire upper realm. A purple-haired, bearded general was enraged, roaring, "How dare he speak of my mother?" Yinghua Immortal Venerable rode his warhorse, halberd in hand, charging straight towards Chen Chongan, shouting, "You despicable rats, die!" The moment he arrived, Yinghua Immortal Venerable froze, his face turning pale as he realized he was directly facing the enemy. A group of upper realm cultivators, their faces beaming, shouted, "Pursue them, don't let them escape." Whoosh! A giant brush shot out from the mural, piercing a flying guard. The mural depicted a muscular old man, laughing gleefully, gloating that the 9 provinces thief had been driven away like a dog. A red-haired empress and an old official watched the spectacle, confidently declaring that the upper-lower realm gate had been sealed, believing the enemy to be mere ants struggling in their death throes. Boom! At that very moment, an earth-shattering explosion occurred, announcing that the Immortal Scripture Pavilion, a place containing magic treasures and cultivation techniques, had been destroyed. A bald monk and a blonde general roared furiously, "It must be Chen Chongan." They were enraged that the immortal realm's precious resource vault had been attacked. The blonde emperor gritted his teeth, realizing the thief had taken advantage of all the experts being gathered in one place to ambush the unguarded library. The emperor's eyes blazed with fury. He realized the plot was even more sinister. This brat wants to seize the opportunity to destroy the entire lifeblood of the immortal realm. The high-level cultivators immediately split up, roaring as they rushed to encircle and kill Chen Chongan to protect the other libraries. Boom! Another flying island in the sky exploded into dust. More explosions occurred, and the architectural structures of the upper realm were continuously destroyed. A soldier reported in a panic, "The 9 provinces thief is cunning and insidious, taking this opportunity to destroy the lifeblood of the Xuanwu immortal realm." Another general stood on a rooftop, swinging his axe, ordering the entire army to change tactics and focus all their strength on killing the thief. The entire upper realm was in chaos, with news that the Imperial Guards, led by Yinghua Immortal Venerable, had surrounded the enemy. Chen Chongan, alone with his staff, faced an entire sky densely packed with imperial guards, an army said to possess power comparable to an immortal emperor. A confident voice rang out. 9 provinces thief, there's no escape for you. While the image of the muscular old man on the mural was erased, Chen Chongan merely smirked, raising his hand in a defiant rock-on gesture. He unleashed his one yang finger. A brilliant golden energy stream swept across, annihilating the entire Imperial Guard army in an instant. With continuous system reward notifications, the civilian crowd on the ground screamed in panic. A boy quickly pulled his sister to flee as countless immortals fell from the sky like ripe fruit. A civilian boy frantically fled amidst the ruins, while the system announced that Chen Chongan had just gained another 50 million domain points. Historian Yang Ming's jaw dropped. A female attendant screamed in disbelief that the entire Imperial Guard army had been wiped out in a single glance. Old historian Yang Ming gripped his giant brush tightly, growling. Remember this. Wielding his brush and dipping it in ink, he roared that his duty was to record the truth. Beginning to write, the Imperial Guards confronted the thief directly. But all. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down like rain, and put his brush down to write a single word. Died. Yang Ming looked down at Chen Chongan standing on the pile of ruins, reassuring himself that even without the Imperial Guards, there were still the great families and other demons. The old historian growled, his eyes blazing, refusing to believe that the entire Xuanwu immortal realm couldn't take down a petty thief. Before he finished speaking, the Mo family had deployed their strongest warship, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire. The demon clan also joined the fray. A colossal demonic beast charged, attacking Chen Chongan with a destructive energy beam. A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering explosion occurred, engulfing both the warship and the demonic beast in a sea of flames. Yang Ming, brazenly, began to fabricate history. In the year 250 of the Xuanwu calendar, the 9 provinces thief was completely defeated under the combined assault of the Mo family and the demon clan. He flew and wrote furiously, shamelessly concluding, in this battle, the Xuanwu immortal realm emerged victorious. Suddenly, a colossal jade-green sword chi descended from nowhere, cleaving directly into his fabricated historical page. The sword chi tore through space, shattering the remaining warships like toys. Whoosh! A single sword strike split the entire flying island suspended in midair, causing the heavens and earth to tilt. Old historian Yang Ming and his 2 female attendants' faces were drained of all color. While the system reported that Chen Chongan's domain points were so numerous they required time to calculate. Amidst the battlefield strewn with enemy corpses, Chen Chongan landed, his staff still in hand, his expression cold and indifferent. A surviving boy pointed at him, crying out with tears streaming down his face. Invader, murderer. This caused Chen Chongan to freeze in shock, wondering, why are there children here? Chen Chongan furrowed his brow, his originally indifferent gaze now clearly revealing surprise and complexity. Suddenly, giant fireballs descended from the sky, aimed directly at the village where Chen Chongan was standing. Chen Chongan raised his head, his gaze sharp as he sensed a new surge of power. The old schemer finally decided to show his face. The boy who was just screaming froze, staring in horror at the destructive calamity approaching. An entire vast area was engulfed in a sea of flames, houses destroyed in the blink of an eye. Amidst the thunderous sky, 5 authoritative figures appeared, proclaiming themselves the 5 great immortal emperors, accusing Chen Chongan for daring to slaughter their descendants. The old historian Yang Ming and his 2 female attendants were overjoyed, believing the tide had surely turned, and hastily prepared to record the earth-shattering battle. The crowd in the upper realm roared madly, cheering for the 5 elders to tear Chen Chongan into 100 pieces. An immortal emperor in golden armor declared, "You brat from the 9 provinces, you are the first in 10,000 years to force our hand." All 5 ancestors simultaneously exuded terrifying pressure, adopting a condescending air. "Think about how you want to die." Chen Chongan smirked, a look of boredom on his face. "Too much talk. Let's finish this quickly so I can go back. I still have many things to do." The masked immortal empress seethed with rage. "Since you're so eager to die, then I shall grant your wish," she roared, unleashing a giant beast formed from vivid blue lightning. The distant crowd recognized the technique in alarm. "It's the lightning of the 5th elder. So powerful. Even standing here, my whole body feels numb." Facing the mountain-sized lightning beast, Chen Chongan merely gently raised his hand, creating a tiny energy shield. Boom! The destructive attack crashed into the shield and vanished without a trace, while Chen Chongan was completely unharmed. The masked immortal empress was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. So fast, the white-haired man swung his staff, charging directly into the enemy formation with incredible speed. He suddenly appeared right in front of two other immortal emperors, realizing they were using an unusual immortal teleportation technique. The silver-bearded immortal emperor sneered confidently. "You brat, no matter how you attack, you won't be able to touch us. You will be tortured to death like a dog." As he finished speaking, all 5 ancestors simultaneously unleashed their attacks, releasing streams of multicolored energy, deciding to gang up on Chen Chongan all at once. Chen Chongan was sent flying amidst the storm of energy from the combined attack of the 5 immortal emperors. He swung his green staff, directly confronting a giant purple energy demon beast. The masked immortal empress roared with murderous intent. "You shall die by my hand." Another immortal emperor shouted encouragement. "Can you do it, elder sister?" While Chen Chongan was being forced to the ground. Without further ado, Chen Chongan slammed his staff down, unleashing an earth-shattering bolt of lightning. The giant lightning pillar exploded, causing the crowd below to cry out in terror. 5 elders. Chen Chongan's eyes flashed with a cold blue light, preparing to turn the tables. Surrounded, he calmly parried the attacks, even as an old immortal emperor roared. "Bastard! We have the protective will of the immortal realm, you can't compare." The golden-armored immortal emperor boasted loudly, declaring that their combined strength could kill any peak expert, and that they would avenge the destruction he caused. The 5 old men poured all their strength, unleashing a destructive combined energy blast, roaring, "Die." After the terrifying explosion, all 5 immortal emperors stood watching the smoke, confidently declaring, "The battle is decided, we have won." The golden-armored immortal emperor ordered another. "Third elder, follow me to the lower realm to destroy the 9 provinces," but was stopped by a cry of, "Wait." The silver-bearded immortal emperor pointed to the sky in horror. "That brat isn't dead yet," as Chen Chongan's figure appeared in midair. Chen Chongan dusted himself off, completely unscathed, casually asking his staff, "You're not hurt, are you?" leaving the staff's spirit speechless. The golden-armored immortal emperor broke out in a cold sweat, while Chen Chongan smirked defiantly. Let's continue. Elsewhere, the Jiang family head was observing the battle, acknowledging Chen Chongan's strength to endure so long under the 5 elders' attacks. She asked Fairy Yuchan about Chen Chongan's background, and was reported that his power was immeasurable, and the immortal realm had poked a hornet's nest. The Jiang family head wondered about his ultimate limit. Fairy Yuchan explained that he could easily leave, but remained to avenge the immortal land. Yuchan still believed that Chen Chongan could not shake the foundation of the immortal realm, and was about to be defeated by the 5 elders. Suddenly, the jade pendant in the Jiang family head's hand glowed. She realized a horrifying truth. That was Chen Chongan's clone. His true body was still in the 9 provinces. The Jiang family head's eyes widened in horror, her mind exploding with a question. Could he possibly have other clones? She broke out in a cold sweat, finally realizing, just one clone already possessed the cultivation of an immortal emperor. Chen Chongan's true target was not any individual, but this entire immortal realm. At the same time, in the lower realm, Chen Chongan's true body swung his divine staff, a single blow shattering the purple-armored immortal emperor, and the system announced an enormous reward for the first emperor-slaying achievement. In the upper realm, the red-armored immortal emperor cried out "Second brother," tightly embracing Chen Chongan's clone from behind, intending a suicidal attack. "I want you to be buried with me." He let out a final roar, pouring all his strength to detonate his immortal core, determined to drag his enemy to the grave with him. An earth-shattering explosion erupted. A purple-blue energy sphere engulfed everything, its destructive power enough to flatten an entire area. Destructive energy spread, destroying everything in sight, turning the battle zone into a chaotic wasteland. The silver-bearded immortal emperor was blown away, exclaiming in horror that if not for his comrade's sacrifice, they would all have perished. The masked immortal empress fared no better, staring in horror at the center of the explosion, unable to believe the destructive power. She caught the dissipating body of another comrade, crying out in despair. "Fourth brother." Blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. The immortal empress gritted her teeth, admitting this battle was too tragic. Her soul was shaken, and fourth brother had detonated his immortal core to die. Meanwhile, the crowd in the upper realm was still deluded, clasping their hands in prayer. "That lower realm fellow, hurry up and die." Amidst the smoke, Chen Chongan's clone, though heavily injured, was still recovering, causing the silver-bearded immortal emperor to shout, "We still need to finish him off completely." The common crowd, seeing this, celebrated prematurely, cheering loudly, "Kill him." As expected of the elders, the historian Immortal Venerable Young Ming also hastily recorded the great victory as the 5 elders combined forces to eliminate the invader from the lower realm. The golden-armored Immortal Emperor, the leader, walked towards the Immortal Empress, confidently declaring that Fourth Brother had done well, and he would use a reincarnation technique to revive him. The belligerent crowd roared, demanding to dismember the lower realm fellow and hang him in the most conspicuous place to deter those who dared to rebel. Suddenly, the golden-armored Immortal Emperor's eye twitched, a deadly sense of unease rising within him. From the dissipating body of the clone, a brilliant golden talisman flew up, exuding a terrifying aura, drawing everyone's attention. Whoosh! The talisman exploded, unleashing a giant golden sword energy, sweeping through everything like a final judgment. The golden sword energy from the talisman swept through, and the small fry from the upper realm, who were boasting prematurely, were instantly wiped out amidst tragic screams. The golden-armored Immortal Emperor's face changed drastically, roaring at the remaining forces. "Follow me and destroy that talisman." Amidst the dust and smoke, a confident voice echoed from the void. "Fortunately, I still have a hand left." Chen Chongan, his true form with silver-white hair fluttering like a divine demon, appeared with an overwhelming aura, directly calling the Immortal Emperors mere ants. The 3 surviving Immortal Emperors' faces were drained of color, their minds unable to process that they had only killed a clone after sacrificing 2 comrades. At the same time, in the lower realm, the history-recording brush of historian Yang Ming Immortal Venerable suddenly shattered. The old historian clutched his head in panic, shouting that Chen Chongan was still alive, and all historical records were completely wrong. The cultivators, observing from afar, trembled violently before the horrifying power, realizing he was even stronger than in legends, wondering if he had reached the Immortal Lord realm. In a flashback to the past, the Immortal Slayer pointed towards the Immortals, coldly declaring, "Once that is dealt with, it will be your turn." A massive, pure white sword energy was unleashed, sweeping away every obstacle in his path. The Immortals of that era screamed in terror upon seeing his target was the Immortal Court. "This is bad. Stop him." The Immortal Slayer swept through like a storm, destroying everything in his way. He stood on a gigantic pillar, revealing that after destroying countless plant cores, he had found what supported both the upper and lower realms. 3 Immortals flew over, their faces pale, begging him to stop because if the pillar collapsed, both realms would perish together. The Immortal Slayer ignored their pleas, as blazing golden rays pierced through the bodies of the Immortals who dared to block his path. Back in the present, Chen Chongan, radiating blazing purple demonic energy, smirked disdainfully. "Don't block my way." The golden-armored Immortal Emperor was utterly terrified, stuttering as he realized Chen Chongan's power had reached the Domain Master realm, an insurmountable level. "It's truly over." Chen Chongan raised his head high, declaring he would change the order, where the upper realm would no longer treat the lower realm as mere weeds. "The vengeance the lower realm couldn't exact, I will." The surrounding space shattered like glass under his power, accompanied by an icy declaration. "If the lower realm is gone, what use is the upper realm to me?" At the same time, in the Nichang Immortal Realm, a neighboring immortal realm, seemed to also feel this earth-shattering tremor. As the Nichang Immortal Realm trembled, a voice roared from the Domain Master's residence. "Who dares to intrude here?" Outside, the guards had been swept away. A surviving one pointed to the sky, shouting that someone from the lower realm had intruded and could not escape the death sentence. A hooded figure observed, muttering about the Xuanwu Immortal Realm being attacked, and wondering if that kid had cultivated a physical body. He decided to act fast, sealing the teleportation circle before other immortal realms caught wind of it, and rushed in to tear it apart. His blazing golden eyes flashed, deciding it was time to use the power sealed for 1,000 years. He flung off his cloak, revealing his true identity, Chen Chongan's master, Feng Qiyun, in utterly formidable golden battle armor. Feng Qiyun unleashed a blazing golden energy palm strike, shouting a single, concise word. "Shatter." The 2 high-ranking officers of the Xuanwu Immortal Realm froze in place, unable to believe a mere mortal possessed Domain Master-level power. Master Feng Qiyun merely snorted coldly, not bothering with the small fry. Under his power, the entire Xuanwu Immortal Realm began to crumble, its floating islands collapsing into dust. The crowd in the upper realm screamed miserably as they fell freely into the indefinite void. They screamed in despair, not wanting to return to the decayed lower realm, insisting they were high and mighty immortals. Amidst the apocalyptic scene, historian Yang Ming Immortal Venerable was still buried in writing on his enormous scroll, trying to record the event of the immortal realm's collapse. He and his 2 female attendants screamed in horror, unable to believe their eyes. Historian Young Ming's bloodshot eyes were marked by madness and helplessness. I must record it. I must record this, he roared as a gigantic rock was about to crush him. The history scroll fell into the void, ending the historian's efforts. The entire Xuanwu immortal realm was disintegrating. An unprecedented event. A golden-armored general appeared, pointing at Feng Qiun, roaring that this place had been peaceful for tens of thousands of years, until today. The golden-armored general leaned close to his face, growling. Kid, do you know what monstrous crime you have committed? Feng Qiun smirked disdainfully at the golden-armored general's accusation. Crime? The golden-armored general roared, accusing Feng Qiun of poisoning all living beings and destroying the lower realm, but was retorted by his master. Do you even have the face to speak of me? The general broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the opponent's strength was unfathomable, and began to suspect this was a trap to lure them into revealing the divine tree's location. Feng Qiun, his silver hair fluttering, unleashed a sweeping, swirling kick, sarcastically remarking, So even the high and mighty immortals know fear. Feel this fear, he glided forward, trailing a massive streak of destructive light. Because your lives end here, Feng Qiun declared, swinging his hand to unleash a blazing golden sword energy. The masked immortal empress was stunned, as her attack was shattered in an instant. The immortal empress's jaw dropped, unable to believe her eyes. Just one move. Feng Qiun gave them no time to breathe, unleashing a heaven-shattering kick that swept away both the masked immortal empress and the silver-bearded immortal emperor. Kicked away like a ball, the immortal empress screamed for help in panic. Big brother, save me. The golden-armored immortal emperor appeared, his face streaked with blood, roaring the name he believed to be the culprit. Chen Chongan? Do you think you can escape? Feng Qiun glanced disdainfully, his voice icy. Preaching again? Who are you putting on a show for? Do you think you have a way out? Whoosh! The immortal empress was sent flying by an unseen force while still trying to boast. When the domain master awakens, you will know how ridiculous your arrogance is. At the same time, the system reported good news to Chen Chongan. Slaughtered 2 immortal emperors, gained a full 30 million domain points. Feng Qiun condensed a gigantic energy sphere, looking disdainfully at the remaining forces. Trying to run? He laughed maniacally, growling. Too late. The energy sphere shot forth with unimaginable speed, making the silver-bearded immortal emperor, who was trying to escape, turn back to look in horror. The silver-bearded immortal emperor screamed in terror, utterly helpless before the horrifying speed of the attack. This speed is impossible. Feng Qiun's hand seized the energy sphere, stopping it right in front of the terrified immortal emperor. Boom! The energy sphere compressed and then exploded, and the silver-bearded immortal emperor was officially annihilated in a dazzling flash of light. A flash of light appeared in the void, signaling an impending, horrific explosion. Boom! Space shattered into pieces under the terrifying destructive power. After the explosion, everything plunged into deadly silence, with only floating debris remaining. Suddenly, a surge of brilliant golden energy swept through, tearing through the stillness. Chen Chongan's clone was stunned, realizing a domineering aura had just appeared. The old golden-armored immortal emperor was overjoyed, as if grasping a life raft, yelling, Domain Master, you've finally emerged from seclusion. A figure with brilliant golden hair and a heaven-shattering aura appeared, growling at the old immortal emperor. I cultivated in seclusion for 30,000 years, entrusting everything to you, yet you allowed the immortal domain to collapse. Truly disappointing. After speaking, the golden-haired domain master grabbed the old immortal emperor's head, and a surge of destructive purple energy poured out, making him scream miserably. Chen Chongan's system issued a red alert. Detected a powerful domain master. Current system has no information on the opponent. Chen Chongan thought to himself, this domain master is completely different from those small fries. A fierce battle is about to erupt. But as long as my main body exists, this clone can buy time. Instantly, Chen Chongan's eyes narrowed, as if someone had read his thoughts. In a flash, the golden-haired domain master closed in, squeezed the clone's chin, and sneered. Little brat, you think you can use a clone to drag me down just because your main body isn't discovered? Who do you think I am? I am a god. Crack! The domain master mercilessly ripped off Chen Chongan's clone's head. He threw the head away and roared a vulgar curse. At the same time, in another location, the neon immortal domain was shifting the core area of a gigantic formation. A female general in golden armor landed, sensing the domain master's aura and wondering, this aura is indeed the domain master's, I must hurry. But why is it so quiet here? The female general muttered, feeling something was wrong as she saw no one pursuing the target, nor did she see the domain master. A gigantic black shadow unexpectedly enveloped the female general from behind. Startled, the female general yelled, "Who's there?" and hastily unleashed a green energy orb for defense. Thwack! She was sent flying by an invisible attack, with no time to react. The brown-haired general realized in horror who the fallen one was. "Wait, you are?" The neon domain master had stopped breathing, eyes wide and blank, skin ashen as if drained of life force. The general muttered in panic, unable to believe that someone could assassinate a domain master so silently. He flipped the corpse over, examining it more closely. All internal organs and life essence had been hollowed out, leaving only an empty shell. The general broke out in a cold sweat, realizing this manner of death was unmistakable, but the speed of the attack was terrifying. He cursed under his breath. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the general immediately flew off to check other areas. Upon arriving at the Azure Dragon Immortal domain, he saw a similar scene. Another domain master had also perished. In the Vermilion Bird Immortal domain, the female domain master also suffered the same fate, dying in a chained posture. The general landed in the White Tiger Immortal domain, where yet another domain master lay sprawled. He began to panic. Wait, if all the domain masters are dead, then there's no one left. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar domineering aura approaching. The golden-haired domain master appeared with an arrogant smile, growling, "Who is it?" A black shadow appeared, which was Chen Chongan's clone, its aura no less inferior. The golden-haired domain master provocatively curled his lips, beckoning with his finger. "Do you also want to dance a little?" The two strongest beings of the immortal realm and the lower realm confronted each other, and the golden-haired domain master commanded, "Kin, kneel." Chen Chongan let out a disdainful sneer. He growled, declaring, "I only kneel before the dead," then unleashed an enhanced version of the One Yang finger. The golden-haired domain master merely snorted coldly, easily blocking the destructive energy surge with one hand, saying, "I've seen through everything. Is that all you have?" Meanwhile, Chen Chongan's main body, in another location, was analyzing. Just a domain master. Yet his power far surpasses this clone. To win, I must rely on my own domain. The system reported that in just 10 more minutes, the immortal domain would fall under his control. Chen Chongan chuckled faintly, deciding to play with this fat sheep before teaching him who the true boss was in the inviolable domain. The golden-haired domain master unleashed a gigantic black lotus, and pitch-black energy tentacles lunged at Chen Chongan's clone. He paused, his eyes full of vigilance as he realized his opponent still hadn't perished. Oh no, he's still here. The dark flower closed, crushing everything within its core of brilliant red energy. A dark explosion engulfed everything, its terrifying power obliterating an entire region of space. The golden-haired domain master confidently declared, "I can still sense his breath. The Black Lotus will disorient him. As soon as he shows his face, I will finish him off immediately." Unexpectedly, Chen Chongan shot up from below like lightning, punching straight into the arrogant domain master's face. Wham! A devastating punch deformed the domain master's face, sending blood splattering everywhere. Sent flying by the punch, the golden-haired domain master still managed to counterattack, shooting 2 destructive lasers from his eyes. The domain master hovered in midair, growling sarcastically. "You like playing sneak attack games, don't you?" Chen Chongan didn't say much, summoning a gigantic golden dragon that roared, "I am your ancestor. Do you think him easy to kill?" The golden-haired domain master casually blocked Chen Chongan's earth-shattering punch with one hand. He squeezed his opponent's fist tightly, his voice full of disdain. "It's useless. The gap between us is too vast. Your resistance is truly laughable." The domain master curled his lips in satisfaction. "However, I'm quite pleased with your physique." Chen Chongan roared, pouring all his strength into the clenched fist. "Still pretending to be strong? Then let's see the outcome." A gigantic pillar of light erupted from the point of impact, the power of both sides causing space to shatter into pieces. At the same time, in the lower realm, the scene was still peaceful in a village. Ling and Bai Yue were with a group of villagers, among whom a woman in purple clothes was comforting a crying injured child. A man with his head heavily bandaged yelled in panic, pointing at the sky, "Everyone, look, the sky! The sky is about to collapse." Ling looked up. The sky was ablaze like the apocalypse, and countless meteorites were plummeting. A gigantic continent, the Black Tortoise Immortal Domain itself, was burning and plummeting straight down to the lower realm, signaling an unimaginable catastrophe. The cultivators of the lower realm screamed in disbelief, unable to trust their eyes. "I saw it. It's the 9 provinces lord fighting an immortal solo." Ling Baoer frantically urged Bai Yue. Sister Bai Yue, quickly move Master's true body into the Sumeru space to hide. If that thing falls, the 9 provinces will surely be doomed. Amidst the blazing sky, a colossal meteor was plummeting, and the system coldly announced, 1 minute until the Black Tortoise Immortal domain falls into the Invincible domain. In the upper realm, Chen Chongan's clone panted, admitting this was the first absurdly powerful opponent he had ever encountered after a prolonged battle. Despite being covered in injuries, he smirked with battle lust, delighted that his combat experience was being honed. The domain master hovered high above, looking down disdainfully. Your clone is quite formidable, but without immortal power, you would have perished long ago. The blonde boss assumed a stance, his eyes filled with killing intent as he declared, an inferior being can never defeat gods. Your doom has arrived. He pointed his finger directly at Chen Chongan, preparing to unleash his finishing blow. Whoosh! A rain of pink-purple lasers shot from the domain master's fingertip, sweeping across the entire space. Chen Chongan's clone was pierced by numerous energy beams, taking the full brunt of the damage. His eyes flashed with a brilliant red light as the system began counting down the final seconds before the immortal domain merged. 10, 9. Despite being thoroughly beaten, he gritted his teeth and endured as the countdown continued. 8, 7. The domain master extended his hand, confidently declaring, it's game over, kid. Suddenly, Chen Chongan's clone seized the domain master's arm, blocking the attack and leaving him stunned. He leaned close to the domain master's face, a challenging smile on his blood-stained lips. Is that so? No sooner had he spoken than he grabbed the domain master's head, the surrounding space transforming into his territory, and growled, in the heavens you may be a god, but here, I am the ruler. His grip tightened, and the clone's consciousness transmitted back to the true body. Master, I am furious, whether it's a god or a saint. The domain master was utterly panicked, struggling in vain. I can't break free? How can this be? The clone's eyes blazed with blue light, and he coldly declared, you are nothing. The system's final command echoed, all must die. The domain master screamed, damn it, in despair before being completely engulfed by a golden energy explosion. The system announced it was calculating the immense domain value, as the domain master was submerged in a brilliant pink energy explosion. Chen Chongan's clone realized he was fortunate to experience the power of the territory once, but then suddenly felt something was amiss. From within the explosion, a demonic arm emerged, signaling an unexpected turn of events. The blonde domain master, still alive after the attack, froze in shock upon seeing his opponent regenerate. Could this fellow resurrect? No. What appeared was a white-haired demoness with a fiery figure and an absolutely overwhelming aura. The domain master's jaw dropped in astonishment, unable to believe what was unfolding before his eyes. The colossal demoness looked down at him with a superior gaze, mocking, your struggles are meaningless. This time, I've changed my size. The enchanting demoness grasped her horn, her eyes cold and filled with killing intent, as she prepared to deliver a finishing blow. The domain master was bound by dark energy tentacles, realizing in horror that this aura did not belong to this world, and screamed to escape immediately. A dark tentacle plunged directly into the domain master's face, silencing all of his screams. The domain master's eyes shattered, reflecting the image of impending death. The domain master officially perished, completely vanishing in a plume of evil energy. The demoness hovered in the air, and the system coldly announced, the clone has died. Chen Chongan's true body's eyes flashed, for he had sensed everything. Chen Chongan clutched his chest, his face contorted in a frown as he wondered, what the hell was that? Was that the true body of that immortal? No, it doesn't resemble someone from the immortal realm. What exactly was it? The demoness soared through the collapsing sky, warning, don't come closer. The second immortal clone has fallen. He suddenly unleashed an inexplicable power, seemingly a form of territorial law. The demoness smiled triumphantly, thinking to herself, if he hadn't escaped that body in time, who knows what the outcome would have been. In the end, I still won. Gazing at the crumbling world, she declared. Moreover, the apocalypse of the immortal realm is nigh. The emergence of our heavenly demon clan is destined. In the safe space, Ling Baoer frantically shook her master. Master, you're awake. What's happening outside? While the people behind them screamed that the sky was falling, the demoness spread her arms, declared the battle over, and haughtily departed. Today's battle ends here. Enjoy your final days, you mortals. The white-haired demoness sneered at the sight of a colossal tower collapsing, uttering a threat. When my clan arrives, she hovered in midair, dark energy surging, delivering an ultimatum to the insignificant ants. You all have only one choice: surrender or die. Having spoken, the demoness turned, her tail and horns revealing her demonic nature, preparing to leave the crumbling land. She cast a meaningful glance, leaving one last message before vanishing. Young man, we shall meet again soon. In the safe space, Chen Chongan stood protectively in front of Ling Baoer, his eyes coldly watching the outside world collapse. Colossal landmasses shattered, torn into countless pieces by innumerable energy slashes. 15 minutes later, a hand adorned with a ring subtly moved, emitting a pink energy flow that enveloped the survivors. A group of cultivators who narrowly escaped death, still in shock, breathed a sigh of relief. We're alive? Good thing we had a spatial ring, or our bones would be shattered. The crowd looked up at Chen Chongan's back, the one who had just saved their lives, and cheered. It's the 9 provinces' lord. He is the one who protected us. Chen Chongan glanced, his overbearing aura not bothering to heed the praises of the insignificant small fry. Ling Baoer and Bai Yue rushed to embrace him, joyfully calling master, while Bai Yue anxiously asked if those immortals had escaped. Chen Chongan gave a faint smile, patted Ling Baoer's head, and replied with a profound meaning. When pushed to the limit, things will rebound. One should not corner the weak. He thought to himself, that woman destroyed my clone with just one blow. Even though it wasn't in an invincible state at the time, she cannot be underestimated. Chen Chongan frowned, sensing an existence even more powerful than that demoness hidden within the ruined tower, and decided it was better to bide his time than rush in and alert the enemy. He came up with an idea, deciding to accumulate enough domain points, then envelop the entire tower, resolving everything in one swift move. Suddenly, a dazzling golden energy burst forth nearby, and a figure with long brown hair appeared. Chen Chongan was startled, his eyes filled with astonishment as he sensed a familiar aura. From within the smoke, a middle-aged man with long brown hair, clad in a white Taoist robe, stepped out, exuding an ethereal and transcendent aura. The man looked directly at Chen Chongan, his tone both reproachful and resigned. It really is you. You've caused quite enough trouble this time. Chen Chongan, Ling Baoer, and Bai Yue simultaneously gaped, stammering incoherently. Old man? Master? Chen Chongan was astonished when his master appeared with a youthful, silver-haired look, waving and saying, "It was exhausting looking for you." The master taunted, extending a hand as if to challenge him, and Chen Chongan fearlessly responded. Bang! 2 streams of power clashed, sparks flying, and the ground cracked, but it was clear the master still held the upper hand. The master effortlessly blocked Chen Chongan's punch with 2 fingers, making it seem as easy as pie. The master sternly warned, "Disciple, this time the enemies are no ordinary foes. They are even more terrifying than the immortals of the upper realm. If I'm not mistaken, they come from the ancient Great Continent," the master revealed, leaving Chen Chongan, Ling Baoer, and Bai Yue stunned. The master began recounting the origin of the universe. In the primordial chaos, the ancient Great Continent gave birth to countless races, including the Heavenly Demon Clan. The races plunged into a resource war that lasted millions of years. Some, weary, joined forces to seal off dimensions, creating the Immortal Realm and the Lower Realm. Over time, the Immortals forgot their guarding duties, began plundering the Lower Realm's resources, and the Master admitted he was once one of them. In a flashback, the Master in his youth was a bloodthirsty war god, knowing only slaughter and conquest. The turning point came when his blood dripped onto a magic treasure, which showed him a horrifying vision. That vision depicted the invasion of the ancient Great Continent, the demise of gods, demons, the Immortal Realm, the Lower Realm, and all creation. The Master realized that the magic treasure was an relic from the ancient Great Continent, and the war in the Upper Realm further exposed their coordinates to the enemy. He tried to warn the Upper Realm, but those petty immortals wouldn't listen, greedily attempting to seize his magic treasure and destroy his domain, forcing him to flee to the Lower Realm. The Master bitterly admitted he had wasted his life delaying, but it was too late. The Heavenly Demon Clan had already possessed the bodies of the Domain Lords 10,000 years ago. Ling Baoer wondered why such powerful enemies hadn't attacked directly, but the Master only shook his head helplessly. "I don't know." Chen Chongan pondered, realizing his decision to remain inactive was entirely correct. The ancient Great Continent was the true menace. Pushing aside complex thoughts, Chen Chongan decided to prioritize resurrecting the people within his domain and awakening Jiang Xuanchu. Immediately calling up the system to check, the system panel appeared, announcing he had received a total of 950 billion domain power points after clearing out the Black Tortoise Immortal domain and slaughtering the Immortals. A detailed status panel displayed, boasting a colossal amount of domain power, a domain range of nearly 250,000 meters, and an inventory full of treasure chests. The system reported, 400 million domain power points have been refunded after wrongful deduction. Current balance is 550 million points, accompanied by a sarcastic thank you. Chen Chongan roared, cursing the system as a blood-sucking profiteer upon seeing 400 million hard-earned points vanish in an instant. But then he clicked his tongue and let it go. Money earned was meant to be spent. No need to fret. Chen Chongan grinned mischievously, ordering the system, resurrect everyone who died in the domain, and received a quoted price of 1 billion points. Without a second of hesitation, he roared, do it! The system confirmed the command, and a colossal surge of green life force erupted, enveloping the entire domain. The resurrection energy seeped in, flowing into the bodies strewn across the ground. A hand twitched, a sign of life returning from the realm of death. The newly resurrected people sat up abruptly, their faces bewildered, unsure if they were in hell or the mortal world. A pink-haired girl and the surrounding cultivators screamed in horror upon seeing the dead come back to life right before their eyes. The chaotic scene quickly transformed into tearful reunions, as siblings, fathers, and children found each other again. Another cultivator gaped, unable to believe the illogical miracle unfolding before him. The blonde-haired youth stared in shock at his hands, feeling his body had returned. He spun around abruptly, upon hearing a familiar call. His little sister ran towards her brother, crying and asking where he had been. The painful memories of their murder flooded back, making the youth unable to hold back his tears. The two siblings embraced in boundless joy. With one task done, Chen Chongan coldly turned away, preparing for his next objective. He waved his hand, energy converging, creating a spatial rift. The target was clear, the airspace above Yunzhou. The Jiang family head, a powerful woman with blood-red eyes, glanced at her opponent. The purple-haired girl declared, I have fulfilled your request. Now it's your turn to keep your promise. Meanwhile, Chen Chongan wondered to the system, why hasn't Jiang Xuanchu woken up yet? The system coldly reported, Jiang Xuanchu's soul is too severely damaged. She cannot be awakened by conventional methods. A unique quest popped up. Awaken Jiang Xuanchu by using power of the same origin as heaven and earth to restore her soul. Reward: double current domain power. Chen Chongan quickly put things together, recalling his master's words about demonic weapons from the ancient Great Continent also containing this power. The system continued to drop bombshells. Unlock conditions for upgrading Invincible Domain 6. Requires covering the entire 9 provinces and preparing 20 million domain power. When the system calculated the cost to cover the 9 provinces at 1.92 billion domain power, Chen Chongan roared, 1.92 billion. Even if you sold me, it wouldn't be enough. But then he smirked cunningly, realizing this was a golden opportunity. Find a demonic weapon, complete the rescue mission, and earn more domain power. In Xiaohua Domain, one of the thousands of territories in the lower realm, news of the Black Tortoise Immortal Domain's collapse was causing a stir. 3 elders were discussing animatedly. Not only had the Black Tortoise Domain fallen, but a mysterious external force was also taking advantage of the situation to invade. Suddenly, a voice full of oppressive might echoed across heaven and earth. Listen, you ants in all domains. This is a warning from the Heavenly Demon Clan. The cultivators in the lower realm looked at each other blankly, not understanding what kind of creatures these heavenly demons were. The cold voice commanded, all domains have 10 days to choose a leader and come to our clan's territory to participate in the war. A white-haired demoness sat casually on a throne, declaring that their only other choice was death. A pointed-eared female leader scoffed. Humph. What kind of trash clan is this? Just a bunch of small fries taking advantage of the 9 provinces' civil war. Other leaders also chimed in loudly, declaring they would not accept the threat and were ready to fight. The heavenly demoness merely sneered. I didn't expect you ants to have such strong self-respect. I underestimated you, but, she continued contemptuously, as mere ants, you lack self-awareness. Then lightly flicked her finger, unleashing a destructive purple energy. The Xiaohua Domain elders' faces drained of color, reporting in panic. The aura of 5 immortals vanished in an instant. Half of Xiaohua Domain was blown away. That woman can destroy the lower realm with just one finger. The female heavenly demon snarled from the sky. You all better discuss this. I'm only giving you a choice to save time. A colossal tower radiating dense purple demonic energy pierced through space, descending upon the lower realm amidst the female heavenly demon's sinister laughter. Do you understand, you ants? The demonic tower suddenly halted, and the cultivators below trembled as they commented on the terrifying power of the Heavenly Demon Clan. Inside the room, Ling questioned Feng Qiyun. Grandmaster, didn't you say that as long as we found the ancient divine artifact, we could deal with them? How is that possible? Feng Qiyun raised his hand, and golden energy gathered, as he confidently declared, "The mystery of the eternal body is being unraveled by me." Feng Qiyun was stunned upon realizing, "Master, this formation is the result of my research." The old master, Feng Qiyun, explained the plan to Chen Chongan. "It will expand according to my divine power. The only way to deal with the Heavenly Demon Clan is to extend the formation's range all the way to that tower." Chen Chongan understood the problem, and Feng Qiyun confirmed. "Indeed, I want to gather ancient divine artifacts from the ancient continent and absorb their spiritual energy to complete the expansion." Feng Qiyun frowned in thought. "As far as I know, 4 ancient divine artifacts remain in the various realms, but one has vanished along with my divine essence, and 2 others have gone missing without a trace." The group realized the predicament when Feng Qiyun concluded, "The only remaining item is in the ruins of my old immortal realm, but just one isn't enough, and the heavenly demons only gave us 10 days. It's too late to search now." Ling hastily asked, "Grandmaster, what are the characteristics of the divine artifacts? If we know, perhaps we can find them faster." Ba Yue listened intently as Feng Qiyun described. "A place with an ancient divine artifact will cause strange transformations, giving birth to creatures that defy common understanding." Startled, Ba Yue spoke up. "Senior, if that's the case, then I know a place," causing the other 3 to immediately turn and look. The female fox demon, Ba Yue, recounted a strange place in the Azure Wind domain, where creatures were unusually large, and the lake water possessed healing and detoxifying properties. Feng Qiyun asserted firmly, "It's definitely due to the divine artifact," while Chen Chongan squinted and asked again, full of doubt, "Are you 100% certain?" "There's no mistake." Feng Qiyun decisively assigned tasks. "I will go to the ruins of the Immortal Realm to retrieve my item, and you all go find the other 2. Ba Yue, lead the way." Ling shouted a warning as Feng Qiyun transformed into a streak of golden light, preparing to leave. "Grandmaster, be careful!" Chen Chongan coldly ordered the system. "Use domain fragments to synthesize a teleportation token, and while you're at it, exchange for an Immortal Lord clone." A dazzling burst of light erupted, and a golden-haired clone with an overwhelming aura appeared, forcing Chen Chongan, Ling and Ba Yue to shield their eyes. Ling and Ba Yue gaped in awe at the terrifying aura of the new clone, and the pink-haired disciple muttered in despair. I once said I wanted to catch up to Master." Chen Chongan handed over the 9 provinces to Ling and an identical clone of himself, instructing, "Bauer, the 9 provinces are temporarily entrusted to you. If there's any danger, wake me up." He decisively turned to the fox demon. "Ba Yue, let's go." And the 2 immediately set off. A colossal, dazzling golden teleportation formation opened in midair. Chen Chongan and Ba Yue landed in the Azure Wind domain, and the system announced that the new adventure had officially begun. As soon as they set foot, Chen Chongan immediately asked, "This must be the territory of the Heavenly Fox Demon Clan, right?" Ba Yue hesitated to confirm, but it seemed something was wrong. Before them lay a desolate, ruined land. Ba Yue was stunned, wondering if the Heavenly Fox Demon Clan had perished on their own. She explained that to enter the secret realm, one must pass through the back mountains and possess the Fox Clan's Great Seal. But given the current situation, it was as good as hopeless. Suddenly, Chen Chongan heard shouts from afar and gestured for silence. "Hurry up! Do you all want to die?" A group of ragged refugees were being herded by an armed gang towards a rocky mountain. A red-haired guard arrogantly boasted to the miserable crowd, "Our master has single-handedly wiped out the entire Fox clan." He continued to brag that their leader had not only seized the Great Seal, but also transformed the secret realm into the only safe haven. Hearing that her clan's destroyers were right before her eyes, Ba Yue went berserk, roaring, "Damn it, these beasts are courting death." Chen Chongan hastily held her back, dissuading her, "Wait, don't act rashly." Despite Ba Yue struggling and demanding revenge, he analyzed with a cool head. "Firstly, the Heavenly Fox Demon Clan are definitely monitoring every movement. We must act discreetly. Secondly," he continued, "these small fries are extremely weak, yet they dare to venture into a dangerous place. There must be some secret involved." Finally, he concluded, "Their goal is also the divine artifact. If we let them act ignorantly, it will only delay our progress." He gently wiped away Bai Yue's tears, promising firmly, "Rest assured, once this is done, I will let you personally deal with these scoundrels and avenge your clan." Bai Yue asked if they should follow, but Chen Chongan dismissed the idea, deeming tailing them too obvious and dangerous. He deduced that the secret of these people was definitely related to the divine artifact, and he already had a better plan. Chen Chongan smirked cunningly, channeling power into a small object on the ground. "We can do this." A purple-haired thug grabbed a refugee by the collar, roaring, "We gave you shelter, and you still dare to grumble? Those fox demons only have pretty faces. They deserve to die." Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from behind, questioning the thugs. "Brothers, do you truly know everything about this world?" A white-haired youth covered in injuries appeared with a girl, looking miserable. "We too are lonely and desperate. We heard there's a place here to escape the war. Please help us." The thug leader smirked sinisterly, clearly harboring impure intentions towards the newcomer girl. The ponytail-haired leader patted their shoulders in welcome. "Since you've come, just join us. Welcome," while secretly calculating in his mind. "That girl behind is truly juicy. It's been a long time since I've tasted such a delicacy." The white-haired youth bowed his head in thanks, but his eyes flashed with a deadly, cunning glint. "As for that guy, just let him die in the secret realm." The thugs led the newcomers into a seemingly peaceful settlement, and the leader shouted, "The more, the merrier, let's go." The group passed through the ruined remnants. The atmosphere seemed not as simple as it appeared. The white-haired youth muttered as he observed, "This ruin has existed for several years, a place invaded by the heavenly chosen ones from the upper realm. In chaotic times, bandits truly sprout like mushrooms." The leader turned back and snarled, "What are you looking at? We don't have time to protect you." A subordinate grinned lewdly, "But we wouldn't mind taking care of your sister for you." After some travel, the group arrived at a clearing in the forest, and the leader announced, "We're here." In the center of the clearing was a stone statue of a nine-tailed fox, looking both ancient and mysterious. The leader held up an object that looked like a seal, declaring, "In the name of the seal." He pressed the seal onto the statue, and a dazzling golden light erupted as he shouted loudly, "Open!" The ground shook violently, and the nine-tailed fox statue began to crack, causing the surrounding crowd to scream in panic. The white-haired youth looked up at the streams of energy gushing from the ground, with not a hint of surprise on his face. He watched the changing scenery, another space gradually appearing from behind the forest's camouflage, thinking to himself, "So, that's how it is." The leader and his subordinates stood before a newly opened secret entrance, completely unaware that they were being closely watched. The white-haired youth suddenly spoke up, exposing everything. "This mountain behind us is the teleportation point to the secret realm, and that great seal is the key," causing the leader to turn back in shock. The leader glared at the white-haired youth, his hand gripping his weapon, realizing that the old man from back then only found one divine artifact because it was hidden too well, and now the secret had been exposed. A giant rat monster with glowing red eyes suddenly appeared from the shadows, making a thug scream in terror. The white-haired young man grabbed his female companion, signaling for them both to flee and hide immediately. The white-haired girl looked at the panicked refugees, her heart filled with doubt about their motives. The white-haired young man analyzed that this rat was at the peak of the soul transformation realm, astonishing the girl as even she was no match for it. With a sinister smile, the white-haired young man muttered that there must be someone pulling the strings behind this beast. The leader ordered his men to force the enemy to reveal themselves, while the white-haired young man and the girl remained hidden, observing. The white-haired young man pulled out a glowing golden talisman, activating the myriad life creation skill from the system. A golden beam of light shot out from the talisman, aimed directly at the giant rat. The rat was struck by the beam, its eyes rolled back, and it let out a frantic roar. The panicked refugees scattered when the enraged rat charged towards them, one of them stammering a report to their boss. The white-haired young man clutched his head, putting on a dramatic act, screaming for help and urging the thugs to use the Great Seal to send him back, no longer daring to dream of paradise. The subordinates were also scared out of their wits, begging the leader to let them retreat, saying it was better to be killed by the heavenly demons later than die right now. The leader was furious, delivering a direct kick to the face of two subordinates who were demoralizing the troops. "It's just an old rat. What's there to be afraid of?" The leader led a squad, roaring in order for them to charge and destroy the beast. The white-haired young man watched the small fry charge forward, thinking to himself that the plan had succeeded, and now was the time to add fuel to the fire to extract all their secrets. The white-haired young man and his female companion began to flatter the thugs, cheering them on as heroes who had single-handedly wiped out the Heavenly Fox demon clan. The leader gritted his teeth, realizing that if he didn't use the refugees as sacrificial offerings, he would be the one to die. Without a moment's hesitation, the leader reached out and grabbed the two closest subordinates by their necks. He let out a savage roar as he absorbed the life force of his two subordinates, causing them to vanish into a stream of blue demonic energy. The white-haired young man witnessed the scene, smirking as he commented, "Oh, absorbing two new recruits to go from soul transformation straight to void refinement. Not bad at all." Chen Chongan smirked, thinking to himself, "It seems this still isn't enough to make you show your hand, is it? Don't blame me." He unleashed a series of glowing golden talismans, roaring, "Then let's add more fuel to the fire." A talisman shot through the forest, aimed directly at a giant beast in hiding. The talisman plunged into the three-horned monster's forehead, and a control mark immediately appeared. A wild wolf couldn't escape either, another talisman pinning directly into its head, its eyes immediately turning glowing red. The thugs were panting heavily after taking down a wild boar, but before they could even celebrate, they felt the ground shaking. The leader and his subordinate turned around in alarm, sensing something ominous. An entire horde of controlled beasts charged madly, led by the three-horned monster and a striped tiger. The leader's face drained of all color, his subordinates screaming, "Boss, you're invincible. Quickly think of a way. If this continues, we'll all be wiped out." One thug, unable to stand the pressure, screamed, "I give up," then turned and fled for his life. The leader gritted his teeth, his hands trembling as he held a seal. The cultivation physique I painstakingly acquired. I don't want to. He mustered all his strength, pressing the seal against a giant rock face. The leader screamed in despair, "Become that guy's rations." The seal flashed with dazzling light. Suddenly, the ground cracked open and a giant carnivorous plant emerged right beneath his feet. The monster's sharp fangs snapped shut, swallowing whole the leader who was screaming in horror. The monster closed its mouth, and at the same time, the system announced, "Host, a higher-level creature from an outer realm has been detected. Please eliminate it." Chen Chongan narrowed his eyes, flashing a sinister smile. "Oh? So the one pulling the strings has finally decided to show themselves." The remaining subordinates could only gape in horror, stammering the name of their vanished boss. The carnivorous monster began a massacre, swinging its tentacles to smash and tear apart the remaining thugs. Baiyue froze, completely bewildered by what was happening as the newly appeared monster swept across the battlefield. A giant purple tentacle lashed down, tearing through the air. Chen Chongan snatched Baiyue, yelled, "Get back," then dashed away, narrowly dodging the attack. Still in his arms, Baiyue looked back in horror, stammering, "Senior, what is this? Is this the mastermind behind it all?" The giant carnivorous plant monster spoke in a mocking tone. A clever little girl. To actually see through my plan." It turned to Chen Chongan, its tone changing. "However, you, young man, are not simple. How dare you play tricks on my servant?" Chen Chongan narrowed his eyes, coldly exposing it. "You are the one who annihilated the Fox Demon clan." The monster's flower bud opened, revealing an evil eye. And it roared. "The Eye of Mortar. Immortal sovereign realm. Both of you deserve to be killed by me." The monster screamed frantically, furious that its plan to annihilate the Fox Demon clan and absorb human essence had been disrupted. "I want you dead." The refugees in the distance were scared out of their wits, recognizing the terrifying boss. "It's Mortar." The neighboring Dragon Sun realm was completely wiped out by it. Why did that young man provoke it? Chen Chongan's expression remained unchanged, his hand glowing with dazzling golden light as he uttered a judgment. "No one can save you, ants." Whoosh! A golden pillar of light pierced straight through the monster, one-shotting it on the spot. The system reported a reward of 10 million domain points for defeating a level 5 immortal sovereign boss. In a distant place, a beautiful white-haired demoness from the heavenly demon clan named Han Si was suddenly startled. Han Shi looked into the magic orb displaying the Azure Wind domain, sensing a shocking surge of spiritual energy and wondering, Azure Wind domain? Could this power surge be from that young man from before? She immediately dismissed it, thinking that young man's spiritual power should be even more domineering, and it wasn't the time to bother with trivial matters. Han Shi looked up at the shadow of a giant demon god, confidently declaring that when her master arrived, that young man would definitely be defeated. She flashed a provocative smile, thinking to herself, when that time comes, how should I torment that young man? Back on the battlefield, Bai Yue's face was flushed red, still reeling from shock. I thought this would be a long, drawn-out battle, but I never expected. She looked at the giant corpse and the lingering afterglow of the pillar of light, her mind blank. With just a flick of a finger, an immortal sovereign-level monster was wiped out? It even shattered space? And this was just a clone. Yue blushed crimson, thinking about the senior's profound power and wondering if she could withstand such power. Chen Chongan was speechless, secretly raising his middle finger and cursing inwardly. It's over. I tried my best to hold back, but I'm afraid this move has caught the attention of the Heavenly Demon Clan. Chen Chongan secretly calculated. Though changing clones was a bit troublesome, it was worth it to seize the Heavenly Demon Clan's divine artifact. A peculiar flying dagger-shaped divine artifact, emitting dense pink demonic energy, hovered in midair. The divine artifact was violently ripped from the body of the carnivorous plant monster, causing it to let out mournful screams. The monster mortar panted, realizing it had just been killed, and cursed inwardly with resentment. This human has no martial virtue, resorting to sneak attacks. It grew even more furious upon seeing the opponent attempting to snatch the life-preserving divine artifact its father had gifted it, and a spatial rift began to appear. Mortar hastily dove into the rift to escape, not forgetting to boast loudly. You fool! Wait until I return to my peak, and I'll come back to kill you. Did I say you could leave? Chen Chongan coldly grabbed the tentacles, dragging the monster back to the ground amidst its screams. Mortar stared in horror at Chen Chongan, who stood tall with eyes glowing brightly in the darkness. What the hell? You should be dead by now. The divine artifact shimmered brightly again, and the monster suddenly realized this was its own ability. Excellent. The first stage ability of my life-preserving divine artifact has activated. Now I am invincible, Mortar confidently declared. Successfully resurrected, Mortar boasted loudly. You've bullied me too much. I only wanted to serve you because I saw your strength, but now you'll see. I am the noblest race. I cannot be killed. Chen Chongan and Bai Yue both looked surprised. Not dead yet? The monster secretly chuckled with delight upon seeing the human's shocked expression. It confidently thought that the divine artifact had merged with it, planning to use this resurrection ability to buy time, waiting for the clan elders to arrive and gang up on the fool before it. Bai Yue worriedly turned and asked, Senior, if we can't kill it, then we can't obtain the divine artifact. Are we out of options? Chen Chongan smirked eerily, a deadly glint flashing in his eyes. Who said that? Mortar was still dazed. What? Fool, I'm immortal now. What can you do to me? A dazzling golden light erupted from Chen Chongan's hand. Boom! The monster mortar exploded into smithereens in the brilliant golden light, and the system announced, Congratulations, host, for eliminating an immortal sovereign 5th-layer monster, rewarding 10 million domain points. The resurrection divine artifact floated alone in midair, now completely masterless. The monster mortar resurrected, boasting loudly, I told you, you can't kill me, you fool. Chen Chongan smirked, his finger gathering dazzling golden light, and replied curtly, Lie down and enjoy it, darling. Boom! The monster exploded into a bloody, pulpy mess again. Chen Chongan pulled out a toy hammer, preparing for a classic monster farming session. The game interface appeared. Chen Chongan and Bai Yue transformed into chibi characters, continuously smashing the mortar monster to grind for points. The system notifications went wild. Target resurrected. Congratulations, host, for eliminating the monster, repeating like a machine. The refugees watching were terrified, muttering, Evil demon. This guy is even scarier than the demon race. Chen Chongan reveled in the sea of domain points, roaring. This feeling is utterly exhilarating. 2 hours later, the mortar monster was nothing but a pulpy mess, dropping several shimmering recovery gems. Chen Chongan sat casually, having collected 500 million domain points, and realized, the resurrection speed has slowed down. It seems the divine artifact also has limits. He touched the divine artifact, calculating, I can't seize it by force. I'll have to use my wits. His gaze swept to the green gems dropped by the monster, and he commanded, System, check the loot. The system reported, 50 Cloud Ring Immortal Pills, each exchangeable for 10,000 points. Chen Chongan mentally calculated, deciding to farm 100 more pills. He tossed an immortal pill to Bai Yue, commanding, Bai Yue, try eating this and see what effect it has. Bai Yue obediently sat down to cultivate it, while Chen Chongan turned to the forest, coldly calling out, Come out. The terrified refugees stepped out, and he immediately made an offer they couldn't refuse. Surrender to me, and I will protect you and grant you power. The refugees' eyes lit up, and they cried out, Really? If you can help me grow stronger, I'm willing to do anything. Chen Chongan grinned sinisterly, holding out several azure immortal pills. Very good, swallow this pill. That's the first step to becoming stronger. Immediately, the refugees rapidly broke through their cultivation realms, from chi refinement to foundation establishment, Then golden core and domain points flowed into Chen Chongan's account like a torrent. 3 hours later, the system displayed Bai Yue's status. Affection maxed out. Cultivation soared directly to the half-immortal realm. System 5. Updated smoothly. Chen Chongan checked his disciple list and saw that Bai Yue had reached half-immortal. Bai Yue was suffering from overloaded breakthrough energy, suppressed by the heavenly laws of the Azure Wind domain, secretly thinking that only dual cultivation could save her. Suddenly, her spiritual energy completely evaporated. The breakthrough process failed, and her cultivation began to plummet uncontrollably. The fox demoness collapsed, all her recently buffed power vanishing in an instant. Chen Chongan's domain points also continuously dropped, making him snap at the system. "Are you bugged?" Realizing something was wrong, Chen Chongan activated his spiritual sight, shouting "Open!" to assess the situation. The scene that appeared left him dumbfounded. The newly recruited refugees were standing bewildered outside, while he was still inside the secret realm. A refugee pointed directly at him, yelling, "You brat! Why are you in the secret realm? You're not one of us." The muscular man was still in shock, pointing wildly, unable to comprehend what was happening. Chen Chongan was also speechless, thinking to himself, "I also want to know what the hell is going on here." Suddenly, the resurrection divine artifact on the ground began to emit a brilliant pink demonic energy. Chen Chongan turned to look. The minions outside were still frozen in place. The divine artifact automatically flew away, making him curse. Damn, the divine artifact can run by itself? He immediately understood the problem. Bai Yue's domain points and cultivation had been drained because this divine artifact had vanished. Chen Chongan smirked, realizing he had made a huge mistake. Wait, its ability isn't resurrection. At the same time, in the upper realm, Feng Qiyun was tearing through space, searching across all immortal domains for a divine artifact. In his youthful form, Chen Chongan's master suddenly sensed a familiar aura. It's the aura of the heavenly demon clan. He followed the trail, discovering an ancient altar hidden deep within the canyon. Feng Qiyun immediately cast a stealth technique, silently approaching the target. As he looked inside, his eyes widened in horror. Feng Qiyun was astonished upon seeing the battlefront between the upper realm and the demonic domain, a place filled with grotesque demonic architecture and rumbling purple lightning. He secretly thought that heavenly demon venerables were as numerous as cattle hair here. Even immortal emperors had to stand guard. If his disciple came here, he would surely bleed. A heavenly demon vice legion commander at the domain lord level, named Daijiang, laughed gleefully, grabbing a female cultivator by the neck. "Haha, look what I've caught." The female cultivator, an 8th level immortal venerable, cried and begged for her life, willing to offer her body for dual cultivation. A white-haired commander with curved horns coldly ordered, "Noisy, kill her." The commander, Legion Commander Kong Ming, disdainfully thought of the self-proclaimed immortals he had completely wiped out. Feng Qiyun gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger, and decided to remember this location so that after reuniting with his disciple, he would return to flatten everything. He turned his back and left, ignoring the massacred people, for they could only save themselves. 15 minutes later, Kong Ming grumbled about Han Shi being too cunning for taking credit for setting up the first formation to welcome their lord. Suddenly, a lowly soldier rushed in to report, breaking the atmosphere. The lowly soldier knelt prostrate, shouting in alarm, "Legion Commander, young Master Mortar is in danger, his demonic disc is about to shatter." Dijiang asked in surprise, wondering how Mortar could be in danger when he had been personally bestowed a divine artifact by the leader. Kong Ming ordered the soldier to continue, suspecting that the residual consciousness of the divine artifact had contacted the celestial god clan. The soldier trembled as he reported that there was only one enemy, but his strength was already close to the immortal emperor level. Dijiang immediately volunteered, "Leader, let me lead a team to reinforce." He erupted with demonic energy, roaring that his soul transformation demonic art lacked an immortal emperor's soul, and that the enemy could conveniently serve as a sacrifice. Kong Ming bared his fangs, growling his order, "Go, capture that brat alive, and bring him back to me. I want to see which dog dares to touch my son." Meanwhile, in another location, a group of thugs was fighting fiercely with their own doppelgangers, roaring curses at the identity thief. A thug stood outside, watching the chaotic scene, bewilderedly wondering why 2 more identical people had appeared. He suddenly looked smug, believing he had figured out Lord Mortar's plan. "I understand. He is toying with his prey, then he will devour them all." The thug captain roared, pointing directly at the refugees. "Shut up, all you pigs. Real or fake, today all of you shall die." A thug grinned lewdly, boasting loudly, "Men for fodder, women for breeding." Especially that white-haired girl. I want more than a dozen children with you." No sooner had he finished speaking than the carnivorous plant monster Mortar lunged, swallowing the entire screaming mob of small fry. With a flash, the entire group of henchmen was wiped out amidst horrifying screams. After clearing out the trash, Mortar turned to Chen Chongan to report his success. "Sir, I have dealt with those who stood in our way." Chen Chongan nodded, beginning to analyze the situation. "Just in time, I have something to ask you." It turned out that, by farming Mortar, he had grasped the divine artifact's first ability, Resurrection, which allowed the wielder to regenerate their body after death. The second ability was even more formidable, Time Reversal, explaining why Bai Yue's cultivation was reset after her breakthrough. Chen Chongan muttered, realizing the problem. He should have returned to the time he first arrived in Qingfeng Domain, but now everything was reset except for 500 million domain points. And most importantly, another Chen Chongan had appeared, standing next to Bai Yue. The past self of Chen Chongan provoked the real one. "Hey, fake, you've got some nerve, daring to imitate me right in front of me?" The real Chen Chongan sneered, raising his middle finger in response. "Who's the fake one? Don't you know yourself?" The real one declared, "There's a way to verify. Your skill is too green to play the true and false Monkey King game with me." Without further ado, the two charged into a deathmatch, unleashing identical attacks. Blazing golden energy erupted as the two versions of Chen Chongan clashed fiercely. The real Chen Chongan's eyes were sharp, his hand gathering an extremely powerful energy orb. An earth-shattering explosion swept through the forest, blowing away the surrounding trees. Hiding behind a tree, Mortar trembled violently. Damn it, these two lunatics fighting each other are already formidable enough. Mortar realized in horror that Chen Chongan's skill was on par with an immortal emperor, secretly thinking that without the divine artifact, he would have been wiped out long ago. After a bloody battle, both realized their powers and techniques were identical. The real one suggested, "Hey, let's change the test?" The fake one immediately agreed. The real Chen Chongan proposed a fairer test, to have the two versions of Bai Yue act as judges, and the fake one immediately agreed. The two versions of Bai Yue, one elegant and one ragged, gleefully accepted the task, ready to ask tricky questions and give sharp answers. The first question posed was extremely insidious. "Senior, you like Bai Yue, right?" This left both Chen Chongans speechless, as a wrong answer would mean both their demise. Seeing the tense situation, the two girls changed the question. "What's the most embarrassing thing Senior has ever done?" Both Chen Chongan simultaneously recounted a regrettable past, imitating movies by putting their hands in their pockets to provoke an opponent, without even looking at their face to see who it was. The two Bai Yu's eyes shone brightly, deeming that action incredibly domineering and cool. Meanwhile, the two Chen Chongan selves only wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it out of sheer embarrassment. The two girls, emboldened, fired off a barrage of private questions about romance and dual cultivation, making the two men shout for them to stop. The real Chen Chongan declared he had identified the true one, secretly thinking to the other self that there was no way he would admit to still being a virgin after more than 20 years. The two Chen Chongans suddenly turned to whisper and exchange information, leaving Bai Yue bewildered and unaware of what was happening. Suddenly, in a dark space, a green flame flickered, signaling a presence that had just arrived. Outside the secret realm, a colossal purple demon lord stood on an altar, before an army of humanoid figures. The demon lord sneered, envisioning the scoundrel inside the barrier kneeling and begging for his life. Back inside, the real Chen Chongan growled, "Damn it, you dared to use me." The past Chen Chongan raised a golden divine artifact, sneeringly thanking his future self for acting as a hound to find items for him, which even shocked the watching plant monster Mortar. The real Chen Chongan froze, finally realizing he had been painfully tricked. Suddenly, an extremely powerful aura surged from outside, and the divine artifact in the past Chen Chongan's hand began to tremble violently. Boom! A colossal purple demonic hand tore through space, shattering the secret realm's barrier. The demon lord Dijiang successfully breached the gate, appearing with a savage laugh amidst purple lightning. The one-eyed demon looked down, flicked its long tongue, and asked a chilling question. "Which one of you intended to kill Mortar?" Mortar rejoiced inwardly, realizing that Elder Dijiang, a domain lord-level expert, had personally led a rescue team and thought it was about to be revived. Dijiang hovered in the air, glancing at the two Chen Chongans, and wondering why there was an extra bug, but then dismissed it, while Mortar screamed for help. Past Chen Chongan whispered to his future self, realizing this plant monster held a significant position within the demon race, as an entire formidable rescue team of immortal venerable level experts had come to its aid. The demon subordinates arrogantly declared, telling Vice Legion Commander Dijiang not to dirty his hands with 2 immortal Emperor-level insects, as they would tear them to shreds and throw their souls to the dogs. Dijiang disdainfully ordered his minions, then tear them apart. Past Chen Chongan merely sneered, then began forming hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. A Grand Might Heavenly Dragon technique was unleashed. 2 colossal golden dragons roared, charging straight into the bewildered demon formation. Boom! The Immortal Venerable and Immortal Emperor-level demons were instantly annihilated, and the system panel continuously reported Chen Chongan receiving tons of points and treasure chests. Mortar was terrified, unable to believe that a single move had wiped out several high-level demons. It screamed in its mind that those 2 were monsters. Seeing that the situation was dire, Mortar muttered curses at the trashy divine artifact and planned to quickly escape while the 2 monsters were preoccupied with Dijiang. Dijiang was no less shocked. He couldn't believe this was the cultivation level of those from the lower realm, deeming the matter utterly preposterous. The true Chen Chongan had just punched away the corpse of a demon while hovering in the air, causing Dijiang to break out in a cold sweat upon seeing his elite army annihilated. Realizing he was no match for the 2 domain lord-level individuals, Dijiang decided to make a tactical retreat to report the situation to his superior. The true Chen Chongan saw the demon attempting to flee and smirked, declaring that he still had a few questions and thus couldn't let him leave so easily. The true Chen Chongan turned to tell his past self to deal with the fat sheep Mortar, while he would go intercept the boss. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Chongan appeared right behind Dijiang, placing a hand on his shoulder, startling the demon. Dijiang was terrified by his opponent's speed, while Chen Chongan chuckled mockingly. "Why are you running? Weren't you so arrogant just now?" Cornered, Dijiang roared, determined to fight to the death, unleashing his ultimate move, the Myriad Souls Palm, with countless purple energy palms charging forward. Facing the destructive attack, Chen Chongan calmly raised a hand, appearing ready to effortlessly block the move. Dijiang's ultimate move was effortlessly blocked by the true Chen Chongan with one hand. The demon realized something was wrong, let out a roar, then used a technique as a smokescreen to flee. But before he could take a single step, Dijiang took a devastating blow to his back. The true Chen Chongan stood towering over the crater where Dijiang had been punched into the ground, coldly asking, "Where do you think you're going?" Meanwhile, past Chen Chongan on the other front unleashed the One Yang Finger technique, Pro Max version. A brilliant golden laser beam tore through the air, piercing straight through Dijiang, causing him to scream miserably. A minion watching was stunned, speechless, not understanding why past Chen Chongan's technique had suddenly received such a terrifying power boost. The true Chen Chongan, the silver-haired self, analyzed the situation, realizing his moves now dealt double critical damage to demons. Past Chen Chongan felt a scorching heat. Looking down, he saw the resurrection divine artifact glowing intensely. From within the divine artifact, a faint female figure made of green energy began to emerge. An artifact spirit with a perfect figure appeared, astonishing past Chen Chongan with the rarity of this genuine item. The weak artifact spirit fell into his arms, her voice a faint whisper. "Please save me." She quickly explained to save her master, then pointed at the approaching past Bai Yue and screamed, "Don't let her get close." Past Bai Yue was startled upon hearing this, stumbling in a most embarrassing manner. She looked up blankly, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, past Chen Chongan felt his body dissolving, realizing that even his true self, who was acting, had vanished. The true Bai Yue stood watching the minions and the 2 Chen Chongans vanish, muttering that this was the artifact spirit's wish. A voice called out, "Mr." And Chen Chongan, the main body, slowly opened his eyes. He woke up in an ethereal space, filled with light and butterflies. Bewildered, he wondered, "Where is this? The immortal realm?" Chen Chongan woke up, hearing a female voice whisper in his ear, teasing that he was the one who wanted to have fun with her. He opened his eyes and froze, seeing a green-haired beauty named Chang Xi nestled in his arms, realizing in a panic that this was not a dream. Chang Xi smiled alluringly, declaring she had been waiting for him and inviting him to enjoy the long night together. She leaned close to Chen Chongan's ear, calling him a little devil and asserting he couldn't escape her grasp, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Chen Chongan screamed in his mind, calling the system, and it appeared, teasing, "Don't worry, host hasn't lost his virginity yet. Congratulations, host, on soon bidding farewell to your chick phase." He was still bewildered, wondering why he was here with a complete stranger. Seeing his silence, Chang Shi provocatively leaned back onto the bed, asking why her dear husband wasn't answering. She propped herself up, twisting into a perfect, alluring pose, then seductively asked, Or perhaps you'd like to try some new positions? I'll indulge all your desires. Chang Zi's mischievous hand glided over Chen Chongan's six-pack abs, whispering her desire to continue what they had left unfinished. Chen Chongan, startled, pushed her hand away, stammering a suggestion for another time, as this was too sudden. Changxi burst into delighted laughter, as if he had said something utterly ridiculous. Her smile vanished. She suddenly changed her demeanor, one hand tightly gripping Chen Chongan's neck. Changxi growled, her eyes sharp as blades. "You've said that 3 times already. Are you trying to play games with me?" Leaving Chen Chongan speechless. He realized something was wrong. He had no memory of this whatsoever, and her attitude changed faster than flipping a rice paper pancake. He decided he had to take control of the situation. Chen Chongan let out a roar, activating his ability, instantly freezing time around them. Chang Zi, who was strangling him, also froze, bewildered, not understanding why time had stopped. At that very moment, a familiar spirit figure appeared. It was precisely the artifact spirit he had saved earlier. The artifact spirit looked at him helplessly, admitting that her abilities were completely useless in front of him. The system reappeared with a disdainful emoji, concluding with a harsh remark. A mere shrimp dares to show off before an expert. This childish trick isn't even worth watching." Chen Chongan was speechless, muttering curses at the damn system for being so showy, while the artifact spirit sat beside him, holding a strange shield. The artifact spirit revealed her true spirit form, hastily apologizing and begging for a moment to explain. She revealed that she had brought them both tens of millions of years into the past, to the Water Nether Kingdom, her homeland, which would be destroyed in 3 days. The artifact spirit explained that Chen Chongan's actions would now directly affect the future, and for him to exist here, she had to register him as a male pet for her master. Chen Chongan was stunned as a strange surge of memories suddenly flooded his mind. In the flashback, the original owner of this body was also named Chen Chongan, a good-for-nothing with no cultivation, but he was handsome and a true womanizer by nature. This man met the artifact spirit's master. Sparks flew between them at first sight, but every time they tried to get intimate, the woman's old rivals would show up to ruin it, and he would flee. Chen Chongan finally understood why the woman in the illusion had turned hostile, so he summoned the system to question it, and was reassured that he could still use his domain master power, unaffected by this weak body. For the first time in his life, Chen Chongan praised the system with a "well done," startling it into stuttering. The artifact spirit thought he was regretting their ruined wedding night, but Chen Chongan snapped, asserting that he was not that kind of good for nothing. The woman warned that if he didn't come, there would be plenty of other handsome men waiting to serve her, making Chen Chongan panic and shout that he was loyal. And one wife was enough. The artifact spirit delivered a fatal blow. "My master already has 232 male consorts. You are the 233rd. Leaving Chen Chongan dumbfounded as he asked, "Did you drag me here just for the drama?" She sternly denied it, and threw out the harsh truth. "No, in 3 days, my master will die." A tragic scene unfolded. The artifact spirit's master lay dead in a pool of blood, pierced by a purple spear, while the spirit helplessly recounted her failure. The artifact spirit, with tears in her eyes, begged Chen Chongan to save her master, promising to accept him as her new master. Chen Chongan kept a cool head, clearly analyzing that she was an artifact spirit capable of controlling time, and could very well be using him, ready to kick him back to the future once her goal was achieved. The artifact spirit frantically denied it, asserting that she would not gamble away her only chance. After some consideration, Chen Chongan smirked confidently. "But I will still accept your commission." The artifact spirit was moved to tears. The agreement was sealed. The system announced a special mission: save the goddess Chang Si. The reward was 1.5 billion domain points and a permanent time control card, making Chen Chongan grin like a cat that got the cream. The artifact spirit thanked him, then merged into the flow of time, announcing that the 3-day pact had begun, and everything now depended on Chen Chongan. As soon as he accepted the mission, Chen Chongan found himself in a luxurious room with Changxi, who declared, "The test begins, the next part depends on you." Without further ado, Chen Chongan grabbed Changxi's wrist, beginning their confrontation. Changxi was astonished when Chen Chongan spoke bluntly. "Why deceive me? I only feel pity for you." The bad boy began to unleash his flirting skills, holding Changxi's hand and whispering that he wanted to give her the best, making her blush shyly. Changxi leaned into Chen Chongan's embrace on the bed, while he secretly calculated his plan. Save her, obtain the divine artifact, then return to save his disciples and upgrade his immortal land. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the wall shattered into pieces. A white-haired demoness wielding a sword burst in through the hole, roaring with murderous intent. "Changshai, do you wish to die?" Cheng Shi feigned panic, crying out, "Oh no, why is junior sister so angry?" While Chen Chongan froze, bewildered by the rapid developments. The white-haired demoness erupted with purple demonic energy, screaming at Chang Shi. "Have you no shame, stealing my attendant?" Chen Chongan smirked, realizing both these women belonged to the Heavenly Demon clan. This drama seemed intense. The white-haired demoness turned and grabbed Chen Chongan, questioning, You just boldly confessed your feelings to me, and now you want to get into Changshi's bed?" Leaving him bewildered and clueless. Without allowing an explanation, she seized Chen Chongan and dragged him away roughly, declaring she would settle scores with him first. Chang Xi sat alone, smiling meaningfully. "Oh my, senior sister shouldn't meddle with junior sister's belongings." The white-haired demoness carried Chen Chongan and flew straight towards the demon clan's territory. Chen Chongan was dragged away, his mind still processing. He tried to explain, secretly cursing the original Chen Chongan for creating this messy love triangle for him. The white-haired demoness landed, her eyes as cold as ice, and stated directly, "No need to pretend anymore. This is the Heavenly Demon clan's territory. Chang Ji cannot enter. Now, explain to me, why is the mission I assigned still incomplete?" Chen Chongan smirked, realizing the original host wasn't an ordinary person but quite a notorious player. A flashback revealed the original plan. Han Shi had long ago subdued the original host to steal Changzi's divine artifact, but the protagonist's transmigration disrupted the game. Questioned by Han Shi, Chen Chongan hastily covered up, claiming that following Changzi was merely his plan to extract information. Han Shi narrowed her eyes suspiciously, remarking that he was completely different today, having learned noble airs from Changzi and refusing to act. Cornered, Chen Chongan decided he had to perfectly play the original host's lecherous role to save his life. He reached out, performing an audacious act familiar to this body. Chen Chongan pressed close to Han Shi, his face flushed, nosebleed gushing like a true pervert, leaving her stunned. Han Shi was caught off guard, only managing to utter a single, "You." Her face flushed with embarrassment, yet she growled, calling him a damned lecher, while Chen Chongan secretly thought this was their usual way of communicating. He continued his act, embracing Han Shi from behind, and declaring he would brave the tiger's den for her again, even as she struggled, demanding to be released. Chen Chongan laughed maniacally, shouting that he couldn't let go because he wasn't a lecher, causing the system to display a warning that he was overacting. Both landed in a desolate wasteland, the border of the Horned Demon clan. Two hideous demons blocked their path, mocking Han Shi for daring to return after associating with lowly humans. Another pointed directly at her face and roared, "Ugly woman!" Several young demons nearby scattered in fear, muttering that one shouldn't provoke that white-haired demoness. Chen Chongan realized Han Shi's status in the demonic realm seemed precarious, then received a sharp glare from her that threatened to gouge out his eyes. Both proceeded to a large command tent, signaling their arrival. Han Shi instructed Chen Chongan to stay put and not cause trouble, while he played the role of an obedient puppy, promising to miss her dearly. The moment Han Shi turned her back, his obedient smile instantly morphed into a cunning expression. Chen Chongan smirked, thinking, "Now that I'm here, how can I just sit and wait?" Then snuck off to find an opportunity. Chen Chongan analyzed the mission from the divine artifact. Too little information, only knowing this was an ancient continent. A great war would erupt in 3 days, and he had to save Changxi to steal her treasures. A gruesome illusion appeared, showing him chained, while a bull-headed demon furiously forged weapons by a fiery furnace. He glanced around, observing an entire hall filled with roaring demons training, clearly ready for a bloody battle. Chen Chongan frowned, calculating. "Frankly, I just need to protect Changxi and survive, but the strength of these heavenly demon generals is still an unknown." After just a few steps, 2 burly demons swaggered to block his path. "Look what I found. Isn't this Hanzi's little pet?" A red-skinned demon with fiery eyes roared, resentful that Hanzi dared to reject Lord Hisha's affections to consort with a human as weak as a snail. The demon Hisha ordered his underlings, "Shut up. Kill this brat, that Han Shi won't dare utter a single word." Chen Chongan looked up, his face blank, feigning innocent surprise. "Me? Slap." Inside the command tent, Han Shi took a thunderous slap that made her stagger. Clan Chief Ah Luke, a decrepit old demon, roared at her. "How dare you show your face back here without getting the divine artifact? Don't you know how important it is?" Hansi knelt, her voice chilling. "Clan Chief, if I die, at least someone must return to report. I hope our clan will erect a memorial tablet for me. The elders chimed in with criticism, lamenting being suppressed by the Immortal clan, which had left the Heavenly Demon clan scattered and struggling. Old clan chief Luke roared, blaming everything on Chen Chongan. I told you, that human you kept is utterly useless. Outside, Hisha transformed into a hideous monster with countless eyes, growling. He should have been roasted long ago for being both stupid and lazy. Hanshi still tried to cover for him, bowing her head and admitting fault. It's because my plan wasn't good, it has nothing to do with him. He has already approached Changxi. Bang! The old clan chief wouldn't listen, directly striking Hanshi hard with his skull staff. Still stubborn, are we? Old Luke turned to lecture another elder. The victor takes all, the loser perishes. It seems no one has taught you this lesson. Two elders began whispering to each other. One with a vulture-like face said, By the way, Hisha just broke through to the Demon King realm and needs a formidable opponent to consolidate his power. Hanshi overheard, her face turning pale as she realized they intended to turn her into Heisha's punching bag to curry favor with him. A green-skinned demon soldier panicked and fled head over heels, screaming, Oh no, we're screwed. A demon soldier rushed in breathlessly with shocking news. Report, Lord Hisha has died suddenly. The old clan chief and Hanshi froze. The demon soldier recounted that Hisha's body, along with his two subordinates, was found in a corner, having died an unimaginable, gruesome death, riddled with arrows and weapons. Most importantly, no one saw what had happened. Old clan chief Luke's eyes bulged, spittle flying, as he roared frantically, Investigate! Go investigate immediately! The old man, in extreme panic, yelled orders to his underlings. Strengthen defenses, not even a fly is to get through. Could an immortal have infiltrated? While the entire clan was in a chaotic frenzy, Hansi quietly slipped away, ignoring the old clan chief who was still screaming for the culprit to be found. Hansi muttered to herself as she walked, unable to believe her foolish servant was involved in such a monumental affair. Upon returning, she saw Chen Chongan hiding behind some wooden crates, acting foolishly, waving at her like an idiot. Hanshi was speechless, only able to cover her face in helplessness at his profound acting. Without further ado, Chen Chongan grabbed Hansi's hand and dragged her along. Let's go, Hansi, bewildered, asked back. Go where? A red-haired demon blocked their path, announcing that the mission in Suiming Kingdom was not yet complete. The Suiming Kingdom appeared, a majestic realm built upon islands floating amidst a sea of clouds. A world map explained. Suiming Valley was a buffer zone between the immortal realm and the demonic realm, where ancient beasts had sealed the demon clan during the Great War of yesteryear. A flashback showed a colossal cauldron emitting purple energy, sealing the demon lord and tens of thousands of demon generals. The spring goddess, Changxi, had to continuously perform purification rituals to suppress the leaking demonic energy, with the frequency increasing from once every few months to once every day. Two commoners conversed, praising the goddess profusely, believing that without her, their lives would be worse than death. Changxi stood on a high platform, holding a divine artifact, grandly declaring she would use her divine power to purify all directions and eradicate demons. The common folk below clasped their hands in prayer, hailing the goddess as a living saint, believing she brought life and light. But contrary to her saintly appearance, Changxi secretly thought to herself with an extremely annoyed expression, These people are truly troublesome. She turned to snap at the guards, ordering them to dismiss all the commoners because the plaza needed to be cleared during the demonic energy purification. Changxi narrowed her eyes, sensing something unusual about today's demonic energy, and that no incidents could be allowed to occur. An old official grumbled, thinking the goddess was overly sensitive, constantly purifying for mere small fry demons, which was troublesome. While he was muttering curses, a terrifying surge of energy descended from the sky, making the official's face turn pale. He stammered in fear, unable to believe what was happening. The sacrificial altar exploded, purple demonic energy gushed out, and the panicked crowd screamed, The seal is broken! The demon lord is about to escape! Run! The ground shook violently, cracking into fragments and swallowing the unfortunate citizens. The scene was utterly chaotic. People fell over, and cries for help echoed everywhere. Changxi appeared, sternly ordering the immortals of the Suiming Divine Kingdom. Don't panic. Hold it back for a moment, and I will reseal it. But the guards put on an act, complaining they were exhausted from resisting the demonic energy, and urged the goddess to enter the formation first, to repair the seal. Changxi narrowed her eyes suspiciously, clearly sensing that their immortal power was still abundant. Even knowing something was amiss, she decided to rush in alone, ordering her subordinates to go protect the citizens. The thick-skinned guards immediately turned away to go play, abandoning the goddess to her death. confident that only she could seal the demon lord. Chang Zi advanced deeper inside alone, determined to resolve the chaos. Inside the seal, a ghostly voice echoed, welcoming the return of the celestial clan girl. The ancient demon lord Tushi, a colossal monster in chains, roared that his next reincarnation was very near. Chang Shi coldly faced the monster, declaring, "With me here, you won't escape to harm the world." The demon lord burst into laughter, mocking her as merely a puppet of the celestial clan, and boasting that in 3 days, he would return to crush the 9 heavens. He sneered, grabbing an innocent citizen and throwing them towards Chang Shi, blood splattering, then sarcastically remarking that it was just a small gift he left behind. Before Chang Shi could react, the demon lord unleashed a blazing red demonic energy attack, roaring that she couldn't save anyone. A sharp spear of demonic energy pierced straight through Chang Shi, fresh blood gushing out. Countless other demonic energy spears simultaneously lunged forward, ending the goddess in a flash. The ancient demon lord Tushi sneered, mocking Chang Shi for having died countless times for these insignificant ants, and that she was nearing her limit. Even with her mouth full of blood, Chang Zi fiercely declared, "As long as I live, you won't kill anyone." She decided to go all out, sacrificing her eternal life, unleashing an explosion of green energy to reseal the monster. Sacred energy erupted, engulfing the chained ancient demon lord, determined to purify him. But the ancient demon lord merely sneered, boasting that no one could stop him, and that he eagerly awaited the coming battle. All the demonic energy in the area was purified, and the ordinary citizens narrowly escaped death. The populace rejoiced, hailing the goddess for saving their lives, unaware of the price she had paid. A little girl, stunned, tearfully reported to her mother, "The goddess is dead." Her mother didn't believe it, but just then, the resurrection artifact glowed brightly, activating its first-stage ability. A muscular, red-haired king appeared, laughing gleefully, boasting that the kingdom and its people were truly fortunate to have the goddess. The muscular subordinates also joined in the cheers, praising the goddess for once again defeating the ancient demon. Chang Shi had resurrected, sitting on her throne and listening to reports of her subordinates' illusory achievements. She sternly warned that in 3 days, the demon lord would break the seal again, and the kingdom would face a great catastrophe. The king showed disdain, believing that with the power of the goddess and the entire kingdom, there was nothing to fear from a crippled old man. The king began to reveal his true intentions, lamenting that the kingdom was caught between immortals and demons, doing everything for the immortal realm without gaining any benefits. He proposed a sinister plan. The kingdom would replace the immortal realm's position, sweeping away the demon clan's spies. His plan was that when the demon lord escaped, he would be isolated and ganged up on by both the immortal realm and their own faction until he was annihilated. Chang Shi frantically tried to dissuade him, pleading with the king to reconsider, but it seemed to be in vain. She asserted that the immortal demon war could not be taken lightly, and then asked to leave because the king refused to listen. The king watched her retreating figure, curled his lip in disdain, muttering that women truly had limited vision. Rumors spread everywhere. The spring goddess possessed the ability to purify demonic energy, and the king had just offered her a peerlessly handsome man. A self-satisfied, black-haired playboy strode confidently, believing himself to be a unique and unparalleled gift. He flirted with Chang Shi, acting intimately. "As usual, take him to that room, right?" Leaving Chang Shi speechless. He narcissistically thought to himself that he was a peerless beauty in 4,000 years, and as long as he won over the goddess, he would instantly soar to great heights. Turning to the purple-haired maid, he spoke with a lewd tease. "My dear elder sister, should I bathe first or go straight to bed?" Wham! The maid didn't say much, directly shoving him into a room and declaring, "You're number 234. From now on, get along well with everyone." Inside the cold room was a group of disgraced men, looking like a motley crew from other universes, welcoming the new, unfortunate fellow. The handsome man was utterly shocked, screaming in panic, "No, I came here to serve the goddess." Slam. The maid slammed the door shut, contemptuously uttering, "A bunch of worthless trash, what qualifications do you have?" The handsome man desperately pounded on the door, while another prisoner inside sneered, mentioning Chen Chongan's name and cursing him as trash. Suddenly, a blue teleportation formation opened, and Chen Chongan and Han Si appeared, with our protagonist tightly embracing her from behind. Chang Shi stood there, expressionless, watching Chen Chongan still tightly holding Han Shi as they landed. She frowned, thinking to herself, "How dare they open a demonic teleportation formation directly into my palace?" Han Shi blushed, puffed out her cheeks, and pushed Chen Chongan away, blaming him for babbling too much and causing the coordinates to shift, while he merely chuckled. "Get lost." Han Si flared up, sending Chen Chongan flying towards Changxi with a kick, jealously declaring she didn't need a lecher who still harbored thoughts for others. Chen Chongan flew straight into Changxi's arms, while Han Shi sarcastically remarked, "Well done, Changxi. I didn't expect you to find such a loyal servant." Han Shi opened a teleportation gate, preparing to leave, not forgetting to remind Chen Chongan not to forget his mission, to which he only replied with a satisfied okay. Changxi held Chen Chongan, but inwardly she was seething. "You two dare to put on a show of affection right in front of me?" She looked at him with sharp eyes, secretly curling her lip. "This clumsy act hasn't improved at all since childhood. It's all just for the artifact, isn't it?" Chen Chongan hastily tried to explain, but Changxi had already turned her back, coldly stating, "If you want to explain, then come bathe with me and talk." Chen Chongan wore a lecherous grin upon hearing about bathing, while the system teased him, suggesting he try a 9-turn sausage. Amidst the hazy steam, the maids whispered about the goddess bringing a man back to her palace, guessing there would be quite a show tonight. A maid blushed and admitted, "I saw him. He's incredibly handsome." Chen Chongan was already in the bath with Changxi, grinning impudently as he asked, "The goddess is quite fast. Now I have a profound question. Do I need to scrub both front and back?" Changxi shot him a sidelong glance, provocatively asking, "Changgan, can you handle it?" Chen Chongan whispered in delight, "Oh my, this is amazing." Provoked, Chen Chongan's blood rushed to his head, causing a nosebleed, and he boasted loudly, "Doubting me? Then let me show you the power of the divine hand." He grabbed Changxi's hand, and she flinched upon seeing a strange white liquid. Chen Chongan began to display his skill, using milk as a medium for massage, shouting the name of his technique, 18 steaming techniques. Outside, the maids blushed furiously upon hearing the strange sounds, one exclaiming, "It's starting." Changxi looked suspicious. "You're quite skilled. You must have served many women. Haven't you?" Chen Chongan nonchalantly replied, "You are the only one. I am a virtuous man. Where would I get such experience?" He continued to boast, saying he had only ever bathed with one other person, and she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, though it was a pity he was busy, and she was still clothed at the time. Changxi blushed, realizing he was recalling their past encounter, and playfully scolded him, "You smooth talker." Chen Chongan suddenly shouted sincerely, "It's true. I will marry Jiang Xuanchu after this is over." This stunned Changxi, who secretly thought his attitude didn't seem feigned. Could he truly care for her? She thought to herself in confusion, "It's a pity you are merely immortal. How could I be happy with an ordinary person?" While Chen Chongan declared, "To the final step." He began performing a foot massage, pressing directly on the Yongquan acupoint. Changxi jolted, her entire body twitching from the incredibly skillful massage. Her slender legs were submerged in the warm water. Chen Chongan stood up, wondering if he had been too rough and scared her. Changxi buried her face in her hands, both embarrassed and secretly astonished. How does this man know such a comfortable technique? She suddenly became serious again, turning to say, "I understand your intentions, but let's put the marriage aside for now. The demon seal is about to break. You must leave here immediately." Changxi blushed as she warned, "You don't know what you're about to face." But Chen Chongan nonchalantly replied, "Who cares? I'll see it through to the end." He continued his act, his gaze firm. "With me here, no one can harm you. I will not leave your side for a single step." Silence fell between them. Changxi was clearly speechless at the man's performance before her. Changxi forced a smile, secretly thinking this man truly didn't know his place, but she had to admit he wasn't afraid like the others. Then she suggested, "Let's go back to the room." The scene shifted to a luxurious room, its wooden door closing. Inside the room, Chen Chongan gently covered Changxi, who was lying on the bed, with a blanket. He thought to himself, "After accumulating too much stress and fatigue, I helped her relax," and she quickly fell asleep. Done with his task, Chen Chongan stood up, channeling his power, and a surge of blue energy enveloped him. His hair turned brilliant gold, his aura completely transformed, and he muttered, "Ancient heavenly demon, is it? Let me see what it is." Chen Chongan's golden-haired clone shot off like a bolt of lightning, flying towards the ancient temple. He landed on a vast terrace, sensing a pure healing divine power, and wondering whose it was, then hid behind a pillar to eavesdrop. 3 guards stood before a purple energy orb, one confidently declaring, "So what if the seal is cracked? Isn't the goddess here? Let her handle it." The king and a subordinate chuckled sinisterly, revealing their malicious plot. "That woman calls herself a goddess, but she's just a cow. A fool who knows nothing about seals is helping us for free." Chen Chongan's golden-haired clone observed from afar, his eyes cold at their foolishness. In a flashback, Changxi explained the grave situation. The sealing time is getting shorter, and my divine power cannot recover fast enough to match its destruction speed. I fear that one day I will no longer be able to stop the demon. Chen Chang'an's golden-haired clone showed extreme disdain, muttering a murderous remark about the useless parasites. He stepped out, startling the king and his subordinate, who cried out, "Who's there? Immortal, how dare you enter the sacred seal temple?" The golden-haired clone sneered, his hand erupting with the flames of judgment. "Ants have no right to know. Just die." He swung his hand, and colossal flames engulfed the two guards, who screamed in agony. Simultaneously, the system announced millions of points and treasure chests received. 2 scepters fell to the ground, marking the demise of the 2 insignificant figures. The golden-haired clone held the broken scepter, realizing this weapon was transmitting divine power elsewhere, though it was unclear how much had been drained. Suddenly, the ceiling slab cracked open, terrifying Changxi, who was still lying on the bed. A colossal surge of dark purple demonic energy shot straight into the sky, tearing through space, signaling the imminent resurgence of a terrifying power. A gigantic phantom enveloped the entire city, and a voice echoed, "Darkness descends, the ancient demon revives." Changxi hastily wrapped herself in a bath towel and rushed out, her face pale. The seal broke 2 days early. How can this be? It's over. Hanxi also couldn't believe her eyes, muttering, "The ancient demon has truly revived? That brat has already snatched the divine artifact." King Suiming was scared witless, screaming for protection, and declaring he would flee to the immortal realm for help. In the demon realm, Legion Commander Kong Ming roared, ordering his subordinates, "Urgent report. Assemble the entire army. A great war is about to erupt." Ancient demon Lord Tushi shattered his chains, laughing maniacally. "Ha ha ha, I told you, no one in this world can imprison me. I shall return and spread terror throughout the immortal realm." The monster tensed, declaring the first thing it would do upon escaping. He roared, vowing to hack the girl who defied him into 100 pieces, and hang her banner of sacrifice atop the grand palace for the whole world to witness his might. Ancient demon Lord Tushi soared upwards, boasting loudly, "Ancient continent, your king has returned." Just as he was about to fly off and wreak havoc, his head was firmly stopped by a hand, leaving the monster stunned. Chen Chongan had appeared at some unknown point, gripping the monster's head tightly, his eyes as cold as ice. He coldly ordered the boss, who had been boasting moments before, "Silence." Wham! A heaven-shattering punch sent ancient demon Lord Tushi flying, creating a terrifying explosion of dust. The punch was so powerful that its tail snapped, leaving it sprawled on the ground. The ancient demon lord scrambled to his feet, his face filled with disbelief. "Who are you? That girl was already the strongest here. How can there be someone who can send me back to the seal with a single strike?" Chen Chongan hovered in the shadows, his aura overwhelming, and coldly replied, "Just a passerby." The golden-haired clone stood afar, analyzing the situation, realizing that this individual's appearance would trigger a great war and could affect his plan to seize the divine artifact. The horned demons swarmed forward, their footsteps rustling, ready to be cannon fodder. The golden-haired clone, with sharp eyes and fingers blazing with fire, declared bluntly, "I don't care who you are or how strong you are, there's only one thing to do now. That is to wipe you all out, leaving no one behind." He coldly explained the logic of the strong. "Any survivor will only get in my way." Suddenly, a pillar of dark purple demonic energy shattered the mortal realm's barrier, surging straight into the immortal realm, shaking all 3 realms. The people of the immortal realm cried out in panic. "The breath of a demon! The world is about to fall into chaos again." An urgent summons echoed everywhere. "All immortals, heed my command. Gather at Sueming Kingdom and suppress the demon lord." An immortal emperor-level heavenly monarch with a divine eye on his forehead appeared, holding a pyramid-shaped magic treasure, his expression stern. "This battle concerns even the mortal realm. We must not be negligent." The 4-armed, fiery-figured female heavenly monarch sneered. "Heh heh. These remnants of the demon race dare to act so presumptuously? Do they think we're still afraid?" The arrogant golden-haired heavenly monarch declared, "Only we immortals can stop him and save the common folk." In Suiming Kingdom, dense purple demonic energy enveloped everything, signaling an impending destructive catastrophe. As the demonic energy swept through, the common folk screamed miserably, then vanished into deadly purple smoke. The 4000-year-old handsome man gnashed his teeth bitterly. That Chen Chongan is probably embracing the goddess and enjoying himself right now. Why does he get such favor while we suffer? The common folk fearfully sought refuge, but the handsome man still boasted loudly. Fools! As long as the goddess protects us, what is a little demonic energy? Amidst the chaos, goddess Changxi appeared, trying to suppress the demonic energy amidst the cheers of the crowd. Crack! Her long spear, which was part of the seal, shattered into countless pieces. The seal completely broke. Changxi was thrown backward, helplessly admitting, "The seal has been completely broken. I cannot mend it alone." The guards were utterly terrified, shouting, "Why can't it be sealed? Is the demon lord about to return?" A soldier grabbed Changxi, his face full of anger. "What can a few moments do? Aren't you the goddess? Your duty is to maintain the seal. Yet now you want to drag us all to our deaths?" He growled, criticizing her directly. "If you let the people of Swimming Kingdom be corrupted by demonic energy like this, what kind of goddess are you?" Changxi tightly grabbed the cowardly soldier who was about to flee on the king's orders, growling. Enough! Betrayed by her subordinates, the goddess went berserk, her eyes blazing red as she roared, "Shut your mouths, all of you." She tried to use her divine power to suppress the demonic energy, but the backlash caused her extreme pain. Changxi gasped for breath, admitting she couldn't hold on much longer, and ordered the soldiers to retreat to the Immortal realm before the demon lord fully revived. Unexpectedly, the muscular red-haired king descended to the mortal realm with his cronies, boasting loudly, "No need. I've already informed the Immortal realm. Just let me suppress this demon." Changxi's face showed utter disdain, her voice full of sarcasm. "Suppress? Really? What are you lot even capable of?" The goddess laid her cards on the table, pointing directly at the traitors. "You scoundrels have been secretly siphoning off my divine power, haven't you? If not for today, I would have been deceived to my death." She screamed in resentment, questioning them about the sacrifices of countless immortals to create the seal, warning that once the demon lord escaped, all would perish. The thick-skinned king retorted, shifting all blame onto the goddess. "The Immortal realm has arrived. You're so weak you can't even protect yourself, so you still have to rely on me." Humiliated, Changxi gnashed her teeth in fury, but could do nothing. The guards began to realize something was wrong, looking up at the sky, in confusion. Strangely, the demonic energy from the seal's opening suddenly stopped gushing out, and the suffocating, deadly sensation was gone. Changxi was also deeply shocked, her eyes wide with astonishment. The seal isn't closed, so why is the demonic energy? The king burst into triumphant laughter, proudly boasting of his achievement. "Ha ha, I guessed correctly. Even a 1,000-year-old seal would weaken it. Look how you overreacted, goddess." Elsewhere, an order was given, and a giant round mirror-shaped magic treasure was activated to observe the situation within the demonic abyss. Light shone from the magic treasure. Changxi looked up, not understanding what was happening. The common folk in another city also looked up at the sky, where a giant mirror was live broadcasting the events within the abyss. The divine 1,000-mile light mirror floated in the air, consuming a vast amount of immortal power to monitor every corner of the world. The image in the mirror became crystal clear. Ancient demon lord Tushi has shattered the seal and is roaring within the demonic abyss. More horrifyingly, the demon king's army, the immortal realm's sworn enemy, had also awakened and was pouring out, signaling a destructive catastrophe. A man among the common folk cried out in panic, believing that anyone foolish enough to charge into the demonic abyss would surely perish before the demon king's army. The guards, however, bet on the stranger's supreme dodging skills, hoping he could buy time until Immortal Realm reinforcements arrived. But through the monitoring screen, Changxi was stunned when she realized who was single-handedly fighting in the demonic abyss. It was Chen Chongan, wielding a fiery sword strike, sweeping away all the petty demons as if they were nothing, completely dominating the situation. He crushed iron chains with his bare hands, facing ancient demon lord Tushi, who was growling in the darkness. Without further ado, Chen Chongan grabbed a giant rock with the iron chains and slammed it directly into the boss's face. The king, witnessing this scene, laughed heartily, hailing Chen Chongan as an immortal descended to save all beings. The common folk also sighed in relief, their eyes wide and mouths agape at the domineering power of the strange young man. The man who had just been disparaging now did a 180-degree turn, praising Chen Chongan as an immortal who was both handsome and powerful, ready to be the goddess's dog if blessed in such a way. Changxi still couldn't believe her eyes, staring at the sight of a single person holding back an entire demon army. Chen Chongan's sharp gaze flashed amidst the chaotic battle. In a hazy vision, Chen Chongan was bathing with Changxi, narcissistically declaring, "Not to boast, but no one in this entire world can compare to me, Chen Chongan." Leaving her utterly dumbfounded. Back in reality, He unleashed a move that swept away the remaining cronies, and the system panel displayed a notification of receiving 50 million domain points. After clearing out the small fry, Chen Chongan dusted his hands, his cold gaze fixed on the ancient demon lord. Only you are left. The ancient demon lord roared, believing the brat was arrogant for having a bit of power, and declared it would take his sacrificial banner before leaving. It tensed its body. Dark purple demonic energy violently erupted, its body beginning to transform amidst roars. The ancient demon lord boasted loudly. With my full power, even the lord of the immortal realm wouldn't dare stand before me like this. Those who block my path shall die. Immediately, Chen Chongan's system blared a loud warning, detecting the aura of a powerhouse beyond the domain lord level. Host, please pay attention. A dazzling purple light shot up from the ancient demon lord's position, signaling an extremely terrifying transformation. Chen Chongan merely curled his lips into a sneer, showing amusement. Oh, it looks quite impressive after transforming, doesn't it? While the system was still warning about an entirely new realm of power, ancient demon lord Tushi stomped his foot on the ground, completing his final transformation. The system confirmed the opponent's cultivation realm had reached a completely new level, domain god, while the ancient demon lord stood there with green flames blazing around his head. With his new, incredibly cool appearance, the ancient demon lord lectured. You are very strong, but still too green if you want to step forward for that girl. Crash! With just one punch, the ground cracked open, and space seemed to tear apart. Chen Chongan was sent flying like a puppet by the terrifying power, completely unable to resist. The punch was too fast and too powerful, sending Chen Chongan flying a great distance. He could only let out a single cry. The system blared a red alert. Opponent's realm far surpasses the current clone, while Chen Chongan thought bitterly. Are you kidding me? Just a wave of his hand was enough to tear space apart. Even while being beaten, Chen Chongan still smirked and asked the system about creating a new clone right there, proving he still had a trump card. The ancient demon lord advanced, growling. What are you muttering about, kid? Don't cower before I even use my full strength. I will slowly torture you to death. A colossal wave of green energy was unleashed by the ancient demon lord, looking like a finishing blow. At the same time, outside, the king and goddess Changxi's group were watching through an energy screen, all of them gaping in astonishment. The red-haired king cried out in panic. Wasn't the demon's power weakened by the seal? What in the world is that form? Goddess Changxi also turned pale, realizing that was the ancient demon lord's peak power. Changxi explained that this demon was born from worldly desires, immortal and indestructible. Even gods could only seal it, and the seal should have eroded all of its demonic energy by now. She was stunned, speechless, her eyes wide with horror as she realized the truth. Changxi cried out, realizing the monster's scheme. He used his own demonic energy to nourish the demon army, creating the illusion that he was weakened. The red-haired king broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, "The demon lord has recovered to his former level. That immortal is in grave danger this time." Back on the battlefield, Chen Chongan faced overwhelming power. The system continuously warned that this clone was not strong enough. The ancient demon lord laughed gleefully, seeing Chen Chongan as a tough fish, but nothing more. The appetizer is over. The ancient demon lord roared and charged, preparing to unleash his first serious attack. Chen Chongan's blonde clone was cornered, sensing an ominous premonition and asking the system, "System, are you going to make me merge with it?" Ancient demon lord Tushi took the full brunt of the attack but sneered, boasting loudly, "Useless. My body is pure demonic energy. No immortal technique can kill me." He continued to roar with arrogance. "Tremble in fear. All emotions will transform into power for me. I can already feel the fear of the outside world craving me." The ancient demon lord stretched his colossal body, completely overwhelming the tiny blonde clone hovering in midair. The red-haired king was in utter panic, shouting, "The immortals can no longer suppress the demon lord. Now that there's no demonic energy to hinder him, how can we seal him again?" Changxi was stunned, speechless, unable to utter a word in the face of the desperate situation. But then she looked into the divine mirror, saw Chen Chongan's main body still there, and resolved. Chen Chongan is still holding on. How can I abandon him? Meanwhile, Chen Chongan's main body was trapped in a space filled with dense purple demonic energy, in a perilous situation. But the protagonist remained calm, his cold eyes ordering the system. Switch clones. The system confirmed it was creating a new clone. A terrifying explosion of purple energy shattered the area, showing that the demon lord's power had been completely unleashed. The mustached official urged Changxi, "Goddess, do you wish to see the demon lord escape?" She still hesitated. Hiding in the shadows, Han Shi assessed that the Demon Lord was stronger than expected and needed to report this immediately. She also calculated that Chang Shi was preoccupied, making this a good opportunity to conveniently abduct Chen Chongan. Suddenly, Han Shi sensed another powerful aura. She was startled. Damn it! 3 mighty divine generals descended. A monk with a divine eye declared, "This place is temporarily under my command." The immortals under Chang Shi rejoiced wildly, shouting, "Reinforcements from the immortal realm. The heavenly monarchs have finally arrived. Please eradicate the demon lord." The bald heavenly monarch commanded, "All soldiers, follow me to suppress the demon. Form the formation." Chang Shi hurriedly flew over to intervene. "Please wait. Someone is still fighting inside." But another old man brushed her off. Who in the immortal realm could possibly fight the demon lord alone? That old man coldly uttered a chilling remark. Compared to tens of thousands of people in the immortal realm, what is one life sacrificed? Making Chang Shi turn pale with shock. The bald heavenly monarch glared and yelled at Chang Shi, "Step back. Every second is precious. You have been negligent, and now you dare to obstruct us?" Chang Shi turned pale, but the bald heavenly monarch waved her off, scolding her for acting childishly as a goddess, then ordered, "Continue forming the formation." Inside, the ancient demon lord was punching the blonde clone away, roaring, "This brat is wasting too much of my time. Are you trying to stall for those immortals to reinforce the seal? It's useless." The demon lord laughed gleefully, enjoying an immortal scream. "It's been a long time since I heard such a melodious cry." The blonde clone was officially eliminated, but the system immediately announced, "Creating new clone." A colossal wave of purple energy descended from the sky, carrying terrifying pressure. Before the ancient demon lord could regain his composure, a purple sword strike grazed his face, blocking his attack. A brand new white-haired clone appeared, stopping the ancient demon lord, and coldly asking, "Have I permitted you to leave?" Leaving the demon stunned. The ancient demon lord shrieked in panic. "Are you insane? The formation is almost complete. You won't be able to escape. If I am completely sealed, that girl will also be useless." The white-haired clone growled, his eyes flashing with deadly light. "Don't use your limited perspective to judge me, you bastard." Outside, the sealing formation was complete. The immortals sighed in relief, declaring that the demon lord was now completely sealed, and no one could break it. A bearded cultivator flattered, "This sealing was truly smooth, thanks to all the immortals working together." But a more muscular one immediately corrected him. "No, it's all thanks to the heavenly monarch's suppression." Amidst the celebrating crowd, only Chang Shi was worried, with only Chen Chongan's name left in her mind. Hiding behind a rock, Han Shi also broke out in a cold sweat. "This is bad. If the demon lord is truly sealed, the second legion that invades will have to directly face the immortal realm's army." With the task done, the blonde heavenly monarch turned to deal with the spy, grabbing Han Shi and declaring, "It's time for judgment." The blonde heavenly monarch dragged Han Shi out into broad daylight, questioning her. "A sewer rat has infiltrated our territory. How should she be punished?" Making her realize she was doomed. Chang Shi was stunned. Why is she here at this moment? The immortal realm will not spare her. The bald heavenly monarch turned to question Chang Shi. "Chang Shi, the divine realm entrusted you with a divine artifact and the duty of guarding the seal," he growled. "But now the seal is broken, and beside you is a heavenly demon. You recognize it, don't you? For colluding with demons, how should you be dealt with?" Chang Shi stammered in denial, but before she could finish her sentence, the bald heavenly monarch unleashed a palm strike, sending her flying. The other heavenly monarchs had not yet reacted when suddenly, the seal beneath their feet erupted with a fierce crimson energy. The blazing red seal cracked open before the astonished heavenly monarchs, one of them yelling, "The formation cannot be wrong. What in the world is happening?" A contemptuous voice echoed from within the demonic energy, a sneer on its lips, a bunch of moths flying into a flame. Chen Chongan's white-haired clone manifested in its heavenly demon form, purple demonic energy surging, taunting the two heavenly monarchs. Still trying to judge others? Han Shi and Chang Shi gaped. This domineering aura was too familiar. Could it be the demon lord? Stepping on the bones of the former demon lord, the white-haired clone growled, declaring bluntly, "You immortals, I've been sick of you for a long time." A pink-haired immortal shrieked as the white-haired clone transformed into a heavenly demon form even more terrifying than the demon lord, while the clone merely roared at the system. "System, I want to eat fish." The golden-haired heavenly monarch's face turned ashen, sweat pouring down like rain as he felt the terrifying pressure. All of his attendants were crushed to the ground by the demonic energy, unable to lift their heads. The white-haired clone, in its complete heavenly demon form, stood towering, black and purple demonic energy erupting, signaling a massacre. The red-haired heavenly monarch gritted his teeth, enduring, unable to believe this power. Where did this mad demonic energy come from? Who is this guy? There was no time for hesitation. The golden-haired heavenly monarch roared an order. Everyone, risk your lives to stop it. If it escapes, disaster will strike. No sooner had he finished speaking than the golden-haired heavenly monarch took a devastating punch to the jaw, his face distorting. Whoosh! The white-haired clone swept past like a whirlwind, sending the previously arrogant heavenly monarchs flying like mere small fry. Purple demonic energy exploded into countless sharp blades, sweeping away everything in its path. The red-haired heavenly monarch was utterly terrified, as a part of his body began to disintegrate into pieces. Just one strike blew everything away. A group of immortal reinforcements rushed forward, their gray-haired leader shouting confidently, "The formation must have drained its strength. We still have a chance to win. Long live justice." The white-haired clone floated in midair, creating a massive vortex of demonic energy, disdainfully looking down on the approaching minions. The immortals looked up, their faces pale, their voices trembling as they realized the disparity in strength. Kill. Kill him? The demonic energy erupted violently, devouring everyone, and the system panel continuously flashed notifications, awarding points for wiping out a group of immortal emperors and immortal venerables. Changxi and Hanxi froze, their eyes wide and mouths agape, unable to believe the massacre that had just unfolded before them. After the slaughter, the white-haired clone hovered in midair in its heavenly demon form, radiating an absolutely overwhelming aura. Suddenly, a golden-armored man named Feng Qingyang charged forward, yelling, "I've caught the bug, die!" Before his boast could even settle, Feng Qingyang was seized by the face by the clone, utterly helpless. "Damn it, I'm controlled." Two bald men watching from afar cried out in panic. "It's Feng Qingyang. That kid has fallen into the demon's hands. There's no saving him now." Feng Qingyang immediately switched to crying mode, whimpering for his life. "I was wrong. Great hero, spare me. Do you understand Chinese?" The clone chuckled with amusement at the comedic display, while Feng Qingyang muttered, "Is this master, or some big-breasted milk dog version? And his name seems to be Feng Qingyang, right?" After toying with them, the clone tossed the entire group of Feng Qingyang's companions away like trash, coldly warning, "Scram, the next time we meet will be your death anniversary." Having dealt with the small fry, the clone turned back, its gaze sharp. "The appetizer is done. Time for the main course, Chen Chongan? Artifact spirit, come out." A stream of emerald light enveloped the space, and time seemed to halt. The artifact spirit manifested, a beautiful female spirit body, calling out, "Young man." The clone sneered, "You gave me too little information, but in one day I've found the cause and the greatest threat of this war. I've dealt with the demon lord and saved the goddess, haven't I?" The clone's eyes flashed with annoyance, as the artifact spirit declared bluntly, "Young man, the future has not changed at all." The artifact spirit continued to explain vaguely, "It's truly regrettable. I still sense something even more terrifying is about to happen." In the artifact spirit's memory, the image of her master being torn apart by a group of monsters appeared, making her shriek in horror. The clone pressed her, asking if she remembered anything, to which the artifact spirit sadly replied, "I only remember trying to save her from different hands in the past. But in the end, she still died the same way. I couldn't stop it." The clone's irritation was clear. "You asked for my help without explaining clearly. Yet luckily I figured out who was on which side myself. Are you playing detective with me? Do you think I'm a child?" The artifact spirit apologized remorsefully. "I'm sorry, I truly can't remember my master. She bore too much. She didn't deserve such a cruel fate." The artifact spirit pleaded earnestly. "There are still 2 days left. Please prevent the predetermined fate." The clone was speechless, muttering to himself, "Stop what? What am I supposed to stop in the next 2 days? I'm as clueless about the future of this matter as anyone else." He sighed, realizing the problem was more complex than he'd imagined. "Initially, I thought I just needed to save the key people and stop the war. Now it seems I thought too simply." The golden-armored Feng Qingyang looked at the remaining remnants of the army, boasting loudly, "How about we finish off all these guys?" The white-haired clone muttered to the artifact spirit, considering the butterfly effect if he interfered too deeply, worried that if his future wife were to perish, it would be disastrous. He realized that the demon lord was merely a pawn, and for a goddess to be involved in such a grand conspiracy was unimaginable in itself. "Done." The clone hoisted the artifact spirit onto his shoulder and flew straight away, leaving Han Si gaping. Huh? Oh, the illusionary space began to crack like a shattered mirror before Han Si. The immortal small fry stood watching the clone and the artifact spirit depart through the teleportation gate, one of them taunting. Why don't you go stop him? The white-haired clone's eyes were sharp, issuing a harsh warning before leaving. Anyone who dares to pursue will be killed without mercy. The 3 cultivators who remained were trembling with fear, crying out, He's gone! What do we do now? We can only pray to the gods. The golden-haired Ji Ming Heavenly Monarch was furious that Changxi didn't resist but instead followed the demon, while the Ling Yao Heavenly Monarch merely asked coldly, Now what? The Ji Ming Heavenly Monarch ordered, Report immediately to the Divine Realm. The goddess has rebelled, just as expected. She was just an unfamiliar puppet anyway. The Ling Yao Heavenly Monarch assigned a mission to Feng Qingyang's group. Form a squad with Feng Qingyang as the main force. Follow the demon's tracks and see what tricks he's up to. The Ling Yao Heavenly Monarch threw them a tracking talisman. Report back if you find any traces. This talisman can monitor for the duration of an incense stick. Make good use of it. Feng Qingyang growled at his subordinates. Listen, we're already exhausted by this matter. His eyes flashed with killing intent. I'm not asking for your opinions. I suspect that Heavenly Demon is a new form of the Demon Lord. We must find him. He ordered decisively. Consider it for the sake of the immortal realm. If you don't find any clues, don't even think about showing your faces back here. Feng Qingyang and his companions could only grit their teeth and obey, transforming into streaks of light and flying off to carry out their mission. Along the way, the golden-haired general discussed with Feng Qingyang about the female heavenly demon sent as a hostage, who was said to be Changxi's junior sister, and could directly enter the demon realm. In a desolate land, the white-haired clone landed with the 2 girls, muttering, We're temporarily safe now. He glanced at the still unconscious artifact spirit and Han Shi, sneering. However, in their current state, it might be a long time before they recover. Both the artifact spirit and Han Shi's eyes were wide, their mouths agape, looking as if they had just witnessed something that shattered their worldview, utterly shocked. Heavenly Demon Clone ordered the system. Time to go home, meaning to return to the original timeline to find answers, as this was merely a clone after all. In the main timeline, Chen Chongan's eyes snapped open, signaling that his true body was back online. Ling Bao'er and Bai Yue rushed to embrace Chen Chongan, overjoyed as they thought he had perished after his sudden disappearance. Chen Chongan smirked upon learning his master had returned, thinking to himself that he could finally check the historical plot. In a ruined corner of the 9 provinces, the remnants of the Black Tortoise Immortal Realm gathered, resentful of living like sewer rats. They were filled with fervor, vowing not to let Chen Chongan oppress them any longer, determined to reclaim their dignity and their path back to the Immortal Realm. The golden-armored leader, his face full of schemes, declared that to return, they must seize the 9 provinces cauldron, and he already had a plan. The plan was laid out. The target was Jiang Xuanchu. As long as they kidnapped her, they could use her as a hostage to take Chen Chongan's life. The leader asserted that Jiang Xuanchu was Chen Chongan's fatal weakness, and he would use her to reclaim the 9 provinces cauldron. Furthermore, he frantically ordered the release of a monster buried for millions of years, determined to burn the 9 provinces before escaping. A subordinate reported that the entire Jiang family was guarding Jiang Xuanchu like a treasure, rendering all their attempts to approach her futile. The leader outlined 2 golden opportunities. The Jiang family was currently in Cloud Province, and most importantly, Chen Chongan was not there. He confidently revealed his trump card. His soul-snatching art possessed absolute stealth, never having failed before. The 3-step plan was finalized. Instigate other families to provoke the Jiang family, creating a diversion to focus on the sole target, Chen Chongan. The leader issued an ultimatum to the infiltration team. Act within 30 seconds, then flee immediately. Or if Chen Chongan discovers us, we're all dead. The countdown began. A dazzling golden energy stream shot down, the soul-snatching art targeting Jiang Xuanchu, who was meditating. The golden energy enveloped Jiang Xuanchu. She kept her eyes closed, but a mysterious smile subtly curved her lips. The infiltration team charged into the Jiang family guards, creating a chaotic battle to mask their main operation. The female attendant and other Jiang family members could only scream in terror as they realized the enemy had successfully acted right under their noses. The remnants of the Black Tortoise Immortal Realm rushed in to cause trouble, shouting at the defending cultivators. You traitors, have you forgotten how we dealt with you before? The Jiang family guards roared defiantly. Protect Xuanchu. If the Black Tortoise Immortal Realm wants the teleportation gate, they'll have to step over our corpses first. Kill them all. Amidst the chaotic scene, Jiang Xuanchu remained motionless, becoming the focal point of the infiltration. In the soul space, the Black Tortoise leader had found his target, a brightly glowing green energy orb within Jiang Xuanchu's body. Suddenly, the artifact spirit appeared from the void, thwarting the scheme and declaring, "I've got it." The Black Tortoise leader was stunned, his spiritual hand easily seized by the artifact spirit. The Jiang family head, Jiang Ningran, descended unexpectedly with overwhelming killing intent, causing the leader to exclaim in terror, "Jiang Ningran, why are you here?" Without a word, Jiang Ningran unleashed a devastating kick at the leader's soul, roaring, "Get lost!" Blasted away, the leader screamed resentfully, unable to believe that Jiang Ningran would submit to Chen Chongan to protect Jiang Xuanchu. He continued to mock the artifact spirit, believing she had debased herself by binding her soul to a mere mortal girl. The artifact spirit unleashed a powerful swirling energy, making the leader wonder, "Are you truly that afraid of him?" The leader sneered, thinking that the artifact spirit's true strength was far inferior to her original form, yet she would sacrifice 1,000 years of cultivation just to protect a remnant fragment of Jiang Xuanchu's soul. Jiang Ningran retorted disdainfully, "Foolish, my judgment of people is far better than yours. Only by following Xuanchu can the Jiang family survive." With that, Jiang Ningran's soul ignited, her entire body blazing with a warning. "So don't even think about touching her," making the leader's face turn pale. An earth-shattering soul explosion occurred, blowing away the leader's soul amidst his desperate screams. All the soul-snatching energy was forced back, entering Jiang Xuanchu's meditating body. In the real world, the golden-armored leader suffered a backlash, falling to the ground and cursing resentfully. A blonde female subordinate hastily supported Jiang Ningran, who was staggering and coughing up blood, calling out worriedly, "Master." Just then, a figure landed, signaling that the cleanup was about to begin. As Chen Chongan landed, the Jiang family members questioned him. "Do you truly intend to massacre our entire Jiang family?" Elder Chong roared resentfully, determined to clear out the small fries and capture Jiang Xuanchu alive, declaring that today the Jiang family would perish. A subordinate shouted an alarm upon seeing Demon King Tuoba Ye and his subordinates rush out to block Elder Chong's path. Demon King Tuoba Ye and Demon King Hong Yi led their subordinates, roaring, "Don't even think about approaching our matriarch." Immediately, a hellish crimson killing intent emanated from the enemy side, startling the Demon Kings. Where did these insects crawl out from? Tuoba Ye and Hong Yi broke out in cold sweat, realizing this was Immortal Emperor-level power, a realm they stood no chance against, secretly terrified. "So, our master always has to face monsters of this caliber?" Tuoba Ye desperately closed his eyes, bracing himself for death. "It's over, master. I shall serve you again in the next life." Waiting endlessly for the finishing blow, Tuoba Ye thought irritably, "Not done yet? Making me wait to die is exhausting." Elder Chong also froze, not understanding what in the world was happening. He roared furiously, believing that these subordinates were merely a bunch of ants that could be flicked away, yet they dared to block an immortal emperor like him. The Demon Kings looked at each other in bewilderment, not understanding why the situation had changed. Elder Chong grew even more enraged, shouting that he, a great immortal emperor, was being held back by a bunch of ants, which was utterly ridiculous. Boom! A figure slowly walked forward, their footfall shaking the very space. Chen Chongan officially revealed himself, causing Elder Chong to grit his teeth and utter his name. Cloud Province Lord Yun Changzong and his subordinates were utterly shocked, not understanding why Chen Chongan was here when there were still 10 seconds left. Chen Chongan merely flicked his finger, calmly stating, "Cloud Province is a bit noisy today." An invisible wave of power swept through, blasting away Elder Chong and all his subordinates. The system coldly announced, "Congratulations, host, for eliminating a third-level Immortal Venerable, receiving 50 million domain points." Elder Chong was crushed by terrifying pressure, his knees buckling to the ground, unable to resist. Chen Chongan, eyes blazing, advanced before the defeated foe, his aura like that of a deity. Elder Chong was drenched in sweat, feeling a terrifying pressure even more dreadful than the heavenly demon from millions of years ago. Bai Yue and Tuoba Ye gaped in astonishment, witnessing a renowned immortal emperor like Elder Chong being forced to kneel and beg for his life. Both were completely captivated by Chen Chongan's power, their eyes shining like fervent fans, secretly wishing to reach that level one day. Chen Chongan grabbed Elder Chong's head, his voice icy. "You dare to be so insolent? Seems you're not afraid of death, are you? Give me a reason to postpone killing you." He hastily agreed to reveal all secrets, starting with the tale of the ancient great continent. After just 10 breaths, Chen Chongan clearly showed his impatience, making Elder Chong break out in a cold sweat. Seeing the situation was dire, he quickly played his trump card. Wait, there's more. My greatest secret is that I know the origin of the immortal realm and the demon realm. He revealed that he knew the identity of the newly appeared heavenly demoness, Han Si, who had led her army searching for someone for tens of millions of years. Chen Chongan smirked, ordering with interest. Continue. Elder Chong began to recall the story from tens of millions of years ago, when he and his subordinate Feng Qingyang discovered the whereabouts of Han Shi and a horned demon. But when they returned to check, the mysterious group had vanished without a trace. The desolate scene of the great continent from tens of millions of years ago reappeared in his memory. In the recollection, Elder Chong roared furiously at his subordinate. Qingyang, where is the heavenly demon? Feng Qingyang scratched his head in embarrassment, stammering that he didn't dare to approach, allowing that demoness to escape in an instant using a spatial technique. Elder Chong furiously grabbed Feng Qingyang by the collar, scolding him relentlessly for ruining the important task the ambassador had entrusted to them. Just then, a mysterious hooded figure appeared, coldly ordering, "Let it go." The hooded ambassador explained that if the heavenly demon was as powerful as rumored, rushing in would only lead to death. Knowing the location was enough. Back in the present, Elder Chong knelt prostrate on the ground, trembling as he admitted that just getting close to Chen Chongan had scared him so much he couldn't move. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down like rain, swearing that no matter what, he must find and seal this monster. He continued, saying that they were envoys of the divine, sent down to suppress the new archdemon, and even the goddess's master had been mobilized for this mission. In the recollection, Elder Chong's face was drained of all color, as he thought to himself that this mission had even alarmed that person. A scarred old woman led an army, analyzing the situation. This forest is full of high-level monsters. They fight each other all day to choose a king. Anyone below the immortal venerable level who dares to step in will become their food. Looking at the treacherous mountain path, she muttered that with the strength of those two brats, daring to enter here was truly seeking death. The scarred old woman and her hooded subordinates hovered in the air, firmly declaring that the archdemon they were hunting was the strongest, surpassing all heavenly demons. Even knowing it was a tiger's den and a lion's maw, she resolved to rush in and strangle this monster no matter what. 2 pairs of feet entered the forest, one belonging to a black-horned demon, and the other to a green-haired demoness wearing winged high heels. The 3 demons, Changxi, the black-horned demon, and the green-haired woman, stopped abruptly as a giant monster with a mouth full of sharp teeth suddenly appeared but seemed confused. Changxi was deeply shocked to see the ferocious monsters that were once so aggressive, now docile as puppies. Some bowed their heads, others fled, making her wonder what the hell was happening. The green-haired demoness explained that these monsters were born from desires and evil thoughts, and their rules were simple. Worship the strongest, who was originally the demon king. The black-horned demon carried the green-haired woman on his back, and she casually said, "Now it's our turn to be carried." Changxi's eyes were wide with surprise, looking as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. The black-horned demon, while carrying the green-haired woman, reached out to pick up Changxi, making her scream, "Let go! What the hell are you doing?" Ignored, Changxi shrunk in size, angrily biting a monster's leg and yelling, "You guys loved chasing me, didn't you? If you're so good, come bite me. Do you think I'm easy to bully?" The black-horned demon sat down on the ground, carrying tiny Changxi on his shoulder and hugging the unconscious green-haired woman, when a giant claw descended, terrifying all 3 of them. Killing intent erupted, and the black-horned demon growled, his eyes darkening, "I'll kill all of you," while Changxi on his shoulder also turned pale with fear. Hearing the threat, the large monsters were scared out of their wits, tucking their tails and fleeing for their lives, leaving Changxi to sigh in relief. Night fell, and the exhausted black-horned demon carried the green-haired woman along the stream bank to find a place to rest. A low-level mushroom shaped like a pair of buttocks was introduced. The fart mushroom, which reproduces quickly, smells bad, and makes a sound when stepped on. Changxi carefully planted several fart mushrooms around their resting spot, deciding to use them as an alarm system. "I'll plant these here. In troubled times, one must be vigilant." Hanshi taunted the artifact spirit. "What now? The heavenly demon clan hates you to the bone, and the immortal clan is hunting you down. If you're going to be such a pathetic goddess, you might as well become a minor heavenly demon like me." The black-horned demon wondered why they had to carry this burden, but the artifact spirit dismissed him. "Fool. With it here, the immortal clan will be wary and won't dare to act rashly. giving us time to breathe. Han Shi snapped. I don't want to know who he is, just a perverted stalker. While the artifact spirit showed interest, the artifact spirit revealed that it had checked his background and discovered a shocking secret. He was very special. In a vision, Chen Chongan's clone erupted with demonic power, and the artifact spirit affirmed, if the energy in this body were unleashed, it would be enough to destroy the entire world. The artifact spirit concluded with glowing eyes. I'm certain no one in the current immortal realm is his match. There's still too much we don't know about this guy. Han Shi turned pale with fear. So when he wakes up, will he stab all of us? The artifact spirit sneered. Probably just you. Han Shi flew into a rage. Why only me? Is that how you treat him? That's not suitable for children, you know? Han Shi continued to expose her. You even told me to approach him to steal his divine artifact. You cruel thing. The artifact spirit feigned distress, making Han Shi yell, Stop acting. You knew everything and deliberately played us. The artifact spirit smiled meaningfully, calling Han Shi elder sister, and taunting. It's been a long time since we talked. You're always busy running around, clearly nothing serious. Yet you pretend to be busy. Han Shi puffed her cheeks and argued, I really am busy. Those old men in the clan keep clinging to me. Stop talking. But had her cheek pinched painfully by the artifact spirit. The artifact spirit narrowed her eyes, and her smile vanished. The artifact spirit's expression turned cold as she ordered, You don't need to get involved in what happens next. Han Shi explained to the black-horned demon, Chen Chongan is a special case. He has no immortal or demonic aura. He's powerful enough to kill us all, yet he saved us. I even discovered he can talk to my divine artifact. Han Shi's jaw dropped in astonishment, while the artifact spirit made a chilling statement. Perhaps he came from the future. The artifact spirit revealed a shocking secret. The demon lord cannot be destroyed, only sealed. But he is truly dead, and only an archdemon can kill an archdemon. In the recollection, the artifact spirit and Han Shi as children stood before a powerful dark figure, and the artifact spirit recalled, Master accepted me as a disciple to be an example of peace. If she knew the truth about Chen Chongan, she would definitely report it to the divine realm. The artifact spirit grabbed Han Shi's hand, ordering decisively, Before they catch up, take him to the demon realm and await my news. Han Shi hesitated. But, elder sister, the artifact spirit asserted, as long as Chen Chongan is in the demon realm, the immortal clan won't dare to start a war. I will go back and explain to Master. She will definitely help us. Han Shi thought to herself, with a complicated gaze, is protecting these common folk really that important? Suddenly, the scarred old woman and her subordinates detected a streak of green light shooting through the forest, immediately becoming vigilant. There's movement over there. The artifact spirit turned back to instruct Han Shi, who was about to step into the teleportation gate. When it's safe, remember to let me know. Han Shi replied simply, Okay. Han Shi vanished into the spatial vortex, leaving only the artifact spirit standing alone in the forest, ready to face the enemy. The artifact spirit sensed danger, looking up to see a swarm of purple demonic scouts hovering high above. She muttered, They found me. The golden-armored Feng Qingyang yelled, pointing towards the artifact spirit. It's running again. The artifact spirit ignored them, concentrating green energy in its hands, preparing to unleash a technique as the spatial gate behind it slowly closed. The scarred matriarch and Feng Qingyang accelerated to maximum speed, shooting like arrows towards the artifact spirit, determined not to let their prey escape. The artifact spirit unleashed a gigantic green formation, its explosive energy enveloping the entire area, and shouted loudly, Time stasis. The scene suddenly changed. The artifact spirit stood amidst a fantastical space, clasping its hands in supplication. Envoy of the gods, Changxi, goddess of spring. Please stop. Let me meet my master. Suddenly, the surrounding space shattered like glass, and the artifact spirit was deeply shocked to see its spell easily broken. A horned goddess with blue hair appeared, her cold gaze fixed on Changxi, who was floating behind her, her voice filled with disappointment. Changxi, you have disappointed me greatly, master. The horned goddess and her two maids stood opposite the artifact spirit. A terrifying pressure enveloped them, and the surrounding space shattered into crystal fragments. The artifact spirit frantically explained, I entrusted the divine artifact to her to guard the demon lord, but the seal was broken prematurely, allowing the heavenly demons to run rampant. I do not regret accompanying the demon. The horned goddess growled, ordering her two maids, Take it back to the sealed place. I will handle it myself. The artifact spirit prostrated itself, hastily pleading, Your disciple is willing to accept punishment, But the demon lord breaking the seal had another reason. Please, master, give me a chance to explain. The horned goddess ignored the plea, her tone brooking no argument. Whatever it is, we'll discuss it later. I have my own judgment. The horned goddess and her two maids flew up, carrying the unconscious Chang Shi, ordering the scarred matriarch's group below. I will take Chang Shi. You all continue to hunt down the newly born demon lord. You must seal him before the demon race finds him. After the deities departed, the scarred matriarch turned and ordered her subordinates. This forest is still thick with demonic energy. Everyone spread out and confirmed the demon's location first. The scarred matriarch's subordinates immediately dispersed as ordered, beginning their search in the dense forest. Two men in golden armor were patrolling. One of them showed concern. Do you think we can successfully seal that guy? The other immediately reassured him. Don't worry. He confidently explained that there were plenty of domain lord-level special envoys here. If they couldn't handle it, then they'd just have to wait for the divine realm to intervene. Suddenly, a gigantic blue spatial vortex appeared in the sky, emitting chaotic energy. Han Shi was carrying her injured comrade when she was sucked upwards into the vortex, her face pale, not understanding what was happening. The entire group was sucked into the vortex, screaming in terror mid-air. What the hell is this? An unlucky forest monster was struck by energy from the vortex, and instantly impaled and shredded. The scarred matriarch immediately sensed the anomaly, her sharp gaze locked onto the source of the disturbance. She and her hooded subordinates darted through the forest, shouting loudly. Over there! Han Shi was trying to wake the horned demon male. My back is about to break. How long is this guy going to sleep? He appeared to be completely unconscious. Carrying such a large man, Han Shi realized she couldn't run fast enough to escape the encirclement. Having to evade pursuit and navigate the chaotic space, Han Shi knew that if this continued, they would all be annihilated. Hanzi had a bold idea, a cunning glint in her eyes. Perhaps, she turned and pushed the horned demon male and the lizard creature towards the enemy, deciding to use them as bait. Han Shi nonchalantly declared, Sorry, their target is a passerby. I don't want to suffer, so we'll have to leave you behind. She opened a teleportation gate, waved goodbye sarcastically, and then fled directly. The scarred matriarch's hooded subordinates rushed forward like a whirlwind, ready for battle. They stopped when they saw the lizard creature sitting bewildered in the clearing, clearly abandoned. The scarred matriarch gestured, her eyes full of calculation as she looked at the prey just betrayed by its comrade. The pursuers cheered when they discovered the horned demon male sitting motionless. Found him. He's over there. A hooded soldier was astonished to see the lizard creature beside him. There's a monster too? He not only suppressed it but also turned it into a servant? The scarred matriarch frowned, assessing the situation. Seeing that the prey didn't seem injured, she hesitated. He doesn't look injured. What now? Attack immediately or wait for more people? Suddenly, the scarred matriarch's eyes narrowed as she sensed an unusual aura. A terrifying demon-faced demonic energy erupted behind the horned demon male. The horrifying pressure made him break out in a cold sweat. This aura is too terrifying. The scarred matriarch was so scared her face lost all color, muttering in panic. He knows we're here. Are you pretending not to see us? No. She hastily ordered a tactical retreat. Don't get close. Charging in with our current strength will only lead to death. We've confirmed the heavenly demon's location. Regroup first. The purple spike traps automatically retracted into the ground. It seemed the enemy had actively dismantled the formation. The lizard creature suddenly blushed, its eyes turning into heart shapes, when it saw Hansi unexpectedly return and sit beside it. The lizard was still dazed in its infatuation, not yet understanding what was happening. Hansi appeared within a green energy sphere, her face annoyed as the lizard creature shouted, Why did you come back? Carrying the unconscious horned demon male, Hansi awkwardly explained, I really didn't mean to abandon you, understand? It was already hard enough bringing you this far. Just then, reinforcements led by Feng Qingyang arrived, and a soldier declared, This is the safest place, with the fewest monsters. The scarred matriarch analyzed the situation with a thoughtful expression. Now there's a new discovery. The demon can not only suppress but also control monsters. Moreover, he might be setting a trap for us. Feng Qingyang's subordinates, including the hooded figures, all showed concern about the complicated situation. Han Si was still carrying her comrade, enveloped by a blue protective energy. After placing the demon male on a rock outcrop, Han Si declared, This place is secluded enough. No one will find you here. She muttered to herself, her eyes firm. My sister said you are very important, but I don't have enough strength to take you now. I cannot let those perverse envoys capture and brutally torture me. Feng Qingyang impatiently questioned the scarred matriarch. Esteemed envoy, we can't just wait here. What if the demon escapes again this time? And what you saw might be wrong. But she brushed him off. Youngster, you are too naive. You don't understand the true nature of the demon. The scarred matriarch growled, warning the new recruits about the demon's cunning. They are cunning and malicious. Given a chance, they will tear you apart like venomous snakes. The golden-armored Feng Qingyang and his companions broke into a sweat, realizing they had all fallen into the demon's trap from the very beginning. She still tried to appear tough, intending to stall for time until reinforcements arrived to gang up on him, but unaware that the boss was already looming behind her. A despicable wretch. Once the 3 envoys from the second group arrive, we will kill him together. No sooner had she finished speaking than the entire group froze when they discovered a figure sitting casually on a distant cliff. The scarred matriarch was utterly shocked, her eyes wide with terror, sweat pouring down her like rain. The heavenly demon clone sat there, its aura overwhelming. The scarred matriarch's thoughts raced. When did he get here? Our plan is completely exposed. The scarred matriarch frantically screamed a single word: run. The golden-armored man also turned pale with fear, realizing the demon was everywhere, screaming in terror. Why is he everywhere? We're surrounded. The entire group fled headlong in a panic, being toyed with by the demon like a bunch of monkeys in a circus. Suddenly, a monster lunged out from the shadows, and one of Feng Qingyang's companions screamed, "Something's coming." A hooded figure from the old woman's group unleashed 2 lightning orbs, confidently declaring, "It's an ambush. The demon lord intends to use these beasts to wear us down first." The hooded figure charged directly at the monster, roaring, "Roar! I won't let you succeed." From afar, Han Si watched the entire spectacle, unable to believe her ears. She covered her face, speechless at the stupidity of these high-ranking envoys. "I can't believe these envoys are so pathetic in front of Chen Chongan. They actually think his lulling tactic was their own idea?" Han Shi turned to look at the unconscious horned demon, deciding to try a plan. She placed her hand on her comrade's back, and a blue energy formation began to materialize. "I don't know if it will work, but it's worth a try." Suddenly, a colossal blue energy surge erupted from the demon, sucking everything around it dry. The energy was so powerful it pulled the demon backward, leaving Han Shi stunned. The blue energy converged into a gigantic sword, reflected in the horned demon's open eyes. The horned demon woke up, laughing gleefully. It worked. With that, he shot straight into the dense forest like an arrow, acting as a decoy. Meanwhile, the hooded cultivators were panicking, having lost 2 envoys, but still prioritized their own lives. The scarred matriarch flinched upon seeing the shadow of the heavenly demon clone, immediately followed by the horned demon appearing with a sinister grin. Her subordinates urged the old woman to act, but she knew full well she was being toyed with like a mouse. "Fools. There's only one path to death. Run with all your might." The scarred matriarch gnashed her teeth in bitterness, realizing the fatal mistake of splitting their forces. Now they were completely surrounded. From behind a tree, the heavenly demon clone coldly observed the small fry scrambling for their lives. The scarred matriarch and her subordinates fled desperately, their faces drained of color. Seeing the exit from the forest, the old woman rejoiced as if she had found gold. "We're out! We finally escaped." The heavenly demon clone merely watched silently with a cold expression, clearly letting them go on purpose. It turned out this was all a play. The heavenly demon clone and Han Xi stood laughing heartily, mocking the foolish trash. Han Xi caressed the clone's muscles, smug that she had borrowed this premium body to scare off enemies and save herself. However, controlling this new body seemed a bit difficult, causing her to move clumsily. Suddenly, another group of hooded cultivators descended from the sky, roaring, "Demon, we've found you. Prepare to die." Han Shi gasped in alarm, realizing she had completely forgotten about another squad of envoys. The bald leader of the second group yelled, ordering his comrades to attack and steal the scarred matriarch's credit. 3 cultivators combined their strength, unleashing a colossal pink energy surge that annihilated everything in its path. Han Shi, in the clone's body, turned pale before the terrifying attack. The energy carved a deep trench through the forest, its power beyond imagination. A hooded cultivator broke out in a cold sweat, muttering that a single strike had wiped out 2 domain master-level old men. He trembled, looking at the heavenly demon clone, believing that this monster would require an envoy-level expert to deal with. Another decided to go all out, shouting that he would sacrifice himself to scout the opponent's true strength. He transformed into a hideous lizard monster, roaring, ready to tear a layer of skin off the clone. The clone casually taunted, "Hey, your shoelace is untied," making the monster look down in confusion. Seizing the opportunity, the clone lunged forward, smashing the monster into a pulpy mess with a single punch. Done with the task, the clone dusted its hands, looking dissatisfied as it hadn't gotten enough punches in. The scene shifted to a secluded mountain region, with clear skies and scattered clouds. A simple wooden house nestled in a mountain crevice. Inside, coughing sounds emanated, as if someone was severely injured. Han Shi was kneeling, coughing up blood, a side effect of overexerting herself while controlling the clone, which sat in meditation right behind her. She staggered, complaining about the excessively severe side effects. Losing her balance, Han Shi fell backward. She fell directly into the lap of the meditating clone, creating a rather awkward scene. Night fell, and Hanzi woke up in bed, finding herself lying next to the clone. She was dazed, clutching her head and wondering what had happened. Han Shi looked at the clone's bare body lying beside her, her face flushing crimson. It seemed she had stripped both of them naked while unconscious. The final scene focused on her dangling tail, leaving a big question mark. Han Si woke up, her face flushed with shame, unable to believe what she had just done. She panicked, realizing she had slept with a clone, telling herself it must be due to being suppressed for too long, losing control while he was unconscious. Han Shi was speechless, unsure how to handle this awkward situation. She reassured herself, thinking that dual cultivation with him would help her recover and break through, so doing it again wouldn't be too much. That night, in the wooden house, two figures intertwined again, while a few vultures on the cliff merely watched on. The scene shifts to the Suiming Kingdom, where news of goddess Changxi's return, escorted by envoys, was spreading everywhere. Suiming King and a blonde-haired subordinate were discussing, believing Changxi must have indulged in debauchery, weakening her divine power, which led to the demon lord's emergence, and thus she needed to be punished. Another stated that the handling of the matter would be decided by the divine envoy Ling Yao Monarch, a notoriously cruel individual who had never failed in an execution. A bald divine envoy with a third eye appeared, his face as cold as ice, emphasizing that the demon lord's escape was the most crucial matter at hand. The divine envoy ordered the mortal faction to prepare, gathering immortal families to meet the battle, as the demon race had been secretly preparing for a long time. Suiming King was furious, yelling at his subordinates, "You fools! I told you to seal the divine power. Who allowed you to break the formation?" He continued to curse, fearing that if they were hunted down, all of them would perish together. A fat, cunning official offered a plan. Just blame everything on the goddess for being infatuated with men, delaying the sealing, which led to the demon lord's birth. Their plan was to let the immortals and demons tear each other apart, while the mortal faction would sit back and reap the benefits. The scene shifts again. A powerful blue-haired woman appeared, her face icy as she looked at Changxi and declared, "I understand." The blue-haired woman glared, her voice harsh. "You deserve punishment. Imprisonment in the Thunder Prison, with heavenly fire burning your bones for 100 years, is still too light." Changxi bowed her head, explaining that sealing the demon lord affected all three realms. And now, with the situation as it was, even she would find it hard to save them. Upon hearing this, the blue-haired woman grew even angrier, her eyes filled with murderous intent. She furiously grabbed Changxi, yelling, "You should have found your master sooner. It hurts." The blue-haired woman continued to pinch her cheek and scold. "Who knows where you've been wandering? I only see your face once every few hundred years, and you've already forgotten everything." Changxi tearfully defended her master, claiming that worldly men were mere trash, unworthy of her master. The blue-haired master, however, openly showed jealousy, suspecting her disciple had a lover outside. Changxi was speechless at her master's conjectures. Changxi joyfully greeted her master after many days apart, but the blue-haired master coldly replied, "Missing me is useless. Your master is not easy to deal with." The blue-haired master grabbed Changxi and shook her wildly, scolding her as a blockhead who didn't understand things. Night fell, and in a magnificent palace, the atmosphere grew tense. Both froze upon seeing the corpse of the ancient demon lord Tu Shi. The blue-haired master couldn't believe her eyes. "The demon lord has been killed? Who did it?" She explained that the demon lord was born from fear and malice, and even the gods couldn't completely destroy it. Yet now, it was gone. Changxi revealed that the one who acted was Han Shi's servant, Chen Chongan, who had now become the strongest heavenly demon, surpassing even the demon lord. Changxi tried to clarify, saying that she had interacted with Chen Chongan and found him not entirely evil. He even protected them. The blue-haired master made a profound statement. He does not belong to this space-time, yet he is doing things that are not his to do. If it is him, perhaps he can end the war between immortals and demons. She scolded Changxi for meddling when she couldn't even protect herself, but also admitted this was an opportunity for her to atone. The master ordered, Before the heavenly demons find Chen Chongan, you and Han Shi must bring him here. Your sins will be lessened. She concluded with a decisive gaze. Either he becomes one of us, or we will claim him forever. Meanwhile, Chen Chongan lay unconscious on the bed, while Han Shi licked her lips with satisfaction, instructing, "Don't wander off. I'm going out for something, and we'll be right back." Han Shi soared into the sky, heading towards a blue spatial portal. After dual cultivation, Han Shi felt her body lighten, her cultivation breaking straight through to the Demon King realm. Wondering if Chen Chongan's physique was perhaps a mobile cultivation furnace, she landed on a cliff, looking towards the encampment of the Horned Demon tribe. Han Shi remarked that the arena tonight was extremely lively. Below, the arena was seething with battles. All the demon emperors in the tribe participated, and it was rumored that even the 4 demon kings were present to welcome the demon lord's return. Clan Chief Ah Luke roared before the entire tribe. 2 pieces of good news. First, the demon lord has been reborn. Our tribe no longer needs to bow before those immortals. Our era has arrived. Clan Chief Ah Luke continued to boast. Here's the first good news. We've just captured an immortal, abandoned by his comrades, and we're about to feast on him. The captured immortal coughed up blood, glaring resentfully at the demon race who were clamoring to strip his ribs for soup. Clan Chief Ah Luke concluded with even hotter news. The winner of this grand assembly will earn the right to mate with my granddaughter, Han Shi, the demon race's #1 beauty. Han Shi stood on the cliff, her face changing color, unable to believe that old man dared to auction her off like merchandise. She plunged straight into the arena, pointing directly at the old clan chief's face and snarling, "Uncle, how dare you do this to me?" Clan Chief Ah Luke shamelessly retorted, pulling out her father's will as a shield, and even blamed her for ruining the plan to seize the divine artifact. He sneered disgustingly. "Luckily, you still have some beauty, so you weren't executed. This old uncle has already come up with a brilliant plan that benefits both sides, hasn't he?" The demon race below chimed in, believing that for Han Shi to bear a few warriors with special bloodlines would also be a contribution to the tribe. Han Shi was furious, yelling, "Contribute to his mother. Why don't you drag out your old mistress for them to use?" Clan Chief Ah Luke was equally unyielding, glaring back and scolding his stubborn granddaughter. In the stands, the 4 demon kings of the demon race sat watching the spectacle. A red-coat demon king commented with crossed arms, "The girl's opinion doesn't matter. Just do as you wish." Another demon king with a flaming green head also chimed in. "Before going to battle, we must have a grand celebration. Let's begin." Han Shi gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with hatred. "I will not accept this fate. I will definitely stop you all." The entire arena erupted in savage laughter. The demon race regarded her declaration as a joke. The demon horde below continued to mock, one even casually kicking the unfortunate immortal. What can a mere demon king do? She's only good for entertaining men. The flaming head demon king continued to taunt. The poor girl is starting to lose control. Does she think she's an animal? Han Shi turned her back and walked away, disdaining to argue with the trash. The crowd still wouldn't let up, believing she was just putting on a brave face to save embarrassment, and they were more eager for the interaction after the match. Clan Chief Ah Luke raised his scepter high, letting out a piercing roar. "Let the games begin." Immediately, a burly demon charged forward and punched the bound immortal directly in the face, kicking off the bloody spectacle. Amidst the chaos, a monstrous arm transformed into a sharp blade, shooting through the night. The captured immortal turned pale, despairingly thinking his life was over. The demon race below was still howling for blood, while some sharp-eyed individuals noticed a strange star had just flashed in the sky. Suddenly, a colossal purple energy pillar descended upon the arena, with the silhouette of a warrior inside. Purple lightning exploded, blowing away the demon race, tormenting the immortal, and the entire area was engulfed in smoke and dust. The immortal narrowly escaped death, looked up, and froze upon seeing a towering demonic god figure appear. Chen Chongan's clone appeared in his demonized form, muttering that although the side effects were severe, he could no longer stand by. The clone let out a heavy breath, his eyes burning with furious indignation. He roared, shaking the entire arena. "Han Shi is my woman. If you're not afraid of death, step forward." The entire demon race, from Chieftain Ah Luke to the common soldiers, all gaped in astonishment at the appearance of this strange heavenly demon. A few foolish demons charged forward and were flung away like trash by the clone, who sneered, "Where did these small fry crawl out from?" The clone's gaze was as sharp as a blade, emitting an overwhelming killing intent. He merely stomped his foot, the ground cracked open, blowing away another group of small fries. The crowd began to panic upon realizing that this person had casually dealt with 3 demon emperors, whose ranks were equivalent to immortal emperors. The clone arrogantly pointed directly at the 4 great heavenly kings, who were seated high above, a challenge that couldn't be clearer. The green flame heavenly king merely let out an "oh," filled with interest. The clone coldly declared to the heavenly king, "Get lost, I will kill you." The demon race below burst into laughter, thinking he was insane. To challenge a heavenly king after killing 3 demon emperors was truly a joke. The green flame heavenly king flew down from his throne with an overwhelming aura. "This king will not give you a chance to beg for mercy." The masked heavenly king turned to ask Chieftain Luke about the stranger's background, but the old chieftain could only stammer a guess that this was a lost ruffian. The green flame heavenly king boasted loudly, his hand gathering demonic energy. "Hey, rookie," he continued to taunt. "I'll show you what trash power is." But before he could finish, a blazing red hand slammed directly into his face. Chieftain Luke's eyes were wide and his mouth agape in astonishment. Bang! The white-haired clone unleashed a thunderous strike, punching the heavenly king directly in the chest, making him cough up blood and sending him flying. The punch created a terrifying purple energy explosion, tearing up the ground. The gossiping demons also gaped in horror. With just one move, the heavenly king was all ready. The entire arena trembled from the aftershocks of that single attack. Chieftain Luke was blown away by the terrifying aura. The red-cloaked heavenly king and the horned heavenly queen were also silenced, realizing this person was no ordinary opponent. The white-haired clone had completely transformed, his muscles bulging, black horns protruding, easily blocking the counterattack of the heavenly king, who was roaring in helplessness. The clone grabbed the heavenly king's face, his voice as cold as ice. "You're dead for sure, I'll skin you alive." He slammed the heavenly king's head into the ground while sneering. "How does it feel to have your head slammed by someone else, oh exalted heavenly king?" The clone lifted the heavenly king up, mockingly asking, "Do you still know who you are now?" Just then, the 3 remaining heavenly kings could no longer sit idly by, simultaneously appearing to rescue their comrade. Hansi saw 3 figures charging over, her expression changing. The 3 remaining heavenly kings had surrounded the clone, the situation as tense as a drawn bowstring. The masked heavenly king grabbed the clone's hand, ordering, "Release him." The clone growled, showing extreme annoyance at being interrupted. "Ambushing before this king has finished speaking? Do you insects think that's success?" The red-cloaked heavenly king spoke up to mediate. "Let grievances wait. The prestige of the 4 great heavenly kings cannot be insulted, and this situation is no longer just about you." Hanshi looked at the clone with a complex gaze, both worried and somewhat resolute. The horned heavenly queen sneered and boasted loudly. "Brat, you've run out of places to run. When we 4 great heavenly kings join forces, even envoys would be intimidated, let alone a small fry demon like you." The demon minions below roared in encouragement, certain that this time the stranger would be skewered to death. The flame-headed heavenly king didn't say much, raising his hand to summon a colossal formation in the sky, roaring, "What are you waiting for? Crush him to death." The clone knelt on one knee, looking exhausted as the colossal magic formation was about to descend upon his head. The clone gritted his teeth, realizing he had been too impulsive. The side effects of body possession had appeared, preventing him from fully utilizing this body's power. Hanshi stood afar, secretly thinking about her own abilities, a genius in spatial laws capable of possessing others' bodies, but the price to pay was extremely high. Whoosh! Colossal tentacles suddenly emerged from the ground, whipping the clone away. The red-cloaked heavenly king had transformed, tentacles sprouting from his head, and he laughed gleefully. "The more you run, the more excited I get." The clone staggered, realizing his combat experience was too lacking, and coupled with increasingly severe side effects, he decided he had to find an opportunity to escape quickly. The horned heavenly queen gave no chance, she roared. "You seem to like lightning so much just now try mine." Then fired a bolt of lightning from the horn on her forehead. Hanshi in the distance let out a piercing scream, her face turning pale with fright. A colossal lightning pillar struck directly at the clone's position, creating a terrifying explosion. The heavenly queen smirked triumphantly. The clone knelt amidst the smoke, his entire body covered in injuries, admitting that he still couldn't fully unleash Chen Chongan's power. Hanshi gritted her teeth in worry. She knew the clone's body was overloaded, and if it continued, it could even harm Chen Chongan's main body. The demon minions once again had a chance to boast loudly, pointing and mocking. "Dare to be insolent with a heavenly king? This is your end. Being tortured to death by the 4 great heavenly kings is an honor for you." The masked heavenly king shot down like an arrow, emitting a blazing red killing intent, determined to finish off his opponent. He growled confidently. I was just waiting. Finishing you off is up to me. Han Xi despaired. In her mind, there was only one thought left. It's truly over. Swish. Just before the fatal blow landed, the clone's hand firmly grabbed the masked Heavenly King's wrist, neatly blocking the attack. Thinking it was a sure win, the masked Demon King rushed in for the kill, only to have his wrist seized by the clone, whose grip was as hard as cold steel. Han Xi, from within, was utterly panicked, realizing this body was acting on its own. I didn't do that. Could it be? With a flick of his hand, the clone sent the masked Demon King flying like a kite with a broken string, completely out of control. The masked Demon King let out a shrill cry of pain and astonishment. The 3 remaining Demon Kings and old clan chief Luke all stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed, unable to believe the scene before them. The clone tensed up, purple demonic energy surging violently, while the masked Demon King could only scream in helplessness. Standing in the middle of the arena, the clone was now a true demon, demonic energy enveloping his entire body, making the captured immortal prisoner wonder. He was dead, wasn't he? The captured immortal prisoner's face drained of all color as he recognized the familiar aura, wishing he could burrow into the ground immediately. It's him. This is big trouble. I need to escape quickly. The horned demon queen and the redcoat demon king also sensed the change, growling warnings to each other. The aura has changed. Be careful. Could it be intentionally hiding its strength? Inside, Han Xi felt her energy being completely drained, the erosion of demonic energy growing more severe, and she screamed in her mind, I have to run. The clone stood still like a statue, as another voice full of authority echoed in Han Xi's head. Stand still. The clone, or rather, Chen Chongan, turned to look at Han Xi in her consciousness, his gaze icy. Wait, haven't you realized yet? The 4 Demon Kings decided to gang up, all 4 of them simultaneously unleashing their strongest ultimate moves. The demonic minions below cheered loudly. Haha, the 4 Demon Kings are attacking together. This time you have nowhere to run. A destructive purple energy beam roared, aimed directly at the clone. The clone merely stood still, letting countless attacks from the 4 Demon Kings rush towards him, while the purple demonic energy around him erupted even more violently. Boom! An earth-shattering energy explosion swallowed everything, but at its center, the clone still stood tall without a single scratch. Immediately after, the 4 Demon Kings were struck by a backlash from their own attacks, their bodies shattered, blood splattering as they flew backward. The old clan chief and all the demonic minions were frozen in shock, mouths agape, unable to utter a word. The lightning-fast reversal left their brains unable to process it. Han Xi screamed in both pain and ecstasy as her soul was drained of energy, while the clone tensed his body, unleashing a massive vortex of demonic energy. Han Xi was utterly terrified as she realized the clone's insane intention. Wait, are you planning to wipe out all the demon race? A blinding energy explosion swallowed everything, the ground shaking violently in a sea of destructive flames. Her soul completely drained, Han Xi let out a moan filled with pleasure. Elsewhere, the remnants of the demon army fled headlong, discussing in panic. The demon lord was killed by an unknown person. We must inform the demon kings immediately. Another demon froze upon hearing this, stammering in reply. You want to enthrone some unknown guy as the new heavenly demon lord? Meanwhile, another group of demons returned to their camp and were stunned by the desolate scene, each of them looking dumbfounded. What the hell happened? Where's the celebration? Amidst the ruins, old clan chief Luke leaned on his skull scepter, coughing violently. He muttered in utter horror, his face covered in blood. Just a few flicks of the hand leveled this entire place. Can a heavenly demon this powerful truly exist? Looking at his dying subordinates, he bitterly realized that over 80% of the demon race's experts had perished. At the same time, the immortal prisoner captured earlier had successfully escaped, stomping his foot to gain momentum. He ran for his life, clutching his wounds, and sighed in relief. Good thing I escaped early. I must report this to the Immortal clan as soon as possible. Night fell, the moon hanging high in the sky. In a secluded wooden house nestled against the cliff, Han Xi let out a soft, satisfied chuckle. A man's hand rested on her leg, while clothes were scattered on the bed. She panted, her body feeling exhausted from being drained of energy. My body is empty. I must. Han Xi's hand fell limp, and she fainted from exhaustion. Beside her, the white-haired clone also lay motionless, seemingly having used up all his strength. A moment later, Han Xi slowly woke up, still groggy. Then she suddenly realized something, her eyes wide with horror, as cold sweat broke out. Han Xi woke up in her own body, heavily shocked to realize her soul had been completely drained, while the white-haired clone was still perfectly fine. She lunged at the clone, kissing him ravenously to absorb energy back, determined not to suffer a loss. Han Zi's vengeful bite made the clone's lips bleed slightly. Her hands clutched the blanket tightly, her body trembling with pleasure as energy was replenished. Han Shi gasped, coaxing, "Give me another 1,000,000 points. It's just a small matter for you, isn't it?" While the clone coldly asked, "Who gave you the audacity to be so insolent with me?" Outside the wooden house, even a few vultures on the cliff were startled and alarmed by the commotion inside. The next day at the Immortal Palace, a group of immortals were discussing animatedly, unable to believe the shocking news they had just received. The purple-haired leader asserted this was definitely a trick by the demon race, but deep down, she found it too absurd. A soldier rushed in, panting, to report. "Report! The investigation team has returned." A fully armored scout knelt down, reporting on the anomaly the guards discovered this morning. The third-eye monk was so shocked that sweat broke out upon hearing the news. The heavenly demon race being almost wiped out is true. A blonde warrior roared, "Are you saying that the heavenly demon race was wiped out by one person? How can that be?" The green-skinned woman also panicked. One person overturned the very foundation of the heavenly demon race? Who exactly possesses such power? The bald monk muttered, believing this person had given their side a huge advantage, and must be drawn to their side at all costs to be easily controlled. Suddenly, a massive purple pillar of light descended from the sky, the divine temple opening, signaling the descent of the gods. The purple-haired leader and all her subordinates immediately knelt prostrate on the ground, respectfully shouting loudly, "Welcome, heavenly god." A corpulent man seated on a throne slowly descended, introduced as Long Lu, the second young master of the Long family, one of the three great divine clans. Long Lu, who had just arrived, sat casually on the throne with an expression full of authority and arrogance. A subordinate below showed defiance, and was immediately roared at by Long Lu. "How dare you, you lowly slave, dare to play tricks on your master?" Long Lu unleashed a purple energy palm strike, causing the rebellious subordinates to explode in pain, their faces horribly distorted. A divine envoy pointed at the blue-haired female envoy, commanding, "You, as an envoy serving the gods, you must show them what the rules are." The blue-haired female envoy immediately knelt down, obediently following the command. Before Long Lu, the immortals knelt in droves, simultaneously cheering, "The true god has descended. Please heed the command." Long Lu, with a cold expression, declared, "This journey is to prepare warriors for the Star Domain Grand Assembly. That person must be the strongest warrior on the continent." The oppressive aura from the fat god's words was so terrifying that an immortal collapsed, screaming as their cultivation plummeted uncontrollably. The blue-haired female envoy gritted her teeth in endurance, sweat pouring down like rain, but she still had to obey. She boldly asked, "This subordinate dares to ask, why does your excellency wish to participate in war?" While Long Lu and the other envoys looked down from above. Long Lu smirked. "Isn't it interesting to see a warrior known as a war god participate in the Star Domain Grand Assembly? Warriors from other clans are all known as Asuras. My subordinates cannot be inferior." The blue-haired female envoy's face turned ashen, reporting shocking news. "My lord, according to the news just received, the Heavenly Demon Clan has been almost completely wiped out. Over 80% have perished." She frantically concluded that the war could no longer proceed, but her eyes shone with extreme terror. Long Lu laughed savagely, growling, "If you cannot satisfy my interest, what reason do you have to remain here? Wouldn't resurrecting them with a spatial temporal divine artifact suffice?" Scene change. Chang Shi was hastily flying through a dense forest, telling herself that she had anticipated the incident, which was why she left a puppet behind. She ran while worrying. That little girl Han Shi is usually mischievous. I wonder if she's taking good care of Chen Chongan. Now I just need to bring him back. Chang Shi, riding a giant eagle, soared away to report to her master that everything was still under control. In a wooden house, Han Shi stretched contentedly after a long night, revealing her alluring figure and demon tail. She felt refreshed all over, full of energy, overjoyed that not only had her vitality recovered, but her cultivation had also greatly increased. Han Shi licked her lips, looking down at Chen Chongan's unconscious clone, whispering, "I didn't expect this brat to be so powerful, making me spend an entire night." Chen Chongan's clone now had demon horns growing, looking much more demonic, lying motionless on the bed. Han Shi sat beside him, wondering about her future now that the Heavenly Demon Clan had been wiped out, even though they had never valued her, and only saw her as a disposable pawn. Her gaze turned sharp and cold, as if she had decided her next path. Han Shi angrily recounted her past of being used as a disposable pawn, From stealing secret techniques to luring monsters, it was all thankless work. Thinking back, now that all those scoundrels were gone, she felt a sense of relief. It was truly retribution. Han Shi lay on top of Chen Chongan's horned clone, whispering enticingly, "How about we run away? As long as I have you, anywhere is fine." Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door, startling her. Outside, the beautiful Chang Shi appeared, calling out, "Sister, I want to talk, please open the door." Han Xi's face turned ashen, in extreme panic due to the unannounced appearance of her love rival. In a distant divine temple, a voice echoed, revealing that Chang Shi had been chosen as a vessel by a spatial divine artifact, destined to become a puppet for the gods. A fat god, with a vulgar expression, sitting on a throne, muttered about the 3 stages of the divine artifact, then dismissed it, finding the calculations too troublesome. The fat god frantically roared a command. "Find that girl. Kill her. Killing her 10,000 times will activate the 3rd stage." A blue-haired priestess heard the command, and her face turned pale, unable to believe such cruelty. The priestess quickly tried to dissuade him, worrying that resurrecting the entire demon clan would deplete divine power and harm the demon god, but the fat god merely dismissed it as garbage. The fat god scornfully looked down at his subordinates. "If you can do it, do it. If not, get lost. I have no shortage of slaves like you." Crushed by the oppressive aura, the priestess could only prostrate herself on the ground, begging, "Divine Lord, please appease your wrath. Your humble servants dare not defy you." The fat god licked his lips disgustingly, declaring, "My precious pet is hungry." The cultivators, including the blue-haired girl, froze when they realized that terrifying monster was also here. They realized the situation was beyond control. That monster was simply an existence they could not resist. If it were to attack the ancient continent, all living beings would be annihilated. In the vast universe, a colossal, hideous monster was extending its claws towards the planet, ready to devour it. The blue-haired priestess was utterly despairing, sweat pouring down like rain, speechless before the apocalyptic scene. The fat god snapped his fingers, seemingly about to issue an even more terrifying command. The fat god sat on his throne, displaying a demonic coffin, and declared he would throw the strongest warrior into it to brainwash them into a loyal dog. With a vulgar expression, he ordered his subordinates to carefully consider how to serve him, because not every dog knows its place. The priestess named Jingda, drenched in sweat, trembled as she obeyed, given 1 day to complete the task. The fat god scornfully cursed his subordinates, calling them a bunch of idiotic slaves, blaming them for being too playful and forgetting to gather warriors. The fat god flew away on his throne to find some immortals to capture as slaves to vent his anger, while a blue-haired master assigned tasks to his subordinates, reminding them that Chang Xi was about to bring Chen Chongan back. The scene shifted to a wooden house. Chang Xi was standing outside the door, knocking continuously, with a panicked expression. "Sister, open the door. I hear strange noises inside." Inside, Han Xi startled and covered her mouth. Realizing Chang Xi had come to take Chen Chongan away, she decided to remain silent and wait for the other party to give up. Han Xi turned to look at Chen Chongan's unconscious clone on the bed, muttering irritably, "This guy is truly a philanderer. Even Chang Xi likes him." Chang Xi suddenly fell silent, then turned and left, making Han Xi think she had escaped danger. But no, Chang Xi was only pretending. Her face darkened, radiating murderous intent. Bang! Chang Xi kicked open the door, pointing directly at Han Xi's face. "Found you, the woman who was secretly involved with Chen Chongan. How should I deal with this?" Han Xi was no pushover, immediately retaliating with a kick, roaring, "How dare you be so insolent? I'll bite your leg off." Chang Xi easily dodged the attack, sneering, "Oh, a noble person like you, meddling in others' romantic affairs? You can't hide it from me." Han Xi realized she had fallen into a trap, while Chang Xi questioned, "Why is he in your room? He hasn't returned to me for a long time. I've already taken care of my master. Now I'm here." Chang Xi smiled meaningfully, then slammed the door shut, trapping both inside. Chang Xi's face revealed a terrifying expression, truly a formidable woman. Han Xi was grabbed by Chang Xi and dragged roughly. She struggled in protest. "Let go, I won't give him to you. He can't help you, go take your punishment." Teased by Chang Xi. "Your legs are so plump. Shall I help you walk?" Han Xi's face turned beet red, letting out a helpless scream. Suddenly, Han Xi froze. Her purple eyes widened in astonishment as she sensed a familiar surge of power. Chen Chongan's clone suddenly opened its eyes. The pair of demon horns on its head grew longer. Its aura completely changed as the main body officially entered it, embracing Han Xi tightly. As Chen Chongan's true body possessed his clone and held her tightly, Hanzi's face flushed red as she screamed, Hanzi, you. Hanshi struggled, but Chen Chongan held her even tighter, and she stammered as he ordered, Shush, talk less nonsense. Chen Chongan leaned in close, his voice domineering. You're quite skilled at sitting on me, aren't you? Hanshi was utterly shocked, realizing she had been tricked. This guy was pretending to sleep the whole time? He's not injured? Outside, Changshi's face was cold as ice, and she growled, Hanshi, open the door. Meanwhile, Chen Chongan's true body was ordering the system to livestream images from his clone directly into his brain to watch the drama unfold. Changshi lost patience, threatening, Hanshi, if you don't open the door, it'll smash your room to pieces. While the system comically stated, Kid, we are omnipotent. Whatever we want, we get. Bang. The door swung open, and Changxi froze, dumbfounded, upon seeing Hanxi sitting ambiguously on Chen Chongan's clone. Chen Chongan analyzed the situation, deciding to use the system to observe the world, waiting for the opportune moment to act instead of acting like a brainless idiot. The system mocked that his current form wasn't cool enough, while his two wives, Hanxi and Changxi, were bickering like children. The system continued to troll, suggesting he should appear as a superhero to save the world at its most critical moment. Chen Chongan growled, questioning why. Despite being invincible within his domain, he still allowed such pathetic events to occur. Tired of doing nothing, he ordered the system, stop eavesdropping, just give me a random mission. The system immediately presented two cosmic-level missions. One to save Changxi from her fated death, and the other to become the master of an ancient planet. Back at the scene, Chen Chongan stood between the two women, his aura soaring as he declared, I've figured out the whole story. The last day is enough. The scene shifted to a majestic canyon, signaling that an explanation was about to begin. Hanxi and Changxi looked at Chen Chongan with suspicion, while the system was calculating the acquired domain value. A series of notifications appeared, congratulating Chen Chongan on receiving hundreds of millions of domain points for annihilating the demon clan. He was dumbfounded, realizing this was Hanxi's achievement. Chen Chongan, delighted, explained that when Hanxi borrowed his clone's body to slaughter, the system had reported everything, including the complete annihilation of the heavenly demon clan. He continued his analysis, pointing out that the demon clan could not resurrect themselves. The only one capable of doing so was Changxi with her space-time divine artifact. Changxi broke into a sweat, realizing that dealing with the heavenly demons was just the prelude. A more terrifying force was pulling the strings, and she had to immediately report to her master. Chen Chongan's clone, his face cold as ice, analyzed that someone was deliberately trying to kill Changxi to resurrect the heavenly demons, and he had to find the mastermind before things went too far. Suddenly, a shuttle-shaped energy blast tore through the air, clearly targeting the entire group. While Changxi was still bewildered, Chen Chongan's clone had already taken a defensive stance, his hands glowing, ready to block the attack, truly the reflexes of a pro player. Whoosh! The energy blast grazed past, sending Changxi flying backward with a terrified scream. Hanxi appeared like a goddess, catching Changxi and roaring, Who's attacking sneakily? Show yourself! While Changxi mumbled her thanks to Chongan. From the shadows, a muscular warrior with eyes blazing with green fire stepped out, grinning sinisterly. Found them. Chen Chongan's clone merely curled his lip, showing complete disinterest. Oh? Boom. An entire army of ancient warriors leaped down from the cliff, surrounding all three of them. The clone looked up at the swarming small fry, his expression as calm as if watching a circus. From above, a pink-haired female commander observed, muttering that the gods had ordered all forces on the ancient continent to kill goddess Changxi, and the lesser minions should quickly get out of the way. A masked sorcerer among the mob raised his staff, preparing to unleash a spell. He roared, then slammed his staff onto the ground, unleashing a gigantic, sickly green energy orb towards the three of them. The sorcerer smugly boasted prematurely, Done. I'm the first to kill the goddess. But reality was not a dream. Chen Chongan's clone gently picked up Changxi and deftly dodged the attack, leaving the sorcerer stunned. Hanxi was not so lucky. She took the full brunt of the explosion's aftershock and screamed in indignation. Bastard! What did I do to deserve this? Chen Chongan's clone landed safely with Changxi, who was coughing violently, ignoring Hanxi fuming behind him. Heartless jerk, why didn't you save me? The clone casually picked his nose, delivering a powerful sarcastic remark. You could have dodged it yourself, you know. Hanxi's face turned crimson with rage, and she pointed directly at him, cursing, You blockhead. Of course I deliberately got injured. I can't believe you're praising this little Changxi in front of me, and secretly cuckolding me 100 times over. Meanwhile, a few surviving cultivators ran frantically, shouting in panic. Why are there still demons? I thought they were all dead. Another replied, they must be stragglers. These few small fries can't do anything significant. The white-haired demon explained nonchalantly. The god said it. Only that girl's stage 3 divine artifact can be used. Changxi quickly held Chen Chongan's clone back. Her face flushed. Chongan, don't move. Let me assess the situation first. The scarred matriarch appeared with her minions, growling, submissively surrender and be bound. If you have any pity left, don't resist. Changxi screamed. I heard you. Do you really want to resurrect the demon clan? Are you all insane? The scarred matriarch replied coldly, her hand gathering a blazing red energy orb. War is brutal, but it's better than this entire planet being annihilated. Only when you die can we live. Changxi faced a group of orc and spirit monsters. She recognized their identities and pleaded. You were blessed by the goddess, so please help me one more time. The green-skinned sorcerer holding a wooden staff growled, Don't blame us, the gods want us dead, there's no other way. The orc beside him added, The god said he wants to watch immortals and demons fight for entertainment. If we don't satisfy him, the cosmic monsters will tear us apart. Changxi froze, speechless. Upon learning the news had spread across the continent, the crowd screamed, Goddess, you can't fight the whole world alone. The scarred matriarch raised her hand, and a castle-shaped barrier appeared, her voice full of sarcasm. Your master, as the executioner of the gods, won't be able to save you this time either. Changxi completely collapsed, her golden eyes reflecting extreme terror. An hour ago, somewhere, the female cultivator Jingde was looking into a well-shaped artifact, despairingly saying that their star domain couldn't help, and revealed Changxi's tragic past. Her parents were also sacrificed in the same way. In a flashback, a green-haired, cat-eared goddess was speaking to her followers. I have saved you. I don't ask you to act. I only hope you can give me more methods. The cat-eared goddess clutched a golden card, determined. Let me help my disciple. A voice echoed, warning the cat-eared goddess. Jingde, I can't promise anything, but we can do nothing against the gods. Abandon that little goddess. The game of the gods has begun. She must die. The cat-eared goddess's eyes flashed upon hearing her disciple's name. Changxi, do you know? The cat-eared goddess led young Changxi, explaining, The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Changxi innocently asked back, Really? Young Changxi clenched her fists, her eyes shining with determination. This isn't me. I will protect everyone and inherit my master's will. The cat-eared goddess's gaze sharpened, filled with unwavering resolve. The golden card fell to the ground, emitting a metallic clang. The cat-eared goddess stood tall, declaring loudly, Don't do anything foolish, Changxi. As your teacher, I will save you. Beyond cosmic space, the obese god sat on his throne, a colossal monster beside him, as a subordinate reported. Indeed, Jingde has cut off communication. A mysterious hooded figure looked at a golden token, muttering, She can't be stopped now. She's probably going to do something foolish again. Never mind. Let us witness this final spark. 3 shadowy figures appeared, clashing fists, showing the respect and determination of comrades. In a grand hall, the blue-haired priestess Jingde summoned a group of strange immortals before a spatial teleportation gate. Jingde pointed towards the vast cosmos, introducing, Fellow immortals, behold, a small planet never before discovered by the gods. She boldly declared the name of the promised land. Its name is the 9 Provinces continent. Jingde explained the plan, asserting that this was an ownerless land, full of spiritual energy, and the perfect place to escape the gods' pursuit, avoiding a life of slavery. A muscular cultivator and another female cultivator gaped in astonishment, realizing Jingde's intention. Envoy Jingde, are you planning to migrate? Jingde confirmed, her voice resolute. That's right. Our lives are all in the hands of that capricious god. If this continues, sooner or later we'll be squeezed, dry and discarded. The image of the fat god indulging in pleasure appeared in her mind. Jingde's eyes blazed, and she growled, Kill him. 2 other immortals in the group turned pale, unable to believe their ears at the audacious plan to slaughter a god. An immortal with tentacles on his back frantically objected. Envoy, killing a god is a grave sin. Even if we succeed, where will we go? Jingde roared, rallying the crowd. Does anyone here wish to be a slave? We must fight so our descendants do not live in fear. The crowd was stirred by Jingde's words, realizing their tragic fate if they continued to bow down. The muscular cultivator gritted his teeth, veins bulging, and roared with decisive conviction. Kill the god. Jingda smiled triumphantly as everyone united, thinking to herself, Changxi, Master will protect you. A beautiful vision of a world free from war and calamity appeared. That was their dream. But the reality was cruel. Changxi was screaming in despair and agony. Jingda, her master, had also failed. Her entire body drenched in blood, her eyes slowly dimming. Changxi and Hanxi stood afar, horrified as they witnessed their master being captured, only able to helplessly call out, Master! The scarred matriarch grabbed Jingda's chin, her voice icy. Fortunately, the assassination plot was exposed, and our god was unharmed. But his lordship is very displeased and has ordered me to execute you as a warning. A soldier from the god's faction sneered, gloating that the one who dared defy a god would finally die. A colossal eye in the cosmos witnessed a planet explode, warning that anyone who offends the gods will perish. The white-haired, horned demon maliciously recounted that before dying, Jingde had repented and begged for the gods' forgiveness. The scarred matriarch raised Jingde's dissipating soul high, roaring that this was the fate of sinners. With a savage grin, she channeled her power, preparing to completely obliterate Jingde's soul. Hanxi and Changxi could only scream in helplessness. No. Stop. Suddenly, a colossal black-purple energy vortex appeared on the battlefield. The scarred matriarch's eyes widened in horror, not understanding what was happening. The terrifying suction force from the vortex pulled her and her subordinates in, making them scream in panic. The white-haired demon landed as light as a feather before Hanxi and Changxi, and said coldly, I've got her. He was carrying in his arms Jingda's blood-soaked body, having just snatched her back from the grasp of death. Changxi rushed forward, embraced her master, and sobbed in agony. The white-haired demon began to tell a story about heroes who dared to defy fate, clearly with an ulterior motive. The scarred matriarch and her subordinates were still being tormented by the vortex, while the tale of heroic souls echoed on. The soldiers from the gods' faction standing afar were also dumbfounded by this sudden intervention. The demon turned to Changxi, bluntly declaring her path of sacrifice for peace to be foolish, and forced her to choose, fight or flee. Facing the question, Changxi wiped away her tears, her eyes burning with hatred, and roared with determination to overthrow the gods. A notification panel appeared, showing that Changxi's will had changed, making the white-haired demon smirk. So, it's war. He immediately ordered Hanxi to open a teleportation gate, his demeanor urgent, as if there was not a second to waste. The group prepared to retreat when they were spotted by a demon guard, who yelled, They're trying to escape! A four-armed, purple-haired warrior roared, Don't let them escape! Then unleashed 4 pink energy orbs. Hanxi couldn't dodge in time, and was knocked back by a surprise attack of earth spikes and red demonic energy. The white-haired, bull-horned demon stood firm, lightly brushed off a bloodstain on his chest, and smirked, declaring, Escape? I came here to slaughter gods. Everyone, from the demon faction to the divine faction, including Changxi and the scarred matriarch, froze at that arrogant statement. The scarred matriarch and her hooded subordinates burst into insane laughter, thinking it was the most ridiculous joke they had ever heard. Standing on the cliff, she scornfully looked down at the 3 enemies. Just the 3 of you? You're the first one to dare boast like that. Hanxi still tried to maintain the teleportation gate, thinking to herself that the other man's insane words had successfully bought them time. The scarred matriarch lost her patience, roaring, As an envoy of the gods, I will not be threatened. Then channeled her power, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. The ancient warriors immediately obeyed, charging down to attack in unison, determined to crush these flies daring to buzz in the god's ears. A barrage of colorful attacks flew towards him, but the white-haired demon merely stood still, even as Changxi frantically screamed behind him, Chongan, be careful! The demon simply raised a hand, and a surge of purple demonic energy erupted, devouring and neutralizing all attacks to the enemy's astonishment. He hovered in midair, purple demonic energy swirling around him, and declared coldly, Today, not a single one of you is allowed to leave. A colossal purple energy orb was formed, its power distorting space itself, making the soldiers below stare wide-eyed. The scarred matriarch's face was now drained of color. She stammered in disbelief. This power. Impossible. What in the world are you? Changxi was also stunned into silence, completely overwhelmed by the destructive power her comrade had just unleashed. The white-haired demon transformed, his face becoming demonic with blazing red eyes and a savage grin. He growled, You want to see a war between gods and demons? Come on, I'll indulge you. The scarred matriarch screamed in despair. Don't let that orb fall. Otherwise, we'll all perish. Too late. The ancient warriors were swept away by the purple energy surge, their bodies disintegrating in an instant. With no retreat possible, all remaining soldiers screamed, pouring out all their strength, and charged into a final suicidal attack. Han Shi stood by the teleportation gate, her eyes wide, utterly terrified by the horrific slaughter unfolding before her. The white-haired demon unleashed a thunderous punch, a crimson energy current tearing through space. An ancient warrior screamed miserably as his body was torn to shreds by purple energy. A strange cultivator braced himself to resist, snarling resentfully, "Damn you, heavenly demons." But the white-haired demon merely tilted his head slightly to neutralize the attack. His eyes openly contemptuous. He delivered a sky-shattering kick to another minion, uttering a sarcastic remark, "A fly is buzzing around." Boom! The unfortunate soldier was sent flying, slamming directly into the cliff face, causing rocks and earth to explode. The scarred old woman's eyes were wide with shock, sweat pouring down her like rain, utterly disbelieving the terrifying power before her. The corpses of the warriors lay scattered, a panicked survivor muttering that they must use tactics, guerrilla warfare. The destructive energy orb finally descended. A soldier cried out, "Monster, that orb gives us no chance at all. He has blocked all variables." The white-haired demon merely dusted his hands, his face bored, asking, "Who's next?" A type of three-eyed green demonic insect appeared, exuding an eerie aura. It turned out to be summoned by a group of bandage-wrapped cultivators who were preparing to unleash an army of insects. Thousands of demonic insects flew in the sky, beginning to merge into a single mass. They transformed into a colossal insectoid monster, its gaping maw ready to devour the demon. The green-haired demoness shouted a warning, "Be careful, that's the evil art of the cave dwellers," while Han Shi also turned pale with worry. The monster charged forward. Han Shi shrieked, calling out her comrade's name. The bandage-wrapped cultivators laughed gleefully. "Heavenly demon? Just taste the feeling of having your cultivation crippled by our myriad worm cone." Thump! The white-haired demon didn't even bother to dodge, unleashing a punch that went straight through the monster's head. He gently landed on the ground, ignoring the monster's corpse exploding into pieces behind him. All the summoning cultivators froze, their faces blank like statues, as their trump card was annihilated in less than 2 seconds. The white-haired demon dusted himself off, casually declaring, "Just an itch. Truly disgusting." The scarred old woman was startled, realizing the demon was stealing her technique, and he coldly declared, "This ultimate skill is mine from now on." The colossal insectoid monster was regenerated, spun 180 degrees, and charged directly towards the cultivators who had summoned it amidst their desperate screams. The white-haired demon smirked as a series of system notifications appeared, confirming he had just wiped out a bunch of insignificant domain lords. A pink energy explosion swept across the battlefield, leaving the scarred old woman and the two demonesses standing afar, utterly stunned. Scared out of her wits, the old woman and her subordinates hastily prostrated themselves, begging for their lives, blaming all their sins on some god. The white-haired demon transformed, his horns turning purple, his eyes glowing azure, and he sneered, "Oh? So you are innocent?" The scarred old woman held out a green energy orb, hastily bargaining, "This is the 9 provinces continent. We can cooperate." The demon glanced at the bewildered Changxi, asking teasingly, "Goddess Changxi, do you also wish to fulfill your master's dying wish?" Thinking she had hooked her fish, the scarred old woman revealed a cunning smile, shouting, "All right." She immediately activated the orb, yelling, "Open!" A vortex of green energy erupted from the orb, engulfing the entire area. The old woman and her subordinates formed a formation, frantically shouting, "Seal him into the 9 provinces. Offer him to the gods to show our loyalty." The white-haired demon was tightly bound by countless green energy vines, but his expression remained completely unfazed. Suddenly, Chen Chongan's clone appeared in his demonized form, sneering, "You sure know how to be a loyal dog." The white-haired demon roared, unable to believe he was sealed by a mere flimsy paper talisman. The demon's entire group was sucked into the formation, screaming in despair. Whoosh! A purple energy current swept through, and the old woman's subordinates were wiped out before they could even understand what was happening. The old woman watched in horror as her disciples were torn apart, stammering, "Impossible! How could a formation that even a divine realm couldn't break in one blow be shattered?" Chen Chongan's clone grabbed the orb, coldly exposing, "This isn't the 9 provinces, it's just a guiding compass." Chongan's demonized clone held out the compass, taunting the old woman. "Do the gods you worship know about this compass?" She trembled, blaming someone else. "Then how are you any different from them?" The clone growled, leaving no room for retreat. The old woman's expression changed, laughing maniacally. The future has no need for you. Go to hell and report to them first. She activated her final trump card. A colossal purple energy orb descended, and the panicked demons shrieked, "Run, it's too late." The destructive energy current swept through, and the low-level demons were instantly annihilated, only managing a few miserable cries. Changzi looked back in terror, calling out Chang'an's name, while another blonde demoness tried to maintain the teleportation gate. The white-haired demon ordered an evacuation, announcing the gate was only enough for 2 people, startling Hanxi, who had accidentally peeked. Hanxi was still haggling when the white-haired demon had already snatched Changxi, declaring, "It's too late," then charged straight into the teleportation gate. Left behind, Hanxi furiously screamed, seeing the two disappear into the gate. The teleportation gate rapidly shrank, and Hanxi desperately realized she was truly doomed. "Bastard! In a crisis, you only think of Changxi." Hanxi was enraged, tearing at her hair. She bitterly accepted her fate, comforting herself that at least she had already slept with him, so it was worth it. Unexpectedly, the white-haired demon grew demonic wings, returned from behind, and grabbed Hanxi. To her astonishment, Hanxi was utterly shocked, sweat pouring down her like rain. Without a word of explanation, the demon directly threw her towards the teleportation gate. "Don't act recklessly, wait for me," the white-haired demon frantically shouted, his face changing color. He alone turned his back, facing the purple energy orb charging like a storm. Thrown into the gate, Hanxi and Changxi could only look back in horror as the demon prepared to take the full brunt of the attack. Changxi's eyes widened, unable to believe the scene before her. Boom! The destructive energy orb violently exploded, completely engulfing the demon's back. Changxi and Hanxi were stunned into silence, witnessing the true power of the demon, a level capable of altering an entire planet. Hanxi frantically turned to ask Changxi what to do, but only received heavy silence in return. Changxi analyzed the tense situation. If the war with the gods continues, the entire world will see us as enemies, leaving us nowhere to hide, and even Chongan will perish. The only escape route outlined was, they must find a way to the 9 provinces to have a chance at turning the tables. Meanwhile, the white-haired demon stood firm amidst the ashes after the explosion, his eyes resolute. It's time to find them. He focused his senses, quickly locking onto his target based on the lingering aura. This way, the demon realized the teleportation gate the 2 girls used was quite advanced. This distance would certainly take a considerable amount of time to pursue. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged straight into the chaotic void, flying through the darkness towards the unfamiliar land. Upon arriving, he was stunned by the sight in the sky. What in the world is this? Thousands of wronged purple souls were wailing in despair, their mournful cries echoing everywhere. "Unjust! I shouldn't have died," the demon growled, his eyes flashing with fire, a blazing energy orb forming in his hand. "Do you want to die? I'm in a hurry." A desperate elderly soul reached out for help. "Mighty heavenly demon god, please save us." The other souls spoke up in unison, explaining that they were inhabitants of the ancient continent, and thanks to his battle, they had escaped purgatory. They recounted their tragic past. They had once obeyed a god to fight, but after their bodies were destroyed, their souls were bound and drained to maintain that god's control over the world. The entire group pleaded for salvation in unison, and the demon listened in silence, his mind calculating about Changxi's master and the outcome of blind obedience. "I understand," the demon declared coldly. "I'm going to kill the god. My 2 friends are there." The souls were astonished by his nonchalant attitude, but he paused, seemingly realizing something was amiss. A soul quickly pointed the way. "The god's altar is in the opposite direction. You're going the wrong way." The demon suddenly understood. Hanxi's previous aggression had been intentional. In a distant place, a colossal purple pillar of light shot straight into the sky from an ancient altar, its energy shaking heaven and earth. At the altar, a blond man knelt before a massive coffin, surrounded by armored guards, reporting, "We have found the strongest heavenly demon." The fat god sat on his throne, his face grim and silent at the dismal report. A subordinate flew towards the coffin, shouting in despair, "What I want is a battle between god and demon. Where is the goddess? You're all a bunch of deceivers." The blond man prostrated himself, sweating profusely, reporting, "All those who captured the goddess have perished, and there's an extremely powerful demon lord protecting her." The blond man stammered, his voice trembling as he delivered the final news. He's coming to kill you." The fat god burst into maniacal laughter. "Kill me? A bunch of lowly creatures trying to kill me? You're just insects I raised on this planet, not even worthy of being called pets." The blond man quickly flattered, "Wise god lord, We have transformed that land into a great god-slaying array. I will bring the target's mark back to you." The fat god pinched the subordinate's chin disdainfully. "But that barren land, devoid of spiritual energy, isn't even enough to fill the gaps in my pet's teeth. So what good is it?" The fat god suddenly conceived a cruel idea, raising his hand to channel his power. "You remind me, there are still insects like Jingde causing trouble," he declared coldly amidst the cosmic void. "Today, I will completely extinguish the hopes of these insects." A colossal cosmic monster appeared, its maw agape, ready to devour an entire world sealed within an energy cube. The fat god laughed gleefully, issuing commands with both hands. "Seal off the entire world. Everyone on the ancient continent is my plaything. None of you will escape." A cosmic overview showed a planet enveloped by a purple barrier, completely isolated. Two distant observers exclaimed in horror. "This is the Great Sealing Array. The ancient continent has been completely blocked off. Jingde has ultimately failed." Jingde's allies looked at each other in despair. This was the predicted outcome. Jingde was the strongest divine messenger in history, yet destruction is still the end for this planet. A rebel leader, embracing Jingde's fading soul, said painfully, "As friends, let us see her off on her final journey." The white-haired demon, in another dimension, suddenly sensed a disturbance, his expression changing. The ancient souls explained in panic, "This is the god's oath of dominion over this planet. Once the Great Array is activated, no one can leave here, not even immortals." The demon muttered, "Can't get out? Then how did old Master Feng get to the 9 provinces? Ah, right. He said this Great Sealing Array wasn't there back then." He narrowed his eyes, murderous intent erupting, as he realized the truth. Surely, after Changxi's destiny was rewritten, the future also changed accordingly. The demon wasted no words, grabbing an elderly soul by the collar and growling, "Where is the altar you spoke of?" The old soul fearfully pointed. "Up there, in the western sky, the highest point." The Great Sealing Array officially activated, a colossal purple energy vortex locking down the entire sky, signaling that no one could escape. The white-haired demon clone declared his extremely arrogant plan: deal with the god who created the seal and shatter it completely, while ignoring Han Shi, who had chosen to escape. The ancient souls bitterly admitted they never expected to rely on a demon for salvation, but an old man declared resolutely, "This is the day we've been waiting for. We cannot let our descendants suffer this despair any longer." The demon sneered, closing in on the elderly soul, whose face was pale with fear, and declared bluntly, "Today, I will break it. Do whatever you want, quickly." Elsewhere, Han Shi looked up at the sealed sky, determined that even if she had to bow to a demon, she would save everyone, while Changxi wondered if they could reach the 9 provinces. Han Shi grabbed Changxi, her face drained of color, and screamed, "Those things don't matter anymore. That Chen Chongan said he wants to kill the god." Han Shi was furious, grinding her teeth, muttering about her original plan. "I originally intended to avoid him, but after escaping, I would sleep with him." Changxi said no more, grabbing Han Shi's rambling hand and pulling her away. "He went through great trouble to get us out. Don't go throwing your lives away." At an altar, a purple pillar of light erupted from a blue crystal, and a stout god with 2 braided pigtails appeared, his face full of authority. The guards under the fat god's command gaped in astonishment at the grand summoning spectacle. From a coffin, a green, flame-headed demon king slowly sat up, causing the guards to cry out in panic. "The demon king in the coffin has revived?" The flame-headed demon king growled, cursing the soldiers as a bunch of fools, then commanded, "Quick, protect the god." The blonde subordinate broke out in a cold sweat, realizing this terrifying power was indeed genuine. The flame-headed demon king knelt on one knee before the hovering coffin, solemnly proclaiming, "Your subordinate, the demon king, greets his master." The fat god laughed gleefully, declaring, "Indeed, from now on, you shall be my slave and my warrior." The flame-headed demon king bowed in submission. "I am ready to assist you. I know what my master desires, and I have a way to achieve it for you." The fat god smirked with satisfaction. "Oh, you have a plan? Go forth and execute it. I will support you." The flame-headed demon king stood up, murderous aura surging, and roared the name of the enemy who had offended his master, Chen Chongan. He swore a solemn oath to make Chen Chongan taste fear, be cursed by the entire world, and then he would tear his body, eat his flesh, and drink his blood amidst the horror of his subordinates. The flame-headed demon king let out a roar that shook space itself. "Come forth." Instantly, in the fated nation of the lower realm, the sky was torn apart by grotesque green lightning bolts. The panicked populace looked up, trembling as they asked each other, "What is that?" Something has appeared in the sky. The king of the fated nation stood on his balcony, his face turning pale as he watched a series of gigantic black shadows descending rapidly. He broke out in a cold sweat, extreme fear clearly visible on his face as he realized the impending disaster. From the sky, a demon horde as numerous as locusts descended, ushering in a bloody massacre across the entire lower realm. At the 100 Flowers sect, the female cultivators also looked up at the sky in horror, realizing the enemy had landed. The purple-haired sect leader shouted loudly, ordering her disciples, "All cultivators, enter the formation." She led the way, rushing out to the main gate, and roared, "Follow me. Do not let any demon pass through the sect gate." With eyes burning with hatred, the sect leader swore fiercely, "Today, we shall avenge our fallen comrades." But the power gap was too vast. A gigantic demon wolf charged forward, opening its gaping maw, intending to swallow her whole. The other disciples fared no better, being mercilessly torn apart by the demon race amidst desperate screams. This was clearly a one-sided massacre, where the weak could only serve as punching bags for the strong. A monster fish had its head shattered by a throwing dart, blood splattering everywhere, a testament to the brutality of the war. Amidst the chaos, a green-haired female cultivator embraced her dying comrade, desperately crying out, "Haven't the heavenly demons already perished?" She couldn't believe it, screaming in helplessness. "Where are the immortals who protect the mortal realm? Why has no one appeared?" Everywhere, humans were being brutally slaughtered. They could only desperately plead for help. "Oh gods, save us." But in response to their prayers was only deadly silence, as hatred and despair spread across the land. The fat god gloated as he witnessed the hellish scene on Earth, laughing gleefully. "Not bad. The effect is exactly as I desired. They must suffer to the extreme before they will appreciate my salvation." In the upper realm, the immortals stood still like statues, obeying orders and waiting for the right moment, while the lower realm drowned in a sea of blood. From above, they casually observed a gigantic monster sweeping across the land, as if watching a movie. An old man was impaled but still laughed maniacally, blood spurting from the horn stuck directly into his mouth. The poor old man was grabbed by the neck by a demon, forced to shout praises to the demon lord before dying. The demons massacred while boasting loudly, "Lord Chen Chongan, we, your humble servants, are massacring the lower realm as per your command. Do you think we are doing well?" A female immortal emperor in the upper realm bitterly exposed the plot, using a bunch of insignificant demons to massacre the lower realm, then pinning the blame on another heavenly demon. Are they trying to play the hero who saves the world? A general clad in full armor, emanating green flames, coldly ordered his subordinates, "Continue to await orders." At the divine temple in the clouds, a purple pillar of light and a blue orb hovered, indicating the base of the gods was monitoring everything. The green flame general taunted another muscular immortal, "Can we descend? After all, you are just an immortal with no foresight." The green flame general declared his despicable plan. "Just let those ants in the lower realm fall into despair, then we will appear as saviors and display our divine might." Meanwhile, the demon army continued to gather, with overwhelming momentum, ready to sweep away everything in its path. The populace and cultivators of the lower realm scattered in panic, frantically discussing among themselves. "They say they're acting on Chen Chongan's orders? Absurd. That's all fake news." Han Shi gritted her teeth, realizing the enemy's insidious plot as they used demons themselves to frame another demon lord. The demons under Chang Shi and Han Shi confirmed the situation. These are just pawns. Their purpose is to force Chen Chongan to reveal himself and ambush him. Han Shi was furious, yelling, "Damn it! I cannot let them slander my man. Chang Shi, say something." Chang Shi remained calm, holding out a glowing orb and saying, "Master was right. We must get everyone out of here." "Is this the 9 provinces spatial beacon?" In a flashback, Changzi handed the orb to the white-horned demon and explained, "This is Chen Chongan's special spacecraft given to me. Take it." Han Shi froze, muttering as she realized Chang Shi had emphasized the word special with hidden meaning, indicating everything had been calculated beforehand. Chang Shi activated the magic artifact, and a dazzling burst of light erupted, preparing for a spectacular escape from the encirclement. 2 demons, one muscular and one plump, were standing around gossiping. Just then, a glittering army of immortals descended to the mortal realm, led by a bald old master and a winged goddess, looking like the real deal. The surviving commoners cried tears of joy, screaming, "Saviors, please kill that demon lord and the one behind him, Chen Chongan." The white-haired clone in its demonized form let out an earth-shattering roar, ordering a complete massacre. The winged goddess, before she could even show off, was sent flying by an invisible force like a fly. A single move swept the entire battlefield clean. The savior immortals evaporated in an instant, making the ribbon warrior watching exclaim, "What a farce!" The green flame general stood watching with folded arms, smugly saying, "I never thought a demon lord like me would one day be both a mass murderer and a world-saving hero. The feeling of holding power in my hands is truly exhilarating," he thought to himself. It was all thanks to his master, a plump god with a despicable face. The green flame general reported to the fat god, "That goddess is crippled, but don't let the divine artifact escape. I've already sent people to track its location." He bared his teeth in a savage grin, declaring, "I will personally judge that woman for you. Changxi, Chen Chongan, I will make you taste death." The throne-shaped divine artifact hovered in mid-air, emitting a dazzling pink light, while two henchmen stood guard below. The fat god suddenly startled, feeling the ground beneath his feet shaking. He widened his eyes in horror, realizing that not only the altar, but the entire upper realm was trembling. Boom! A gigantic purple pillar of energy descended from nowhere, smashing the altar to pieces. The fat god was utterly terrified. Someone has broken the seal of the upper realm. The green flame general and his companions also looked up, disbelieving their eyes. That thing is. A gigantic demonic eye opened in the void, its sharp fangs shattering the barrier as if it were made of paper. From within the spatial rift, the domineering white-haired clone in its demonized form slowly descended, its aura overwhelming an entire realm. He smirked sinisterly, glancing at the insignificant figures below. "Oh, there are quite a few to kill, and even some acquaintances." The green flame general roared furiously, charging forward. "You! I'm itching to tear that idiotic face of yours to shreds." He threw an energy-infused punch, yelling his enemy's name in hatred, "Chen Chongan." Whoosh! The general's punch collided with the white-haired clone, creating a terrifying energy explosion. The green flame general was stunned, realizing his opponent's power was a combination of divine power and demonic power. Chaotic energy erupted, destroying everything around. The general boasted loudly, "Are you scared yet? This power will show you the gap between us. The pain I suffered will be returned 100,000-fold." But the white-haired clone simply raised a hand, effortlessly blocking his attack. A simple counterpunch, enveloped in blazing red energy, slammed directly into the green flame general's face. Crack! The general's sturdy armor shattered into pieces with a single blow. The green flame general was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why his fused god-demon power was so easily nullified. The white-haired clone coldly looked down at the defeated foe, his voice full of sarcasm. "Didn't you just say the gap between us was immense?" Bang! He threw another punch, smashing the general deep into the ground. The green flame general lay flattened in a large crater, his body cracked, utterly devoid of any power to resist. Standing afar, the ribbon warrior broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling. He is the heavenly demon from back then. We're doomed, my body is shaking uncontrollably." The fat god clapped his hands, a smug look on his face. "Not bad. Aside from offending me, you are qualified to be my slave. Surrender, and I shall spare you." The white-haired clone smirked, asking a question that couldn't be more provocative. "Are you a god? Do you provide food, lodging, internet, and a girlfriend?" The fat god was dumbfounded, utterly confused. "What nonsense are you spouting? I don't understand." The white-haired clone raised his middle finger, continuing his mockery. "I'm just like you, but the difference is, I'd be a bit embarrassed to accept a dog like you." The fat god was so enraged his eyes nearly popped out, grinding his teeth furiously. In another battlefield, the Immortal faction and the demon race were locked in intense confrontation. The red-skinned demon emperor sneered. "Laughable. You want me to release them?" The demons behind him were tormenting the female cultivators. The demon emperor growled, "Release them? You immortals are truly fools to even suggest that." The black-haired female general recognized the opponent's strength, warning her comrades that this was a high-level demon emperor. Yet she sternly ordered, "I'll say it again, release them." The demon emperor bared his sharp fangs and mocked. "So impatient? I know your kind. You are truly a bunch of hypocrites." He exposed the true nature of the Immortal faction, saying that they merely watched from afar, waiting for the demon race to sweep across the world before emerging as world-saving heroes. The demon emperor continued to taunt, reminding them that both factions were merely pawns in the god's game, and thus should know their place. A masked blonde general angrily challenged, "If you want to stop us, go ask the god. If you're so capable, go kill him." The image of the fat god appeared, an existence that no one in the lower realm could shake. A single thought was enough to crush all things. A vision of the god's brutality appeared. He granted the wicked power over life and death, allowing them to ravage the world. The immortals realized the harsh truth. In the god's eyes, they were no different from dogs or ants, possessing no dignity whatsoever. The golden-armored youth, Feng Qingyang, could no longer endure the humiliation. His eyes burned with hatred. "I can't stand this hell any longer," he roared, then charged straight into the horde of demons, wildly swinging his sword and slaughtering them. The demons were astonished to see a mere immortal king dare to actively attack. They immediately surrounded him. The black-haired female general screamed in panic, "Feng Qingyang, you fool! If you die, I won't forgive you. Cover him." The blonde general beside him broke out in a cold sweat, intending to unleash a supporting move, but froze when he realized the opponent was a demon emperor. He hesitated. Suddenly, pillars of light descended from the sky, striking the demons standing on the glowing magic formations. Feng Qingyang growled, "Your sins must be paid in blood." But the demon emperor merely sneered, "You hypocritical brat, what can you do?" A powerful voice echoed from the thundering sky, "You will regret this." The two female cultivators who had just been rescued hastily thanked Feng Qingyang, their faces still dazed. A group of unfamiliar female cultivators suddenly appeared, silently observing the entire situation from behind. The green-haired female cultivator recognized the presence of a god with alarm, stammering, "A god? A goddess? I didn't expect to meet you here." Feng Qingyang, covered in blood, desperately asked the remaining troops, "Can Jingda's plan still continue? Someone help us escape." The two green-haired and white-haired female cultivators stood frozen amidst the demon corpse field, realizing they had wiped out everything. The green-haired female cultivator held an orb containing a seal, bitterly admitting, "The guide to the ancient continent is in my hands, but it has been sealed by the god, and there's no way to break it yet." Feng Qingyang collapsed in despair, regretting not listening to the envoy before being discovered by the god. Their last chance had vanished. Suddenly, a gigantic pillar of light descended from the sky, illuminating the entire battlefield and stunning the two female cultivators. The green-haired female cultivator recognized the familiar source of power in alarm, the divine temple. Could it be him? A destructive purple energy beam shot straight down from the sky, aimed at a certain area. A blonde immortal growled, veins bulging on his face. The god is truly enraged. The white-haired clone, in his demonized form, stood amidst the purple light, coldly declaring, "Disrespecting a god is a capital offense." A fat god appeared, arrogantly declaring his absolute ownership. "This planet is mine, everything on it is mine. This is the divine talent of every god." The blonde immortal furiously roared, demanding the clone to crawl at his feet and lick his shoes, while the clone was suppressed by a pink divine power. The white-haired clone merely smirked. The system popped up a notification, having detected a realm suppression skill, and immediately cancelled it because the subject does not belong to the ancient continent. The fat god gaped in astonishment when he saw the white-haired clone merely burst out laughing, completely unaffected by his divine decree. The system's analysis was complete. The white-haired clone gave a cunning smirk and ordered, "Kneel." A mini throne appeared. The fat god was immediately crushed to the ground by an invisible force, screaming miserably. The fat god broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe that his own divine decree had backfired on him. The power in his body was dissipating in agony. The fat god's body began to disintegrate into fragments of light, vanishing from the world. The white-haired clone stood high above, looking down at the fat god kneeling prostrate, sarcastically asking, "Why are you kneeling on the ground like a dog?" The white-haired clone clenched his fiery fist, preparing to unleash the final blow. "You've lingered in the heavens for too long." The white-haired clone taunted the blonde warrior, who was scared pale. "Do you really think you're something special?" Boom! The white-haired clone's fiery punch slammed straight into the fat god's face, without any mercy. The terrifying power from the punch shattered the space, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere like fireworks. At the same time, in a distant part of the universe, the star-sealing barrier shattered into pieces. The gigantic cosmic monster was now free. It bent down and stared at a cloaked figure standing on the moon. The cloaked figure panicked, unable to believe that the barrier had broken and the god's power had been exhausted. Suddenly, a purple energy stream tore through the sky, plunging straight down onto the battlefield like a meteor. The fat god, not entirely dead yet after the punch, was free falling through the air like a sandbag. Two female warriors, covered in injuries, looked up at the sky, pointing in horror at the strange object falling. The survivors, including the green-haired girl, also gaped in astonishment at the scene in the sky. The fat god looked up at the approaching purple light, stammering with a trembling voice, "Is that a god?" Whoosh! The purple energy stream crashed into the ground, creating a terrifying explosion right where the fat god was. The fat god was swallowed by the pillar of light, screaming miserably as his body began to disintegrate into dust. The green-haired girl immediately recognized the familiar power, exclaiming in surprise, "Chongan?" The crowd stood watching the purple pillar of light blazing in the sky. The green-haired girl muttered that this barrier was truly trash. The female warriors were still in shock, their faces pale, as they watched the destructive scene that had just unfolded. Another group of survivors was enveloped in purple light. The mustached official hastily yelled, "Hurry, do what you want." The mustached official continued to announce with a horrified expression, "The great heavenly demon lord has decreed." The cosmic monster threw its head back and let out an earth-shattering roar, seemingly sensing a new power had just risen. A blazing red eye lit up in the deep void, signaling that another terrifying existence had awakened. A giant Z-shaped purple energy stream tore through space, shooting straight towards the cosmic monster. Chen Chongan stood on the monster's head, ordering it. "Just do your work. I will handle him." The system announced a deduction of 10 million domain points, and the domain god realm clone was enhanced 10,000 times, transforming into an overbearing, white-haired, black-horned demonic human. The system analyzed the monster as a cosmic devourer beast, with cultivation above the domain god realm, and warned Chen Chongan that he only had 1 day to resolve everything. Chen Chongan's demonized clone roared. Charging straight into the cosmic monster's face, he unleashed a heaven-shattering punch, the impact generating a terrifying energy explosion. The monster was sent flying by the punch, while the demonized clone, eyes blazing, rushed forward in pursuit. He swung his razor-sharp claws, delivering a fatal strike to the monster. Despite being knocked back, Chen Chongan maintained a cold expression, completely unfazed. He growled, ordering, "Accelerate," his body erupting with fiery red energy, shooting forth like a bullet. The next collision created an even more terrifying explosion, tearing apart the monster's hard shell. The system again announced a deduction of 5 million domain points to repair the clone, instantly restoring 100% of its power. The cosmic monster snarled, "Interesting villain. Let's see how far you can go. You won't be able to protect this planet." The demonized clone sneered, taunting, "Even fleas can talk now?" The monster roared furiously, "I've eaten countless ants and you're no exception." Then opened its mouth and fired a destructive purple energy beam. A colossal purple energy explosion engulfed the entire battlefield. A hooded man observed from afar, his face pale. "Who dares to challenge an outer god? Are they not afraid of death?" He muttered that protecting the continent was impossible, and intended to help out, then claim credit with the gods. The hooded man radiated blue energy, muttering, "I understand what he's fighting for, but I can't refute it." He unexpectedly made his move, unleashing the immortal art, holy light binding, as blue rings of light shot forth to tightly restrain the demonized clone. The demonized clone exhaled sharply, his keen eyes staring straight into cosmic space. The colossal cosmic monster snarled, facing the tiny clone that radiated an equally imposing aura. Suddenly, a hooded man from afar unleashed a technique. A blue light sealing circle shot straight towards and tightly bound the demonized clone. But in an instant, the clone exerted force, easily shattering the cheap sealing technique. At the same time, elsewhere, a flying dagger-shaped divine artifact activated, opening a path to Jiuzhou right above a crumbling world. Chang Shi, along with Han Shi and a group of subordinates, used the divine artifact according to the method left by their master. It's working. A colossal purple pillar of light shot straight into the sky, and Chang Shi explained that this was not direct teleportation due to the immense distance. The crowd of people looked up at the giant formation in the sky, and a woman flew up, shouting, "Everyone look, come quickly." It turned out to be the 9 Heavens Star Net Array, a network connecting hidden planets. A grand plan that Chang Xi's master had secretly prepared for thousands of years. She had left the last path to survival for the people of this land. Before the brightly glowing spatial teleportation gate, Han Shi and Chang Shi waited, while the warriors behind them hesitated. "Is it safe?" Han Zi flew into a rage, pointing directly at the small fry. "Cowards! The path is already open for you, yet you don't have the guts to step through?" Chang Shi patted her shoulder, smiling meaningfully. "If that's the case, why don't you go first and set an example?" Han Shi was speechless, her face changing color, utterly panicked by her comrade's suggestion. Immediately, a terrifying suction force from the gate seized Han Shi, dragging her in amidst her desperate screams. The warriors behind watched the scene, one of them gloating, "That feels great. Immortal Lord Nichang stepped forward, her sharp eyes commanding, "Let's go. Let the people leave first." Chang Si stood by the gate, watching the stream of refugees pass through and silently prayed that everything would go smoothly. Suddenly, she sensed something unusual, her eyes becoming extremely vigilant. In another corner, a cultivator with a divine eye on his forehead muttered that the collapse of the ancient dragon god continent would anger the gods, and the coordinates they possessed were the only escape route. Changzi growled, questioning the cultivator with the divine eye, her eyes spitting fire. "Master trusted you so much, you ungrateful beasts." The cultivator with the divine eye cursed bitterly, trying to explain that he had advised Envoy Jingda, but that God didn't listen. Changxi radiated surging killing intent, warning him directly, "That's right, you and that damned god are in cahoots. Dare to approach the teleportation formation, and I'll kill you." Suddenly, a monstrous black shadow with sharp horns appeared, making the cultivator with the divine eye turn pale with fear. "God! What is this?" Chang's eyes also revealed astonishment. She hadn't expected that God to appear in person. A blue energy sphere accumulated, emitting terrifying electrical currents right at the teleportation gate's location. Boom! The teleportation gate exploded into a whirlwind of energy, sweeping away everything around it. The cultivator with the divine eye was blown away by the aftershock, staring in shock at the teleportation gate that had vanished into thin air. What the hell? The teleportation gate exploded? Changxi was stunned, unable to believe her eyes as the obese god slowly emerged from the black smoke, his body covered in monstrous patterns. The obese god roared maniacally, his eyes burning with hatred. "I'll tear you to shreds." Changxi realized that God possessed a resurrection technique, and hastily shouted to activate the second phase of the divine artifact. "He has a resurrection technique. We must use the second phase of the divine artifact. Return." The resurrection artifact immediately shot up, radiating purple demonic energy, and flew towards Changxi. But the obese god was one step faster, seizing Changxi tightly, his voice full of sarcasm. "Who do you think will save you, you lowly worm?" The surviving remnants of the army watched Changxi being captured, their faces filled with despair as they called out to the goddess in vain. The cultivator with the divine eye immediately changed his tune, bowing and fawning, "Welcome, heavenly god. This woman is a wolf in sheep's clothing. We, your humble servants, infiltrated here to capture her alive and offer her to you." The obese god stood there, radiating an overwhelming aura, while Changxi was completely defeated and surrounded. Everything seemed to be over. The obese god muttered bitterly, furious that some scoundrel had escaped his divine edict and wasted one of his precious lives. "That despicable bastard. Next, I'll torture him to death." He looked up at the sky, growling that everything began the moment his precious pet was touched. Suddenly, an army wearing blindfolded purple armor appeared. The obese god sneered, "And you flies too. You deserve to die." A destructive bolt of lightning descended from the sky directly onto Changxi, a merciless finishing blow. Changxi's eyes widened, sweat pouring down her body as she faced imminent death. Amidst the destructive lightning, she desperately called out her masters, elder sisters, and Chongan's names, bracing herself for annihilation. Changxi realized in horror that the divine artifact had been activated, but that Chongan would certainly not arrive in time. Suddenly, the white-haired clone appeared with an arrogant smile, complaining about being locked up for 3 days and declaring it was time to butcher the fat pig. The fat god was stunned, his eyes bulging as he noticed the presence of an uninvited guest. The white-haired clone smirked, ordering the sky, "Smash it. It's time to clean up." The system announced a consumption of 300 million points, and the demonized clone returned to its peak, causing the cosmic beast to ask in terror, "Who are you?" Flexing a blazing fist, the demonized clone growled a single word in response. "I am merely a mortal." As he finished speaking, a heaven-shattering punch blew off the cosmic beast's head. From within the monster's corpse, a strange, small pink creature emerged. The hooded cultivator was dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. The god's pet could actually. He recalled that not long ago, the white-haired clone had been thoroughly beaten by the god's pet, nearly dying several times. Sealed and battered, anyone else would have long turned to dust. But this fellow not only recovered his body, his cultivation also soared, and he possessed bizarre techniques never before seen. Now, he had completely transformed, powerful enough to suppress the god's pet in return. The demonized clone stood upon the monster's corpse, his aura completely overwhelming. The so-called racial advantage of the celestial gods was merely a joke before him. The hooded cultivator trembled, thinking, with this level of power, even scouring the entire star domain, One would be hard-pressed to find a few such individuals. Yet, this fellow unleashed a colossal purple energy strike, completely obliterating the remnants of the beast. The hooded cultivator muttered to himself, "If it were me, I probably wouldn't last a few minutes against that terrifying power." He decided to flee quickly, secretly hoping Jingde could succeed, and if Changxi could be saved, he would die without regret. Just as he was about to make a quick escape, the hooded man was blocked by a demonic hand, and a chilling voice rang out. "Did I give you permission to leave?" The demonized clone looked at the sweating observer, sneering. "Enjoy the show just now, did you? Quite the brave little fellow." The hooded man hastily explained, his voice trembling. "If the god's pet dies, the entire star domain will suffer. Not just your ancient continent, but we will all be annihilated." He cried out, trying to elicit sympathy. "As Jingde's friend, I know how important the ancient continent is to you. It is a god itself." The demonized clone narrowed his eyes, showing dangerous interest. "Oh, Jingde's friend, you say?" The hooded man rejoiced as if he had found gold, holding out a token. "That's right. Jingde's name worked. It seems you know her too." He continued to prevaricate. "Jingde also once asked us to help fight against the gods, but no one dared to." Before he could finish, two streams of purple energy shot directly into his eyes. The demonized clone stood high above, looking down at the observer, who was spitting blood from his mouth and nose. "Friends from afar? I wonder if that phrase is appropriate for this situation." The demonic hand seized the golden token, and the demonized clone growled, "Next time, I won't spare any of you." Crack. The token shattered, and the demonized clone smirked. "No more spoilers now. It's your turn." Having dealt with the small fry, the demonized clone turned to face the stunned fat god. "You were quite talkative just now. Why so silent all of a sudden?" Changxi and the remnants of the army stood far away, their faces drained of color, completely bewildered by what was happening. Suddenly, another figure appeared, and the fat god was stunned. "Another Chongan?" The fat god narrowed his eyes, recognizing the aura of the newcomer. "Those eyes are unmistakable. It's the vermin who killed my beloved pet." "Strange. How can a demon lord possess such pure immortal power? His cultivation realm. Wait. Is this fellow a clone?" He recalled that the demonized clone's aura could contend with a domain god, while the one before him was merely a petty domain lord. The fat god burst into maniacal laughter. Hey, it's a clone." He laughed disdainfully, deeming the opponent to be worthless and not worth mentioning. "Using a trash avatar to deceive me, you fool. I will crush you," the fat god roared, unleashing a fire-clad punch straight at Chen Chongan's face. Changxi screamed in despair. "Chongan!" Thwack! Chen Chongan casually raised a hand, blocking the fat god's heaven-shattering punch, purple lightning sparking from the point of impact. Chen Chongan taunted the fat god, his voice full of sarcasm. "Such weak skill, yet you dare to call yourself a god? You haven't even reached the domain lord realm." He tightened his grip, the fat god's arm bones shattering, blood splattering everywhere. "Scared now?" Chen Chongan asked nonchalantly. The fat god shrieked miserably, his crushed arm looking no different from a tattered rag. The fat god gasped, realizing his opponent was not a clone. Chen Chongan smirked. "It's obvious, isn't it? Next time I'll kill you. If you don't use your trump card, you'll run out of chances. If I kill you now, your true body will also be annihilated," the fat god roared, unleashing his full power, purple demonic energy erupting. Chen Chongan gracefully dodged the attack like a gust of wind, leaving the fat god striking at empty air. The fat god's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized Chen Chongan was already right behind him. Chen Chongan clicked his tongue in annoyance. "So this is divine power? How boring." Then he gathered a blazing golden energy orb in his hand. "Go to hell!" he roared, unleashing the destructive energy stream straight into the fat god's abdomen. The fat god's eyes bulged, his mouth agape in horror as the attack pierced through him. His massive body was sent flying, leaving a gaping hole right in the middle of his abdomen. The ancient warriors watched with mouths agape. "The god in our eyes is being toyed with like a child." Chen Chongan turned to Feng Qian, casually saying, "Master, lend me your sword." The other man was dumbfounded. "Huh? Master?" Changzi was horrified to see the hole in the fat god's abdomen automatically mending, black demonic energy pouring out from his body. Feng Qian shrieked, "It's a god again, a god of the heavens. Hero, quickly take it." While Chen Chongan simply replied, I know. The fat god roared, his body glowing red and emitting purple smoke. "Do you think you can escape? My dragon god clan will not let you off." A shadowy figure of Chen Chongan explained. To revive requires a very steep price, including devouring the soul of a virgin. Each resurrection, the price becomes even more exorbitant. Chen Chongan unleashed a storm of blue sword energy, slicing the fat god into 100 pieces. The fat god shrieked in despair as he was torn apart by the sword energy. "My pet, why didn't you come to save me? Why does someone who is both immortal and demon exist?" Chen Chongan, now masked, held the borrowed sword and coldly declared before the fat god's soulless corpse, "For those who died unjustly, first, sacrifice your head." A rebel warrior was deeply shocked, muttering that he had never seen anyone dare to teach a god a lesson, while her green-haired comrade astonishingly confirmed, Chen Chongan really did it. Chen Chongan stood on the fat god's head, a disdainful smirk playing on his lips. Gods? Pathetic. From the fat god's headless corpse, disgusting purple tentacles began to sprout, attempting to regenerate his body. Chen Chongan watched the spectacle with folded arms, a smirk on his face. "Oh, he can revive? Looks like an invincible force, doesn't it?" A hideous, pitch-black demonic form emerged from the pile of tentacles, prompting Chen Chongan to remark concisely, "Ugly as hell." The fat god, in his monstrous form, roared, "I'll crush you, you worm," then unleashed a destructive blow upon the ground. Chen Chongan merely glanced at him with boredom, thinking to himself, "Is this the full power of an unrivaled god?" The fat god's distorted face was miserably patching itself back together, only able to groan while Chen Chongan mocked. "Is that all you've got? Is there nothing left besides reviving?" Blue sword energy began to fluctuate around Chen Chongan's feet, indicating he was starting to get serious. The fat god began to change his tune, wailing for mercy. "Wait, spare me. We don't need to fight to the death. I'll give you anything you want. I am an heir of the Dragon God clan." Chen Chongan paid no heed to the pleas, his eyes flashing with cold blue light, while the fat god continued to babble. "That's right. You want to save those small fries, don't you? I won't harm them anymore." Chen Chongan unleashed a giant energy orb that engulfed the fat god, despite his desperate screams. "I cannot die. The Dragon God clan will not spare you." In his dying throes, the fat god, Long Lu, shouted his true purpose. "I, Long Lu, only wanted to wage war to train a warrior for the Star Domain Grand Assembly." Long Lu's soul dissipated, resentfully wondering, "Where did it all go wrong? Why did I have to run into this monstrous thing?" Whoosh! Chen Chongan completely finished off his opponent, and a system notification appeared. "Congratulations, Host 2. You have eliminated a god-level entity." Chen Chongan smirked, commenting, "Looks like he was a bit overcooked. He probably won't revive for a while." The system suddenly spoke, emphasizing that it only belonged to Host 1, making Chen Chongan realize this clone had developed its own consciousness, and had to be eliminated once the job was done. In the distance, the survivors burst into joyous cheers, the muscular warrior shouting, "We won! The god's minions have all fled in terror." The green-haired girl's eyes welled up with tears as she choked out Chen Chongan's name. Chen Chongan felt a bit awkward at everyone's reaction, muttering, "The next step is just for the spirit artifact or heavenly Tao to appear." The golden-armored man sighed in relief. "Good. Now we don't have to flee this place anymore." While Chen Chongan was sweating profusely, Chen Chongan forced a wry smile, telling himself, "It's truly better to stay put, not go anywhere." Chen Chongan screamed in panic in his mind. "That old man Feng, if you don't come to the 9 provinces, what am I supposed to do? Do you even know what the hell you're talking about?" While the entire group of survivors was happily celebrating that everything was over, Chen Chongan let out a desperate "no." Changxi wondered why not, and Chen Chongan nonchalantly explained, "Solving the crisis is only temporary. One must have foresight. At the very least, I need to stabilize the future direction." Chen Chongan pointed directly at the golden-armored Feng Qingyang, growling, "Especially you, Feng Qingyang. If you don't go, this world will face ruin." Chen Chongan cleared his throat and began to boast. "Actually, I am an immortal from the future, and the reason I returned is to save the ancient continent from this disaster. Now that everything is stable, your next responsibility is to go to the 9 provinces to protect all living beings." Changxi tried to dissuade him, but Chen Chongan continued to threaten, "But if you don't go to the 9 provinces, everything will fall into chaos." Chen Chongan's expression turned extremely serious, his gaze sharp. "By then, even the ancient continent will be affected, or even destroyed." Changxi was startled, stammering, "Really?" While Chen Chongan whispered, "Serious, yes, but whether the ancient continent will be destroyed, I don't know." Feng Qingyang believed him completely, self-admiringly. "It seems we must go to the 9 provinces. I never thought that I, Feng Qingyang, would not only protect the ancient continent, but also bear the burden of the 9 provinces. Am I really that important? A voice echoed throughout space. The god of the ancient continent is dead. It is time for me to choose a new master. A black, insect-like entity with a glowing red eye appeared in the sky, astonishing a black-haired female cultivator. The heavenly Tao has appeared. Feng Qingyang and his comrades laughed gleefully, boasting loudly to the heavens. The new master of the ancient continent is none other than Chen Chongan. From now on, the ancient continent will be blessed by the new god. The heavenly Tao declared, "The new master of the ancient continent that I acknowledge is you," and aimed directly at Chen Chongan. Whoosh! A ray of light shot down from the heavenly Tao, but its target was not Chen Chongan. Instead, it pierced directly into Changshi's forehead. Chen Chongan was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. How can it not be Chen Chongan, but goddess Changzi? What's going on? Did the heavenly Tao make a mistake? Changshi screamed miserably as she was enveloped by a stream of green energy, a new mark forming on her forehead. Ah, I feel so uncomfortable. The heavenly Tao ignored the chaos, its voice full of authority. My decision has been made and cannot be questioned. As the new master of the ancient continent, register at the divine temple within 1 day and officially take over the continent. Chen Chongan glanced at the heavenly Tao, his gaze icy, the corner of his mouth curling into a meaningful smile. You. Changshi unexpectedly grabbed Chen Chongan's hand tightly. She shed her disguise, her entire body surging with green demonic energy, and smirked sinisterly. Young hero. While Chen Chongan was still bewildered, she boasted loudly to the petrified crowd of Feng Qingyang. It's useless. The heavenly Tao has decreed, I am the new master of this continent. She smirked in satisfaction, enjoying her victory. 10 million years. Finally, he's dead. She tried to kiss Chen Chongan, sweetly coaxing. You did well, I will handsomely reward you once I seize this continent. But was called out directly by the main character. Spirit artifact? Slap. Chen Chongan swatted her hand away. No longer playing along. The main character turned the tables, grabbed her by the collar, and exposed her entire scheme. So there was no damn trial at all, just a charade for me to help kill the old god. Then you possessed Changzi's body to seize this continent, right? The spirit artifact feigned surprise but was also amused. Oh, quick-witted. I thought you would panic. When did you figure it out? Chen Chongan showed blatant disdain. Your shoddy script was full of holes. Who would believe it? She burst out laughing, mocking. Pfft. Didn't you believe it completely at first? Your angry expression now is truly amusing. She began to recount her plan. That's right. I created countless clones, which you call spirit artifacts, and threw them into different worlds. She continued to explain. They would seek out those with potential, incite them to kill the native god. Then I would secretly appear and snatch the prize. She laughed maniacally, revealing her ultimate goal. And then, all living beings on this continent will become a source of power, sacrificing their precious lives for me to cultivate. Feng Qingyang and the remnants of his army heard this, their faces drained of all color. What? So after the god dies, the continent will be torn apart by other gods. The spirit artifact turned to taunt Chen Chongan one last time. I must go to the divine temple now. Take the opportunity to say goodbye to this continent one last time. Quick as lightning, Chen Chongan rushed forward to catch Changshi's soul, which was being pushed out of her body, and roared, Changshi. Changshi weakly whispered in the main character's arms. Chen Chongan, don't let her successfully register or the entire continent will be wiped out. While the spirit artifact looked on with an annoyed expression, Chen Chongan's eyes flashed with blue light, his voice turned sharp. This continent, I'll take it. The system panel displayed a warning. Continent to be sacrificed in 10 minutes. Mission failed. In outer space, 2 spatial vortexes, one purple and one black, suddenly opened directly above the ancient continent. 2 beams of light from unknown forces shot straight down, and a voice full of sarcasm echoed. So a god died here? That son of the dragon god is truly useless trash. I didn't expect him to die so quickly. Another continent is about to plunge into death. On the ground, the surviving cultivators were utterly bewildered by the strange sounds echoing from the 9 heavens, not understanding what on earth was happening. Chen Chongan narrowed his eyes, a bad premonition stirring within him, and muttered, Gods? Chen Chongan's system blared loudly, continuously alerting him to the presence of numerous gods from various other factions sweeping across the ancient continent. A streak of green light tore through the cosmos, shooting straight towards the divine temple of the ancient continent. Qian Wanchen, proclaiming herself the goddess of time and space, landed at the Divine Temple, smugly noting it only took her 7 minutes to arrive after traveling for millions of years. The goddess looked around the ruined Divine Temple and asked in a clear voice, "Where is the spirit of the dragon Divine Temple?" A green dragon spirit emerged from the rubble, its voice trembling. You are the goddess of time and space, Qian Wanchen. Why are you here?" The goddess shrugged and replied casually, "Naturally, it's because Long Lu is dead." She smiled cunningly, adding fuel to the fire, a miserable death torn apart by an immortal. If this news gets out, the Dragon God clan would surely lose face, wouldn't they? The Dragon God roared, disbelieving its own ears. Impossible. An immortal cannot harm Lord Long Lu. They could only be tortured to death by him. Qian Wanchen raised her hand, creating a mass of purple energy. Believe it or not, see for yourself. The Dragon God was stunned as it replayed the scene of Long Lu being tortured and killed, unable to deny it any longer. The goddess continued her act, explaining that the immortal had appeared out of nowhere, using bizarre techniques, every strike a deadly blow. The Dragon God roared in fury, swearing to have the disciples of the Dragon God clan hunt down that immortal to the ends of the earth and exterminate his entire clan. Qian Wanchen feigned a sigh, putting on a regretful air. It's a pity I couldn't arrive in time to save him. I used my power to recreate this scene, to provide an explanation. The Dragon God bowed in gratitude, while the goddess continued her scheme. It's a pity this continent is about to be torn apart by other gods. Hearing this, the Dragon God frantically offered up the continent seal, pleading, "Divine One, please consider. If you don't mind, please temporarily take control of this continent." Qian Wanchen sneered, feigning reluctance. "All right, I'll accept it out of consideration for you." She snatched the seal with delight. As soon as she gained control, she revealed her true colors, secretly thinking her plan to borrow a knife to kill had succeeded. "Just let the Dragon God clan go," provoked Chen Chongan. The goddess was triumphant, having waited 10 million years to complete her master's mission, when she suddenly froze, sensing something amiss with the seal in her hand. The Dragon God was alarmed, as the continent seal displayed a strange, unrecognizable symbol that couldn't be identified. The goddess was furious, secretly thinking she had obtained permission from the heavenly Tao beforehand, traveled through time to seize the continent. Yet, she tried again, but the seal remained unresponsive, showing no reaction at all. The Dragon God analyzed, suggesting two possibilities. 1. Someone had ignored the heavenly Tao to obstruct them, but this could be overcome with time. The goddess, however, feared the second possibility. The seal had autonomously escaped the Divine Temple's control without permission. To put it bluntly, the ancient continent had changed masters. The goddess's eyes widened, unable to believe the harsh truth. Impossible. In just a few short minutes, someone ignored the laws of the gods and seized the continent before me. Suddenly, the seal erupted in dazzling golden light, causing the Dragon God to joyfully exclaim that the master recognition had succeeded, and the previous alarm was false. The goddess smiled triumphantly, thinking to herself, "As the master of the continent, your name will appear." Boom. The two golden characters Chen Chongan appeared prominently, and the goddess froze on the spot. Why is it him? Her face contorted with rage. I've waited 10 million years, seizing all heavenly timing, earthly advantage, and human harmony. Why is it him, and not me? A mysterious woman wearing a diamond pendant observed from afar, wondering who this Chen Chongan was. Rewinding time, Chen Chongan's white-haired clone was standing in the middle of the desert when he froze, sensing something was amiss. 5 minutes earlier, he realized the heavenly Tao of the ancient continent had recognized a new master, but that person was not him, but an existence from a higher dimension. Meanwhile, a female warrior in golden armor, covered in blood, looked up at the sky in despair. With so many gods arriving, how can we reclaim this land? The heavenly Tao of the ancient continent was coveted by a horde of gods, all realizing that the goddess of time and space had also swiftly arrived. A fire god named Yan Tianzun boasted loudly, demanding the heavenly Tao recognize him as its master for protection. A cosmic goddess also joined in, mocking the goddess as merely a wandering deity without backing, then turned to entice the heavenly Tao to follow her. Another lightning god also chimed in, stating that transforming a barbaric land into a prosperous one was a great bargain. The heavenly Tao silently calculated, clearly weighing this tempting offer. The heavenly Tao muttered that if it recognized a new master, it would lose all its accumulated wealth, turning this place into a corner even worse than the lowest-tier barbaric land. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the void, sarcastically. "Oh, even a high and mighty god enjoys drawing cakes to deceive people, do they?" Chen Chongan appeared, sneered, and made an outrageous offer. I think you should cooperate with me. Once I become the master of the ancient continent, the heavenly Tao will naturally have to obey me. The fire god and the cosmic goddess burst into laughter as if hearing a joke. Cooperate with you? An immortal daring to discuss cooperation with gods is truly the biggest joke I've ever heard. The heavenly Tao flatly refused, declaring it only recognized gods as masters. Chen Chongan coldly warned, I've given you a chance. Don't regret it. Time was running out. Another voice echoed in Chen Chongan's mind. Leave it to me. A demonized clone with black horns appeared, declaring he had reviewed all memories and resolved the major bug. The old clone sighed in relief, finally able to communicate with the soul. The demonized clone smirked, revealing he had found the remnants of the 9 Heavens star net array set up by Jingde, and immediately devised a plan to turn the tables. The old clone nodded. This plan isn't bad. Number 1. The demonized clone replied. Okay. Then number 2. Assist me. The demonized clone activated a long unused system function, targeting all things. He explained that Changxi had left a landmark before, and now was the time to use it. The plan was set in motion. Restore the connection of the teleportation array and extend the invincible domain to the ancient continent. A beam of light shot straight towards Juzhou. But to succeed, someone there knowledgeable in spatial teleportation was needed to connect. The old clone found Changxi, calmly informed her that everything was about to be resolved, and reminded her not to forget to write to her elder sister. Changxi was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Changxi confirmed she could make contact, so the old clone immediately asked her to relay a message. According to the script, Changxi had to play the role of a panicked girl, shouting into the communication artifact, Sister, I'm in Juzhou. The teleportation array is broken. I can't come back. Hanzi's voice rang out, full of worry, asking if it was Chang'an's voice. The old clone coldly called her name, Hanzi, and then he delivered the finishing blow. Let's break up. I have a girlfriend now. You did great, but we're not compatible. Just stay in Juzhou. Don't come back. Changzi's face flushed crimson. Her mind reeled with thoughts. A new girlfriend? The only woman by his side is me. Could he also like me? On the other end, Hanxi's hand trembled violently, clutching the communication artifact in extreme rage. Her fury erupted. Hanxi screamed with tear-filled eyes. You scumbag! Consumed by rage, Hanxi looked up sharply at the sky, sensing a familiar energy shaking space. She immediately realized, it's Master Juice 9 Heaven's star god formation, someone is modifying it. She then decided to pour all her strength into connecting with the teleportation formation. Pushing her energy to its limit, Hanxi roared into space. Chen Chongan, don't even think about abandoning me. Only I have the right to abandon you. In another dimension, a new demonized clone of Chen Chongan, with cold blue eyes, smirked, his domineering aura spreading throughout the universe. He spread his arms, energy erupted, declaring to all creation that a new order was about to be established. The spatial network began to expand, connecting worlds together. On the ancient continent, a colossal teleportation gate suddenly reactivated to the astonishment of the survivors. Feng Qiyun and his companions' faces drained of color as they stammered. The teleportation formation destroyed by the gods is recovering on its own. What the hell is happening? Elsewhere, divine entities also sensed the anomaly, and a voice rang out. An extraordinary force suddenly appeared on that planet. It seems other gods have secretly made their move. 2 streams of divine energy, one red, one blue, were aimed directly at 2 planets, clearly intending to annex the entire ancient continent. The energy streams collided, creating colossal sword chi trails tearing through space. A battle for supremacy was about to erupt. Yan Tianzun sneered. Occupy? You're overthinking it. This is merely a means of survival for a bunch of ants. The demonized clone stood before the spatial gate, analyzing the situation. The safest way to seize the continent is to make its master acknowledge you. If occupied by force, it will be devoured by the laws of the star domain. He concluded disdainfully. A barbaric place like this isn't worth any god paying a price for. Suddenly, a series of other gods appeared, including Yan Tianzun and the cosmic goddess, all curious. A tiny heavenly demon. Where does this power come from? One of them, Zhuyang Emperor, without much ado, unleashed a destructive attack. My soul may not be 1,000th of my true body, but it's more than enough to destroy you. The demonized clone merely stood still, taking the full brunt of the attack without a scratch, then coldly asked, Is that all? Zhuyang Emperor was utterly shocked, immediately realizing, that bastard, he dares to look at me like I'm an insect. This appearance is identical to that immortal of the lower realm, Could it be a clone? He blustered to hide his confusion. The Long Lu you killed was merely the lowest rank among the gods. We have endured countless eras, finally gaining control of the heavenly Tao. You are nothing but an ant in our eyes. Yan Tianzun showed interest. Zhuyang Emperor used 1% of his power and was still looked down upon? Interesting. Toying with an insect using high-level magic isn't bad. Let me join in. The system alerted. The clone is in danger. But Chen Chongan's demonized clone's face hardened, determined not to retreat, for behind him was the teleportation formation. Yan Tianzun and his companions, without further ado, jointly unleashed a destructive energy attack, boasting loudly. Toying with an insect using high-level magic isn't bad. At the same time in the lower realm, Chen Chongan and Changxi suddenly felt an earth-shattering tremor, looking up at the sky with faces full of alarm. The system notified the main body. The heavenly demon clone has been destroyed. Its consciousness and memories have been merged, while the orb representing the ancient continent is locked by a formation. Chen Chongan smirked confidently, ordering the system. Very good. First, cover all of Juzhou for me. And received confirmation. Coverage successful. He continued to command domineeringly. Next, synthesize all domain fragments into a card. Designate the Invincible domain as the target. Expand the boundary to the ancient continent, which even shocked the system. Chen Chongan taunted. What's wrong? Is there anything the system can't do? And the system immediately sulked, but still obediently complied. Domain expansion successful. Finally, Chen Chongan poured all his assets, growling his final command. Exhaust all domain value to cover the ancient continent. Seize this land for me. A colossal ring of power enveloped the entire ancient continent, officially turning it into Chen Chongan's home turf. In the new domain, Chen Chongan appeared in a shadowy form, brimming with demonic energy, coldly declaring, "Next, wait for me to clean up these trashy gods." The gods, including Yan Tianzun and the cosmic goddess, burst into arrogant laughter. "Ha ha ha, it says it will clean us up. Just a bunch of lowly ants." Before they could finish speaking, all the gods were engulfed in a sea of golden flames, screaming in utter terror. A god shrieked as he disintegrated. "Cannot resist, my power is useless." Wait, why is the continent's mark of recognition appearing on him? Chen Chongan, with blood-red eyes, coldly watched them perish, despite his enemies' desperate screams. "Impossible! Who are you?" Back on the ground, Chen Chongan and the group of survivors looked up at the colossal vortex in the sky, where the trembling voice of the heavenly Tao called his name. The system continuously reported victories. Host annihilated the soul of Yan Tianzun. Annihilated the soul of the death god. Annihilated the soul of the night goddess. Enormous rewards. A colossal pillar of light descended from the sky directly in front of Chen Chongan, signaling the submission of a supreme power. The heavenly Tao of the ancient continent revealed its true form as a pitch-black monster, hastily bowing its head and pleaded, "Lord Chen, please forgive this blind fool. From now on, you are the sole master of the ancient continent." Chen Chongan glanced disdainfully, sneering, "Oh, didn't you say you would never acknowledge me as master?" Making the heavenly Tao break out in a cold sweat, stammering, "Those were all the nonsensical words of a lowly being. Please forgive me, Lord." Meanwhile, Zhuyang Emperor in another space turned pale as he realized the problem. Wiping out divine clones in an instant, he must have hidden his true strength. At least at the god level, he even ignored the rules, occupying the continent without fearing my counterattack. Chen Chongan smirked, looking at the trembling heavenly Tao, sneering, "What a pity. I still prefer your arrogant, untamed demeanor from before." The heavenly Tao hastily equivocated, defending its actions before the wide-eyed survivors. The green-haired female cultivator was completely captivated, secretly thinking that this man repeatedly created miracles, his dominance limitless. The muscular warrior also agreed, believing that a two-faced entity like the heavenly Tao could not be easily forgiven. The system announced the reward summary after swiftly eliminating the fat god Long Lu, offering two choices: upgrade the clone or receive the title of Dragon Slayer. The system warned that the Dragon God clan's hatred value had increased by 20%, and if it peaked, he would be hunted across all realms, but Chen Chongan couldn't care less. He quickly analyzed. The Dragon Slayer title only works against one clan. It's too useless. It can't compare to upgrading the divine clone. Chen Chongan decisively chose the first reward, calculating that since he now controlled the entire continent, there was no need to rush to use the points. Without any further selection, he ordered the system. Exchange all rewards for progress in analyzing the divine clone. Complete it as soon as possible. The system reported that progress only increased by 0.5% to 10.5%, making Chen Chongan furious. What? Killing a bunch of gods only gives 0.5%? System, are you lagging? The system explained that those were just minor clones. To get the real deal, he had to slaughter their true bodies, making Chen Chongan realize he had to raid their lairs. The green-haired female cultivator secretly thought, anyway, the problem has been resolved. Now all that's left is to seize the power of that divine artifact. Chen Chongan stood amidst the desolate land, confidently declared, the ancient continent now completely belongs to me. That petty thief will surely come to her own demise. He ordered the system. Keep your eyes wide open. Once the aura of the god of time and space appears in the domain, report to me immediately. In another space, an angry fist shattered an ice barrier, and a furious voice roared, damn Chen Chongan. The goddess of time and space, Qian Wanchen, appeared with a murderous expression. I originally intended to spare your life, but since you dared to ruin my plans, you no longer need to exist. Qian Wanchen ordered the temple spirit to stand still and wait, while she personally went to deal with Chen Chongan. The temple spirit was confident that with Qian Wanchen's power, that person would surely die a miserable death. However, it suddenly recalled Long Lu's strange death, began to doubt its own master, and decided to open a spatial gate to report to its clan. A stylish high heel stepped out from the spatial gate, signaling that a bloody hunt was about to begin. The goddess of time and space, Qian Wanchen, descended upon the ancient continent. Realizing something was amiss with this place, she muttered that the spiritual energy here had surged. No longer a desolate, worthless land, and could even withstand 10% of her power. The system reported that the god of time and space had infiltrated the domain, while she arrogantly declared, Chen Chongan, come out and kneel before me. Before she could finish speaking, a hand as hard as steel seized her by the throat, leaving her utterly astonished. Chen Chongan emerged from the void, facing her directly, and uttered a cold remark. A mere spirit being? He tossed her like a toy, sending Qian Wanchen flying straight to the ground, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The goddess lay sprawled on the ground, completely unaware of how he had moved. Chen Chongan casually sat on her back, sneering. Little thief. Qian Wanchen furiously roared, attempting to unleash her divine power to throw off the mortal who dared to insult her. Chen Chongan remained unfazed, his sharp gaze fixed downwards, completely unaffected by her power. He uttered a sarcastic remark. Is that all? Leaving the goddess speechless, her entire power absolutely suppressed. Chen Chongan smirked, effortlessly blocking all her attempts to resist with just one hand. Qian Wanchen's eyes widened in horror, and sweat began to pour as she realized the cruel truth. She mumbled in despair, unable to believe that she, a goddess, was being crushed by a mere immortal. Chen Chongan grinned sinisterly. It's not over yet. I'll even take your divine techniques. He then placed his hand on her, and the system began the copying process. Qian Wanchen shrieked in panic, warning that the power of time and space was not something a being without divine talent could touch. The system announced, successfully copied 100% of time and space power, application range limited to the Invincible domain. Chen Chongan turned back with a triumphant smile, challenging her. What did you just say? He stood up, leaving Qian Wanchen kneeling in resentment and humiliation, her entire body trembling with rage. Chen Chongan admired the newly acquired skill, casually commenting, a good skill indeed. Now, the future of the ancient continent has completely changed. Chen Chongan turned his back, his voice full of sarcasm. Your heart must be in turmoil now, right? It's all because you summoned me here. Now, whether you live or die depends on your performance. The goddess Qian Wanchen's face flushed crimson with humiliation and anger, muttering that things shouldn't have turned out this way, never expecting the one she brought here to flip the script. Chen Chongan sneered. What kind of expression is that? It looks like we just did something together, making the red-haired goddess even more embarrassed, as she yelled, It's all your fault. Suddenly, Chen Chongan's expression turned serious as he sensed something, and he called out Changxi's name. Elsewhere, Changxi screamed in panic. The ancient continent, Chang Shi and a rebel warrior gazed in horror at the sky, where countless divine clones were pouring down onto the ancient continent like a destructive rain. The goddess Qian Wanchen grinned sinisterly, growling at Chen Chongan. Chen Chongan, what good is fighting? You still have to pretend to be a god in front of others. She continued to boast, confident of victory. You're just like me, with no one backing you. No matter how strong an individual is, they can't fight an entire divine army. Chen Chongan sneered, completely disregarding the threat. Listen, they are the ones who should be afraid, not me. Your tongue is still quite sharp. The goddess Qianwan Chen flinched as a powerful aura erupted right before her, screaming, "Fool! Do you think defeating me means you can take on all gods and Buddhas?" Chen Chongan hovered in the air, his domineering aura enveloping the entire area, while the goddess continued to shriek from below. "You're too arrogant, Chen Chongan," he replied with an arrogant smile, clenching his fist. "The weather is getting chilly, a beautiful day for a divine slaughter." Not far away in the cosmos, another force observed the ancient continent, disdainfully remarking, "Chen Chongan, the master of this land? Humph, a name I've never heard of." The god of slaughter and the tree goddess appeared, warning their companions not to underestimate this individual, as he had defeated several divine clones, at least at the demigod level. The tree goddess analyzed the situation, suggesting that this person might have used his true body to sneak in, as the 8 domain gods had forbidden deities from descending to the mortal realm. She smiled cunningly, concluding that Chen Chongan was merely a wandering god with no background, daring to monopolize the fortune of this place alone. The god of slaughter narrowed his eyes and sneered contemptuously. A wandering god with no title, not even comparable to a low-level deity, thinks he can kill whomever he pleases? The god of slaughter rallied his subordinates. "Brothers, charge. Kill the god of this place and seize his fortune." The entire divine army surged downwards. The sky of the ancient continent plunged into darkness and destructive light beams. Whoosh! A colossal, brilliant golden slash, carrying unstoppable power, tore through space, sweeping across the invading army. Just as the invading gods were brimming with momentum, a brilliant golden sword energy ripped through their formation, leaving both the god of slaughter and the tree goddess stunned. Chen Chongan's golden-haired clone appeared like a war god, growling a welcome to the small fry entering hell. Changxi was filled with extreme worry, muttering that if he continued to fight like this, Chen Chongan's body wouldn't be able to endure it. She told herself that he was too arrogant and would surely pay a heavy price for his recklessness. Meanwhile, the god of time and space sneered, mocking that even if Chen Chongan was in the domain god realm, he would still be worn down to death by the overwhelming numbers. Changxi desperately turned to beg the god of time and space. "God, please help him. Save Chen Chongan. Save the ancient continent." The god of time and space coldly retorted, "Aren't you ashamed? After all the times I bestowed divine artifacts upon you, now you want me to offend all these gods for a mere mortal?" Changxi tried to persuade her, arguing that there was no need to fight to the death, that having more allies and fewer enemies was better, and pleaded with her to lend a hand. Just this once. The god of time and space appeared thoughtful, muttering, "That makes sense." But then she burst into a savage laugh. "But I refuse." She grabbed Changxi, scoffing. "What good are friends? Did they help you in your time of crisis? It's precisely because you have such a kind heart that you met such a tragic end." The god of time and space leaned close to Changxi's ear, growling a revelation. "Your continent was discovered by the gods long ago. To absorb its fortune, they will surely destroy it completely. The ancient continent is doomed to perish." She pushed away the collapsing Changxi, continuing her manipulative spiel. "You don't need to beg anymore. If you had obediently allowed me to take over the ancient continent, you wouldn't have suffered like this." Her eyes flashed with extreme hatred as she blamed everything on the protagonist, and all of this was caused by that damned Chen Chongan. Changxi bowed her head, secretly thinking about Chen Chongan's sacrifice, that he didn't deserve to die as an unknown hero. Utterly desperate, Changxi prostrated herself on the ground, kowtowing and pleading, "On behalf of all the people of the ancient continent, I beg you." The god of time and space merely sneered contemptuously. The god of time and space grabbed Changxi's chin, offering a dirty deal with a sinister smile. "How about this? You go tell Chen Chongan to transfer ownership of this continent to me, and I will help him survive this calamity." A cold voice echoed from behind. "Who do you think you are, to claim you can help him through this tribulation?" Chen Chongan's true body appeared, facing a series of system notifications about the destruction of the god of slaughter's clone, the tree goddess clone, and the god of war's clone. He cracked his knuckles. "Feeling itchy? Do you want to die?" The god of time and space, oblivious to the situation, burst into gleeful laughter, thinking Chen Chongan was exhausted and had come to beg her. "Ha, can't take it anymore. How about this? You obediently kneel and kowtow 3 times, and I'll mercifully help you, alright?" Chen Chongan made a mocking face and retorted sarcastically. "Kneel before you?" He pointed at Qian Wanchen, the god of time and space, his voice full of challenge. Qian Wanchen, have you lost your mind in anger? Why don't you open your eyes wide and take a good look before barking? Qian Wanchen, the god of time and space, broke out in a cold sweat, her face revealing extreme bewilderment. She looked out at the battlefield, where an entire divine army once stood, now just an empty wasteland, stammering, "Have all the gods vanished?" Chang Shi, standing beside her, was also petrified, her eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before her. She covered her mouth in horror, realizing the harsh truth. The descending gods and Chen Chongan alone. What a miracle. We're safe. Qian Wanchen, the god of time and space, activated her power, her golden eyes glowing with a time reversal light, growling. What in the world just happened? In the flashback, Chen Chongan stood surrounded by the divine host, a sneer on his lips. Being encircled like this isn't bad. If you have the ability, come and take it yourself. But in a flash, countless golden sword key streams swept through, and the divine host evaporated completely, leaving not a single trace. Qian Wanchen, the god of time and space, witnessed that scene, her jaw dropping in utter astonishment. The flashback continued. Chen Chongan floated in midair, his entire body radiating an overbearing aura, confidently declaring, "Don't worry, they aren't strong enough to kill me." The divine host, including the god of slaughter and the tree goddess, only had time to show expressions of horror before being annihilated. Back in reality, Qian Wanchen, the god of time and space, completely collapsed, realizing she had summoned an uncontrollable monster. All the gods from other star domains were wiped out by him in an instant. Her face turned ashen, sweat poured down her like rain, and she bit her lip until it was almost bleeding. Suddenly, she changed her demeanor faster than flipping a pancake, forcing a smile as she said to Chen Chongan, "If there's anything you need help with, just tell me. I will definitely assist you." Chen Chongan bared his teeth in a mad grin, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with thirst for battle. "I actually do need a favor. Is there a way to summon more gods here, preferably stronger ones?" Changxi, standing nearby, turned pale upon hearing this, terrified by his insane request. He wants even more gods to come? Qian Wanchen, the god of time and space, broke into a sweat, her voice trembling, but she still had to admit, yes, there are a few ways. A surge of green energy erupted, signaling that a spatial gate was about to open. In a lavish palace, a demonic scout rushed in frantically, knelt before the throne, and shouted, "Something has happened. Second young master." A dragon god envoy frantically reported, "Young Master Long Lu has died suddenly." Qian Wanchen, the god of time and space, intended to seize the ancient continent, but was outmaneuvered by a fellow named Chen Chongan. On the throne, Long Hua, the second young master of the dragon god clan, a muscular, green-skinned, red-haired demon, sneered disdainfully. "Oh," Long Hua chuckled darkly, his eyes flashing with bloodlust. "It must be that Qian Wanchen and that guy colluded to kill my 12th brother. Anyone who dares to provoke the dragon god clan will pay a heavy price." The dragon god envoy broke into a sweat, trembling as he asked about his master's plan. Long Hua roared, declaring he would use the dragon god clan's ultimate technique, the 10 Directions World Annihilation Formation, causing the envoy's face to turn pale with shock. The envoy tried to dissuade him, saying this move would destroy entire star domains and incur the wrath of other gods. But Long Hua merely sneered. "When you're strong enough, ants are only fit to be trampled underfoot." Back in reality, Chen Chongan still wore a mad grin, his bloodshot eyes staring intently at Qian Wanchen, the god of time and space. Qian Wanchen broke into a cold sweat, thinking to herself, "This madman is threatening to kill me if I can't summon more high-level gods." A muscular god with fiery red hair appeared, introducing himself as Yushanhe Emperor, questioning Qian Wanchen. "You sent word that you would offer this ancient continent to me, is that true?" Immediately after, another group of gods descended, led by the Heavenly River God Lord, who was known as the gatekeeper of mid-level gods. Yushanhe Emperor was laughing heartily, smug about his deal, when he was suddenly struck by a surge of golden energy and evaporated in an instant. Chen Chongan's new clone, with his spiky white hair, appeared, arrogantly raising his middle finger in defiance of all. The remaining gods gaped in horror, realizing this era had completely descended into chaos, while a brilliant golden phoenix seal appeared in the sky. Elsewhere, the true body of Yushanhe Emperor furiously crushed the armrest of his throne. He roared in his temple, believing he had been tricked by Qian Wanchen. "That wretched Qian Wanchen, you dare stab me in the back. This enmity is irreconcilable." The god clone laughed gleefully, as the system announced it had cleanly dealt with a god clone, converting it into 1.3% energy. Killing this one is better than a dozen small fry from before. He grumbled at the system upon seeing the total energy was only 12.1%. Those previous gods were truly cheap goods. How foolish. Don't convert everything. Leave some points for me to do other things. The god clone grabbed Qianwanchen, roaring, "Summon the next one here," making her turn pale with fear, thinking to herself, "At this rate, I'll surely be annihilated." Two new goddesses with innocent appearances emerged, introducing themselves as Ruo Lan and Ruo Cha, eagerly greeting Qianwanchen. "Long time no see. We heard you have a great treasure to show off. What is it?" Qianwanchen forced a sweet smile, saying to the god clone, "I have very few friends. They count as one. Please be gentle." Behind her, the clone smirked sinisterly as a snap echoed. No sooner had they appeared than the two goddesses, Ruo Lan and Ruo Cha, were swept away by a beam of light, annihilated before they could even understand what happened. The two sisters hugged each other, sobbing, realizing they had been tricked and sold out by Qianwanchen. "She tricked us. How long can sisterly affection last?" Qianwanchen froze, her face as white as paper, realizing she had just sent two friends to their deaths. The god clone, on the other hand, roared with excitement. "Keep up the good work. Summon the next one quickly," while Qianwanchen buried her face in her hands in despair. "At this rate, how can I ever show my face in the divine realm again?" He turned to glare at Qianwanchen, grumbling, "You're truly useless. You can't even summon enough gods for me to kill," leaving the observing gods speechless, thinking to themselves that this guy treated deities like common cabbage in the market. A god in golden armor mused, "I never thought the day would come when gods would be slaughtered like pigs. Chen Chongan's power is truly immeasurable." The golden-armored god suddenly blushed, chuckling gleefully, as he imagined a future where he would be the master of such an overbearing individual. At the Dragon God Palace, a mystical place deep beneath the sea, an emergency meeting was underway. Dragon guards stood solemnly on duty, exuding a powerful aura. A stone dragon envoy reported to Manhwa, the second young master. Reporting, "Second young master. There's news of two wandering gods, one of whom is Chen Chongan, said to be descending in his true form." Manhwa, his eyes blazing with fire, growled his command. "Do it," determined to avenge his younger brother. Beyond space, a peaceful planet suddenly became the target of a destructive force. A brilliant golden energy beam shot straight at the planet, activating a colossal formation. The formation, adorned with ancient and complex patterns, enveloped an entire region of space, radiating a deathly aura. Qianwanchen looked up, immediately recognizing the familiar aura with a sinister smile. She declared, "It's the Dragon God clan's ultimate technique, the 10 Directions World Annihilation Formation," leaving everyone stunned. A blonde goddess curiously asked, "Oh, is it very powerful?" while the others were still in shock. The god clone explained indifferently, "This is one of the Dragon God clan's 3 supreme divine techniques, once used to conquer countless star domains, making many gods flee in terror." A green-haired goddess added with a serious expression, "Once this formation is activated, everything within its range will lose its inherent function, and even gods won't be able to use their divine power. Let alone fighting, even escaping will be a luxury." The golden-armored god sighed in exasperation. "We just got rid of the small fry, and now an even more formidable entity has arrived." While another goddess asked how to stop it, receiving the blunt reply, "There's no way." Qianwanchen sneered, intending to flee quickly, but still wanting to see Chen Chongan's terrified face. "You fool, I'm not playing with you anymore." She suddenly paled, realizing her divine power had vanished, frantically wondering if it was due to an incomplete formation or some force suppressing her. The clone laid his cards on the table, exposing Qianwanchen as a double-crossing dog who had secretly sold their location to the Dragon God clan. Smack! The clone grabbed her hair, revealing her scheme to stall for time, using the Dragon God clan to kill him before making her escape. With her hair seized, Qianwanchen shrieked defiantly, asking if he was terrified of the high-level entity she had lured, boasting that the Dragon God clan would deal with him easily. The clone turned chaotic, his eyes blazing with fiery red light, and a maniacal grin. "Afraid of them? I only wish I could slaughter every single one of them." Qianwanchen was stunned, speechless, while the clone praised her as a truly high-quality bait, having lured a whole horde of formidable foes for him to farm. Returning to his domineering demeanor, the clone erupted with golden light, declaring he would open Qianwanchen's eyes to see how he would crush that group into dust. A brilliant golden energy pillar shot up from the ground, directly confronting the destructive power of the 10 Directions World Annihilation Formation. The two terrifying streams of power collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion that shook the entire space. Qian Wanchen couldn't believe her eyes. The clone's barrier was not only immeasurable, but also completely ignored the formation's power. From outer space, a colossal blue defensive formation enveloped the entire planet, blocking the destructive attack. A horned demoness observed from afar, astonished at the sight of the defensive formation bravely resisting. "Destroy it," the clone commanded, and a colossal blue energy spear shot from the barrier directly into the core of the enemy's formation. Boom! The energy spear pierced through the enemy formation, and the observing gods from afar were sent flying like flies by the shockwave. "Suffer!" the clone cackled maniacally, waving his hand to command the finishing blow. The core of the 10 Directions World Annihilation Formation shattered into countless fragments under the absolutely overwhelming attack. The observing gods were blown away, each one pale as a sheet before this unimaginable power. The clone stood amidst the golden energy, the system announcing that he had absorbed the enemy formation's power. He smirked, remarking that the other side had truly gritted their teeth and paid the price. Qian Wanchen completely collapsed, stammering incoherently as she witnessed his barrier not only nullifying, but also absorbing the power of the great god-slaying formation. Long Hua stared at the ancient continent's barrier, his face full of disdain. "Humph. This ant has a bit of power, but that's all," he growled, ordering the hooded mages. "Maximize power. Show those ants what it means to be crushed." The 10 Directions World Annihilation Grand Formation was activated, its energy core beginning to roar, aiming directly at the ancient continent. A colossal blue energy stream, powerful enough to destroy an entire star domain, was fired at terrifying speed. Inside the barrier, the clone sneered, as Qian Wanchen tremblingly reported, "They're in such a hurry, aren't they? Something even bigger is coming." His eyes flashing with madness, he erupted with brilliant golden energy, growling. "Then try this." A cross-shaped golden energy beam shot from the barrier, directly colliding with the enemy's attack. Not only did it block, but the clone's counterattack also pushed back the blue energy stream, completely reversing the situation. Long Hua broke out in a cold sweat, his face changing color. What the hell is happening? Is this something low-tier gods can do? The blue energy stream was completely repelled, unable to inflict even the slightest damage on the ancient continent, and was even absorbed in reverse. The clone smirked, ordering the system. "System, watch this. How do I kill the opponent without going outside?" He raised his hand, commanding, "Convert all the absorbed power to expand the barrier." The brilliant golden barrier, enveloping the ancient continent, began to expand wildly. The energy was amplified 10,000-fold, ready for a destructive counterattack. Return double what was received. An even more terrifying golden energy stream shot back. The entire space trembled, Long Hua's grand formation cracking and tearing under the horrifying counterattack. The enemy's defensive barrier was ripped apart, the golden energy sweeping through everything like a tsunami. Long Hua's subordinates shrieked in terror. The 10 Directions World Annihilation Grand Formation is broken? It couldn't even scratch a single hair on them. Long Hua and his group were thrown back by the aftershocks, coughing violently amidst the rubble, the ceiling shattering to reveal a strange spatial region. Long Hua's eyes widened, sweat pouring down his face, unable to believe it. "I can't believe this dilapidated place actually harbors a god-level existence." The Xuanwu Lord's eyes bulged, sweat pouring down his face as he witnessed an unbelievable power. Amidst the clear sky, Chen Chongan's clone stood tall, his aura as domineering as an invincible god. Elsewhere, Long Hua was pale as a ghost, ordering his subordinates, "Second young master, this matter, retreat immediately. The entire clan is to withdraw from all matters related to the Dragon God clan in that dimension," he growled, commanding frantically. "Destroy all immortal Earth-level domains in your hands to erase all traces. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy." The subordinate blankly reminded him, "But second young master, didn't you just say you wanted to show them what it means to be crushed?" Long Hua quickly denied it. "I did not. I was only talking about those low-level gods. Who knew there was a high-level god hidden there?" Long Hua admitted his own weakness. "I'm only mid-tier myself. If I truly got involved with such an existence, it'd be utterly defeated. That idiot Long Lu actually provoked such a being, truly a fool." He looked out at the starry sky, bitterly admitting defeat. "In this battle, my dragon god descendants are severely wounded, their divine bones shattered. It might take tens of thousands of years to recover. After we leave, this star domain will change hands." Long Hua gritted his teeth, engraving Chen Chongan's name into his memory. and issued a threat. "You're quite good. It seems in the future battle of the God Lords, we might meet again." Returning to the ancient continent, the domineering clone declared, "It's done. Time to go back." Below, the rescued people were cheering in celebration. A voice echoed in the sky, "Get ready. 1, 2. Chen Chongan's clone was startled, his face showing confusion. "Wait. What are you planning to do?" "Ugh." The clone was tossed into the air by the crowd of survivors amidst resounding cheers. "Chen Chongan, thank you for saving us." The Xuanwu Lord and the others shouted in delight. "Without you, we wouldn't know what to do. Everyone, cheer for our hero." Being tossed in midair, the clone was speechless, then secretly smirked. 10 million years from now, the 9 provinces will always be protected by that old man. As for me, I will bear your burden now. You just strive to protect your world, and I will protect your future. The red-haired fox-eared goddess watched, secretly calculating. I didn't expect him to win. Chen Chongan has such powerful skills. Why don't I cooperate with him for mutual benefit? With him backing me, I won't be humiliated like before I ascended to a mid-tier god. She strode forward aggressively, shouting at the crowd, "Put Chen Chongan down immediately. You are truly disrespectful." The crowd flinched, hastily apologizing while the Xuanwu Lord was still in a state of panic. The fox-eared goddess grabbed the clone's hand, feigning concern. "Chen Chongan, they didn't hurt you, did they? These idiots are so troublesome, let me scold them." The clone narrowed his eyes warily. "What trick are you playing now?" She immediately played the victim. "Are you joking with me? Am I truly such a low-class person in your heart? Moreover, how dare I act presumptuously in front of you? Everyone can clearly see your power and character." The clone bluntly poured cold water on her. "If you want to cheer, you have to queue up. You're really cool, but you're too hasty. Gods are truly amazing. If we fought, I could kill you." The red fox-eared goddess grabbed the clone, fiercely demanding to speak privately, and telling him to leave Changxi behind. The clone ignored her, casually pulling Changxi along, which stunned the fox-eared goddess. Standing with his arms crossed, the clone coldly asked the fox-eared goddess, "Why did you drag her here too?" While Changxi stood beside him, forcing a smile. The fox-eared goddess was furious, yelling that she would not humble herself before him amidst these trashy lower-realm mortals. The clone merely glanced silently, completely indifferent to his opponent's bluster. Changxi broke out in a cold sweat, not daring to utter a single word in the tense atmosphere. From another dimension, the goddess of time and space analyzed that the fox was at her wit's end, being hunted by the Dragon God clan, which was why she had to seek out Chen Chongan for reliance. The fox-eared goddess still refused to yield, pointing directly at the clone and asserting that Changxi's presence was unnecessary. While Changxi only wished to disappear into the earth, the clone suddenly approached with a cunning smile, declaring, "Listen here, Changxi is now my person. Whether you cooperate or not, you must obey her." The fox-eared goddess was utterly shocked, bitterly realizing that he was deliberately toying with her, reneging on their agreement right after she had humbled herself to seek his help. Turning to Changxi, the fox-eared goddess grabbed her, her voice resentful. "Do you know how much courage it took for me to compromise with him?" The clone deliberately misunderstood, acting dramatically. "Oh, so you intend to fight Chen Chongan to the death? Then scram and clear the air. Don't provoke me." The clone looked at Changxi, slowly calling her name with a meaningful tone, preparing for the next act. Suddenly, the fox-eared goddess and Changxi clasped hands tightly, smiling brightly like flowers, and asked in unison, "Shall we cooperate happily?" Changxi subtly glanced, and a memory suddenly flooded her mind. In the illusion, the fox-eared goddess stood high above, looking down at a kneeling Changxi in surrender. A familiar scene of the strong and the weak. Back in reality, the fox-eared goddess hesitated while still holding Changxi's hand, clearly under duress. Changxi looked towards the clone, who stood with his arms crossed, smiling triumphantly, completely in control of the situation. Changxi's gaze sharpened. She had understood the lesson of power the clone had just taught her. The fox-eared goddess gritted her teeth, muttering, "Damn it, he's using me as a tool to teach this girl a lesson. Fine, just you wait, I'll remember all of this." The clone, Changxi, the fox-eared goddess, and their subordinates stood on the cliff, preparing to part ways. Changxi tried to hold him back, but the clone flatly refused. "I've been here too long. My friends are losing patience. Farewell." The clone suddenly turned back, feigning to remember something, which left Changxi bewildered. Boom! A massive surge of temporal energy erupted, engulfing everyone. The subordinates behind them were stunned, realizing this was the legendary spatial and temporal power. The fox-eared goddess grabbed the clone, yelling, Chen Chongan, I am also an immortal. You can take my power, so why abandon me? The clone sneered, tearing off a piece of his cloak. If there's no medium, this will do for now. I will engrave spatial temporal power into this, guaranteed to be stronger than your divine artifact. He handed the piece of cloth to Changxi, instructing, I have removed the side effects, but it's only effective on the ancient continent. Be careful on other planets. Changxi trembled as she clutched the piece of cloth, a gift containing overwhelming power and a promise. The clone looked at her, smiling, and said, There's more. Changxi couldn't hold back her emotions. Rushing to embrace him, her voice choked, Chongan, thank you. The clone looked deep into her eyes, making an overbearing promise, see you again in 10 million years. He nodded confidently, affirming his promise was as solid as a nail driven into wood. The spatial temporal teleportation gate opened, and a blue energy vortex swallowed the entire group. Inside the temporal tunnel, energy swirled violently, carrying them to a distant future. As the clone was annoyed, the fox-eared goddess hovered beside him, lamenting, Why can't I find anyone who loves me like this? The world is truly unfair. She suddenly changed her demeanor, growling, Changxi just agreed to cooperate. You must not go back on your word. The fox-eared goddess began to throw a tantrum, yelling, Chen Chongan, are you going to abandon me after using me? You and I cannot survive in the divine realm. You must take full responsibility. The clone nonchalantly retorted, Helping you is too much pressure. It'd have to offend so many gods. If you're that strong, how can I help you? Which made her furious, calling him despicable. The clone bared his teeth in a cunning smile, casually saying, Unless. A new trap was about to be set. The clone casually stated his conditions. If you don't cooperate, I'll leave. Anyway, with a little caution, I'll become invincible eventually. But if you don't give up your mission, I might change my mind. The fox-eared goddess blushed and pressed him. Then you will. But the clone ruthlessly replied, No, making her furious and curse. The clone smirked sinisterly and continued to lead her on. So, don't you want to know if I'm deceiving you? Leaving the fox-eared goddess speechless. The clone stuck out his tongue mockingly, while the fox-eared goddess screamed in helplessness. Chen Chongan, you are truly despicable. I will remember you for life. The clone stood tall, exuding an overwhelming aura, ignoring the system's warning that appeared. Host, your survival until now is truly a miracle. The clone secretly calculated. Why doesn't the host cooperate with the god of time and space? According to my memories, she will be incredibly powerful in the future. Treating her well now, like a little girl, would be beneficial. The fox-eared goddess muttered curses as she flew away, while the clone thought to himself, dealing with it once is fine, but repeatedly doing so would be a deadly nuisance. A phantom image of the fox-eared goddess appeared, and the clone affirmed, It's better for her to bear a grudge than to remember our kindness, then we'll meet again. The system taunted. Host, is it okay to use your brain to trick girls? The clone retorted. If you have time to gossip, why don't you quickly create some high-quality missions? A weak system like you expects me to carry everything? The clone commanded, Before returning, system, help me do a few things on the ancient continent first. Then he plunged straight into the space-time vortex. Elsewhere, Han Shi was gathering her power, and a colossal spatial vortex opened behind her. Stepping out of the teleportation gate, Han Shi immediately came face-to-face with Changxi, who was already waiting. Changxi glared at Han Shi with sharp eyes. The atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring. Changxi asserted her dominance, one hand gripping Han Xi's chin, her eyes full of scrutiny. Han Shi was no pushover. She forcefully slapped Changxi's hand away, her eyes filled with defiance. The scene shifted to a desolate battlefield, where the corpses of ancient warriors lay scattered around a deep pit emitting a blazing red demonic aura. From within the dark abyss, a blood-red eye, brimming with malevolent energy, opened, observing everything. A surge of green energy suddenly erupted, enveloping the corpses of the fallen warriors. The warriors were resurrected, all kneeling, and the warrior with the golden headband looked up with a stunned expression. The headband-wearing warrior was so overjoyed he burst into tears, rushing to embrace a green-haired comrade who had just been resurrected. Changxi looked up at the spirit image of her master, a green-haired goddess with an overwhelming aura. Changxi's face clearly showed shock and pain. A tear rolled down her cheek as memories flooded back. The spirit image of the green-haired master appeared, her voice warm yet full of majesty, disciple. Meanwhile, Jingda, who had just been resurrected, clutched her head, dazed, as a new memory surfaced. It seems someone named Chen Chongan resurrected all of us. Chang Si couldn't control her emotions, rushing to embrace her master, sobbing, "Master!" Jingde smiled gently, tightly embracing her disciple, who was crying like rain. The scene shifted to a brilliant sunset, heralding the start of a new chapter. Chang Si recalled the ancient promise with her comrades, including a fiery brown-haired female warrior, and Han Shi, that they would reunite after 10 million years to repay a debt of gratitude. 10 million years later, on a blue planet in the vast cosmos, this place was the Nine Provinces continent, specifically the Medicine Spirit Valley, a forbidden land riddled with deadly traps, but also containing countless immortal medicines. A hand carefully plucked a glowing, bud-shaped spirit herb. A young man cheered joyfully upon finding the nine-leaf dragon heart herb, convinced that Lord Chen Chongan would heavily reward him. The other small fry were panicked. A three-faced man comforted his companions, saying there was still a chance, as saving the Lady of Nine Provinces couldn't rely on just one spirit herb. A blonde woman announced bad news. "Everyone, even if you gather spirit medicine now, you might not make it in time." She explained in astonishment that only 2 days had passed since the news spread, and pharmacists from all over the world had flocked to Cloud Province, where Lord Chen resided. Tens of thousands of people had gathered in the city, all indebted to Chen Chongan for saving them in the battle against the Immortals, and now they refused to stand idly by when his wife was in trouble. In the jostling crowd, a bald man snapped at a purple-haired girl. "Stop pushing. Wait, I remember you specialize in treating impotence. You've come to the wrong place." The purple-haired girl peeked through the gap in the Imperial Preceptor's mansion door, muttering in surprise upon hearing someone call Jiang Xuanchu, the Lady of Nine Provinces. The door burst open, and the fiery pink-haired girl roared, "Which bastard is spreading such baseless rumors?" While Bai Yue calmly explained that Jiang Xuanchu had once used this name at the Heavenly Fragrance sect to boost her reputation. Those Heavenly Fragrance sect girls used an extremely cunning trick, bringing out Lord Chen's pillow as a fan-attracting item, boasting that thanks to it, their sect was about to climb to second place in the recruitment rankings. The pink-haired girl fumed with bulging cheeks, cursing that woman silently for daring to take a step ahead, heavily publicizing the matter of Chen Chongan and Jiang Xuanchu even before an official announcement. Ling Baoer cried like rain, thinking of her master and Jiang Xuanchu being intimate, while Bai Yue and Hong Yi blushed furiously, lamenting that their chances of getting close to their master were becoming increasingly distant. Ling Baoer suddenly sobered up, turning to threaten the two older sisters. "Do you two want to be kicked out by master?" Making both quickly shake their heads vigorously in fear. The pink-haired girl smirked with determination, and the group realized they had to seize the opportunity to act immediately. The group decided they had to go see their master immediately, and promptly set off, flying towards the mansion. Within an ethereal space, Jiang Xuanchu was meditating, her soul being healed within a hazy mist. Chen Chongan and his comrades were standing guard for the process of resurrecting Jiang Xuanchu's soul. Chen Chongan explained he had transformed Jiang Xuanchu's Dao companion into a unique divine artifact to replenish her soul essence, hoping no mishaps would occur. Changxi appeared, confirming that thanks to divine power, the soul resurrection technique had been a complete success. Chen Chongan wondered why Jiang Xuanchu hadn't woken up yet. Changxi reassured him that it would take another day or two. Fortunately, it wouldn't be delayed for too long. He continued to press her, asking about the possibility of memory loss, but Changxi hastily guaranteed that everything was fine. Jiang Xuanchu was recovering very well, and there would be no errors. Stared at by Chen Chongan, Changxi broke out in a sweat, stammering an apology and saying that he looked very much like an old acquaintance of hers from a very long time ago. Chen Chongan thought to himself, because of what he had done in the past, a new future had been born. His existence had been deeply etched into their memories, changing many things. Finishing his words, Chen Chongan flew away, leaving only a reminder for Changxi to take good care of Jiang Xuanchu. Jingde, Changxi's master, expressed doubt, asking her disciple if she was sure, because Chen Chongan came from 9 provinces, not from their era, but Changxi affirmed with certainty, "It cannot be wrong." Changxi recalled the back of the Immortal Slayer from years ago, the one who single-handedly dominated all 4 directions, making the gods so terrified they dared not retaliate, and she declared decisively, "It is him." Changxi and Jingde both looked towards the horizon, calculating the dates, and realized that the promise made 10 million years ago would be due tomorrow. Changxi looked up, her gaze distant, wondering how they were doing now. The scene shifted to the vast cosmos, where a green planet called the Barren Star Continent floated alone. In the Barren Star Continent, a group of orcs gathered in a gloomy hall, facing a mysterious cloaked group. The orc chieftain, Page, boasted loudly that the upcoming Star Domain Grand Assembly was an opportunity for his tribe to confront the Ancient Continent Alliance. One of the cloaked figures, Jingde, secretly thought her side was no less fortunate. Jingde lifted her face, exuding an overwhelming aura, and declared bluntly, "Cooperation is acceptable, but there is only one condition." Chieftain Page fawned, asking Divine Envoy Jingde to speak freely of any needs, and the Alliance would share its resources. Jingde cut straight to the chase, exposing Page for seizing land everywhere and recently setting his sights on Juzhou. Page was stunned, his eyes wide with shock at being exposed. He bitterly realized that the Ancient Continent group suddenly wanting to cooperate was because they intended to snatch Juzhou right from under his nose. Jingde pressed coldly, "What is your answer?" Page furiously roared beside the green flame, declaring they had coveted Juzhou for many years and would never yield. Jingde and her subordinates revealed their killing intent, and she declared, "Then there is nothing more to say." As soon as she finished speaking, Jingde's faction charged into a massacre, their lightning-fast speed leaving the orcs no time to react. Chieftain Page was still bewildered by the betrayal, which was faster than flipping a rice paper pancake. The orc warriors screamed in horror. "How dare you attack us?" A female warrior from Jingde's faction unleashed a fire spell, sweeping away the orc soldiers in an instant. Page broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe his invincible tribe was so easily wiped out by these youngsters, realizing they were Juzhou Immortal-level guards. Jingde looked down from above, warning, "So, the rumors were true. You only see Juzhou as a treasure. I already warned you." Chieftain Page trembled, bowing his head in defeat. "We wouldn't dare again." But in his mind, the old man had already planned his gentleman's revenge, believing 10 years was not too late, temporarily enduring humiliation to return and exact 100-fold retribution. Jingde merely sighed, her knife-sharp gaze having seen through the old man's entire cheap scheme. Jingde coldly questioned, "Are you mocking me? Do you think you stand a chance?" And Chieftain Page let out a tragic scream, as a sword pierced through him. The old orc chieftain collapsed, unable to believe why he was so easily eliminated by two of Jingde's subordinates. Jingde looked down at the dying old man, questioning why he would betray Juzhou, a place all factions considered trash. She declared firmly, "Because there is someone extremely important to us. For that person, let alone divine beast descendants, even if we have to confront the gods once more, we will not falter." Jingde affirmed that not only she, but all disciples and people of the ancient continent were ready to fight to the very end for that person. Old Chieftain Page was drenched in sweat, his face utterly pale. Jingde issued her final warning. "Oh, and one more thing. My disciple will arrive in Juzhou tomorrow. If you dare harbor any filthy thoughts, bear the consequences yourselves." Jingde and her subordinates vanished, leaving the old orc chieftain alone with the fire and his terror. Old Page broke into a cold sweat, remembering that Jingde's disciple was Changxi, the one who had conquered planets for millions of years, and wondered who could be so important. Meanwhile, in Juzhou, Chen Chongan was bewildered upon hearing news of the Lantern Festival. Hong Yi, Ling and Bai Yue surrounded him, pleading with their master to go out, while Master Feng Qiyun was blissfully enjoying the service. Chen Chongan thought to himself that the system was still integrating, and Jiang Xuanshu would also awaken in 2 days, so he wasn't busy. As soon as he agreed, Ling joyfully hugged him, sealing the deal that Master must not break his promise, and would have to spend the entire day out with them. Ling excitedly pulled her master's hand to change clothes, determined to turn today into a proper date. Master Feng Qiyun was left alone, only able to lament his unfortunate fate. Chongan, how cruel. Chen Chongan stood on the balcony, enjoying the rare peace after cleaning up a mess in Juzhou and eliminating a horde of heavenly scorpion demons. He recalled that an hour ago, Ling and Bai Yue had asked to go shopping and promised to return immediately, making him wonder what the two girls were busy with. Suddenly, the crowd below recognized Chen Chongan and began screaming his name like crazed fans meeting their idol. Everyone pushed and shoved, some demanding to offer immortal elixirs to his wife, others asking for autographs, forcing Chen Chongan to politely decline. Amidst the chaos, Bai Yue flew over in a hurry, extending her hand and stammering apologies for being late, making Chen Chongan wonder in surprise what she was holding. Bai Yue blushed, stammering that the box was merely cultivation tools, prompting Chen Chongan to offer a subtly meaningful compliment about her diligence. Chen Chongan narrowed his eyes, showing disbelief at this absurd excuse. Activating his X-ray vision skill, he froze when he saw inside the box a collection of leather whips, ropes, and gags. Chen Chongan was speechless, his mind unable to process this array of hardcore tools. In a fleeting fantasy, Bai Yue appeared in an extremely alluring outfit, while Chen Chongan snapped, "It's just buying clothes. What kind of games are you playing?" The group appeared before a magnificent tower named Han Lan Pavilion, a commercial center that seemed to be a formidable establishment. All three strode in, radiating an imposing aura. Chen Chongan sensed an otherworldly aura, realizing this place was no ordinary establishment, while Ling Baoer confidently declared she had scouted ahead, and Master could rest assured, leaving it to her. A blonde Immortal-level guard made Chen Chongan realize the timeline had changed, and he wondered who the final boss of this place was. Ling Baoer excitedly led her master on a tour, boasting that this was their first outing, and the place was incredibly wondrous. She continued to boast that Hanlan Pavilion had existed for millions of years, contained everything imaginable, and was the pride of Juzhou. The place was divided into 5 floors, each a cultivation area corresponding to realms from human immortal to emperor realm, truly a playground for the wealthy. Ling Baoer revealed details about the mysterious proprietress of Hanlan Pavilion, a figure rumored to be an ancient powerhouse. Guessing that she must be a renowned great emperor, 2 customers chattered excitedly, saying that even cultivators from other planets dreamed of meeting the proprietress but had no chance. Chen Chongan picked up a piece of trashy clothing to check the price and cursed under his breath. 9,000 gold for one item. Is this shop ripping people off? The 2 customers began to mock, criticizing Chen Chongan as a poor person with no money, who dared to disparage their goods, causing Ling Baoer and Bai Yue to radiate killing intent. A female staff member rushed over in a panic when someone called for the first-floor manager. Ling Baoer erupted, raising her powerful black card and yelling at the female staff member, "How dare you badmouth my master? I can't swallow this insult," she declared bluntly. "I'm buying all the clothes and cultivation materials in this area. Good items cannot be sullied by trash." With a whoosh, the items in the 2 customers' hands automatically flew away in a golden light, leaving them standing bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. A pink-haired woman arrogantly boasted about snatching all the treasures an old man wanted to buy, making the surrounding crowd furious. 2 customers angrily cursed, believing that the people of Kyushu had stolen their opportunities. Ling Baoer and Bai Yue erupted with an imposing aura, their eyes blazing as they roared a challenge. "Bring it on!" The customers turned pale with fright, stammering in terror as they realized they had just provoked a den of human immortal-level experts. A female attendant quickly reported that payment was complete. Ling Baoer looked disdainfully at the small fry fleeing headlong. They truly have no discerning eye. Ling Baoer cheerfully hugged a pile of clothes in front of Chen Chongan, inviting her master to try them on, while the female attendant froze, unable to believe someone would spend so much money on a good-for-nothing without cultivation. Without waiting for her master's consent, Ling Baoer directly pulled Chen Chongan into the changing room, leaving the female attendant still bewildered. The female attendant suddenly realized, recalling the portrait of the pavilion master, a white-haired, horned demon venerable, and recognized that man was precisely the person her mistress had been searching for all this time. She quickly used a sound transmission talisman to report to her superiors. "Directors, there's a major discovery on the 1st floor. Although his appearance is slightly different, I must report it immediately." Immediately, a group of directors with an overwhelming aura appeared, making the female attendant look pitifully small. The red-robed old man, eyes blazing, received a report from his subordinate and growled, "Humph. Just a bunch of petty half-immortals. Once they leave, I'll kill them all and reclaim the treasures." In another space, the entire high-level management of Hanlan Pavilion, consisting entirely of female demon cultivators, simultaneously knelt and reported, "Pavilion Master, the person in the portrait has appeared." The silhouette of the female demon Pavilion Master appeared in the mirror, and a subordinate anxiously asked, "Madam, time is running out. What should we do?" The female Pavilion Master with white hair and pointed ears decisively ordered, "Listen, no more receiving guests from now on. Expand all the immortal scrying mirrors in the pavilion to their maximum extent. I want to observe everything." Whoosh! A series of immortal scrying mirrors, monitoring magic treasures shaped like golden eyes, were activated and shot out beams of light sweeping everywhere. The female Pavilion Master's memories flooded back. The image of the pink-haired man she had been searching for all this time appeared. Beside him were a cat-eared girl and a black-haired girl. The female Pavilion Master clenched her fists, her eyes resolute. "It's time to return." The female Pavilion Master, a beautiful white-haired demon venerable with powerful horns, walked decisively, wondering to herself, "When we meet again, what will our relationship be?" In the changing room, Chen Chongan panicked as Ling Baoer stripped his clothes, quickly crying out, "I can undress myself." While the girl insisted on measuring her master's size, Ling Bao tightly hugged her master's muscular body, her face full of satisfaction, while Chen Chongan blushed deeply with embarrassment. Chen Chongan broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he had fallen into his mischievous disciple's not-so-simple sizing trap. Demon King Hong Yi explained the trap-setting strategy. One lures the target, one stands guard, coordinating smoothly like professionals. Chen Chongan, bare-chested, glared and pointed, scolding, "You lot are truly audacious," while Ling Bao quickly blamed everything on Bai Yue. Bai Yue, her face full of charm, held up a box with both hands, presenting it to Chen Chongan. Bai Yue vowed to accept any punishment, pleading, "Please, senior, don't hold back." The fox demoness writhed, revealing a box of toys inside. Chen Chongan's eyes narrowed as he muttered a short phrase. "Nonsense." Chen Chongan's face flushed crimson, his nose bleeding profusely, but his hand already held a leather whip as he put on a stern expression. "I didn't mean it that way, but you disrespected me and invaded my personal space." Bai Yue arched her back provocatively, whispering, "I deserve to be punished. I've been holding back for a very long time, senior." Swish! The leather whip lashed down without mercy, and Bai Yue let out a piercing shriek. Ling Bao and Demon King Hong Yi hugged each other, trembling violently, while Chen Chongan growled, "Do you know where you went wrong yet?" Bai Yue, moaning with pleasure, called out, "Bai Yue apologizes for causing trouble for you, sir." "Master, why don't you take our place?" "No, I don't want to," Bai Yue screamed, determined not to give up her turn for punishment, leaving the other two girls stunned by her good sister's willingness to play along. Chen Chongan held the whip firmly, growling questions at Bai Yue, despite Ling Bao frantically begging for mercy beside him. In a hidden corner, the pavilion master of Hanlan Pavilion saw Chen Chongan tying up Bai Yue through the immortal scrying mirror, her face darkening. "Having fun, aren't you, Chen Chongan?" The female demon pavilion master erupted with demonic energy, revealing her true form with black horns and blazing eyes. "You bastard, let me leave some indelible scars on you." A leather whip tore through the air and flew through a spatial vortex, accompanied by a delighted laugh. "Ha ha, now this is true punishment." The female administrator, Yin Do, of the 5th floor, appeared with a serious expression, declaring that the pavilion master had waited for this person for too long and could not let him slip away. Yin Do ordered a group of subordinates. "Each of you go to your respective floors. Invite him no matter what. Remember to choose your words carefully. Don't get your hands dirty." Two low-level female managers, Shu Qing and Shu Yao, were gossiping. "The pavilion master has been searching for the person in this portrait for so many years. Who is it exactly? Is he her ex-lover?" A higher-ranking manager roared, startling the entire group. "Shut up! How dare you gossip behind the pavilion master's back? Every customer here is no ordinary person. If you disgrace Hanlan Pavilion, not even all your lives combined would be enough to compensate." The managers of Hanlan Pavilion muttered about their pavilion master being so hasty lately, feeling as if a major event was about to unfold. 5th floor administrator Yin Do appeared, blocking the path of two subordinate managers, Xu Feng and Fen Qi. Yin Do showed a worried expression, reminding them that even if those two seemed unserious, the status of Hanlan Pavilion had always been independent and special. She emphasized that Hanlan Pavilion had existed in Kyushu for countless years, never participating in anything. Even if Kyushu were destroyed, Hanlan Pavilion would still exist in the void. Yin Do warned that this was the first time Hanlan Pavilion had closed its doors for a person of unknown origin, and the customers on the 3rd and 4th floors were all formidable experts, even above Earth immortals. If not handled carefully, it would disgrace the entire brand. Yin Do ordered her two subordinates to clean up their floor and then come find her, because she had to personally verify that man's identity. Outside the room, Hong Yi pressed her ear to the door, her face flushed crimson upon hearing the intense sounds from within, worried for Bai Yue and begging her master to spare her. Suddenly, Hong Yi was furious because Hanlan Pavilion suddenly closed, interrupting right when she was cultivating for a breakthrough. Other customers were also clamoring loudly. One man bitterly regretted that he was about to comprehend a new cultivation technique but was disturbed, secretly cursing his terrible luck. Hong Yi stood before the room door, confused whether she should leave because her master's business was not yet finished. The door suddenly opened, and Hong Yi was startled to see a figure appear before her. The group of high-level managers led by Yin Do approached. Their immortal emperor-level aura emanated, suffocating Hong Yi, who realized these were all formidable experts. Yin Do growled, ordering Hong Yi to get out of the way. A powerful wave of pressure sent the demoness flying backward. Suddenly, the pressure vanished, and a warm current enveloped Hong Yi. She realized this was her master's power and immediately obeyed. Yin Do and Fen Qi looked suspicious, secretly thinking they needed to see for themselves if that man was truly worth the pavilion master making such a big fuss. The group of managers entered the room, facing Chen Chongan, who was bare-chested. Yin Do politely announced that Hanlan Pavilion had closed, and all other experts had left. Ling Bauer was putting a robe on Chen Chongan, while Yin Do observed and disdainfully thought to herself, "A mere mortal with no cultivation. Is this the kind of person the pavilion master is looking for?" Suddenly, all unrelated people in the room were teleported away by an invisible force, leaving only Chen Chongan's group and the managers. Chen Chongan looked at the managers with indifferent eyes. "I'm busy. I don't want to leave, but I can give you an offer you can't refuse." An earth-shattering wave of pressure erupted from Chen Chongan, crushing the Immortal Emperor-level managers until they couldn't breathe. They immediately prostrated themselves, their voices trembling. "How dare your subordinates try to drive you away, sir? Our master has been waiting for you for many years. Please, senior, come meet her." Chen Chongan casually waved his hand, telling the managers to make themselves at home. "All right, I'll wait for her here." The gray-horned female manager hastily bowed, sweat pouring down her face. "Then we won't disturb senior any further. Please make yourself comfortable." Demon King Hong Yi secretly admired him, thinking even immortal emperors had to bow before her master, while Chen Chongan was sweating profusely, secretly praying that the person he was about to meet wasn't that difficult woman. Han Shi. Outside, the Hanlan Pavilion still stood majestic and magnificent under the sunlight. A crowd of customers, having been expelled, were loudly protesting, demanding the Hanlan Pavilion explain and compensate them for daring to interrupt their cultivation. A pink-haired female staff member stepped forward to appease them, promising that the Hanlan Pavilion would reimburse everyone's travel expenses. A red-robed old man in the crowd frowned, not understanding what on earth was happening for the Hanlan Pavilion to suddenly close. The young subordinate beside the old man was also annoyed. "Martial uncle, what do we do now? We've all been kicked out. Where do we find those people?" From inside, Hong Yi looked out, secretly thinking that the entire pavilion had been cleared out, leaving only their group. A young man in the crowd saw Hong Yi, his face showing resentment. The young man pointed directly at Hong Yi, shouting, "Why does that girl get to stay while we don't?" Making the black-haired female staff member hastily plead with him not to make things difficult for them. The subordinate whispered to the red-robed old man, "Martial uncle, I know that girl. She's with those people. They definitely haven't left yet." Making the old man bare his teeth in a sinister smile. The red-robed old man stepped forward to cause a ruckus, shouting for fairness, demanding that if they were to be expelled, everyone should be. The black-haired female staff member's face was cold as ice, her voice stern as she gave a final warning. "Esteemed guest, I advise you to leave immediately." The old man ignored her, declaring that the girls inside were his treasures and demanding to take them away for handling, even setting a condition that if they were just expelled, both sides could remain good partners. Losing patience, the pink-haired female staff member roared, "Are you courting death?" Then unleashed a devastating punch that disfigured the old man's face. The old man fell sprawling, blood gushing from his mouth and nose while his disciples frantically helped him up, and the female staff member sneered, "A mere immortal king dares to harbor such filthy thoughts." Just then, a golden-armored, blonde-haired guard appeared, radiating immense aura, questioning why customers were being expelled to favor a few unknowns. The black-haired female staff member turned to scold her colleague, "Sister, you're too hot-headed. This matter is getting bigger and bigger," explaining that these customers were all influential figures. The blonde-haired guard said no more, stomped his foot, and then aggressively advanced. "Today, we will dig those people out." Before the blonde-haired guard could even make a move, a surge of purple energy swept out from within the pavilion, blowing away all the loudly boasting customers outside. The horned female manager Yin Do appeared with her subordinates, radiating an overwhelming aura, and declared directly, "Listen closely. The young master inside is the one our pavilion master has sought for 10,000 years. Your entire wretched continent combined isn't worth a single strand of his hair." The crowd of customers, including the red-robed old man, turned pale, realizing they had just provoked an untouchable power. A female cultivator among the customers furiously tore up her contract, declaring an end to their relationship and threatening that if they dared to disrespect the young master again, the Hanlan Pavilion would be razed by the combined forces of the entire continent. On the upper floor, the pavilion master was furious, scolding the managers. "You useless lot, they're causing trouble with such an important figure. And you didn't even know?" The red-robed old man and his subordinate, seeing the situation turn dire, immediately changed their tune, loudly blaming the managers for also wanting to expel the customers. The managers, already being furiously scolded by their boss, roared, "How dare you slander us?" and then rushed to mercilessly beat the old man for daring to offend the pavilion master. After thoroughly punishing the troublemaker, the managers reported back to the 5 senior managers, hoping the matter would be smoothly overlooked. The red-robed old man, beaten black and blue, crawled to the feet of female manager Yin Do, crying and pleading, "I was wrong. I will never dare to repeat it again." Hiding behind the door, Demon King Hong Yi's eyes gleamed brightly as she eagerly watched the intense drama unfold, while a colossal spatial rift unexpectedly tore open the sky. At the same time, in the Jade Pond Holy Land, Jiang Xuanchu was meditating peacefully on a lotus flower amidst a crystal-clear lake. A surge of aura descended from the spatial rift, seemingly sensing the divine power within Jiang Xuanchu's body, and rushing straight towards her. Jiang Xuanchu's mother was startled, realizing it was a teleportation array, just as a frantic attendant cried out, "Clan leader, she's moving!" Jiang Xuanchu's hand twitched slightly, a sign of life. Jiang Xuanchu, who had been in a coma for so long, was about to awaken. The spatial rift still hung in the sky, a teleportation gate now open. Back in the room, Chen Chongan was lecturing Bai Yue. "Today was just a light warning. Next time you reoffend, the punishment will be much heavier." Bai Yue lay prostrate on the floor, her face flushed, secretly thinking that Senior's provocation had helped loosen her cultivation, and resolved to find another opportunity to be pushed further next time. Female manager Yin Do and another subordinate entered the room, their faces still showing traces of fear when facing a figure of such caliber. Chen Chongan had donned a new robe, striking a dashing pose as he asked, "It seems to fit well, just take this one." Ling Baoer and Hong Yi's eyes shone brightly as they praised their master, saying he looked like a different person after changing clothes, while Bai Yue's face flushed, once again craving punishment. The female managers of Hanlin Pavilion also nodded in agreement, acknowledging that with such strength and beauty, it was no wonder their pavilion master hadn't forgotten him for 10,000 years. Hearing someone peeking, Ling Baoer and Hong Yi immediately turned to glare fiercely at the managers, growling their displeasure. The 2 girls clung tightly to Chen Chongan, declaring their ownership. "Don't even dream of it, master. Big brother belongs to us," leaving him speechless at his disciples' silliness. Suddenly, Chen Chongan narrowed his eyes, sensing an extremely powerful energy fluctuation from outside. An enemy had landed directly at Jiang Xuanchu's location. Female manager Yin Do smiled smugly, secretly thinking it was no wonder Senior Chen was so domineering that he could sense the situation outside, and calculated that her pavilion master was about to return. Without a word of explanation, Chen Chongan curtly declared, "I'll be out for a moment, I'll be right back," then vanished in a streak of light, leaving the female manager frantically trying to call him back. The managers turned pale, not knowing how to explain to the pavilion master that their most important guest had left. Just then, a spatial rift opened, and a powerful high-heeled shoe stepped out from within. The Hanlin pavilion master descended, her overwhelming domineering aura freezing Ling Baoer and the others in place, making them wonder about the relationship between this beautiful woman and their master. The white-haired pavilion master coldly swept her gaze around, then asked a single direct question. "Where is he?" questioned. The managers sweated profusely, stammering, "Didn't you say he was waiting for me here?" Ling Baoer, without a trace of fear, stepped forward and asked directly, "Pavilion master, what business do you have with my master?" Surprising the pavilion master when she heard the 2 words, "master," the pavilion master muttered, "So it's just a disciple. I thought it was some little lover of his." Immediately, the pavilion master grabbed Ling Baoer's chin, declaring fiercely, "You can call me master's wife. I am his unbetrothed fiancé." Hong Yi, Bai Yue, and the female managers were all utterly shocked, their mouths agape at this earth-shattering self-declaration of identity. The pavilion master glanced around, muttering that not only had she come to Kyushu, but that woman had also arrived. She turned, opened a teleportation gate, and said to Ling Baoer, "This time, don't even think about escaping me. If you don't believe me, just follow and see for yourself." The teleportation gate opened, leading directly to Jiang Ningran, who was utterly astonished to see her rival appear. "Why are you here?" The Hanlin Pavilion master replied sarcastically, saying she had temporarily put aside the gods' competition to come here, as she couldn't let her junior martial sister get ahead of her. Chang Shi looked at the scene before her, secretly thinking that for years she hadn't dared to seek him out because she felt she wasn't skilled enough, unable to stand as his equal. She panicked, telling herself she hoped no unexpected events would occur at this crucial moment. Changzi regained her confident demeanor, declaring that now everything was different, and she could actively pursue him. Jiang Xuanchu's mother worried, realizing the goddess still harbored feelings for Chen Chongan, and might cause trouble if she learned about Xuanchu. Jiang Ningran, seeing Changxi staring intently at Jiang Xuanchu, questioned, "Why do you keep looking at her? Who is she?" Changxi casually explained, "Ah, the goddess. She is the pride of our clan, long in a coma and not yet awakened." Jiang Ningran proudly boasted, "She is indeed the #1 beauty of our Jiang family, with countless suitors." Changxi bluntly criticized, "Ningran, your soul-patching art is still too immature. Even with divine power, it's not strong enough to resonate. She will lose all her memories when she awakens." Fairy Yu Chan unexpectedly appeared, declaring she possessed a secret technique to awaken Xuanchu, and began instructing Jiang Ningran on how to mend the shattered fragments of memory. Fairy Yu Chan reminded Jiang Ningran to perfect her soul control skill, for if the most important person awakened and forgot her, the suffering would be immense. Changxi smiled, announcing the technique was complete, and Xuanchu was about to awaken, causing Jiang Ningran to sigh in relief, secretly thinking it was fortunate Changxi was there, or Chen Chongan would have annihilated her. Jiang Xuanchu began to react, her body emitting a faint purple light. Xuanchu's mother joyfully cried out, "Xuanchu, you're awake." The moment she opened her eyes, Jiang Xuanchu's first question was, "Where is Chang'an?" Xuanchu struggled to sit up, resolutely stating, "Chang'an is still fighting. I must go to his side." Despite her mother's attempts to dissuade her, saying the war was over, Xuanchu's mother turned to profusely thank Changxi, saying both the Jiang family and Chen Chongan were indebted to her, which made Xuanchu confusedly ask what this had to do with Chang'an. Xuanchu's mother broke out in a cold sweat, realizing she had just misspoken and caused trouble. Fairy Yu Chan, without hesitation, delivered a decisive blow. "Xuanchu is Chen Chongan's wife. Of course, he must thank you for saving his wife." Chang Zi's expression darkened, stunned, upon hearing the two words, "wife." Jiang Ningran frantically rushed to cover Fairy Yu Chan's mouth, but the blonde woman still innocently asked, "Did I say something wrong?" Amidst the escalating drama, Chen Chongan dashed straight towards Jiang Xuanchu, leaving a bewildered crowd behind him. The moment he landed, his face was as wrinkled as a monkey eating chili, clearly extremely displeased with the current situation. Jiang Xuanchu joyfully called out Chang'an's name, while her mother desperately tried to hold her daughter back. Despite her mother's warnings that she hadn't recovered, Jiang Xuanchu still rushed straight towards Chen Chongan. The frail girl collapsed into the arms of the man she longed for. Chen Chongan embraced Jiang Xuanchu, declaring, "I'm here," while Changxi stood frozen behind them. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy tore through space. Chen Chongan looked up, growling, "I need to verify you." The pavilion master of Hanlin Pavilion appeared with imposing aura, sneering, "You girls still don't believe it? I was the first one to have a relationship with him," the white-haired demoness flatly declared. "Calling me senior sister-in-law first isn't wrong at all," which froze Chen Chongan and Jiang Xuanchu. The system announced a random quest. Asura battlefield detected. Chen Chongan is required to attend the Lantern Festival with 3 girls to receive a 1-minute immortality card. This made him furious, cursing inwardly, "Damn system." In a certain classroom, a storyteller explained the meaning of the Lantern Festival in Kyushu, temporarily setting aside all hatred to pray for blessings. Lanterns were hung high to ward off evil spirits, wishing for a smooth and prosperous new year. The old storyteller slammed the table, recounting a melodramatic tale about a man named Yi, who, despite having a girlfriend, went on to flirt with her best friend. A student with a sour expression commented, "It's truly terrible. To enjoy such blessings, one must either possess an immortal body or have a silver tongue to charm all women." Another student posed a difficult dilemma. "If your wife, soulmate, and companion through thick and thin all ask who you love, what should you do?" The entire class buzzed with discussion, concluding that if all the women gathered in one place, the man's best outcome would be abandonment, and the worst, annihilation. The old storyteller broke into a sweat, firmly asserting, "This has nothing to do with being a genius or not. This problem is beyond salvation." Returning to reality, Chen Chongan sat opposite 3 women, Jiang Xuanchu, Changxi, and the pavilion master of Hanlan Pavilion, with the system's quest panel still hovering. Chen Chongan smirked, confidently raising his teacup. "Haha, just an Asura battlefield, what's so difficult?" Just as he was about to drink, 3 female hands from 3 directions simultaneously snatched his teacup, and the atmosphere instantly thickened. The 3 women, Changzi, Jiang Xuanchu, and the pavilion master, simultaneously growled, declaring Chen Chongan's teacup was for them. Radiating intense killing intent, all three glared at each other, sparks flying, the atmosphere thickening like a life-or-death battlefield, ready to erupt into a fierce PvP battle. Chen Chongan calmly drained the teacup, coolly stating, "Happy reunion day. Whatever you want, I'll indulge you," which froze all three women. Outside, Ling Baoer and Bai Yu secretly eavesdropped, fearing their ambiguous relationship with their young master would be exposed, leading to terrible punishment. Demon King Hong Yi also joined the eavesdropping party, trembling as she admitted that despite years of battle, she had never witnessed such a tense scene. The pavilion master crushed the teacup, sneeringly asking Chen Chongan why he hadn't introduced everyone, sarcastically remarking that he had never mentioned other women to her. The system displayed a warning to Chen Chongan. "This is a trap. Just answer, and you'll become that witch's real husband." But he brushed it off, confident he already knew. Changxi interjected, taunting the pavilion master. "Do we need Chang'an to introduce us? I still clearly remember your embarrassing childhood stories. Do you want me to recount them?" Which infuriated the pavilion master. Changxi turned to Chen Chongan, holding his hand and playing the role of a virtuous woman. "Chang'an, I understand. It's normal for you to be enchanted by the glamorous world outside after being apart for so long." The pavilion master snapped, mocking Changxi's green tea tactics, while Jiang Xuanchu nervously tugged Chen Chongan's sleeve, stammering, "Husband, they." Jiang Xuanchu looked directly into Chen Chongan's eyes, her voice filled with grievance. "Could it be that our relationship is fake?" Chen Chongan broke into a cold sweat, screaming internally, "It's not what you think. I was too careless. This Asura battlefield is incredibly difficult." All three women simultaneously pressed closer, demanding he choose one of them, the atmosphere as taut as a bowstring. He frantically yelled at the system. "They want to kill each other. How am I supposed to make them get along?" The system calmly replied, "Relax. Perhaps they just want to cripple you." Hee, how exciting. After a moment of panic, Chen Chongan suddenly had a flash of inspiration, his eyes sharpening, "I have a way," which even surprised the system. The pavilion master secretly thought her original plan was for when Chen Chongan was seduced by Changxi, but using it now would also work. The pavilion master unleashed her secret enchantment art with swirling rose petals, but the system announced it had secretly blocked the move without the opponent's knowledge. Chen Chongan unexpectedly grabbed the pavilion master's hand, startling her, while he growled, "You people have bothered me enough. I just want to know the truth. Listen, I will say this only once. The woman I care about is..." All three women held their breath, mouths agape, awaiting Chen Chongan's fateful answer. Outside, Ling Baoer, Bai Yue, and Hong Yi were also utterly panicked, realizing their senior was about to reveal his hand and a life-or-death battle was about to erupt. Chen Chongan began his deep act. "You've done many adult things with her, it's too embarrassing to talk about now," shocking his two future wives who roared, "With whom? When? Speak." He began to recount a tale of a fated girl, whom he met by chance, then found their hearts aligned, playing music and singing together joyfully. Changxi melted upon hearing this, thinking to herself, "He's talking about me, my 10 million years of arduous cultivation. He finally sees it." Changxi proudly admitted, "Indeed, we have done that," then confidently concluded that she was the one he cared about most. Chen Chongan continued his act, his face filled with regret. "It was only because of war that we were separated. It was all because I was too weak." The pavilion master also froze upon hearing this, her heart pounding wildly. "He's talking about me." After so many years of waiting, this pain pierces the heavens. The pavilion master's face flushed crimson, completely convinced that she was the heroine of his tragic story. The pavilion master also shot up, declaring firmly, "We have done that countless times. I am the one he cares about most." Chen Chongan stood on the high floor, slamming his fist onto the railing with determination. "If I had been stronger then, this would not have happened." He raised 2 fingers to the sky, swearing a solemn oath. "Let the heavenly Tao bear witness, I, Chen Chongan, will never mess around with anyone else." Beneath the dazzling fireworks, Chen Chongan looked up, his gaze resolute. "In this life, I will not let you down." It was Jiang Xuanchu's turn. She gaped, completely overwhelmed by this indirect confession. All 3 women shared the same thought. Chongan is too amazing. Having a few more sisters is normal. Then decided to act like magnanimous main wives and not make things difficult for their husband anymore. He was about to say her name, but all 3 women interrupted in unison. "No need. We all know already. each confident that she was the answer. Chen Chongan smirked sinisterly as the system reported the plan's perfect success. Just let each of them claim to be the real one, and there will be world peace. Meanwhile, outside the door, Ling Baoer, Hong Yi, and Bai Yue writhed in agony, each lost in thought, interpreting that their senior was confessing his feelings to them. Suddenly, a brilliant golden pillar of light descended from the sky, and an ancient temple named the Nine Provinces Outer Realm Divine Temple appeared. Two figures, one male and one female, descended from above onto the steps of the mysterious temple. Two envoys from the upper realm revealed themselves, the muscular Tu Li and the bespectacled Chai Di, both sensing the aura of a domain lord from the lower realm. Both entered the divine temple, and Tu Li commanded, "Temple spirit of the Nine Provinces continent, heed my order and appear at once." A godlike entity with a golden beard and a mark on its forehead appeared, surrounded by lightning, exuding an overwhelming aura. The temple spirit roared, unleashing a brilliant blue energy attack at the two upper realm envoys. "You madmen, how dare you shout in my temple?" The attack was blocked with ease, leaving the temple spirit gaping in astonishment, thinking to itself, "This is too humiliating." The two envoys stood firm as bedrock, completely unharmed by the raging energy surge. The temple spirit, vexed, growled, "I'll scare you to death." He gathered his strength and unleashed a move, boasting loudly, "How can a mere heavenly Tao of 9 provinces be worthy of bullying us divine envoys?" The attack vanished completely, and the temple spirit could only utter a surprised "Oh" before falling silent. The two upper realm envoys stood there without a scratch, while the temple spirit had transformed into a green blob, trembling on the ground and calling them Divine Lord Sama. Tu Li, the muscular envoy, glared and questioned the temple spirit. "You are the heavenly Tao, the temple spirit, yet you dare to arbitrarily accept a master without reporting it? Do you wish to rebel?" Tu Li openly showed disdain, scoffing that in this barren land, even the temple spirit was a useless waste, thoroughly beaten by a lower realm inhabitant. The temple spirit whimpered, explaining, "Great divine envoy, that fellow is terrifyingly strong. If I didn't obey, he would instantly wipe me out." Chai Di, the bespectacled female envoy, ordered the temple spirit to immediately abandon its lower realm master and choose another deity, or face the consequences. The temple spirit still firmly refused, asserting that Chen Chongan was incredibly powerful and treated it very well, and that changing masters might not be as good. Tu Li decided not to argue further. He connected with some force, then threw a line at the temple spirit. "This is your choice. Don't regret it." A brilliant golden token flew towards the temple spirit, introduced as an entry pass to the Star Domain competition. The temple spirit froze upon hearing of the Star Domain competition, a vision of a bloody deathmatch arena appearing before it. The two envoys explained that, since the temple spirit now had a master, it was qualified to participate, and the token had been issued. Evading the game would result in punishment. The temple spirit broke out in a cold sweat, feeling cornered, trapped in an inescapable cocoon. Tu Li mused, wondering how strong the master of 9 provinces must be to make the heavenly Tao here. So virtuous, cowardly, while Chai Di still scorned this place as a barbaric land. The scene shifted to the Cloud Domain Lord's mansion at night, where someone was regretting that the Lower Realm Festival was too fun and wanted to go back and play more. Chen Chongan broke out in a cold sweat as he was surrounded by his 3 wives, Changxi, Jiang Xuanchu, and the Hanlan Pavilion Master. The harem battle had finally arrived. All 3 beauties invited him into their rooms to rest, while the system added fuel to the fire. "So exciting, Master. This time won't be as bad as before. Whom will you choose?" He nodded decisively, telling himself that mere words were temporary. Tonight, he must use actual actions to quell the harem's chaos. The Hanlan Pavilion Master seductively invited first. "My shoulders are a bit sore. I hope someone can help massage them." The goddess Changzi refused to be outdone, shyly saying, "Chang'an, I have many things I wish to tell you." Jiang Xuanchu played her hand directly, calling out a sweet husband, clearly aiming to gain the upper hand. Chen Chongan sneered, thinking, "Why bother choosing? An adult must take them all." He stood in the middle of the corridor, hands on his hips, posing as a man ready for battle. The system analyzed the situation. They aren't saying it directly, but they're actually testing which room you'll enter. This is the final test. Chen Chongan smirked confidently. He had long since prepared a plan to deal with this. He summoned the system's power, growling, "System, switch clones." Instantly, 2 incredibly cool replicas, one white-haired and one demonized, appeared beside him. All 3 strode forward valiantly, preparing for a no-holds-barred battle tonight. Chen Chongan revealed an expression of extreme eagerness, his eyes gleaming fiercely. The demonized clone gently lifted the Hanlan Pavilion Master's chin, preparing for a passionate kiss. Both were immersed in an intense kiss, the demonized clone proving its caliber was no less than the original. The Hanlan Pavilion Master panted, her face flushed, inviting, "Let's go to bed." The demonized clone swept the demoness into his arms, heading straight for the bed. The Hanlan Pavilion Master lay on the bed with a look of contentment, completely conquered. Meanwhile, in another room, the white-haired clone was demonstrating his power. The white-haired clone tightly embraced the goddess Changxi from behind, whispering, "You smell so fragrant," making her blush shyly. Goddess Changxi's face flushed crimson, panting after the kiss, her mouth muttering, "No, no way," but her eyes betrayed everything. The white-haired clone continued his flirtatious serenade, whispering into her ear, "Even the cloak I gave you has been imbued with your scent and become one with you." Changxi blushed deeply, admitting to herself that perhaps because she had worn it for so long, the cloak had become a treasure to her. The white-haired clone held her hand tightly, smiling confidently. "Your actions now attract countless admirers, don't they?" Then asserted firmly. "But I only care about you." Changxi refused to yield, challenging. "Then prove it," and was immediately pushed onto the bed by the clone, their lips locking once more. Meanwhile, in another room, Chen Chongan's main body sat by the bed, looking at Jiang Xuanchu, who had just woken up, and murmured, "It seems I haven't fully recovered. I feel tired as soon as I lie down." Chen Chongan gently stroked Jiang Xuanchu's hair, smiling reassuringly. "I'm here, so rest easy." Jiang Xuanchu pouted and held out her hand, giving a concise command. "Hand." Chen Chongan grabbed her hand, curiously asking, "What do you want to do?" While Jiang Xuanchu merely smiled contentedly. Jiang Xuanchu wrapped her arms around Chen Chongan's neck, pulling him closer in an intimate gesture. Chen Chongan leaned down, looked at the girl lying on the bed, and softly said, "It's nothing. I just want to hold you for a bit." The system panel displayed a cool notification. "Congratulations, Master, for completing the Asura battlefield mission. You have received 1x 1-minute invincibility card," accompanied by Chen Chongan's triumphant smile. Suddenly, lightning tore across the night sky, signaling trouble. A bolt of blue lightning struck directly into the room, and the panicked voice of the temple spirit rang out. "Father Chongan, something bad has happened." The temple spirit appeared with a tear-streaked face, weeping as it reported, "My acknowledging you as master has been discovered by the divine envoys. They're forcing you to participate in the Starfield competition." The temple spirit urged desperately, "Father, come with me right now." But Chen Chongan raised a finger, signaling for silence. Chen Chongan turned to look at Jiang Xuanchu, who was sound asleep, and warned the temple spirit in a low voice. "She just fell asleep. No noise allowed." The temple spirit broke out in a cold sweat, screaming internally, "Oh heavens, now is not the time to worry about this. If we're late, those guys will cause trouble, and a major crisis will erupt." The temple spirit continued to analyze the critical situation, explaining that this Starfield competition focused on team combat, and if their forces were weak, the consequences would be extremely dire. The temple spirit concluded that these envoys were both judges, and had the power to decide the fate of various lands. And now Chen Chongan was making them wait, truly. Only its father would dare to do such a thing. At the Divine Temple, the two upper realm envoys, the muscular man and the blonde woman, looked down at the lower realm with disdain, believing things wouldn't be easy. The muscular envoy erupted with imposing aura, roaring, "How dare you not show up after receiving orders?" He threatened in a low voice, declaring that anyone defying a divine order would be executed, and he would personally go to 9 provinces to punish them. In the room, the temple spirit was in extreme panic, fearing that if the envoys reported them, 9 provinces would be annihilated, while Chen Chongan remained calmly seated by Jiang Xuanchu's bed. Chen Chongan coldly glanced at the trembling heavenly Tao entity. "You've been with me for a while now. Why are you such a coward?" The temple spirit wailed tearfully. "Father, they are divine envoys, ancient figures with powerful backing. I'm terrified." Chen Chongan irritably grabbed the noisy heavenly Tao entity, ordering, "I know. Shut up. Don't wake Xuanchu." Unexpectedly, the system displayed an urgent notification. The heavenly Tao of 9 provinces has been detected as unstable, which will affect the fortune of 9 provinces. The system continued to warn that if the fortune decreased, calamities would strike, and assigned a mission to restore the heavenly Tao's morale within 10 minutes to receive a reward. Chen Chongan realized that ever since 9 provinces was brought into his domain, its aura had weakened, and the once domineering and confident heavenly Tao entity had become a coward. He understood that if a cultivator's Tao heart weakened, they would suffer chi deviation, and if the heavenly Tao was crippled, the entire continent would be doomed. Resolutely standing up, Chen Chongan declared he would go meet the 2 envoys, leaving the temple spirit gaping in astonishment. The temple spirit excitedly offered to take him, but Chen Chongan cut it off. No need. Chen Chongan explained domineeringly that all divine temples had spatial connections, and 9 provinces was no exception. He raised his hand, wielding spatial power before the astonished temple spirit. Invincible domain. Expand. Chen Chongan unleashed his move. A colossal pillar of light shot straight into space, leaving the temple spirit speechless. That works too? Back at the divine temple, the blonde envoy was instigating her husband to deal with the one who dared defy orders, when a blinding light surged from behind them. A colossal hand emerged from the void, seizing both loudly boasting envoys in an instant. The muscular envoy's eyes widened in terror, screaming, completely bewildered by what was happening to him. The colossal hand tightened its grip, dragging the 2 upper realm figures into another spatial dimension as if they were 2 chickens. Chen Chongan appeared in an earth-shattering spatial explosion, his aura soaring to the heavens. The 2 upper realm envoys, Tu Li and Chai Di, were flung flat onto the ground, coughing violently after the forced teleportation. The muscular Tu Li scrambled to his feet, roaring curses at Chen Chongan for fighting dirty and daring to ambush them. The temple spirit was utterly dumbfounded, stammering as it asked its master how on earth he managed to drag these 2 back here. Chai Di helped her husband up, and Tu Li grudgingly admitted that Chen Chongan had some strength, but still maintained a condescending attitude. "But I want you dead," Tu Li roared, channeling his power to unleash a destructive blow, while his wife secretly thought this guy wouldn't be easy to deal with. The envoy, who was charging his attack, suddenly froze, his entire body stiff. He was utterly terrified, realizing that all of his power had vanished in an instant. Chen Chongan suddenly appeared behind him, grabbing the envoy's head and coldly asking, "Just a dog relying on its power to intimidate others. Shouldn't you apologize? You barbarian. What exactly are you?" Tu Li didn't even finish his boast before taking a hit. Crash! A heaven-shattering punch landed squarely on Tu Li's face, sending him flying like a bullet. Chen Chongan grabbed the bloodied envoy by the hair, growling, "I said, apologize." The other man could only utter a few meaningless sounds. Wrong answer. Chen Chongan didn't waste words, slamming Tu Li's head straight into the ground, utterly crushing it. Chai Di stood frozen, utterly terrified as she watched her partner being brutally tortured like never before. Chen Chongan gave the envoy another chance. He was scared out of his wits, hastily stammering, "Yes, I'm sorry, please spare me." The temple spirit was petrified, unable to believe that a high and mighty divine envoy was beaten like a helpless child. The system reported that the heavenly Tao's morale increased by 50%, while Tu Li cried, blaming the gods for ordering him to do it. The temple spirit panicked again, trying to intervene, fearing that beating the envoy would incur punishment from the gods, causing the heavenly Tao's morale to drop by 50%. Chen Chongan sneered, pressing his face close to the cowering envoy. "Do you want to go tattle to the gods?" The other man was so scared he nearly wet himself, hastily denying it. Chai Di completely gave up, telling herself that it wasn't that she didn't save her husband, but that her opponent's power was already close to that of a deity, with only the thought of escape left in her mind. Chen Chongan's clone sharply questioned Chai Di, who, turning pale with fear, hastily swore upon her immortality that she would never betray him. The envoy Tu Li rushed to embrace his wife, whimpering that it would have been better if they had known earlier. Truly a cheap act. The temple spirit flattered profusely, revering Chen Chongan as its true father, a divine being, for in its millions of years of existence, it had never seen anyone dare to beat envoys like unruly children. The system announced that the heavenly Tao of Kyushu had regained its morale, rewarding a divine skill draw, which made the temple spirit even more arrogant. Chen Chongan asked about the tournament entry tokens, and the temple spirit hastily replied, "As you command." The temple spirit grinned sinisterly, boasting that even though the top 3 rewards were excellent, Father Chen would surely not even glance at them. Chen Chongan curiously asked, "How excellent are they?" Which startled the temple spirit. The temple spirit began to explain. The first prize is a secret. The second prize helps a continent ascend to a divine realm. And the third prize grants 1 level up to the current continent. Chen Chongan showed interest, ordering the temple spirit to continue, as this was information he had never known. The temple spirit explained the logic. The higher a continent's level, the more abundant its spiritual energy, and the stronger the heavenly Tao, which is me. Conversely, if I am strong, it also helps stabilize the continent. Chen Chongan examined a stream of light containing the laws of the universe, while the temple spirit proudly boasted that the heavenly Tao could alter laws, even upgrading an entire world. Chen Chongan taunted the temple spirit. You've lived for hundreds of millions of years and are still so weak. Were two divine realms enough to scare you? The temple spirit blushed deeply, defending itself by saying it was still young, its comprehension of laws not yet mature, and there was still room for development. Chen Chongan directly asked its rank, and the temple spirit immediately explained that the heavenly Tao has 4 ranks: wisdom, service, law, and order. Admitting it was only at the wisdom rank, Chen Chongan sneered, teasing the temple spirit, which made it blush with embarrassment as its secret was exposed. Chen Chongan concluded, "The rewards of this tournament are too good. They will both strengthen the temple spirit and help my clone break through to the divine realm." Chen Chongan looked at the temple spirit with a meaningful gaze, deciding he would properly train this kid. It couldn't remain at the wisdom rank forever. A colossal spatial gate appeared, leading to the domain of the foreign gods. The envoy Tu Li was now as docile as a tour guide, leading Chen Chongan and explaining that this was a space-time gate, and the competition would begin in 2 hours. Chen Chongan held the token, secretly thinking that his decision to recreate a pure clone of his original self to participate in this tournament was perfectly executed. Chen Chongan's new clone sensed a familiar aura from the gate, realizing it was related to his own space-time abilities. He narrowed his eyes, directly asking Tu Li, "Is the heavenly twilight god here too?" The envoy turned pale with fear, hastily looking for an excuse to flee. The clone sneered, blocking the couple's path. "You two, don't forget what you promised me in Kyushu." Tu Li broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he stammered, "We will definitely do it." Recalling half an hour earlier, the clone stood imposingly before the prostrate envoy couple, directly asking if they were the competition judges. He leaned close to Chai Di's ear, whispering an ambiguous request that made her blush furiously. Chai Di frantically refused, whimpering, "Senior, that's impossible. What would I do if my husband found out?" Thwack! The clone grabbed Tuli's face, energy crackling, and growled, "Impossible? It seems you haven't grasped the situation, little sister." He pressed his face close, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "Are gods only allowed to set rules for us to follow? You don't want anything to happen to your husband, do you?" Utterly intimidated, Chai Di was overcome with extreme fear and had no choice but to grit her teeth and agree. "We devils promise you." Returning to the present, Chai Di secretly lamented to her husband, bitterly admitting that they had gotten entangled with an unpredictable monster. Chen Chongan's clone advanced alone into the Gate of Light, while Chai Di realized that becoming his informant had attracted the attention of other gods. Dazzling light enveloped him as he stepped through the space-time gate. The clone's eyes opened, sharp and ready for a new game. He had arrived at the pre-tournament assembly area of the Eastern Star Domain, a place packed with experts and eccentric talents from all corners. Several passers-by glanced at the clone, then curled their lips in disdain, thinking he was just an insignificant nobody. A knowledgeable old man pointed out to his companions, warning that this tournament wasn't all trash. Several prominent figures had already appeared. Introducing the first powerhouse, Lin Qi, the saint son of the Myriad Dao sect, who led his tribe to battle ancient beasts and became the youngest immortal emperor. Next was Mo Huoxi, a genius from the Luotian continent, possessing the power to devour rivers and mountains, breaking through to the immortal emperor realm in less than 100,000 years. And finally, Yulan, the lord of the White Spirit continent, a powerful female who had swept through 8 continents, overthrown 10 generations of imperial families, and established a matriarchal empire. Empress Yulan smirked, showing interest in the continent full of beauties that the old man had just mentioned. Boom! A colossal stone tablet descended from the sky, its overwhelming aura blowing away the entire crowd of contestants. All the experts stared blankly at each other, not understanding what troublesome object had just fallen upon them. The tablet, inscribed with the words "Competition," emitted a dazzling golden light, attracting the attention of the entire arena. A round, pure white spirit entity with a wide grin appeared, introducing itself as the Treasure Spirit, the one who maintained order in the tournament. The Treasure Spirit declared bluntly, "Whether you're all here for breakthroughs, for rewards, or for fame, I know it all." Yulan and the other experts listened in silence as the Treasure Spirit affirmed that everything would be decided by true strength. The new rules were announced. The tablet would test strength and potential, and the more evil one was, the higher their combat power would be. The treasure spirit explained the power scoring system. 80 to 90 is a once-in-a-millennium genius, while 90 to 100 is unprecedented in history. The treasure spirit smiled cunningly, hinting at an immense reward for those who performed well. The strongest will be chosen by the gods and granted power. The treasure spirit shouted with an excited expression. The crowd of contestants buzzed. A muscular man in heavy shock exclaimed, "With divine power blessing, defeating enemies beyond one's level is not impossible." Chen Chongan's clone stood in a corner observing, secretly thinking, by setting up this game, are these gods worried someone will give up, or are they aiming for something else? Lin Qi, the young immortal emperor, stepped forward with an arrogant smile. "Let me test it out first." He placed his hand on the tablet, and the entire arena held its breath, understanding that this was a battle for resources right from the starting line. Lin Qi channeled all his power into his fist, his aura erupting, and laughed gleefully. "Let's see who's quicker." Boom! A heaven-shattering punch slammed directly into the tablet, and blue energy violently erupted. All the weaklings were blown away. One of them screamed in terror. This power, if not 100, must be at least 95 points. The entire might from the immortal emperor's punch was absorbed by the tablet in an instant. The result appeared. 84. Potential power. The strongest in history. Even the treasure spirit was left speechless. Lin Qi's face twisted with frustration, muttering that he had used his full power intending to shatter the stele, yet only scored 84 points. The young immortal emperor demanded a retest, boasting he hadn't unleashed his full strength, but the star spirit retorted bluntly, "Next! Don't make a fool of yourself here." Several others were delighted, believing the stele was genuine and accurately reflected one's true power. The white ponytail man urged his lizard friend, "It's our turn. Go." A series of other contestants rushed forward to test their strength, scores continuously appearing. Mid-level immortal emperors scoring 81, peak immortal venerables scoring 56, all mere small fry. The temporary leaderboard appeared. Lin Qi still proudly held the top spot with 84 points, followed by several unfamiliar names, all immortal emperors. The crowd buzzed, no one having broken the 90-point mark yet, and all eyes turned to three formidable figures, including Empress Yulan. A green-haired girl sidled up to mock Chen Chongan's clone. "Big brother, why don't you go try?" But he merely replied nonchalantly, "Calm down, I'm watching a show." She sneered, sarcastically remarking that he was scared witless by those geniuses, unaware that she was missing an opportunity for divine assistance. Realizing she couldn't just sit and wait for death, she decided she needed to find a powerful backer, then charged straight towards the stele. The announcer called out, "Next," and a red-haired youth named Ye Xiaolin, looking frail and clumsy, stepped forward. The red-haired fellow panicked and ran in the wrong direction, drawing jeers and pointing fingers from the crowd, looking utterly pathetic. He was so embarrassed he wished he could burrow into the ground, scorned by the crowd as a weak nobody, then muttered, "Ching-er, I told you not to come here." Yi Xiaolin decided to finish this with a punch and leave, his entire body erupting in brilliant golden flames. A dazzling golden energy burst forth, blowing away all the nearby contestants, who were all left gaping in astonishment. The result appeared. 91 points. Even the star spirit was deeply shocked. Qi Refinement Realm. A Qi Refinement Realm cultivator scoring over 90 points? The device must be broken. The leaderboard updated instantly. Ye Xiaolin, a Qi Refinement Realm cultivator, immediately seized the top spot, pushing Lin Qi down to second place. All the contestants were furious, unable to believe such a barren land could produce such a monster. One shouted, "Kid, what level of heavenly Dao cultivation have you reached?" Ye Xiaolin scratched his head, awkwardly explaining, "Actually, I've just been in secluded cultivation for 100 years. I couldn't break through my foundation, so I don't even know what realm I've cultivated to." The star spirit noticed Empress Yulan stepping forward, commenting that this was the girl who wanted to build a matriarchal empire but had failed miserably in the previous round with 86 points. Yulan assumed her stance, the familiar sword-drawing posture, prompting someone in the crowd to sneer. That sword-drawing move again? Wasn't losing last time humiliating enough? Ignoring the taunts, Empress Yulan swung her sword, striking the test stele with a blazing sword light. Crack! The stele shattered under the strike, shocking the star spirit so much that its eyes bulged. The spirit stele cracked, the number appeared. 100. Max score. The Empress achieved an absolute combat power score, making everyone look up in awe. A contestant gaped, shouting that with this score, no one could possibly surpass it, the pressure crushing those who would test next. Yulan turned, her sharp eyes full of confidence as she declared, Everyone, the prize of this competition, I will surely take it. The divine temple spirit whispered to Chen Chongan's clone. Father, that girl has the aura of heavenly Tao laws on her. The divine temple spirit explained that those who overcome heavenly tribulations are blessed by the heavenly Tao, gaining the opportunity to comprehend its laws. But it depends on each person's comprehension. Chen Chongan's clone stared at the Empress, remarking coolly, I can't tell. Her aura is too weak. She probably hasn't comprehended much. He turned to taunt the divine temple spirit with a sinister smile. So, when will you hit me once? Let's see what kind of laws I can comprehend. Which startled the divine temple spirit. The star spirit looked at the hesitant contestants, shouting to urge them to step forward quickly, because the test was not yet over. A red-haired contestant angrily retorted, Yulan already scored 100 points. Even if we go up, we can't score higher. What's the point of competing anymore? The star spirit warned in a harsh tone that anyone who didn't participate would be disqualified, and their home continent would automatically be demoted one rank. It sneered cunningly, mocking that these people came from the lowest-ranked barbaric land of the Eastern Star Domain, already at the bottom of the list. Chen Chongan's clone muttered, Fools, then decisively stepped forward. If no one wants to do it, then I will. The crowd buzzed as they recognized the rookie who had almost been late. One person wondering, even those monstrous geniuses haven't made a move yet. How dare he step forward? The green-haired girl sneered, thinking the white-haired man was cunning, choosing the perfect moment to avoid ridicule for a poor performance. Now that a score of 100 had set the standard, she continued her monologue, declaring that the white-haired man's fate was sealed, as everyone had already formed alliances, and a lone wolf would surely meet a tragic end. She proudly boasted that she had fortunately allied with Ye Xiaolin to form a team, while the bumpkin from 9 provinces was doomed to die. The star spirit ignored the drama, looking bored. How interesting. Let's begin. It's just a formality anyway. Chen Chongan's clone said nothing, channeling all his power into his fist, his eyes flashing with deadly red light, preparing to unleash a heaven-shattering punch. Boom! Chen Chongan's clone's punch created a terrifying explosion, pulverizing the sacred stele. The star spirit let out a shrill cry as it witnessed its toy being destroyed. Lin Qi and Empress Yulan, 2 of the strongest, were also frozen in disbelief at the unimaginable sight. Even Ye Xiaolin, considered the strongest contender of the competition, secretly admired Chen Chongan. The real deal is here. The sacred stele, which the Empress could only crack, had now exploded into dust. Amidst the desolation, Chen Chongan's clone stood tall, ignoring the speechless star spirit hovering in the air, and another contestant who was so shocked they collapsed to the ground. The star spirit was in extreme panic, stammering incoherently. Impossible. The stele. The green-haired girl's mouth formed an O, gaping as she realized the stele, which had absorbed spiritual energy for tens of thousands of years and was harder than diamond, had just been utterly shattered by a single punch. The crowd of contestants began to murmur. The Empress, with a perfect score, only cracked the stele, but he completely smashed it. Who is he? Another recognized. It's Chen Chongan from 9 provinces. Mo Huaxi, one of the top seeds of the competition, also had to admit that this unknown man's strength was in no way inferior to his own, wondering why there were so many freaks in this era. Empress Yulan's eyes blazed, engraving Chen Chongan's name into her mind and declaring, Sooner or later, we will have a proper battle. The star spirit flew around Chen Chongan's clone, utterly bewildered. What's going on? Why wasn't he drained of life by the stele? It then explained the stele's self-recovery mechanism. It continued to wail, pointing at the wreckage. The next person should have been drained, dry, and the stele should have been intact. Now it's just a pile of scrap. The star spirit clutched its head, crying miserably over the immense loss. This was a stele bestowed by the gods. Chen Chongan's clone calmly spread his hands, looked at the star spirit writhing on the ground, and asked nonchalantly, Hey, what now? With an arrogant smile, Chen Chongan's clone commanded, Stop kneeling, stand up, and announce it. Tell the whole world, what is my power score? At the same time, in the immovable divine temple, where the gods meditated, a shocking event had just occurred. A golden crystal, symbolizing the stele, suddenly shattered into pieces in the sacred space. A colossal blue god, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes wide, receiving the report. The spirit stele, in the Eastern Star Domain, has been destroyed. The god smiled with great interest, thinking that while the stele's destruction was predictable, sensing an unusual aura in the Eastern region excited him. It's been a long time since something this entertaining happened. After the sacred stele was shattered, the Immortal seeding contest round was announced, requiring contestants to occupy one of the mountain cave dwellings. A green-haired female contestant wondered, "Are you telling us to just find a cave to stand in?" While others were also confused about the varying locations of the cave dwellings, the competition's spirit administrator hovered in the air, explaining that there were a total of 188 cave dwellings, corresponding to 188 territorial positions, which were originally meant to be divided according to the rankings on the sacred stele. But since the stele was utterly shattered, the rules changed. Whoever is confident in their high cultivation can directly enter and occupy a high-ranked cave dwelling, with no limit to the number of people. Chen Chongan's clone crossed his arms in thought, realizing this was an opportunity for high-level cultivators to feign weakness and prey on the strong, but he also wondered if higher ranks brought better benefits or greater danger. Lin Qi, one of the strong contenders, stepped forward, intending to ask for clarification. "What if I choose the first position? What if I choose the last position?" Boom! Before he could finish speaking, a giant blue pillar of light descended directly from the sky, completely enveloping Lin Qi to everyone's astonishment. The competition's spirit administrator panicked. "Damn it. How could I forget this important matter? It's all because of that guy who shattered the stele and disrupted my procedures." Lin Qi stood amidst the pillar of light, realizing this was a stream of divine power, a blessing from a deity who had chosen him. The crowd of contestants exclaimed in envy when the spirit confirmed, "A deity has chosen you." Lin Qi is truly blessed. Immediately after, a series of light pillars of various colors descended, choosing other prominent figures like Mo Huaxi, proving that the deities were recruiting followers. Yi Shaolin, the young man with Qi refining realm cultivation, was also unexpectedly enveloped by a red-orange pillar of light, making the crowd roar in frustration. A muscular lizard man pointed and shouted in astonishment, "Look at Empress Yulan." She. Empress Yulan stood amidst two dazzling golden pillars of light, demonstrating her superior status by being chosen by two deities simultaneously. Several unchosen contestants started to mock, blaming Chen Chongan's clone for shattering the stele, which made them lose their chance to prove themselves and catch the deity's attention. As soon as they finished speaking, a giant purple pillar of light descended directly onto Chen Chongan's clone's position, silencing the entire crowd. The crowd froze once again, and one guy tried to downplay it. "What's so great about that? He was only chosen by one deity. The Empress has two. She's still a rank above him." Boom! 4 pillars of light of 4 different colors, orange, green, blue, yellow, simultaneously descended, all aimed at a single target. Lin Qi, Mo Huaxi, and the other contestants could only stare wide-eyed and open-mouthed at the unbelievable scene before their eyes. Chen Chongan's clone stood amidst 5 dazzling streams of light, smirking as the deities were vying with each other to claim him. The spirit mascot, Jing, arrogantly declared, "Wow, what a great honor, to be chosen by 5 deities at once. But you can only accept one, so think carefully about which 4 you should refuse." It turned to Empress Yulan, who was enveloped by 2 streams of light, and ordered, "You too, refuse one deity." Jing smirked sinisterly, warning that deities hold grudges, and refusing anyone meant you were definitely targeted, recounting how someone was once taken care of and eliminated for being disrespectful. It turned back to taunt Chen Chongan's clone. "Especially you, if you dare to refuse 4 deities, you'll face the wrath of all 4. Let me see how you manage to leave this place alive." Chen Chongan's clone, with an icy gaze, declared coldly, "No need to choose. I refuse them all." Jing and the surrounding contestants completely froze, mouths agape and eyes wide. What did he say? Refuse them all? Chen Chongan's clone smirked, looking annoyed. A chance to receive divine power? Countless people dream of it but can't get it? I don't want to repeat myself. Having said that, he waved his hand, and the 5 streams of light representing the 5 deities were mercilessly repelled. He looked up at the star-filled sky, clearly feeling 5 malicious intentions emanating from the deities who had just been rejected. Jing thought gleefully to itself. It seems the deities have withdrawn their choices. It's too late to regret now. If he had chosen one, the other 4 might have shown some deference. But now, good luck. Unexpectedly, Empress Yulan also declared, "I refuse them all too." She displayed an overbearing aura, asserting that she came here to prove herself, without needing to rely on external power as a burden. Yulan thought to herself, among the 2 streams of divine power, one was gentle, with no obvious malice, but the other stream of power was different. It felt like being stalked by a venomous snake in the shadows, ready to strike stealthily at any moment, utterly repulsive. Jing was enraged once again. Do you think you're strong enough to fear neither heaven nor earth? This is the first time I've seen cultivators like you. Ye Shaolin, the young man who seemed the weakest, also timidly raised his hand, while the green-haired girl beside him was panicking. I want to refuse that too, he explained with a serious expression. Being chosen by a deity is no different from being monitored 24/7. Too inconvenient to do other things. So, it's better to refuse. Mohuoxi, the masked man, also joined in. I refuse too. What's the fun in relying on external power? I hate other people's power invading my body. Lin Qi, the young immortal emperor, also declared dejectedly. Tisk, in that case count me in. I refuse too. Jing helplessly watched the top contestants break the game, and could only sigh. You truly don't know what you're saying. All right then, I will tell you information that was only supposed to be revealed at the start. Jing revealed the new rules. The next round will be a points-based battle royale mode, and those with divine power will have an absolute advantage. It feigned benevolence, proclaiming, "This is a divine favor bestowed upon you. Being chosen is a blessing for 3 generations of your family, so why aren't you quickly giving thanks?" Jing glared at the top-ranked group, snapping, "Don't be like frogs at the bottom of a well. Do you think your cultivation is almost equal to a deity's? Unbelievably foolish." While Jing was foaming at the mouth, Chen Chongan's clone merely casually picked his ear, treating it as if it were thin air. Suddenly, a series of divine light pillars descended from the sky onto the arena, signaling a new variable. The minor contestants gaped. Look, the divine will has appeared again. The selection round is over, so why is this happening? The divine light streams shot down rapidly, aiming directly at the bewildered contestants below. Jing's voice rang out, both coaxing and threatening. Remember, if you abandon the deity's favor, you will not receive any assistance in the subsequent rounds. It added further, and other special opportunities too. All of them will help you win. Chen Chongan's clone observed coldly, while a contestant enveloped by a blue pillar of light shouted in delight, ignoring others whispering that he only got 63 points. Jing looked imposing, sweeping its gaze around. Deities will not waste a single second on those who are ungrateful. Does anyone else want to refuse? A blonde contestant in dazzling golden armor laughed gleefully. Refuse? Are you kidding me? This is divine power. I'm not as foolish as those guys. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling golden energy stream surged down, making the blonde man dizzy from the power he had just received. Other contestants were also enveloped by pillars of light of various colors, unable to resist. The blonde man roared, his entire body ablaze with divine power. This power is truly amazing. With this gift, even if I have to face Chen Chongan, I still have a chance. He arrogantly declared that the outcome of the match was not yet decided, while Empress Yulan and the other masters merely glanced at him with disdain. Chen Chongan's clone smirked. Interesting. The deities are also getting involved in the game. It seems he'll have to find a way to contact those 2 envoys to extract more internal information. Jing hovered, loudly announcing, "The divine selection round has ended. Next, choose your desired positions. The match will begin in 10 minutes. A few contestants started to discuss, realizing that their rankings in previous tests were meaningless. Everything depended on their upcoming daring choices. Lin Qi, the young immortal emperor, thought to himself, "That top-ranked guy is truly too ostentatious. Refusing the deity's help was an unexpected move, but perhaps he should be more cautious later on." The race began, with the formidable contestants dashing forward, led by the domineering female emperor Yulan, followed by Lin Qi and several other prominent figures. Lin Qi landed directly at gate number 7, declaring confidently, "My name is Lin Qi, and my home is also number 7, so this spot is mine." Mohuoxi muttered that he had consulted an oracle and found number 6 to be auspicious, leaving Lin Qi stunned by this spiritual reason for choosing a spot. Yi Shaolin was pondering when a muscular, green-haired female contestant accompanying him remarked that he should choose a secluded spot to avoid being ganged up on. The pink-haired contestant looked towards gate number 1, where female Emperor Yulan was exuding an unrivaled aura, muttering, "Forget it. That shrew is too strong. She wouldn't want to share the number 1 spot with anyone." Ye Shaolin was surprised to see Chen Chongan's clone standing nearby, wondering if this guy had already chosen a spot. Chen Chongan's clone casually replied, "Yeah. I decided to enter cave number 1 from the very beginning." Ye Shaolin was deeply shocked, thinking to himself, "Big brother is incredibly brave." Chen Chongan's clone patted Ye Shaolin's shoulder, grinning. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I remember you now, Ye Shaolin. That's a good name." He smirked, leaning close to the startled Ye Xiaolin's ear. "Oh, and thanks for not smashing the monument." Chen Chongan's clone waved goodbye in a friendly manner, leaving Ye Xiaolin standing rooted to the spot, sweating profusely. Only when the white-haired man's back disappeared did Ye Xiaolin regain his composure, his face darkening. He muttered to himself, his eyes sharp. "Damn it. I tried not to attract attention, but I was still discovered. Chen Chongan. If it's him, he might be able to withstand my full power, right?" Ye Xiaolin decided to temporarily remain inactive, observe the situation, and then plan his next move, choosing spot number 188 for himself. Upon entering the cave, Ye Xiaolin realized the interior space was much larger than it appeared from the outside, filled with dense spiritual energy, truly a divine dwelling created by gods. A voice echoed from behind, the muscular, green-haired female contestant smiling. "I didn't expect us to come together. You also want to find the least targeted place, right?" She introduced herself. "I am Mo Qing. If you form an alliance with me, you will benefit." Ye Xiaolin felt helpless, thinking to himself, "Actually, I just want to find a quiet place and avoid interacting with too many people." Meanwhile, at gate number 1, Chen Chongan's clone directly confronted female Emperor Yulan. Chen Chongan's clone spoke coldly. "Little sister, you're blocking the way." Female Emperor Yulan frowned and retorted, "The 2 strongest titles have already been chosen. You can leave now." The white-haired man sneered, his hand on his sword hilt. "Logically, this position should belong to me. I was the last number 1 displayed on the monument. Why should I contend for 2nd or 3rd place?" The white-haired man provoked female Emperor Yulan. "How about a one-on-one fight?" Yulan said nothing more, drawing her sword while Chen Chongan's clone merely raised 2 fingers. Clang! With just 2 fingers, the white-haired man blocked the female emperor's sword. Yulan exerted all her strength, her fiery red demonic energy erupting, but the sword remained unmoving. Chen Chongan's clone arrogantly declared, "If you can move this sword even a little, this number 1 spot is yours." Being openly disdained, female Emperor Yulan became furious. "How dare you look down on me?" The treasure spirit flew out to mediate. "Are you 2 planning to fight to the death before the game even begins?" It warned with a cunning expression, "You can fight whenever you want, but don't blame me for not reminding you. Players in the same cave are considered allies." Yulan brushed it off. "I don't need allies, I only need." But the treasure spirit interrupted. "You have no right to decide, that's the rule." The treasure spirit flew into the sky, announcing, "It seems you have all chosen your caves. Now, listen as I explain the rules of the game." The masked Mo Huaxi and the green-haired Lin Qi stood silently listening from a distance. The treasure spirit explained that the first round would randomly teleport contestants to harsh areas like Flaming Mountain, Poisonous Swamp, Deep Sea, and Labyrinth to compete for points. Round 1 lasts 5 days. Anyone who reaches 200 points in the Endless Plains will advance, and how to earn points will be revealed later. The treasure spirit grinned. "The time has come. Good luck to all you landlords." As both were enveloped in teleportation light, female Emperor Yulan glared at the white-haired man. "You'd better pray you don't get teleported to the same place as me, otherwise." Chen Chongan's clone smirked, taunting back. "Otherwise what? What can you do to me? Eat me? Can you do it?" Leaving Yulan speechless. Whoosh! The contestants were teleported away in brilliant golden light pillars. The treasure spirit excitedly commented, "It's finally begun. These landlords this year certainly know how to cause trouble." Suddenly, a divine jade scroll broke through space and flew in, startling the treasure spirit. "This is an urgent divine edict." It realized with alarm that this was a message from the future, wondering what earth-shattering event had occurred for the divine lord to pay such a heavy price to reverse time and space. The treasure spirit broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe its eyes. Impossible. This divine edict was sent by the divine lord after reversing time and space itself. The divine edict displayed a terrifying vision. A naked, muscular warrior, heavily wounded but still standing tall in the cosmos, accompanied by a prophecy. "In the Star Domain competition, the God Slayer will appear." The treasure spirit read the contents of the divine edict, its voice trembling. "This person's actions and cultivation are very strange. After killing Emperor Lord Zhuyang, he immediately concealed his aura. I suspect someone is assisting him." The command from the divine lord appeared clearly. "You are to remain in this timeline, and together with the other treasure spirits, search for that God Slayer. Report to me immediately once found. Do not act rashly." The treasure spirit hastily obeyed, absorbing all the green energy from the divine edict. In a distant place, a colossal blue god opened its eyes, muttering, "The God Slayer. a god killer who relies solely on the luck of heaven and earth. The god looked down at a ruined ancient city, pondering. Such a person appears only once every tens of millions of years. Who exactly is it? Meanwhile, Chen Chongan's clone had been teleported to an underground labyrinth, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He mumbled the rules to himself. 200 points and reach the endless plains within 5 days. But how to earn points and escape this place remains a mystery. Suddenly, a colossal stone monster appeared right behind him, its sharp claws poised to strike, but the white-haired man merely glanced back, unfazed. Swish! The monster swung its claws to attack, but Chen Chongan's clone gracefully dodged like a gust of wind. Crash! The monster's attack only shattered the ground, missing its target miserably. The monster was stunned. It sensed a strange aura and let out a cry of surprise. Chen Chongan's clone was already standing beside it, one hand blocking its claw, calmly remarking, "Oh, a demonic beast with the aura of an immortal emperor. I didn't expect to find such high-quality goods here." He looks directly at the monster, his tone a mix of pity and threat. "If you met anyone else, you might become their punching bag, but unfortunately for you, you met me." Boom! A fiery punch sent the monster flying. The monster exploded into pieces, leaving a hovering orb of light with the number 1 inside. Chen Chongan's clone curiously looked at the point orb, then at the back of his hand, where he already had 4 points. The total points on his hand jumped to 5, confirming the newly received point. The white-haired man smirked cunningly. He had figured out the rules. So, one way to earn points is by dealing damage to monsters. 1 head, 1 point. So those previous 4 points must belong to the female emperor. He crossed his arms, contemplating. The female emperor was indeed very battle-hungry, having earned 4 points right at the start of the game. But the strange thing was that the system didn't add domain value when killing monsters, proving that the rules here were completely different. Chen Chongan's clone decided to stop wasting time and head straight into the depths of the labyrinth to see what interesting things awaited. Elsewhere, a teleportation light pillar descended upon a lush green plain. A red-orange-haired contestant appeared, laughing gleefully. "Haha, the windless plains, a leveling spot. My luck is truly top tier." The red-haired man was overjoyed, telling himself that his starting score was already 188, and he only needed 12 more points to pass the round, so he could just wait for his green-haired ally to carry him. In a forest, the red-haired man confidently declared, "This round is a sure win, ha ha ha." In another corner of the arena, a group of contestants was besieging 2 immortal emperor-level monsters, shouting at each other to deal with them quickly and snatch the points before someone else stole their kill. A blue energy explosion erupted, sending one monster to its demise. Pope Xuanming and his hat-wearing accomplice smugly looked at their spoils, confident that with their large numbers, dealing with 2 monsters was a trivial matter. Suddenly, a figure shot past, snatching the remaining prey and leaving the 2 men stunned. Pope Xuanming growled, blocking the stranger's path, but the brown-haired man fearfully waved his hands, stammering that he wasn't Chen Chongan. The brown-haired man frantically pointed to the sky, shouting, "The latest leaderboard just appeared." The leaderboard appeared, with the top spots filled with names boasting sky-high scores, while Chen Chongan's name languished at rank 122 with a mere 4 points. Pope Xuanming burst into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha. Chen Chongan was teleported to the underworld labyrinth. Truly heaven is helping me." The hat-wearing man wondered why the elder was so happy, and Xuanming explained that Chen Chongan was the most troublesome among the new recruits this time. Xuanming triumphantly declared that his original plan was to avoid Chen Chongan at all costs, but now that he had encountered misfortune, there was no need to worry about this round anymore. Meanwhile, in the burning volcano zone, a hideous green dragon monster was growling. Empress Yulan coldly looked at the score-tracking device in her hand. She stood amidst a battlefield littered with monster corpses, muttering that monsters here were limited, making it hard to farm 200 points, which was why she formed an alliance to share points. Her white-haired teammate, idling somewhere, was fantasizing. "Empress is so cool. Having a teammate carry the team like this is truly great." While Yulan was boiling with rage, "What is that good-for-nothing doing? Am I doing everything alone?" Back in the underworld labyrinth, 2 large monsters were kneeling before a small purple demon, trembling and begging for their lives. "Spare us, we're all family," Mo Qing screamed in panic, blaming her teammate Ye Shaolin for not stopping her from wandering into the most dangerous area, almost leading to a game over. In her demon dwarf form, Mo Qing trembled, begging the 2 immortal emperor-level monsters for her life, claiming she was just a small fry passing by. The 2 monsters looked at each other and bluntly declared, "This girl is too ugly. Never seen anyone so ugly," then turned and left, leaving Mo Qing speechless. Mo Qing had just breathed a sigh of relief after escaping danger, when she suddenly sensed another terrifying aura approaching, signaling that this situation wasn't over yet. A shadowy figure with glowing red eyes appeared right behind her. Mo Qing's face paled, thinking she had just seen off 2 monsters, only to immediately encounter another king of hell. Chen Chongan's clone grabbed Mo Qing by the neck in her catgirl form. She shrieked, claiming they were family, hoping to escape death. The clone coldly looked at her, tightening his grip, and curtly stated, "The second one," clearly having no intention of going easy. Choked to the point of suffocation, Mo Qing hastily corrected herself in a panic. "Oh no, not family," to which the clone sarcastically replied, "I know." Mo Qing was on the verge of tears, stammering, unable to explain, thinking to herself that she was truly doomed this time. The clone violently shook Mo Qing, who had now returned to her human form, snapping, "If you're family, why didn't you say so earlier? I almost skewered you." Mo Qing collapsed to the ground, exhausted, crying and asking why he could still smile, while the clone nonchalantly told her to speak clearly. Taunted, Mo Qing angrily retorted, asking where Ye Xiaolin was, and accidentally called him her leg, support, causing the clone to order her to stay away from him. Mo Qing immediately changed her tune, pleading to follow Big Brother Chongan and promising to be obedient, but the clone flatly refused and demanded she reveal all information about this labyrinth. Mo Qing had no choice but to take out a green gemstone, emitting a strange energy. She threw the stone onto the ground under the clone's gaze. The stone created a dark spatial vortex right beneath their feet. The clone was wary of the sudden change in space. Both were sucked into the teleportation vortex, the surrounding space twisting, revealing a pile of dry bones elsewhere. After teleporting, the clone realized the stone had reappeared right behind him, proving that the space here was extremely bizarre. Mo Qing explained that this was an ancient secret realm, a prison created by the laws of reincarnation in space, warning that anyone who tried to forcefully break through would be mercilessly erased by the rules. Chen Chongan's clone began explaining the history of this labyrinth to Mo Qing, recounting that it was formed from the remnants of power of 2 ancient gods who had battled fiercely here. He showed disdain, criticizing his own Kyushu Heavenly Tao as too useless, merely a fake compared to the original laws of this place. Mo Qing warned that the competition was becoming increasingly fierce. If they remained stuck here, they would surely be eliminated, losing everything. She confidently boasted that she had Ye Xiaolin as a teammate to carry her, and just needed to lie low and survive for 5 days to automatically pass the round. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ye Xiaolin was brimming with fighting spirit, determined to win. The clone muttered about the difference between the heavenly Tao and the divine Tao, appearing to have enlightened to some truth after listening to Mo Qing's boasting. The two continued in the darkness. Mo Qing wondered why the monsters from earlier had suddenly vanished completely. Mo Qing used an immortal sensing technique and was startled to realize something had surpassed her sensory range. The clone looked at the meager 10 points in his hand, nonchalantly stating that the monsters had fled in fear of something. She couldn't believe a horde of Immortal Emperor-level monsters could feel fear, then suddenly realized they weren't afraid of something, but someone. The moment Mo Qing finished speaking, her eyes flashed with terror as she realized the one who had scared the monsters away was standing right beside her. Unexpectedly, a brilliant golden energy swept through. The clone immediately adopted a defensive stance, while Mo Qing was pushed back. The heavenly Tao mark appeared on his forehead. The clone decided to summon the true power. Kyushu Temple Spirit, it's time to go all out. The temple spirit appeared with a joyful expression, shouting, "Father, you finally remembered me. Just leave it to me." The clone smirked confidently, declaring he would handle everything. Mo Qing froze, her mind unable to process seeing the heavenly Tao, the origin of heaven and earth, calling some guy father. Elsewhere, Mo Huaxi was drenched in cold sweat, fearfully admitting that with his immortal emperor cultivation, he wasn't even qualified to glimpse this power. The scoreboard appeared. Chen Chongan only had 4 points, while the condition to pass the round was 200 points in 5 days. The announcement stated that the Underworld Labyrinth Zone was located right next to the Flaming Mountain Zone. Mo Huaxi was both resentful and relieved, secretly cursing Chen Chongan for being unlucky enough to be stuck in that damned labyrinth instead of him. The spiky white-haired contestant yelled at Empress Yulan, "Why do you keep stealing my kills?" While Yulan irritably retorted that all the monsters were almost wiped out, and even if she grinded forever, she wouldn't get 200 points. Yulan furiously charged in alone to take on all the monsters, secretly cursing the so-called team spirit and Chen Chang'an's name in her mind. The Empress cast a disdainful glance and declared, Meeting me is a blessing for 3 generations of your family. Whoosh! A blazing red sword strike tore through space, instantly decapitating the monster. Yulan landed coolly, the monster's corpse vanishing behind her, as she told herself that since Chen Chongan was away from keyboard, she would now get double points for killing monsters alone. She looked at the mark on her hand. Her score was increasing after a continuous string of combat. Yulan pondered, bitterly admitting that her current 32 points were almost entirely the result of her own hard grinding. The Empress gritted her teeth, vowing that after passing this round, she would definitely kick Chen Chongan out of her party, ending his freeloading. Suddenly, a false god-level monster appeared, questioning Yulan why she killed its friend. Yulan was startled, her eyes wide with horror, not understanding when this boss had silently appeared behind her. The monster growled, its voice as cold as ice, uttering only one word: die. Empress Yulan completely froze, her pupils constricting before the terrifying killing intent of her enemy. The false god-level monster unleashed an attack, firing a destructive purple energy blast, and Yulan swung her sword to block it just in the nick of time. The two streams of power collided, creating an explosion of dazzling purple light that illuminated the entire sky. The entire area shook violently from the aftershocks of the attack, and purple lightning filled the night sky. The monster's blue eyes flashed as it began to gather power for an even more terrifying attack. A series of purple energy roses bloomed in midair, signaling a wide-area attack with no escape. Empress Yulan looked up, her face pale, as she realized the scale of this technique far exceeded her imagination. Countless streams of purple energy from the flowers simultaneously shot down, directly impacting Yulan's position. The Empress was submerged in the rain of energy, desperately swinging her sword to fend off the continuous attacks. The ground cracked open under the rain of purple energy, the aftershocks of the battle still spreading. A contestant abandoned his teammate who was submerged in a sea of purple flames, yelling, "Nonsense! A dead cultivator is just a corpse." Empress Yulan panted, facing the false god-level monster hovering amidst the deadly energy flowers. The monster growled, its eyes flashing with deadly intent as it clenched its blazing purple fist. Die. Countless gigantic purple spell formations appeared in the sky, surrounding Empress Yulan, leaving her no escape. Yulan gritted her teeth, realizing what she was facing was the legendary Immortal slaying formation. A stream of icy blue sword energy violently collided with the spell formation, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Rocks and debris flew everywhere after the cataclysmic collision. Amidst the smoke and dust, the silhouette of the false god-level monster still stood tall, completely unharmed. The monster landed on the cracked ground, completely unscathed after the Empress's attack. It bared its sharp teeth, revealing a savage and smug grin. The monster let out a roar. Its evil power erupted, causing the entire area to tremble. From afar, ManhwaCapped stood on a rocky outcrop, silently gazing at the desolate battlefield. The masked man broke into a sweat, muttering, "Is that thing human or demon? The Empress is completely suppressed by it. I can't even discern its cultivation realm." ManhwaCapped glanced at his score token, bitterly admitting that with this terrifying boss lurking around, farming points was almost impossible. Suddenly, the token in his hand glowed intensely, a blazing red danger character appearing, signaling impending death. ManhwaCapped felt a chill down his spine, realizing this was a definite death warning with no escape. A bold thought suddenly struck him. What if the one who shattered the sacred stele was Chen Chongan? The moment that thought flashed, the token in ManhwaCapped's hand cracked and shattered into pieces. ManhwaCapped's eyes widened, utterly horrified as he realized he couldn't even speculate about that man. This terrifying karma was completely beyond his comprehension. ManhwaCapped stood on the mountaintop, deciding to make a quick escape. In this game, besides avoiding Chen Chongan, I now have to avoid that monster too. Time to change maps for now. The scene shifted to the flaming mountain region, a deadly land with boiling lava everywhere. Empress Yulan panted, her body bruised and battered, bitterly admitting, "I was too careless. I didn't expect that false god-level entity to appear in the very first round." She leaned against the cliff face, blood staining her mouth, not understanding why this endgame gatekeeper boss had appeared so early. Suddenly, a gigantic blue eye appeared in the sky, and the false god's voice echoed, full of rage. "Where is it?" The false god growled. "You tortured my friends, making me lonely once again. How dare you? Where are you?" The gigantic eye swept around, locking onto the utterly terrified Empress Yulan. "I've found you." Empress Yulan's eyes widened, sweat pouring down her like rain as she realized she had been caught by a monster of this level. The false god revealed its true form, a tall, gaunt demon with a savage grin, introduced as the darling of the heavenly Tao. one who held thousands of laws within its body. A terrifying surge of power erupted, demonstrating that anyone who faced this false god had no escape. The false god gently placed a finger on Empress Yulan's forehead, its aura absolutely overwhelming. At the same time, in another location, the scene of the Flaming Mountain region reappeared. An earth-shattering tremor spread from the direction of the labyrinth, carrying the power of the law of reincarnation and the law of space. Jing Xin, the spirit of the tournament, was hovering and frantically explaining, "Oh, esteemed gods, I truly did not arrange for that monster. I don't know how it got into the first round." It continued to mutter in a fawning tone. "Moreover, this batch of contestants is very promising. How could I dare to spoil the gods' fun?" Jing Xin received a divine decree from the future. Its face changed color, stammering, "Lord Mu Ye, do you mean?" After reading it, its face turned ashen, realizing the culprit was Emperor Zhu Yang, who had arbitrarily thrown the endgame boss into the first round to find the Godslayer. The silhouette of a powerful figure sitting on a throne appeared. His goal was very clear: to find and eliminate the Godslayer who would kill him in the future as soon as possible. Jing Xin sighed that this plan was too foolish, because the cultivators in the Eastern Star Domain were already weak, and before they could even mature, how could they possibly defeat a false god? Meanwhile, two other contestants saw a figure charging towards the boss. The hooded man sneered, "Haha, there's an idiot rushing to his death. Let's team up and send him off." The contestant who rushed forward to offer his life was instantly impaled and shredded by the false god with a single strike. Destructive shockwaves spread, and the remaining small fry could only scream in terror and flee for their lives. Amidst the storm, Empress Yulan remained standing, but her face paled upon witnessing the monster's terrifying power. From within the smoke, Mohuaxi squinted, realizing this situation was far from favorable. Empress Yulan gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with hatred, determined not to yield easily. Jing Xin hovered, anxiously asking a high-level entity, "This is no small matter. Should our eastern faction intervene?" A voice from the mysterious scroll replied coldly, "This isn't the only thing happening. If unnecessary, don't start a war. And as for those domain lords..." The false god stood towering, holding the head of an unfortunate contestant, declaring, "Handle it yourselves." It turned to Empress Yulan, its voice condescending, "Hey little bug, answer me a question." The monster pressed close, asking, "Among you, who is the most troublesome?" Empress Yulan bled, muttering disdainfully, "How filthy." Empress Yulan erupted with power, growling, "Wrong, the strongest among you is me." She secretly thought she was severely wounded, and could only use a spatial technique to escape. The false god saw through her intentions, its eyes flashing. "Little bug, I know exactly what tricks you're playing." Empress Yulan froze. It laughed savagely. "Heh. This is how the power of the laws operates." Immediately, hundreds of multicolored chains of law emerged from the void, tightly binding Empress Yulan. Empress Yulan was utterly terrified, realizing that all her power, cultivation, and aura had been sealed by hundreds of different laws. Blood gushed from the corner of her mouth, and she desperately screamed in her mind, "Impossible! This monster is unbeatable." The false god advanced, its voice full of glee. "Time to turn into a human pig." Empress Yulan screamed in her head, "Chen Chongan, no matter what, you must hide well in the labyrinth. Don't come out here." It grabbed Empress Yulan by the neck and lifted her, one of her hands clawing desperately in vain. The monster roared, "If you don't speak, it'll tear you to shreds," then mercilessly threw her away. Suddenly, a colossal emerald pillar of light descended from the sky, engulfing the entire area with the words, "Divine Skill, Temporal Reversal." An emerald temporal reel abruptly appeared, rewinding the recent events as if it were a joke. Clang! Empress Yulan landed perfectly, without a single scratch. She looked around in astonishment, realizing she had returned to the original spot before being beaten by the boss. The blood on her face vanished completely, leaving Empress Yulan stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. She looked down at her hands, realizing this was the moment she had just escaped the volcanic zone, muttering in confusion, "Did I just go back in time?" The false god also froze, roaring, "What's going on?" While the Empress realized someone had bent space-time itself to interfere. Empress Yulan was utterly shocked, screaming in her mind, "The only one who can easily reverse time and space is the god of time and space?" A colossal halo enveloped the entire area, and a voice echoed, warning all contestants, "Immediately conceal yourselves. Stay far away from the false god for the next 5 days." Empress Yulan looked up, calling out loudly, "Jing Xin." Jing Xin appeared hovering, and the Empress quickly thanked it, thinking it had just saved her life. but she quickly realized her mistake, growling. No need. That temporal reversal wasn't done by a god. And certainly not by you. Jingxin's expression also changed. It realized this domineering power originated from the underworld labyrinth. Seizing this golden opportunity, Empress Yulan immediately turned tail and fled. As she ran, she thought, the false god is here. Everyone else has gone into hiding. Some even crippled their own cultivation to sever ties with their true bodies. She still couldn't believe it. What on earth happened that could shake heaven and earth, rewinding time by a whole minute? Suddenly, a colossal pillar of destructive light descended directly from the sky. The target had vanished. The false god was struck by the surprise attack, sinking deep into the ground, and a furious roar erupted as it was blown away. The monster struggled up from the deep pit, its entire body smoking, and it let out a furious roar for being ambushed. Hiding behind a rock, the white ponytail man whispered to his companions, "Don't make a sound," while the red-masked man snapped back, "Nonsense. Do you think I want to?" In another corner, the spiky white-haired man was clutching the brown-haired man's corpse, yelling, "You just died?" Then muttering to himself, "That was my alter ego. If you keep luring it away, I won't hold back." The red-masked man growled at the ponytail man, "If you even breathe too loudly, it'll rip your head off. It'll find us." While the other argued that hiding forever wasn't a solution, the two men hiding behind a rock suddenly felt an earth-shattering aura erupt. The false god also immediately sensed it, baring its sharp teeth with a murderous expression. The red-masked man panicked. "It's coming from the other side of the labyrinth. The frequency of its appearances is increasing." The false god roared, "Found it!" then shot away like lightning, leaving the ground cracked open. The two contestants turned pale with fear. The ponytail man realized, "We've seen this aura before," while the red-masked man muttered that daring to unleash such an aura now would only lead to being sealed by the false god. Pope Xuanming revealed himself, bitterly realizing that the domineering aura belonged to Chen Chongan. The other contestants, who were hiding, also gloated, believing Chen Chongan was out of luck this time. Having just gotten stuck in the labyrinth, the boss had already come knocking, and 10 lives wouldn't be enough. Empress Yulan stood on a rock outcrop, looking towards the light-emitting cube, where the astonishing aura had just erupted. Despite being covered in injuries and blood, Empress Yulan maintained a cold expression, muttering a defiant remark, "Fend for yourself." Inside the labyrinth, golden and blue lightning clashed fiercely. A battle at the level of laws was unfolding. Mo Qing stood nearby, her face drained of color, frantically yelling, "Fighting against the heavenly Tao itself. What exactly do you want to achieve? Is it really worth going this far just to escape this labyrinth?" Chen Chongan's clone laughed arrogantly, raising the energy orb and declaring, "Everyone is here now. This place is truly good. I'll take this opportunity to upgrade my heavenly Tao." He explained to the energy orb, which contained the heavenly Tao of Kyushu, that he would help it absorb the principles of others, to break through to the soul realm. A colossal wall collapsed, and Chen Chongan's clone and Mo Qing stood amidst the rubble, preparing for a display of power. The false god appeared directly before Empress Yulan, its voice full of satisfaction. "The game of hide-and-seek is over." Empress Yulan's expression remained unchanged as she slowly raised her sword, while Chen Chongan's clone appeared beside her, pointing at the monster and whispering, "Aim your sword at its stupid little head. It will surely pierce its fatal weakness." Empress Yulan still pointed her sword forward, facing Chen Chongan's clone, who looked bewildered and asked, "Huh? What did you just say?" She immediately turned away, her voice flustered, "Nothing, you misheard," while Chen Chongan's clone playfully muttered, "If you speak in riddles, you won't find a husband later," which made her snap. Unnecessary. The number 132 appeared on the back of Empress Yulan's hand, seemingly her score or rank in the game. Empress Yulan pressed her sword against Chen Chongan's clone, announcing resentfully, "The score hasn't changed at all." Chen Chongan's clone realized in frustration that the game rule prohibited allies from stealing points. Now that there were no more monsters to accumulate points from, it was truly a headache, unless... A cunning glint flashed in his eyes. A crazy plan had just formed in his mind. His killing intent erupted, terrifying the surrounding contestants to their very souls. They frantically thought he intended to slaughter everyone to gather points. Mo Huaxi and Lin Qi, two renowned powerhouses, immediately rushed forward to offer points. "Brother Chen, I have 8 points here. I have 12 points, please take them, just don't act rashly." The other small fry began to whisper, believing those two shouldn't give away points so easily and wondering what Chen Chang'an's matter had to do with them. The crowd continued to argue, some believing those two were too cowardly, while others defended them. "Shut up. Can't you see his expression, as if he wants to devour others alive?" Mo Qing growled, clearly showing her allegiance. "If not for Chen Chongan, these guys would have perished long ago, so what's a few points now? Senior brother, I support you in slaughtering all of them." Chen Chongan's clone merely remained silent, ignoring the surrounding chaos. He turned to the false god monster, declaring bluntly, "To kill you all, I only need one finger, but I'm not like those pieces of trash. As for the points, I will take them, and you won't be able to stop me." He activated an overbearing skill. Green energy enveloped the entire area, and he shouted loudly, "Time-space recall." Empress Yulan's eyes widened, utterly terrified by the unbelievable sight. Chen Chongan's clone lifted the head of a completely purple monster, sneered, and made an enticing offer. "Trade 5 points for a 100-point elite monster. Isn't that a sweet deal?" The false god monster, that had just been defeated, suddenly revived right before everyone's eyes, leaving Empress Yulan stunned. It revived. The time-space recall technique saved it. She realized in shock. "No, that technique wasn't performed by a god," Jing Xin said. "Its origin lies within this labyrinth." Chen Chang'an's clone's stone-cold face appeared, confirming all her suspicions. Empress Yulan gritted her teeth, cursing under her breath for being unknowingly deceived. Chen Chang'an's clone teased, "We just finished testing it. Do you want to do it again?" Empress Yulan screamed, "No, absolutely not," then turned and walked away. The false god monster roared with determination. "I will do it," ready for a new battle. Seeing such a lucrative opportunity to accumulate points, the other contestants also eagerly rushed forward. "Count me in too." Chen Chang'an's clone smirked meaningfully. "Good." A moment later, golden energy surged forth, signaling a successful point settlement. Chen Chang'an's clone proudly announced he had accumulated enough 200 points, while Empress Yulan stood beside him, her face pale, muttering that she had never seen such a bizarre battle. All the contestants were lining up, waiting for their turn to take down the false god monster. Lin Qi excitedly shouted that he never expected to personally defeat a false god monster one day. "It's all thanks to Big Brother Chen." Empress Yulan questioned why he let those small fry accumulate points. Chen Chang'an's clone coldly replied concisely, "To level up." He continued to explain bluntly that leveling up was impossible, making Yulan even more confused. Suddenly, Jing Xin appeared in midair with 5 scrolls of parchment, causing all the contestants to look up in surprise. Jing Xin declared bluntly to Chen Chang'an's clone, "From now on, worry about keeping your dog's life, Godslayer." Chen Chang'an's clone narrowed his eyes, asking coldly, "What do you mean?" Jing Xin explained that the gods had ordered the cancellation of his participation qualification, and if not for showing respect to the god of time and space, he would have perished long ago. A colossal jade-colored spatial gate opened. Jing Xin presented the first option: to step into it and be judged by the Eastern Domain god monarch, with his life or death unknown. The second option was even worse: to directly confront Emperor Monarch Zhuyang, who was on his way here to slaughter, and Jing Xin affirmed that no one would protect him. All the watching contestants gaped, utterly shocked by this earth-shattering announcement. Chen Chang'an's clone growled, his eyes spitting fire. "You gods set your own rules. You change the fates of others. 10 million years have passed, yet you still show no remorse." Mo Huoxi and another contestant whispered to each other, believing that what had to happen had happened. How could the gods ignore the appearance of a godslayer? Empress Yulan bitterly admitted that even if they claimed the false god monster was killed by the whole group, it would be useless, because his power and time-space recall technique could not be concealed. An explanation of godslayers was given. They are mortals who break through limits, becoming the hope of humanity, but a mortal threat to the gods, and will be hunted down and annihilated. Mo Qing, a muscular female powerhouse, anxiously advised Chen Chang'an's clone to choose the first path to preserve his life, because Emperor Monarch Zhuyang was someone who could easily incinerate an entire star domain. Jing Xin hovered before the spatial gate, urging Chen Chang'an's clone to make his final choice. In a place called Windless Plains, a red-haired man was leisurely resting on a rock outcrop. He squinted, enjoying himself, muttering the philosophy that nothing is truly the best, truly a laid-back type. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open. Killing intent surged. A colossal pink energy stream from the sky struck directly at his location, exploding across the entire area. The red-haired man scrambled to his feet, coughing violently, resentful, not knowing who had attacked him from behind. He looked up and saw a figure hovering in the sky, whose terrifying pressure was so immense that even the air was sucked dry. The stranger revealed himself. Emperor Monarch Huyang from the Southern Realm. A muscular man with a head blazing with red flames, exuding an absolutely overwhelming aura. The red-haired man yelled, demanding Hu Yang retract his pressure because it was destroying the environment. Truly an unwilling environmental activist. Hu Yang narrowed his eyes, his face filled with killing intent, clearly not caring about a few blades of grass. The Emperor Monarch growled, "Scram," then unleashed a blazing golden energy attack towards the red-haired man. The destructive beam pierced through an entire mountain range, creating a straight tunnel. The terrifying, destructive power shattered the mountain rocks like biscuits. The entire mountain was blasted with a gaping hole, filled with thick smoke and dust. Inside the hole, the red-haired man sat cross-legged, his face grim, muttering, "I see, you are a god." His eyes flashed with a crimson glow. A dangerous smile spread across his lips. The red-haired man challenged, "A god, huh? Then I'll give you a way out." Returning to the arena, Chen Chongan's clone, with his white hair standing on end, flashed a maniacal grin, raising his hand to the sky as if summoning hell. All the remaining contestants, including Mo Huaxi and Lin Chi, all gaped in horror at his act of challenging the gods. The clone clenched his fist, growling a declaration of war. "Come,